satisfy my ego? No, thank you. I'm not first. I'm not most important. I'm not prominent. I'm not dominant. No, thank you. It was a beautiful opportunity. Who cares if you're first? Who cares if it strokes you? You don't need your ego to be stroked. You don't need your ego. It's not about your ego. It's about everything you've done in life. Not only gives up Olam Haba, Yerav ben Nevat gives up the opportunity to spend eternity with the Ribono Shel Olam. Why? Because David HaMelech gets first in line, and he's number 2. I would say if he was offered number 10, if he was offered number 10,000, he should take it. Because at the end of the day, the ability to be in proximity with the Kadosh Baruch Hu was the greatest gift of my I will say, unfortunately, Yerav ben Nevat condemns himself to a lifetime of I don't know what. I don't know what happened to Yerav ben Nevat. All because of his ego. All because of his gaiva. Or I will say because, again, and once you understand something, this is just an aside. I have no time for this, but I have time for it. I will say, you understand, by the way, that people who are ridiculous bali gaiva, ridiculously arrogant, I will say, you know where that comes from? It comes from insecurities. Remember, at the end of the day, why did Yerav ben Nevat do what he did? All of this stems. Remember how this whole downward spiral begins? The whole downward spiral begins with the two golden calves, which initially wasn't even supposed to be Avodah Zarah. He was supposed to be worship of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just this will be the Beis Hamikdash, because he was scared of losing his power. He was scared of losing his power. He was scared they would go to David and the other shul. Right? He was scared that they would go ahead and they would defect. Instead, what he should have said was, listen, you know what? I can't control what people do. The only thing I can control is the type of leader I am. I'm going to be a good leader. I'm going to love my people. I'm going to be a beneficent ruler. I'm going to devote myself to building my kingdom. If they stay, if they go, whatever is going to happen is going to happen. But he was so insecure about his ability to be a leader that it creates this ripple effect that begins with the golden calves and then institutionalized idolatry. And then all things, but all what? All in an effort to simply hold on to his power. He was insecure about his ability to hold on to it as a mensch. He becomes an Iron Man, right? I can't hold on to it. If I'm a Yorei Hashem, so I have to do these other things. And unfortunately, again, it becomes his very ugly. Could have been a great king. Could have been a great man who would have held on to his monarchy, who would have held on to his constituents, even with being a great tzaddik. And even if they would have gone to Yerushalayim 3 times a year, he still would have held on to his monarchy. But he was so insecure that he overcompensated by becoming a ridiculous Baal Gaiva. Also, which is very important because sometimes if we're a little bit Gaiva-dig, we have to realize that really what he speaks is an insecurity. There's a little boy in there that is insecure about something. So Shaila is, how do I address my insecurities, make myself a whole person, and not allow my Gaiva to run away with me? Gemara goes back to
that was just like fun. That's what scientists do. They dress up in the middle of the night and pretend to stab women before a statue
he got sick. Maybe I'm being punished. Right? Maybe I got sick. I'm getting punished. Why? Because maybe I'm speaking disparaging. Maybe I'm thinking too much about the bad king. Kevin is fucked up. So what happens? He's healed. What he decides ultimately is Kabbalah Dodge. He makes the Kabbalah. He decides I'm not going to teach about the 3 kings anymore. Biggest fuck. So we got healed. Hundred Kadar. He once again begins to give about the 3 kings. Amigo Kabila.
They were tasked with destroying Christianity. Just they were doing I don't
understand. They didn't do tshuva. So what does that mean? See, he felt at the end of the day, he thought maybe his sickness was attributable ultimately against the fact that he was speaking about the 3 kings. But then upon further reflection, he understood that no, it's important to teach about these things because we'll say, we learn from the accomplishments of people, we learn from the mistakes of people. And that was the Gemara tells us dramatic story. Dramatic. So, base on base. 102B, 3 lines on Rashi, there it was. There it is. Rashi. Ukia Shoshimala. Rashi is giving shir about the 3 evil kings. Tomorrow, we're going to learn about our buddies. Now, Rashi was referring to the 3 kings. Right, the 3 kings. So he spoke about them in a disparaging manner. Now again, at first glance, you're allowed to speak about the shut in a disparaging manner. So what happens? He goes in and he speaks about them.
For JD Vance, I'll tell you that right away. I think this is plausibly the biggest scandal to come out of the, I guess I should say,
so he speaks of them in a disparaging manner. So what happens?
Emails that I can see right now. There's millions to go through. So we'll have more and more and more.
King Menashe. Let's say another shut. Remember, think about it. It means for 55 years. Menashe is
2028. He's not been super into the Zionist stuff. He seems to be abstaining. But everyone knows that Peter Thiel effectively funded J.D. Vance's career, probably had something to do with J.D. Vance getting the deal with Netflix to give his book, Hillbilly Elegy, I think it's called. And Peter Thiel was mentioned early on as being someone who was running the Epstein lab to movie at the end of last year, and sort of intimated that he really didn't know Epstein that well, but spoke to him vaguely just around math because he knew about taxes and how to avoid that particular
You don't even know where on the loaf to make hamotzi from. So you tell me, you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know my life. You don't know my struggles. And you have the chutzpah to speak about me. I was in my life for 55 years. You have the chutzpah to speak about me in demeaning terms. I'm like, so Rashi is obviously. I'm going to ask it overall. I'm like, Agmareli, will the Makar Dashina Levi So Rashi, Menashe, King Menashe, teach me the halacha, and I promise you that tomorrow I will teach you how I meet them this halacha in your name. I'm like, Me'echa Dikar Mishula. Where do you make hamotzi from? From the cross. Dikar Mishula. Ultimately, again, from the cross. Of the bread. And what's the way that happens to that when making hamotzi, again, when making hamotzi, the first bite that a person should take should be from the crust. The crust is completely the best part of the bread. Now that there's such a time of my time of kapal, this will have all this go happen. So first of all, I'm sorry. Sorry, no hard feelings, right? I didn't mean, but again, you were like ridiculous over that whole design. Like you weren't just like a recreational idolater. Not much like you were 24/7. You were into this stuff. So if you obviously are big kamkama, so why did you worship Avodah Zarah? Listen to what Menashe says. I'll tell you one thing, Rashi. If you lived in the times that I lived,
I thought he did because he was emailing for Epstein a lot, meeting up with him a lot, definitely sounds like they were very close, inviting him to the island, basically this guy's going to be here, he's from Europe, also you should come this weekend, they were together all the time, they were constantly messaging each other, it is not a good look, they're actually still friends, and I can understand that the person who's effectively spying on all of us is going to deal with the military through Palantir.
So they already feel like this message, you just don't understand. You don't understand what life is like. You don't understand what the pushes and pulls like. You don't understand what the draw is like. But I promise you one thing, you think I'm a bad guy? Had you lived in my times, you would have been even a bigger idol worshiper than me. Masar Amar Lulul Rabbanan, not stuff, but I've been stuff. The next day, when Rashi begins the shir, he says to Talmidim, let's begin learning about our kings. So he begins to refer to even these evil kings in a deferential way. There's a lot to say about why Menashe shows that halacha. Right? Why that halacha about the bread? So that's a little different.
It is just there's no other way to say it. JD Vance didn't have to answer for this. This is not going to go around. And I don't think he is going to get statements on Peter Thiel. I think that's going to be interesting. That is going to be very interesting. We'll get into that. But also interesting that they threw Peter Thiel under the bus. Because they're protecting the other homes. Like I said, I expect the Kushners to be in here. Obviously, his connection to the Mossad. I mean, there's a little bit. He's setting up meetings, all over it. He's writing emails and being kind of some jokes, which suggests like about factions and things of that nature. But they flipped this up majorly. I also expected to see some other names, which would bring us a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder, in my opinion. So this is still, we're getting something we are not getting anywhere near everything, and that's why Thomas Massey is demanding for there to be more release.
Negative behaviors of
Akapira, very simply, if they should be allowed to see that. Because it looks like exactly who's sending all of these emails to children and the things that you are doing to children in ritualistic hours anyways. The next thing I want to say, interestingly enough, is that last week on Thursday, the time that was incredible, Andrew Colbert and alleged Mike Andrew and his wife went down to the White House and they wanted the public to think that they were in Arizona. They ran this interview with Cash Patel, Charlie Kirk first
was
show, which goes
specific
live
locations.
every day.
Achav
You can
introduces
link
idolatry
live, you
all
can make
throughout
a
the land.
pre-record.
Yishtach
But it's
Hadalos,
interesting that they were
Uminal
actually
Andrea
putting
Asi
top
La'amad
brass
Asi,
at the
and we know
White
that
House.
Achav
I'm looking
did
for
never put
details
the
about
Roman
what that meeting was about
Kiksiv,
because I
because
just
the passage
need to
says,
know. There's a lot
V'echrasi
about
La'achav Mashkin B'Kir, V'atzum V'azum
pageantry in
Yisrael.
these emails.
Atzur
It
Ba'olam
seems
Hazeh,
like Jeffrey Epstein was
V'azur
practically
Ba'olam
begging
Hazeh.
these
So
girls
the
to
double
win
Lashon indicates
pageants.
to us that Achav,
There's
who's lost
obviously
his
a
life
lot
in this
about
world
his
and
real
has no
estate
portion in the
empire,
world.
and
If they
they
not
have
Zaka Omri,
conveniently
the mouth,
redacted the names of some of these
Omri
meetings,
was
which
the
I
father
find to be a
of
little bit
Achav.
suspicious.
He was the father of Achav.
What I know about
So
Jeffrey
why is it
Epstein
that Omri
and the way that he was
merited to
moving
be the
with
king?
Jean-Luc Brunel
Because
and going to this industry is like Victoria's Secret, like
Omri
this
added
universe,
on
and I think
one
that's how Trump's
seat
caught
in
up
Eretz
into it.
Yisrael.
There's also
And Mark,
immigrants on these
Vayikos
files.
it first of the
They were
widest one.
trafficking
Vayikar as Sahar
through these
Shamon Leish
organizations.
Shar
We know this for a fact.
Vayivan as
Modeling
Sahar Vayikar
organizations like
Shemar
Air Model
Shamar
Management with
Sham
Jean-Luc Brunel.
Shamar Adoni
And so I'm going to need
Shar
that
Shamar
all
Adoni Ahar
redacted.
Shamar.
I want to know who all
So
these pageant
Omri
queens he's
credited
speaking
with
to.
one thing.
He's asking
What's
to
the
see
one thing that was
portfolios
said?
of women
Eretz Yisrael.
virtually
He
in all the
added on to
schools
the territorial
in
area
New
of
York,
Eretz
who's
Yisrael. So,
basically
by the way,
running the
this actually
university.
was the merit of many of the kings of Malchus Yisrael.
Which
They were
brings me to
terrible
Erica
guys.
Kirk, of course,
Terrible
because
guys.
she made it
They
clear
were
that she was supposed to be watching against the White House.
They were challenged, right? They were individuals who were not exceptionally pious. Interestingly enough, the one who was supposed to own according to them was what? They built Eretz Yisrael. They built Eretz Yisrael. This is like a kind of cookian philosophy, right? You have cook.
Thanks to you last year for your work helping rescue over 8,000 babies, and today you can help save even more. Every single day, thousands of women hear the same devastating lie that abortion is their only option, that they're alone, and that there's no hope. Everything changes the moment a mother in crisis walks into a preborn network clinic and sees her baby on ultrasound. That one moment doubles her chance of choosing life. So it's not just an image on the screen, it's actually hearing a human being baby for the very first time. And
If
that moment,
Neymar
she suddenly realizes that life is growing inside of her. And it's not a problem that needs to be solved, it's actually a life that needs to be protected. Let's give Kirk a big old moment of love, prayer, and support for just
Why?
$28
Because
to
he
provide
gave
one
honor to the
life-saving
Torah,
ultrasound
which was
and
given in 22
$104
letters.
for
We'll say,
5
what does this
ultrasounds
mean that he
and 5
gave honor
chances
to
for
the
life.
Torah? Wasn't
This year, let's make it the biggest baby saving
Ayushach
care in
Malach,
history. Take a stand, people.
Ayushach
Speak for
Malach
those who
Malacham
cannot speak for themselves. To donate, dial
So we'll say what happens.
#250 and say the
The king
keyword
of
baby.
Aram
Or
goes
visit
ahead and sends a
preborn.com/Candace.
message
Again, that's
to Aram. What's the
preborn.com/Candace.
message of Osai?
Also remind you guys about Mimi Skincare. You know I love that. One of the reasons I have stayed with that is that it makes consistency really easy. There's so much noise around skincare on your watches, new routines, new promises, and most of it just encourages people to keep switching. I don't think that helps anyone in the long run, but I stick with Mimi because it's clean, simple, and it's built for long-term use. January is already overwhelming for a lot of people because their skin is dealing with the cold air, the dry heat. The schedule is probably packed and everything feels louder than usual. That's not the time to complicate things. It's time to stay consistent. Any skincare is made here in America, built around that same idea of discipline over trends. Donate Mimi your friend in skincare. Visit mimiskincare.com today. Make sure to use my code Candace10 at checkout to save an additional 10% off your order.
That
That's
is essentially the apple of your eye, the greatest treasure of your eyes. So the younger
Why
Malchus
Hillary Clinton in those emails was asking beauties for the was trying to locate
everything we have is yours.
I don't
The
know
gold
if you
is
guys
yours, the
read
silver is
the
yours,
epic
whatever.
Gilgamesh. I
Everything
certainly
is
did
yours.
when
But
I was
that
at
one thing
university.
you asked for,
Effectively, it has been long suspected that Gilgamesh was actually Nimrod in the Bible. So if the Tower of Babel and the Hill Society were greater than God, why would Hillary Clinton be looking for that too in Iraq? That's just featured in Iraq because today Iraq. Yeah, okay, so you gotta wake up, guys. It's all real. They made you think, but this was hocus pocus. It's not. They are practicing ancient witchcraft. Knows what they were going to attempt to do with that, but a lot of our activities in the Middle East have nothing to do with a war on terror. In fact, terrorists. Being honest, CIA has been up to any kind of armed terrorists. That's how you kill a million Iraqis by just lying and saying they're watching mass destruction. No, they just mass murder people. They're also destroying ancient sites. The reason for that is because you cannot, as they want to be, it's what the AI feature was about. They want there to be no past, and they control the
These were
ever-present,
elders of
right?
idolatry.
You say this
So
happened
maybe
to
you'll
yesterday,
be
they'll delete a file. It didn't happen yesterday anymore. So they went back and they want to destroy all of these relics. That's why there's succession getting into confirming the which they're working on right now.
The entire nation.
Iran, that's exactly what I think
entire
Iran's
nation must be
government, there's so much history.
But
But they have not been successful in destroying the ancient temples, which show you that the Star of David, it has never been, it was never associated with Judaism. Jews, please wake up. The Kiddush Cup, that is a traditional symbol of Judaism. The Bible says this on Wikipedia that this did not emerge until the 17th century. During 1666 was when that guy who was a mystic declared himself to be the Messiah, and they adopted the symbol because it's actually from Solomon's seal.
His Kedusha will come out.
The Solomon's ring
with
held power.
institutionalized idolatry.
And I want to show you this because
when
they had
Ben
done a very
Hadad
good
says,
job
I
of
want
destroying
you
a lot of these relics of these
what
Baal
does
temples, but they have not
I'll give you my
done
gold,
a complete job.
I'll give you everything.
Baal is, they are making sacrifices to Baal, and that is the sacrifice that these kids are making with constant bloodshed of children. Now, I want to show you this. I don't know if you have hold this against Skylar. From these relics, like in Malbec, Lebanon.
At the end of the damage. At the end of the day, I'm never
Yeah, here we go.
my
That
code.
there,
I might be
this is
I might be
still
the guys worshiping
present
idolatry,
today,
but
when
at
they're
the end of the
obviously
day,
Israel is trying to take over Lebanon right now. That won't be here for a very long time. And then we have another Baal temple.
All this other stuff.
See that Star of David, which is also all over Aleister Crowley, on a Jew, all over his books on ritualistic magic. Is the quote-unquote Star of David. You have to know this. The symbolism means everything to them. And I implore the Jewish community, we are so diligent at learning history. It's sitting right there. Start with Sigmund Freud, something recent, if you will, and then just start working backward. That's kind of what I did when I recognized these fringe movements, the Frankish cults,
who will
who
entice
speculated that
will
Jacob
go out to
Frank
war in Ramon
was
Gilad and he is going to die in that battle.
the Rothschild family.
Each of these
Well, we
spirits
certainly know Jeffrey Epstein was, according to him, he was funded by the Rothschild family. So all these rumors about the Rothschilds, not worse.
So
they
you
just
need
have a lot of
someone
money
from
and they
the
pay
spirit
people
or the
off. It's
spirit
how you get these pastors
to go and go
lie
for.
these,
That's the
all across all religions that will lie and sway the people. And again, nobody has a good reason as to why the Moroccan flag, the flag of Morocco, was a 6-pointed Star of David. Now it's 5 stars, but it was 6 stars. When the Alawite guy to see it, because I am saying that right.
They weren't as
saying
bad
that right.
as
Saying that right. The Alawite dynasty probably not saying right.
Began to
take over.
So how can you say that his
One of
mitzvos
the
and
Morocco
Averos
guys,
were
they have
so what's it? Gemara says,
Aleister Crowley, why do you think they'll
his
travel to
also
Morocco or back to
because
Macron?
his wife
He loves Andre King. They were molesting Muslim kids. That's the reason, and that still goes on today for following the Brigade stories, right? It runs right through to Morocco. Anyways, I just wanted to get that out because I feel that this is a very important episode because it's time for everybody to wake up around the world, okay? Turn around, the person next to you, the monotheistic faiths, they have all been infiltrated in one way or another by aliens. The worst is that they are.
and you're going to tell me that it's
Cutting back into the Charlie Kirk story, something amazing, and I cannot believe I missed this. Okay, so I suddenly thought, let me just try to work through actually every minute and every hour of the last 48 hours, leading up to September 10th, before both Erica and Charlie had started with Charlie, and just trying to confirm what had been said, public statements that were made from people in his inner circle about his whereabouts, also Erica's whereabouts. And unbelievably, I did not catch this because nobody actually watched or listened to Josh Hammer. But he came out once I released the text message. I said it was on September 8th that he texted and said, I'm abandoning the pro-Israel cause. Well, Josh Hammer came out and clarified that actually Charlie sent that text message on September 9th, the day before he died. Here's what Josh Hammer said in his own words. Take a listen.
The power of the
Someone seized on this totally out of context. Screenshot of Charlie Kirk being very upset that a Jewish donor was withholding his $2 million donation. And he used this as an attempt to say, oh, Josh Hammer's lying, that Charlie Kirk paid for Israel until his final moments. Yomer Shifta, they got two called Save Us. What happens? The spirit comes to far from his I will entice Haman. God says to the spirit, only going to entice Haman to go to war. So the spirit says, I will be the spirit who rests upon the false prophets. These false prophets will tell Haman that he should walk around the most Gilad and he'll be successful. The prophets find go, do this, and say, my Ruach, so what's whose Ruach is this? Which spirit is this? Rabbi Ruach shall not both say Israel.
Okay, first and foremost, I just want to say he's so full of crap. The idea that Charlie understands that for real. He's like, oh, please help me, Josh Hammer. You're an idiot. Please help me learn how to speak to college students. Josh Hammer and a rabbi who lives in Israel. Like there was nobody else available. One time Noah has been in Israel. We're going to organize this call. Why is he doing it with this rabbi? Was it Ujiki, whatever his last name is? He's not just calling Dennis Prager, who you're apparently writing a Shabbat Shalom book with. It seems a little suspect. So you're actually clarifying for us something that's amazing. This is a stunning admission. Okay? Because we know that when Charlie got off of this phone call, he texts that evening a text message to Dan Flood and Andrew Coleman saying they're going to kill me. You should have left it at September 8th because now the September 9th schedule is a little bit suspect. Let's pull it up. We're going to see this go to September 9th first. Okay?
Still what?
So we know, which I've been confirmed, that Charlie had appeared to the Logan show. That's from his USA office. Erica says that Charlie had to call in Josh Hammer around this time. Guys, just this is Arizona time, okay? That she was getting her nails done around this time. That's what she told me in person. Well, 3:54 p.m. she must have been when she diverged the chat. Charlie sends out that text message regarding leaving the Pro Trail cause. 6 o'clock p.m. Again, according to Josh Hammer, he says 2 hours later, which would have been 5:04 p.m., 6 o'clock p.m., Josh Hammer and this rabbi that literally is based in Israel have a Zoom call with Charlie. He sends a message, the chat explodes, people are pulling out their money. He's saying, I have no choice to abandon the Pro Trail cause. Then this rabbi stays up, Josh Hammer stays up, they have a call with Charlie about talking points.
Again, they destroy anything and
to do what he's done his entire career because he doesn't know how to do this himself. He's trying to get Josh Hammer, who he does not have a great relationship with, to help him massage out his points. Okay. He's getting messages from Bob Shulman, everyone's pulling out their money, and then we know that after that, he's going to have dinner with Erica and the kids and a priest to pray over him, according to Erica. We are told that that prayer is related to a Jezebel article.
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share.
Just because we have issue with Charlie and how much we texted
Begin by thanking the sponsor this morning today. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Tufshin Pei Hey. Those of us for dedicating all the children's Russians this year as a chus for Rishonos Tovos Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Abalim Latova, Harry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zichron Levracha. We hope in American Bar Talmud Torah, all the Nishon Staff and the families in the family, all those in your reports that have been both home and Yisrael. Hashem should bring our hostages home, B'Shalom and B'Kara, that our holy soldiers should be successful. B'Chol Ma'aseh Yedei. With that, let us begin. So beautiful to hear the what's the lashon? The din or din? Got it. Yeah, the low noise. So beautiful. Okay, so with that, let us begin. Today's topic is Kabbalah. We have a lot to do today. Always the goal is always to come into Shabbos and Eretz Hashem somewhat caught up. We're going to get there. All right, so today's topic is Kabbalah 101. We are starting on base 100B, and let's just actually pick up again by the right by the two dots. After going to Sefer HaKetzonim, kind of a Sefer Stukim. But you'll see the Sefer Sira Nami also in the three. So again, remember, Mishnah said people don't have a sales goal of Haba. Ultimately, again, we're those who read what we call the Sefer HaKetzonim, these external knowledge, these books of external knowledge. So again, one of the things is the book of the Stukim. Second thing is the book of Ben Sira. Ben Sira, which was this composition of knowledge. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, my time. What's the reason? What's so bad about Sefer Ben Sira? Because really interesting Gemara here. Maybe because like in Sefer Ben Sira, there's some nonsensical stuff mentioned. For example, Ben Sefer Ben Sira says, do not go ahead and remove the skin from the Gildana fish. Because what's going to happen? Otherwise, it goes to waste. It goes to waste. Ella, Sali Yasegin, rather again, roast the fish whole with the skin on. This way, you'll get the fish, you'll get the skin, and also again, eat it with two pieces of bread, 2 cakes of bread. Okay, so maybe you'll see some information like that, and you'll say to yourself, that's totally nonsensical. To which the Gemara says, all right, so that makes it. If you take this statement at face value, and the truth is, the Torah also says the same thing. What does the Torah say? Tashlis is Eitzah. The Torah says that is the prohibition of Baltashlis. Right? Baltashlis means unnecessary or wanton waste. The Torah says you go to war, you're not allowed to just cut down fruit trees for absolutely no reason. Cut down fruit trees is strategically important. You can't just do it for absolutely no reason. So you see over here, even the Torah cautions us against unnecessary waste. That seems to be all that is doing. The Gemara says, image Russia, or the Harakamash. And if you dash it, if some say that Ben Sira was talking about something a little bit different, what was he talking about? The Lo Livo Shaloti Darka. That one should not engage in Bir Shaloti Darka. That as much as Bir Shaloti Darka is mutter, there are certain things that although they may be mutter, may not be the normative practice, and one should avoid. So perhaps that's what Ben Sira is saying, albeit in a little bit of a more nuanced fashion. The Gemara says, what's wrong with that statement? Or does that makes sense as well? Rather because the statement is like this. For example, in Sefer Ben Sira, it's written, a daughter for her father is a treasure in vain. Right? It's a treasure in vain. Now, what does that mean? When a father has a daughter, out of concern for her, a father never gets a good night's sleep. Why not? When she's young, a father is afraid that someone's going to take advantage of her. But now, as she gets older, a father is concerned that maybe she'll be immoral. As she gets older, he's afraid she won't get married. Once she gets married, he says, maybe she's not going to have children. His Kina, she'll get older. Maybe she'll get lured into witchcraft. The idea of what I will say that Ben Sira is saying is, when a father has a daughter, he is worrying about her at every single stage. By the way, anyone who has a daughter knows this is absolutely unequivocally true. Like a son, like he's gonna figure it out. Whatever, he'll break like a bunch of stuff along the way, but he's gonna be absolutely fine at the end of the day. But a daughter's perpetual concern. The Gemara says, well, that's how Rabbanan Amiyam. Rabbanan also said this. He actually all the blows Rabbanan gave us. So Chazal said this as well. If the world needs both boys and girls, Ashrei Misha Banav Scharim. Praiseworthy is the one, right? The world needs boys and girls. Praiseworthy is one who has boys. Woe to the one who has girls. I will say, again, but what is Chazal saying over here? It's not good to have girls. It doesn't make any sense. First of all, there's so many other statements of Chazal that praise, right? What does it mean? Chazal were echoing was this sentiment that just understood, of course, it's a bracha to have boys and girls. But I understand that a daughter understandably so, a father is a mother, but parents have so much more room over a daughter ultimately again than over a son. Incredible. I'm going to show this remember again. Abaye is saying that if you read Sefer Ben Sira, you don't get over nothing. Why? Because the time Ben Sira contains heretical stuff. We're just trying to figure out what's the heretical stuff in Sefer Ben Sira. Rather, El Mishum the Sefer Soil Davio B'Lichod V'Gavri Yevin Katul Davio. That's because it says the following. That ultimately, again, a person should, is actually a profound statement, a person should not allow worry in his heart, because ultimately, again, worry in his heart could kill him. Or, if he has worry in his heart, he should kill it. The Gemara says, well, that makes sense. Shlomo also said it. Shlomo said the same thing. If there's worry in the heart of a man, Yishchena. Now, what does Yishchena mean? Rabbi Ami, Rabbi Asi, Chadama Yasi Yishichena. You should uproot it to Midaito. Chadama Yisichena la'acheru. Tell it to someone else. So we'll say it's actually quite beautiful. Shlomo says this is really profound. If a person is worrying about something, the one thing you can't do with Daiko, with worry, is you can't let it sit in your heart. Why?
Super perfect video.
Let's really sit in your heart.
Are you amazing?
Amplifies,
She's
right?
amazing.
Grows,
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
and then all different types of
So,
negative and
who are
dark
you?
things happen. Often it just overshadows and eclipses everything, and that worry, which may have started from a legitimate place, becomes a totally illegitimate, overpowering worry. So what should you do?
Sick, bro.
If you have dagger in your heart, which all of us do at different times, so again, you should kind of
Perfect video.
Either uproot it.
I agree.
Let's see, what does that mean, uproot it? So Shlomo says essentially, stop it. Stop it. Right? So I remember we've seen this more people before. I remember this in English. Who was it? Bob Newhart. Right? So again, the Rambam says one of the most destructive egos a person can have is anger. So what should a person do? What should a person do if they struggle with anger? The Rambam says, stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. Now let's say, sometimes in life, there's not like some type of magic therapy or pill or approach to go ahead and solve your problems. Sometimes you just have to stop it. So the Rambam says, you have a problem with anger? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. Oh no, but how do you do it? How do you do it? Right? What's the school of? What's the approach? Stop it. Just stop it. And sometimes again, if you just take that approach that I am in control of a lot of the things that I feel and a lot of the things that I do, and I could choose to start it or to stop it, it's the most empowering thing in the world. So Shalom Alex says something amazing. You're worrying about stuff? Well, worry is not good. Worry is not good. So what should you do when you're worrying about stuff? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it in one of two ways. Either stomp it out. Just literally stomp it out because you recognize as well as a lot of times in life, the worries that I have are actually irrational. They're irrational. So just stop it. Stop paralyzing yourself with things that you can't really do anything about and that may not even be real, or share it with someone else. Because sometimes, again, if you have a good father, you have a good friend with whom you can speak things out with, then suddenly you begin to realize that what? Those things that seem so scary, so overwhelming, and so powerful are not. Or not. So either stop it or talk it out. Or both. Or both. Incredible. So someone else does the same thing. Now said, Mana Rad Maybe because then serious stuff like this. Don't allow a lot of people into your house. Right? And don't bring everyone home with you. Rabbi said the same thing. So a person should not bring home too many friends into his home. So I said, because again, one has to be careful. One has to be careful. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, who he allows in his home. What influences do I allow in my home? Who do I allow in my home? It's beautiful to have an open home. And nevertheless, one has to take care. So again, Chazal said the same thing. Elam Shum Diksiv is interesting. Zaldikan Kurtiman, which literally means Rashi helps us over here. If somebody has a thin beard, then ultimately, again, they are very wise. They're very wise. On the other hand, Abdukan Saxifan. Someone has a thick beard, they're not wise. The Nafak, the Kisei Lotzafi. If somebody blows the froth off their beard, they're clearly not thirsty. So the Gemara says, Amar b'mai echo lachmo. If someone asks, what do I have to accompany my bread? What type of condiments do I have for my bread? Lachmo sabmine, take his bread away, because clearly he's not hungry. Whoever has literally again a split in his beard. That's what it means, right? Fully amalo yachid. This is a very wise. I was like, make sure you have the split beard. If someone has a long beard and like you're stroking their beard, like in the middle, So what that represents is like a person is like plotting, he's scheming. So such a person, he's always like he's stroking his beard so that. It becomes like two beards. Such a person is very wise, very wise. Don't mess with them because they got it all figured out. So let's say this is the kind of stuff in Ben Sira that Rabbi says this is nonsensical. That doesn't right. Your wisdom cannot be pursued by your beard, right, or by the length of your beard, or by the parts in your beard. Just like some people blow the froth off their beard simply because they don't like froth. Right? Some people can't be plain bread. Whatever it is, the point of what he's making is these statements over here render Ben Sira a little bit of a nonsensical flavor, and therefore halacha l'maisa could legally ultimately as apikar. So some of you will say, maybe Ma'yasa they stay bashim a little. But in Sefer Ben Sira, there are certain things that are very wise, and we should inculcate them within ourselves. For example, Isha Tova Matana Tova B'Chekirei Elokim Tinasam. It's quite beautiful, right? Literally, again, a good wife, right? A good wife is a wonderful gift, and ultimately, again, she should be placed by the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. She should be placed with the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say, first of all, just a beautiful sentence of Isha Tova Matana Tova. A good wife is a tremendous gift. It's a good gift from the Ribono Shalom. Isha Ra'a, Sarah Sabayla. But again, unfortunately, a bad wife, however that's defined, is like a Sarah. It's like Sarah for a husband. My takante. What's the takana? First white line. So sometimes, unfortunately, again, the Sarah has to be excised and ultimately removed from the home. Isha Yafa Ashrei Baila Yispar Yamav Feder. If a man is young to be married to a beautiful woman, praiseworthy is the husband, and again, it doubles his longevity. Be careful about looking at beautiful women. Or literally, it's not be careful. Remove your eyes. Shield your eyes from looking at beautiful women. Lest you get caught in the trap. Be careful if you find a woman attractive. Be careful about drinking with her husband. Because if you end up drinking with her husband, that means you're going to be in proximity to her. And the proximity plus the alcohol, unfortunately, again, could produce deleterious results. Many spice peddlers have gotten beaten up. They will say, what's the pshat? Now, rochel can be spice peddlers or perfume peddlers. What's the chat? Either way. These were guys who went house to house, and often who were they interacting with? Women. So what would happen? A man would come home. He'd find this spice peddler, this perfumer in his house. He would not take kindly to that, and what would he do? He would beat the guy up because he suspected him of doing something with his wife. So literally again, so those who go ahead and entice others to go ahead and engage in immorality, they light the spark. So let's say, Chazal always tells us, all of us, Chazal said that all of us are prone to immorality. And so again, even if a person can exercise certain restraint, all I need is for someone to light the spark, and I'm in. It takes very little to convince us to engage in immoral behavior. If someone lights the spark, and suddenly again, unfortunately, I'm involved with it. Literally again, don't allow everyone into your house, right? Literally prevent the masters from coming into your home. And don't bring everyone home. Be careful about the influences that you allow into your house. Rabbi, have a lot of friends. It's good to have friends. However, so ultimately, again, to only reveal your secret to 1 in 1,000, and even to she who sleeps close to your chest, guard your mouth. So again, have a lot of friends, but make sure that you only reveal your secrets to certain people. Certain people, when you reveal your secrets, they get out. So it's interesting. You must say, even to your wife, be careful what you share. And let's say, this is interesting. So, what does this mean? Dr. Abrams was Rabbi spoke about in the context of marriage. He said, people think that in a good marriage, you share everything. Just share everything. First of all, no one shares everything, right? Can you imagine, I'm telling your wife, let me tell you what I was thinking about today, right? That would be a disaster. That would be an absolute disaster. So first he says that it's important in your life to share the things that are either important to your marriage or that your spouse can help you with. Let's say something bothering you. And there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. He says sometimes people want to share because they want to unburden themselves. But just understand that's called selfish sharing. So I'm taking it from me, I'm giving it to my wife. What can my wife do about it? Absolutely nothing. I'm like, whoa, I feel so much better. Right now that I got that off my chest, I feel better. meanwhile, what you can learn is you burden someone else with that very same thing that was burdening you. So now your wife is stressed about it, but the nice thing can't do anything about it. Now, sometimes you have to share certain things, but again, it's just an interesting mindset. That's not after that good marriage means sharing everything. It means sharing the things on it and recognizing that sometimes there is a concept of selfish sharing, where I just want to unburden myself, give it to someone else. That's not good marriage. Sometimes that's selfish behavior. It's an interesting zone. Remember, like, I'll talk to this big do not worry about the worries of tomorrow. You don't see because you don't know what's going to happen today. Maybe tomorrow you won't even be alive. And you are distressed about a world that is not giving you. This contradicts another popular Mama Chazal that says, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? Well, apparently, you are supposed to stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? And I will say, this is an incredible Israel. Life is this incredible balance. Right? Between, on one hand, you have to be a future-focused person. You can't not think about the future. You have to think about the future. Right? But at the same time, again, people spend so much time worrying about the future. You might say, what are you thinking about? What is this? Who says you have tomorrow? Who says you have next week? Who says you have next year? Right? So there's this balance between plan for the future, but don't be paralyzed by the fears of the future, the unknown of the future. For all you know, you may be worrying about a world that is not even yours. And all of that, I will say, how much of our present do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? How much of our present do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? So plan for the future to some degree, but don't paralyze yourself with the fears of the unknown future, thereby sacrificing your beautiful present. All the days of the pauper are bad. Then Sira says not only are his days bad, no, that's a pasuk, I say. That's the pasuk from Mishnah. Right, then call you may anim run. All the days of the pauper ultimately again are bad. That's Shalom. Then Sira added afmelos. Even his nights are difficult. How so? Gemara said b'shafal gagim galu, because again the pauper's roof is generally below other people's roofs. And Mamaram Arim Carmel and his vineyard or his fields are usually at a higher elevation. What ends up happening? Therefore, when it rains, everyone else's rain drops. So actually, I think the proper term is sheets off. Water sheets, right? The sheets off the higher roof to the lower roof. And when the wind blows, because his field is at a higher elevation, therefore what? The dirt and the fertilizer of his field blows into the fields of others. Incredible. Goes weiter. What does that mean? All the days of the Ani are bad. This refers to those who learn Gemara. Because this is fascinating. Why? Because Gemara is very strenuous. Gemara is very arduous, right? And there's like a lot of effort. So constant and perpetual effort makes life a little bit difficult. The Tov Leid Mishte Tamid, and who is the one who's always rejoicing? Elu Bale Mishnah. That refers to those who learn Mishnah. Why? Because Mishnah is easy. Right? Again, you learn a Mishnah, it's straightforward, right? There's a halacha, there's a statement, there's no real back and forth. So Rav says, Ipcha, just the opposite. It's just the opposite. In other words, Mishnah is nice, but the problem is with Mishnah, you learn it, you don't know what to do. You're an ani, right? You're intellectually impoverished because, again, I have concepts, but I don't know what to do. Gemara, on the other hand, again, I know what to do. You're like, really? You know what to do? Okay, you know a little bit more what to do. Gemara says, what does it mean that he who quarries stones will ultimately again be saddened by them? Because if you quarry stones and you want to make a fire, it's not going to help you. Right? So the Mishnah, learning Mishnah is like quarrying the stones. Now, on the other hand, the stones can be very helpful for structures, right? But they can't give you heat. On the other hand, the he who cuts up wood to warm himself by the wood, that refers to those in Gemara, because at the end of the day, again, with Gemara, you have things that you could utilize for your life. Rabbi Hanina says, all the days of the pauper are bad. This refers to someone who has a bad wife. I will say, by the way, you see from here, it's interesting that if a person has a bad marriage, then a person, Chazal said, you're an ani, you're a pauper. You can have all the money in the world, but if I don't have shalom bayis, I am impoverished. I will say we know this from If you have shalom bayis, you pretty much have everything. You have everything. Even if you don't have everything, you'll figure out a way to get everything. Don't have shalom bayis, ultimately, again, a person is fundamentally impoverished. And what does it mean when it says that again? Tov lev, a person with a happy heart is constantly rejoicing. That refers to a person who has a good wife. That refers to a person who has shalom bayis. Incredible. Rabbi Yana says, Kol yimei ani ra'im. What does it mean? All the days of the pauper are bad. Ze istinis. So say this refers to a person who's very sensitive. It doesn't not talking about emotionally, right? It means istinis is like a person like he can't stand any type of physical discomfort. Right? If he can't stand any type of physical discomfort, then again, everything is bothersome. It's too hot, it's too cold, I can't look at this food, I can't eat this, I can't eat that. Everything is a problem. So again, a person like that is perpetually uncomfortable, and therefore life is bad. On the other hand, the tov lev mishtatamid ze shedaito yafa. It was such an incredible Gemara. What does it mean, daito yafa? You know what daito yafa means? About saying, no, daito yafa means it's a person who knows how to roll with it. You don't need everything exact. Right? And there are people like this. Everything has to be, they call them yakas, right? Everything has to be like this, right? Everything has to be that. Sorry. Right? Right? But it's true. Right? Everything has to be right? Different ways. So we'll say, so again, when you're like that, you're like very angry. You're very disgruntled. Right? Because because in life, nothing is always exactly as it should be. So they're disgruntled. So people are disgruntled. On the other hand, the person kind of who just goes through life accepting a heightened level of imperfection. And generally, like everything, you go with it. You go with it and you're absolutely fine. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara says, good. Rabbi Yochanan says, Zerach money. This is Rabbi said. What does it mean? All the days of the pauper are bad. What does that refer to? Zerach money. Rabbi said this refers to someone who is very compassionate. Rabbi say, sometimes there's a double-edged sword to being a feeling and compassionate person. On one hand, to be a feeling and compassionate person allows you to connect with all kinds of people and allows you to experience life on a different level. On the other hand, being a feeling and compassionate person, sometimes you are overwhelmed by just the enormity of the pain, the sadness, and the heartbreak that surrounds you on any given day. Right? You look around the world, you look around the group of people, and again, especially when you know what's going on in people's lives, the amount of heartbreak that generally fills any given room is overwhelming. So the Gemara says, on one hand, as powerful as it is to be a compassionate, empathic, and feeling person, life is heavy. Life is heavy. So they call you ani, right? What does it mean? All the days of the pauper. That's an empathic, compassionate person who feels the pain of others. He himself or she herself is always in a constant state of pain. As the Gemara says, "V'tov leiv mishtatamid ze'achzari." This is fascinating. Whereas in tov leiv mishtatamid, that good, happy is the one, right? Or tov leiv mishtatamid, that it is good for the one whose heart is always rejoicing. What is that? That's an achzar. Now, we'll say the word achzar is a very strong word. Achzar usually means what? Someone who's cruel and indifferent. Now, obviously, you can't be praising someone who's cruel and indifferent. What it's saying is someone who knows how to almost like disassociate a little bit, right? Or someone who could flip the switch a little bit and maybe not feel the pain.
I talked to this guy before.
Ultimately, again, that's the big dog. I want to point out here, I don't think that Chazal are exposing the second approach. I think that Chazal are just making a
That's your issue.
That you can go through life, and there are people like this in life who are totally emotionally detached from anything and everything happening around them. And what's their general emotional state of being? Happy. I think life is good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Why? Because they're truly emotionally disassociated from their family, from themselves, from the room, from positive stuff, from the self. Right? And again, life is fine. On the other hand, being a feeling, compassionate, empathic person, I would say, is the avoda of you. That's what we're supposed to strive for. To open up the neshama, to feel the neshama. And yes, it comes with a tremendous amount of emotional baggage. Because suddenly there are moments where I feel overwhelmed and maybe even paralyzed by the individual and collective pain of my people. But that's what it means to be a Jew. sometimes what it means to be a Jew is I give up the life of Torah to ultimately again live the life of Yimei and Kol Yimei Ani and Ryan. But that's worth it to be able to feel the beating heart of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Shua, maybe Omer, Kol Yimei Ani Ryan. What does it mean all the days of the wicked are bad? Top of Kofan, the 101. Zeh Shadaito Kitzara. Yitov Lev Mishtatamid. Zeh Shadaito Yitzchava. Okay, so it's interesting. Rashi understands so much of Rashi is this seems to be saying the same thing as before. That ultimately again,
we're doing stuff.
Daito Kitzara, or I should say Daito Kitzara ultimately again. Rashi says, Mason Libo Kol Daikas Chavero.
You want memes? Go to a meme server, dog. That's not what I do.
Daito Kitzara means someone who worries about everything, right? And Daito Rechava is someone who worries about nothing. Nothing. The other part of Rashi is that refers to anger.
We've already talked. I've already been through it. And you said that you didn't pay attention to me. If you want to learn about me, go to the About Me part. I've already talked to you.
There is no shortage of things to get angry about. Like, no shortage of things to get upset about. That kind of person who just easily triggered and easily angered. So the mice, again, the world is a dark place, and all of your days ultimately again are like
games, my friend.
Again, someone who's a little bit calmer, right? Doesn't get upset about everything. That's totally Mishtatamid. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon Levi, calling me Ani Ryan, Habaika Shabbos Yom Tov. Was it Rabbi Shimon Levi says just general on the pasuk. How can you say all the days of the Ani are bad? What about Shabbos and Yom Tov? Kiddush Shmuel, Domer Shmuel, Shinui Vesas Tchila Cholim. Now even Shabbos and Yom Tov is difficult for the Ani. Why? Because when a person is an Ani, that means in general he's living throughout the week with very little. When it comes to Shabbos now, he has more food, more drink. That change is actually difficult for him. I was saying, what's the takeaway message over here? Change is difficult. Change is difficult, and change is often a shock to the system. Shinui Vesas Tchilas Cholim.
100%.
Change in your normal right. What's a Vesas? Like the Vesas is a regular pattern. Change in your regular pattern often could go ahead and
my ID's online, my man.
Incredible. 100%. Osa can mean zemer. So I'll say if a person reads a pasuk from Shiashi, he makes it into a song. So he's not learning. He's just kind of making it into a song. Or a person goes ahead and reads a pasuk, right? Reads a pasuk. Beis mishtalos just means like in a place of celebration. In a party was follows mano, not in the right time. Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, according to the Mesa Mishtal's follows mano, the Mesa Al Yino, Ose, Shechikusav, B'divrei Torah, V'kori Psukim B'koram, V'sachek B'aminei HaMishta. So this is talking about someone who's just kind of using Torah, just almost like, like a frivolous way. I'm at a party, I'm drinking wine with my friends, and I start singing psukim, not in the context of learning, not really even in the context of just quoting psukim ultimately for entertainment purposes. So what happens? Maybe Ra'al Yolam brings evil to the world. Torah itself
whatever.
Comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. V'omer Stefan Ribono Shel Olam Asauni
Oh yeah. I've at whatever. Yeah, I've seen that.
Your children have made me into like an instrument for entertainment purposes.
You like it?
They relegated me into a mode of entertainment. I will say, conversation is fascinating. Amrullah, Ribono Shel responds, BT, Shash opened the shows in the Ma'is. So the emotional defense cloudly starts says, my daughter, Torah, eating and drinking. What else should they do? In other words, the emotional is defending it. Isn't this good? Isn't this good? When they're eating and drinking. So again, they have to be doing something to entertain themselves. So isn't it beautiful that they're entertaining themselves with Torah? So the Gemara says, Nevi'im Ksuvim, in Bali Mishnah Yasku b'Mishnah b'Halachos b'Hagados, in Bali Talmud Yasku b'Hilchos Pesach b'Pesach, b'Hilchos Atzeres b'Atzeres, b'Hilchos Chag b'Chag. Torah says no. I'm not for entertainment. Let them learn. Let them learn Chumash or Mishnah or Gemara or Halacha. Let them do something constructive. So it's this fascinating discussion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Torah. Torah defended and hurt. that if she feels like Klal Yisrael has just made her into a more like an instrument that is played as says, well, isn't it good, right? Isn't it kind of good that when they're eating, at least they're entertaining themselves with Torah? To which Torah comes along and says, no, when they're eating, they can learn Torah as well. Incredible. Rabbi Shimon maybe totally over. Whoever reads a pasuk in its time. Now listen, what does this mean, a pasuk in its time? In other words, at the end of the day, talking about Torah that's appropriate, right? Either literally discussing concepts of Torah in the Torah which are relevant, or learning Torah in a way that is not simply entertainment, but actual Talmud Torah ultimately brings good to the world. Something in its right time. Something in its right time ultimately, again, is good. So remember again, the next thing the Mishnah said is, who doesn't have someone who recites some type of incantation over a wound. Here's interesting. We're going to see this in a little bit more depth. Was not just someone who says any of these incantations to produce medicinal powers. That seems to be mutter. We'll discuss this in a moment. The issue is apparently what you would do is you would recite this, right? You would recite this, and then you would spit. Could be because of the curative effects of saliva, which Chazal has spoken about. So the issue is spitting, right? The issue is spitting over here because the fishy maskir and shemisha ma'alar kika. You can't say the name of Hashem while you're spitting. Okay. If my Rabbi negasaras, so Rav says again, I will say it refers to psukim, even if the psukim don't have the name of Hashem. Like for example, Negatzaras, right? Ultimately again, or Vayikra El Moshe. You still can't do these incantations because the act of spitting, together with reciting a pasuk, ultimately is disrespectful to the pasuk. So I will say interesting over here. So you can go ahead. Sachin means like to rub oil. The mashmish means like to massage the area. This is about like a person who's having stomach issues. So what you would do is you would rub oil and massage the affected area. You're allowed to do this on Shabbos. Listen, the issue, what would be the issue on Shabbos? On Shabbos, you're not allowed to engage in refuah, forms of medicinal healing. The Gemara now says, however, even though you can't engage in medicinal healing, this is mutter on Shabbos. Mutter on Shabbos. The Gemara says, furthermore, you could whisper the different spells or incantations to keep snakes and scorpions away on Shabbos.
You're good, big dog.
Rashi points out, when you take a cold utensil, put it over the eye, to relieve the pressure or relieve the pain. You can do that on Shabbos as well. Rabbi Shimon says, when is that so? That's only with the utensil that is allowed to be carried on Shabbos, meaning not muktzah. But if the utensil is muktzah, you can't do it on Shabbos.
Visitors from where? What are you talking about?
You cannot consult shadim on Shabbos. Like relatives. Okay? Rabbi Yossi says, by the way, you also can't consult shadim Sunday through Friday as well. Good. So Guna says, halacha Rabbi Yossi. Guna says, halacha Rabbi Yossi, and really one should not consult shadim. And listen, now why is that? Rabbi Yossi lo sakana. Interesting, I will say there's no halakha problem with consulting. What's the problem? It's a sakana. It's a danger issue. It's a danger issue, right? Hey, right? Consulting with shadim is a dangerous situation. Why would happen? Because Rabbi Yosef, the Ivla Ba'arazah, one time Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Yosef, apparently consulting with shadim. And what happened? Apparently, it did not go well. It did not go well. And what happened? He got swallowed up into a cedar tree. The tree swallowed him up. But a miracle happened, and again, the cedar tree opened, and ultimately, again, he was able to get out. The idea over here is interesting. So apparently, again, whenever we come to shadim, all of these discussions exactly what it is that's going on over here, right? But Lamaisa, the Gemara seems to indicate there's nothing wrong with consulting with shadim. It's just the issue is that consulting with shadim is a dangerous business. Ultimately, people want to suck on it. Tarabanon. Sucking them and mashmishim b'nei me'ayim b'Shabbos. Again, you're allowed to take oil, you're allowed to smear it, right, and massage the area on Shabbos. But you have to do it with the shinui. What does it mean, the shinui? How should you do it? put the oil on, and then massage afterwards. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, no, just the opposite. Not the opposite. Ultimately, put the oil on and massage at the same time. Shari shemen, shari dates, sorry shemen, sorry dates, and mutar l'shalach. Apparently, there were certain shadim that were associated with oil and certain shadim associated with eggs. Right? Might explain the price of eggs, by the way. Right. But the mice is shadim associated with oil, shadim associated with eggs. You are allowed to salt these shadim. Okay? The Gemara says, but rather, the reason we don't do it, why don't we do it? Because apparently they lie. So we should begin to see over here something very interesting. Apparently, talking with shadim is not kishah, it's not sorcery. So you're allowed to do it, but just understand the Gemara says that the information you get is unreliable. So often they lie. Again, you could take oil from a utensil and use it like for
you cut out there for a second. What did you say was the name of the city in Israel?
But you cannot use oil that was held in the hand. So you'll see about this that the oil held in the hand ultimately again is subject to shading. Therefore, you can go ahead and smear. You can use for yourself oil that was held in the hand, but not oil that was held in a cleat. Yisrael went to a particular inn. I see they brought him oil that was in a utensil. Shaf, he smeared some on his face. He broke out with boils. He went out to the marketplace. So there was a particular woman who saw her, and this woman apparently was versed in shadim. I see the shade chamas. The shade chamas, that's all over you. Okay? Avdale Milsa, they see some type of spell, something, and he was healed.
Hit me with it.
So we'll say, it's not point out. Sometimes you see these stuff about shade.
Hit me with it. Go ahead.
All this stuff. So it's always important to understand as follows. There's much to this world that we don't understand. There are many forces in this world that we don't understand. What's this whole story with Shadim? No idea. What's the takeaway with Shadim? With any Gemara with Shadim? The takeaway is there's more to this world and there's more to this world than meets the eye. So whenever you see these Gemaras, never be disparaging, never be dismissive. Because when you take a disparaging or dismissive approach, what presupposes that you know how the world works and you know what's going on. At the end of the day, again, the Musar Haskell is there's so much more than meets the eye with everything in this world. The world is a very complex universe, and one thing is for sure, there are many things that defy our comprehension. The Gemara goes weiter. This is a beautiful Gemara. On one hand, the pasuk says, pasuk says, all the sickness that visited upon you, I will not visit upon you, because I am Hashem your healer. The Gemara says the pasuk is inherently contradictory. If Hashem is not going to visit the sickness upon us, then why do I need him to be my healer? To which the Gemara says, so in a way, Hashem says as follows. Hashem says like this, here's the deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. But if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you, even though all that happens, ultimately I'll heal you. I'll say, hear this is absolutely incredible thing. So Baruch was like this, here's the deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. If you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if I do visit sickness upon you, I won't heal you. That's how much Baruch loves us. That even if we transgress, and therefore again, you have to go through several languages, the Ribono Shel Olam always gives us the refuah. So incredible. We will say this is a ridiculous story. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer says, Kishachala Rabbi Eliezer. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so we'll say, this is Rabbi Eliezer then this. If we had another 2.5 hours, and we'll say, the story of Rabbi Eliezer ben Hoknes, I'm going to try to do it tomorrow. And you have to really to appreciate this story. You must understand Rabbi Eliezer background, which we don't have time for right now. Just keep it, whatever. We'll come back to it. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, once they get into this, students came into this, and generally, whenever the Gemara talks about that somebody's becoming ill, and the students come to visit them, usually it means deathbed ill. So what happens? Students come in to visit. There is an intense fever that is burning in the world. What that means is, Rashi says over here, saying like this: if I am this sick, then must be very angry. Eliezer ben Hurkos understood his illness to be a manifestation of divine wrath. This is happening to me because I did something wrong. Hashem is displeased with me. So this is chilul invoking. So ultimately, again, all the Rabbanim came in, and again, about it doesn't say who came in. It just says Talmida. So the students began to cry. Rabbi Akiva Mesachik. Oh, the Hilik Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. So everyone is crying. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. Amr lo, lama to Mesachik. He said, Akiva, what's the matter with you? Right, why are you laughing? Amr lahem. Very reminiscent of the Gemara at the end of Makkos.
Why did they ban you from all these servers?
He says, why are you crying? Why are you crying? Amr lo, Rabbi Eliezer.
No, I want to know why. I'm curious,
and look how they refer to their Rebbe. They refer to their Rebbe, Rabbi Eliezer, as a Sefer Torah. Isn't that incredible? Right? A Sefer Torah is in Tsar, and we shouldn't cry.
Okay, what did you do? What did you do?
As I'm laughing, Kozman Shani Roa Rebbe, Shinyeno Machmitz, Veshvishvano Loka, Veshvano Mavish, Indufshano Mavdish. So, Rabbi Akiva says, I was always bothered by something. Rabbi Eliezer ben Hurkos had a really good life. Everything was going well for him, right? And he was afraid to Gashmius. His wine never went sour, right? His flax never went bad. His oil never spoiled. His honey never spoiled. In other words, he had everything in all the Mazda. Amarti shemachas v'shalom kival Rebbe olamo. That was consistent. Rabbi Akiva says, all of my days I saw my Rebbe Eliezer. Again, just so you know, so what I did is Talmud Mufak of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Because it's just the Shalshalas. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Rabbi Eliezer ben Hurkos, Rabbi Akiva. So these are all the days I saw that Rabbi Eliezer ben Hurkos had such a good life. And I wondered to myself, maybe Rebbe has received all of his reward in this world. Ba'achshav shani ro'eh ba'achshav shani ro'eh Rebbe b'tzar ani sameach. Which came from Rabbi Akiva says, now that I see Rebbe suffering in this world, it's good. It's good. I'm happy. I'm happy because what that means is, I'm going to say now, I'm going to say what Rabbi Akiva was saying. What it means is that my Rebbe has done Averis. He's done Averis. Hashem is extracting punishment for those Averis.
What up, sir?
So that my Rabbi Eliezer, should have a beautiful Olam Haba. Incredible. Also, Rabbi Akiva. So Amar Akiva. So I will say Rabbi Eliezer is overtaken back. He says, Rabbi Akiva, tell me what Averis did I do? Tell me what I did. Right? Did I leave anything out of the Torah? Did I not do anything? Tell me what you think I didn't do. Amrlo. So Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi, I can't tell you what you did wrong. I can tell you one thing. Rabbi, you taught us. Jesus doesn't need that there is no person in this world who is completely righteous, who only does good and doesn't. The only thing that determines if you're a human being, that means what? You committed Averis. And if you committed Averis, that means there needs to be retribution for the Averis. And Baruch Hashem, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that retribution is coming in this world.
Okay, well, we've got some other people here, so it's been
a beautiful world.
Interesting conversation.
Absolutely incredible.
Zuh, how you living, Pimp?
Another story about Rabbi Eliezer.
All right, Zuh, are you ready to lose?
Again, it could be the same story, same illness, different illness.
Right.
And I will say, by the way, I just want to point out.
So very cool. Well,
this story
all right, well, you guys can believe that, and that's cool. You should know, to my man, you're always welcome here. So feel free to come in whenever you want and just chill. Get a lot of people in here who do that. And I hope you don't get banned in any other servers. Sound good?
I always wondered to myself, when will I have the opportunity to fulfill So again, Rabbi Akiva has this overwhelming understanding of the role of the positive role of suffering in this world. Incredible. So much more to say in this girl. Let's go by the Torah Banon. Kishachol Rabbi Eliezer, Nichnesu Arbazi Kilu Bakro. Rabbi Eliezer was old. 4 elders came in to be Mabaki Chol. Rabbi Tarfon, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Eliezer ben Azariah, Rabbi Akiva. Okay.
Just one moment. Hey, Zeus, you have an invitation.
Extolling the virtues of the Rebbe. It really is very hopeless. And Rabbi Tarfon says, Rebbe,
please enlighten me on who you just mentioned.
Rain only helps us in this world. But Rabbi, you help us in this world and the world to come. And Rabbi Yeshua says, Rabbi, you are better for us than the sun. The sun is good in this world. Right, but Rabbi, you are good for us in this world and in the next world. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, what happened to Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says, Rabbi, you are better for us than a father and a mother. Why? A father and a mother are helpful in this world. But Rabbi, I want to say, right? My father and my mother, they're good for me in this world. But my Rabbi, good for me in this world and in the world to come. So what happened? Now Rabbi Akiva. So I'll say this is pretty wild. Rabbi Akiva comes along and he says, Rabbi Eliezer, Habibin Yisurin. What does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva does not extol the virtues of his Rebbe. So Rabbi Akiva says is suffering is good. Suffering is good. So Amar Lahem. So if you think about, listen to this. Now this whole time Rabbi Eliezer working this is like laying down. He's doing all the praise. And again, it's nice, right? What does the praise do? Fine. Rabbi Eliezer is not going to let it go to his head. So what does he do? Akiva says suffering is good. Rabbi Eliezer says come and sit up. I want to hear exactly what it is that Akiva is saying. So the Gemara says Samchuni, right? Literally, how we sit up. The Ashma Divrei Akiva. Shamar Chavivi Yisrael. Amar Akiva. Akiva. Zumina in the thought. So Rabbi Eliezer says, Akiva, where do you know this from? Where do you know that suffering is? Amar Mikra Ani Doresh. He says,
Rabbi, well, like, isn't it arguable that like Muhammad's more famous?
King Menashe. King Menashe was reigning. What was the longest serving monarch? He served for 55 years.
Okay.
So what happens? He was right? He was 12 years into his reign, right? And ultimately, again, he was doing the most terrible things. Menashe was a tremendous sinner. Hammer days. The So just get ready for this, by the way. Get ready for this. Who was Menashe's father? Who's Menashe's father? Chizkiyahu, right? Chizkiyahu, remember again. Remember we learned about Chizkiyahu? Well, what do we learn about Chizkiyahu? 2 things about Chizkiyahu. Number 1, what do we learn about him? He came to Mashiach. Number 2, what do we learn about him? There was no other time in the Jewish history there was so much Jewish scholarship. Every man, woman, and child knew the halachos of Tumah and Tara. Right? Everyone knew everything. So Gemara says, 1 second. So Chizkiyahu taught Torah to guys taught his son to his own kid. He didn't. Right? Chizkiyahu, Mashiach. He has a son like Menashe, who again was a tremendous Rasha over that Zara. So the Gemara says he taught Torah to qualify, so he puts that Torah to his kid. Ella, we call Torah Shetarach Bo, we call Amashah Bo, Lo Ha'alua Lemutav Eli Yisur. Right? Of course, Chizkiyahu taught Torah to his son. But I was saying, you know what? It's not the Torah that turned around Menashe. Because Menashe became about Tshuva, as we see in just a moment. It wasn't Torah that turned him around. Rather, what was it? Suffering turned Menashe around, not the Torah. Where is he? Listen to this. Hashem gave Menashe a message through the Navi.
He's not talking to you. He's not talking to you. He's talking to me.
Menashe didn't listen. So Ashur marches on Yerushalayim.
I'm going to ask a really dumb question, but I'm going to ask it. So why does Mr. Beast have more views than like Muhammad or JC or somebody?
While change in Babel becomes about tshuva. It becomes about tshuva. cries out to us. He says, "Ribono shel olam, save me." Vayishma lo, vayat alo, vayishma tchilosav, vayishivu liyushalayim malchuso, vayedam Menashe ki Hashem So we'll say amazing of Menashe becomes Baal Tshuva. And what caused Menashe to become Baal Tshuva? What caused him to become Baal Tshuva? His suffering. When he was incarcerated, mistreated, abused in captivity in Babel, that's when he found God. Menashe found God in jail. He found God in jail. What do you see from here? Right now, by the way, the Tashtus, right? Menashe was going to probably had a conversation with his father. Could have been the Mashiach.
Let me join
Sure. I just have a question for Zoo. What in the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you playing this game?
So this is all I gotta remember. So just understand the whole story of this, right? Remember again, everybody's turning into the
All right, cool story, dog.
Everybody's explaining the virtues of the Rebbe. They get to Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva said, Rebbe.
Dude, you're not. That's the thing, though. You're not.
No. Says, where'd you get that from? So Rabbi Akiva says, I got it from Menashe. Incredible. So by the way, like I said, just keep on
Incorrect, dog. Incorrect.
There are three people. What's this incredible? There are three people. And we'll say once again.
All right, what do you want me to do about it, baby? When Discord sends out their annual wrap up, I'm not in the top 1%. I'm not in the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.1%. I'm the biggest Discord user on earth.
There are three people who ultimately again came. Now, Ba'alila means they came to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with an irrefutable claim. Ba'alila usually has like a negative like a little bit of like a cunningness associated with them. But in fact, what it means is they came with this claim that HaKadosh Baruch Hu couldn't receive. There were three people. Cain, Esav, Menashe. Cain,
yeah, baby.
After Cain kills Habel, he says, "My sin is too great to bear." What does this mean?
Jew, are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off?
Cain says, "Tell me, is my sin worse than the sin of the golden God? Like, is my sin worse than the Chet
All right, is that what you want to do?
You will forgive Klal Yisrael for the Egel. If you could forgive him for the Egel,
I mean, I beat you the last time we played. I beat baby. No, you don't. And I beat you the last time we played.
You're saying good. You're right. You're right. And if Shmuel forgives Cain, Esav dichsiv habracha achas hilacha avi. So Esav says, Tell me, Yaakov Yitzchak, you gave the birthright to my brother. You don't have one bracha left for me? Of course, there's always one more bracha.
Dude, you suck absolute donkey. You're maybe one of the worst players in the history of
So let's remember again, we didn't read the whole thing, but Menashe essentially says to the Ribono Shel Olam, I'm crying out to you. And if you don't answer me now, then you're really no better than the other gods I've been praying to my entire life.
Dude, that was a terrible shot. Of all the shots in the history of the human
thing to say, but
people,
at the same time,
your shot will be remembered as one of the worst, if not the worst shots ever.
He was answered. So remember again, same thing. People don't have a chil to Olam Haba. So Abishal said,
Zoot, you're up.
Articulates the name of Hashem by literally again.
Zoot, you're up, and everybody's waiting on you.
Dog,
are you gonna go? Zoot, it's your turn.
Ended by saying there are three kings and four commoners who don't have the
Zoot, go.
So we'll say one of them was Yeravam ben Nevat. Now remember again, Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over the split kingdom.
Oh, what an amazing shot! You scratched, but you made it.
Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over Malchus Yisrael. All right, so you know what? Let's stop over here for today.
I know.
Again, the adventure continues. Well, the adventure continues again until. Let's say good. I just want to point out we are.
Maybe I'm still good.
Not so far off. So we'll say, what are we? I just want to point out.
Incorrect, dog.
These Gemara's justice. There's so much more that is here. We'll find the time hopefully to come back to it. But let's say, good Shabbos.
I'm not going into the Rabbi.
All right, Chavra on Zoom. Have a good Shabbos, everyone.
Not my job. I don't know, dog. I just listen.
What's your name? Rothschild? Is that what you want to do?
No. Rabbi.
one day I'll figure it out.
Just stop it.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I say to myself every single time. The first 8 times he said it, I was waiting for the.
Oh, Zoot, what a shot! Zoot, what a shot! Zoot, 140-point shot, son. Zoot, what did you think of that shot? Zoot. Zoot. We're playing pool. Zoot. Zoot.
All right, everyone, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking
Zoot.
our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of
What? Zoot, you know it's one of the best shots you've ever seen, son.
And is the host for the Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar.
Because I'm sexy.
Harry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the
Zoot, you're done.
families in memory of
Zoot, you are done, son. It's over for you. Do you see this lead I've amassed? Zoot, do you see? Oh, what a shot. Zoot, that was amazing.
All of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's do that. Let us begin with
Zoot, you're done. You're done.
Today's daf is 100, and we are beginning on static test on the days 90.
Zoot.
And we left off, really incredible Gemara. We left off 4 lines down from the top.
Because I'm gonna get rid of all the balls, so you can't. Like, there's a very low possibility of you beating me. It's a very good strategy.
And again, two special welcomes. First of all, special welcome to Rabbi Tobias, who is one of our online listeners, Baruch Hashem, from New Jersey. Baruch Hashem. He didn't write in this morning for the daf, but Baruch Hashem came in last night. Rabbi, welcome, and a Baruch Haba to Rabbi Yosef Orshan. I just saw Yosef.
No way.
Okay, with his
Zoot.
avoiding eye contact with me. Okay, good. Listen to that. Let us begin.
Zoot, that was amazing.
I'm going to we'll say 4 This is beautiful.
Are you sure? No, dog.
Man was created to work. We'll say, I just want to point out, you see this thing over and over in Gemara. Life is about the effort. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest mistake you make in life is
Zoot.
that life is supposed to be comfortable.
I know what I have to do.
Now, of course, there are periods when life is easy and there are periods when life is comfortable, but that is not the default state of the human condition. A person was put in this world to accomplish.
Zoot.
Only comes
Zoot, is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Go.
Sometimes we encounter resistance and we think, oh, that must mean we're doing something wrong. It's just the opposite.
Is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no?
The greater the difficulty, the greater the challenge that we
Is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Both of them.
Was created to work. Is that so? So sorry. About any odea or any odea.
That.
This is very interesting. But again, man was created to work. So what was he created to work for? In other words, perhaps at the end of the day,
No way.
Or was he created ultimately?
Maybe Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10.
When the pasuk says ultimately again that literally I saddled to his mouth, the Gemara says that shows me that man was ultimately again created for verbal toil. Now, of course, what does verbal toil represent?
You think this is a good one?
Represents Torah. That a person was put in this world ultimately to toil in Torah. But I'm not in any odea. So the Gemara says, but still, in the odea, I don't know. In the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sicha. So again, I know that there's verbal toil. Does verbal toil mean schmoozing, or does verbal toil mean Torah?
Hit the hit the shot. Zoot, hit the shot.
Ultimately, again, when it says this same
That's a
Torah
miss.
will never leave your mouth, it teaches me that
Oh,
the verbal
it
toil that
almost
I'm
went in.
obligated to do is verbal toil in Torah. Behind the Amar Rava, and this is what Rava says, Kulu Gufi Druftaki Ninu. So I said, ultimately, again, the entire body was committed
Did
to
you like
toil.
that shot?
However,
Yo, JC, if you're not talking to us, mute yourself, please.
Ultimately is in Torah. So everybody has to work. Everybody has to work. Everybody has to put in effort. The praiseworthy is the person whose effort has to be expended towards Torah.
Yo, JC, can you not hear me?
JC, can you not hear me?
So of course, again, there's a lesson that
Dog, I'm gonna mute you if you don't.
It's about putting in the effort, the willingness to work hard. But what it also tells us is, and this is very important.
What up, Zoo?
Torah itself cannot be acquired in comfort. I remember that in yeshiva, one of the most profound that I ever heard was Mashgiach had gotten up, and he said, entire brand, type of personality.
Zoo, you know you're gonna lose. Zoo, you know you're gonna lose, son.
If you think that you are going to find greatness in Torah with your Gemara in one hand, your Coke in the other hand, and your
JC,
up on the couch,
are you talking to us?
That sounds great. I'll take it.
Yeah, dog.
You are wrong. You are dead wrong.
If you're not talking with us, please mute yourself. You're more than welcome to be here, though.
Of course, you acquire knowledge. You can't acquire Torah.
All right, well, do whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't know what the fuck that conversation was. I have no idea. All I know is that I'm about to beat Zoo, and everybody knows it.
Because that's the mechanism. It's not just that Torah is acquired through learning. Okay, that you can acquire anything through learning. What makes Torah different than any other discipline?
That was garbage.
If I have to push myself to get it, if I have to push myself, if it's uncomfortable or it's a little bit difficult, that's ultimately again where Torah comes from. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara. This is wild.
Dude, look at this shot.
Again, the pasuk says,
oh!
Adultery.
Gotcha, bitch!
Now, first of all, just in general, the profundity.
Dude, what'd you think of that, son? What'd you think of that, son? What'd you think of that, son?
That a person who engages in what's the problem? So what's the person goes and engages in any.
It was my shot because it was sexy. Dog, what'd you think of that last shot, baby? One of the best shots. Dog, you know that was amazing, don't you? You know that was amazing, don't you?
I'm missing hearts. I'm missing passion.
Zoo, you know that was an amazing shot, and I won by 10. Yo, everybody's waiting on you, dog.
So it's easy to fill it with things that make me feel good, but they make me feel good in a very fleeting way.
Zoot, are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
With his desires and loss. He's missing his heart. He's missing his thought.
Oh, yes, you are, son.
He doesn't understand that those things that he's filling his void with are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what he wants. In fact, at the end of the day, it's just going to make you feel.
I know it's my turn. And I'm about to have the greatest. Then it doesn't count.
Someone who learns Torah episodically. Not today I learned. Tomorrow I don't learn. The next day I'll learn a little more. Next a little bit less. If you're not consistent in your Torah study,
no.
Says that is like a man who commits adultery. Now, what is that about? So Rashi points out there is something very interesting. Look at Rashi.
Baby, there's no way. Are you ready for this? Big dog. Ain't nothing difficult in this world.
So what happens? So the Gemara says that's so sometimes
incorrect.
In their learning. The person who's not consistent in their learning is like this. Sometimes this one, sometimes this one.
That's not a trick shot.
Just the fact that I'm learning every day. I'm learning every day in a consistent.
That sucks. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. It's one of the worst shots in the history of humankind. Dog. Look at this move. No one knows, and no one cares. I'm ready for it, and everybody's gonna laugh at you because your shot sucks. Oh, dude, that was a sick scratch, dog. One of the sickest scratches in the history of humankind. Big dog. Yeah, baby.
So what Menashe used to do is Menashe quote these psukim in the Torah, and these psukim at first glance seems totally irrelevant. Like, for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Lot?
Are you gonna go?
And Timna was the concubine to Eliphaz.
Dog, do you know how much time you're taking? With just you're wasting people's time with those kind of shots. Dog, that was one of the worst shots. Oh, what a shot, dog! Did you see that, son? Maybe he was hypnotized to do all that shit. Yeah, dog, you heard me.
So we're saying the Pascal came out and said, you don't know what you're talking about. You're rebelling against your brother, you're rebelling against your sister. As we're going to see in just a moment, every pasuk in Torah has profound meaning. Furthermore, about a person like
yeah, why are you laughing, son? Hypnotism's a thing.
To those who pull
I've seen it with my own eyes. It's freaky. It's freaky shit. Maybe.
Yeah, also means like ropes. Yeah, like, and the ropes of the wagon. What is it? Reins. And the reins of the wagon are sin. So the Gemara says, Moshe, if you notice the pasuk, they're very interesting. The pasuk begins by speaking about Moshe Alam Bechevle Hashav. Pulls sin with ropes of nothingness, right?
Just
like
absolute
and then it begins to speak about
disgustingness.
Reins are thicker than ropes. So the Gemara says, what does this mean?
What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, everybody wants to know, what are you going to do?
You know the way it works with sin is that in the beginning, sin only holds on to me by like a spider's web.
Dude, I'm just going to be honest with you. That was one of the worst shots we've ever seen.
With the rope, with the reins of a wagon. Let's say what a profound, like sometimes in the beginning,
baby,
when there's Yitzhara,
did you know that was one of the sickest shots in the history of humankind? Dog,
I could easily break free.
Dog,
but after a while,
everybody's waiting on you.
Making a conscious choice not to break free.
Incorrect.
Of rings. Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there.
Yo, dog. Have you ever seen Pinky? Zoot, have you ever seen Pinky in the Brain?
Why does the Torah tell me about Timna, the daughter of Lotan?
Yeah, dog. Well, you're fucking Pinky, and I'm the Brain.
And once I get ready for this Gemara, this is ridiculous. So the Gemara says,
yeah, let's see your fucking shot. Pinky's the dumb one. Oh, fuck you, Zoot. That was amazing. Zoot, that was amazing. The ladder. Dog, that was amazing. Make this. Zoot, that was fucking phenomenal. That was fucking phenomenal. What a way to fucking end it. That was fucking phenomenal, dog. That was fucking phenomenal. Absolutely fucking amazing. Dude, that was absolutely fucking amazing. Dog, one of the greatest endings to any game we've ever seen. Dude, do you hear me clapping? Do you hear me clapping? Do you recognize how fucking good that was? Zoot, do you recognize how fucking good that was? What's that, baby?
So the Gemara says, Amalek again gives us
What's that? I like how you say that you have more wins than I do, and I have 34 wins and you have 17 wins.
What is this? What a crazy story. So Timna wanted to go ahead and convert.
Dude, we play Go.
She goes and she marries Eliphaz, and they have Amalek. So the fact that she produced the kid, like, what is this? Which the Imam says is incredible.
And what happened? Are you ready to play Go, son?
Should not have business, right? I will say, the Chaim Shmulevitz has in Sifos Musar a very beautiful piece about this.
Are you ready to play Go?
Like, what is going on over here? So the Chaim Shmulevitz says something beautiful.
All right, big dog.
Possible.
As you wish.
You were right in not converting her. It's possible that maybe there was something. Obviously,
Dog, no one knows.
Let's go. If she becomes the mother of Amalek, there's something broken there. It's clearly something broken there. So the Avos might have had a very legitimate reason for not converting her. But sometimes, even if you have to say no to someone,
Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to quit sitting on your thumb and play? Or are you going to suck your own dick?
We have to do things to people that could be hurtful and difficult. But there's a way to do it to minimize the personalistic pain. And apparently what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is holding the Avos liable for how they dealt with
Dog, you're up. Dog, you're up.
For telling her no and not converting.
One of the worst shots, one of the worst things you've ever seen.
Incredible Yisrael said this. Sometimes, again, what has to happen is going to be difficult and painful. But the way you deal with people in difficult situations and the way you make them feel and the way they walk away from the interaction, for that is what HaKadosh Baruch Hu judges us. Incredible. It's incredible. So now I'll say, so now why is it? So now story of Reuben. Why is Rav telling me that Reuben was collecting flowers? Like what's the shot over there? So very simple. Where was Reuben collecting flowers from? Where was he collecting flowers from? From the field, from Hefker. So what's the whole point of the story? What's the point of the story? It was like, you're walking by someone's yard, you see a flower over there. Okay, it's just a flower, I just pick it. Reuben was makbid that if he was going to bring home flowers for his mother, where was it going to come from? Hefker. Why? Because tzaddikim are careful with the property of other people. He found flowers in the field. My dudaim amarab yabruchi. Okay, the type of flower. Levi Amar Sigli, Yonasan Amar Sibsiki. Okay, different types of flowers. So we'll say. So it turns out that again, even the psukim that we say to ourselves, like there's no deeper meaning in that. There's deeper meaning in everything. So sorry of Timna, because again she was rejected by the Avos, becomes the mother of Amalek. Here we see sometimes you have to reject people, sometimes you have to say no, but how you do it, the manner
Fuck you, dude.
Is of key importance. Reuven, why is there a time about to die? Because what makes tzaddikim tzaddikim? It's not just the Torah. It's not just the amount of Torah that they learned. What makes tzaddikim tzaddikim is their interpersonal interactions as well. A tzaddik is careful not to hurt and not to harm the other.
Oh, I know whose turn it is, baby.
This is crazy.
You're up, Zoot.
Let's say a person learns Torah Lishma. What does he do? He makes shalom between the celestial sphere and the earthly sphere. Now let's say, what's Torah Lishma? What's Torah Lishma? Torah Lishma, by the way, learning Torah at this time of the morning is Torah Lishma. Right? How do you know that?
Did you watch the Olympic opening games?
For anything else. Right?
Opening ceremonies?
It just means Torah for the sake of Torah. It's not Torah for covet. It's not Torah for money. It's not Torah for self-aggrandizement. It's not Torah from the idea.
Dude, you're getting dominated, son.
Learning Torah is beautiful, and learning Torah offers me an avenue of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Dude, did you know you're getting dominated? I mean, is that my fault? Was it my job on this earth to teach you how to play Go?
Torah is the bridge. You ever wonder why?
No, that's incorrect.
You learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility. It's interesting. I personally feel a level of tranquility by Torah that you can't feel by anything.
Because I'm dominant.
Why is that? Because on one hand, Torah comes from Shamayim, but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to me. So, which seems inherently contradictory, but that's the beauty of it. Torah bridges these two worlds. So a person learns Torah and Shema, literally they create that equality of harmony between heaven and earth. And
Zoot, you know I'm dominating you.
We feel that tranquility. So the Gemara Shneimar.
This is a dominant performance, son. This is a dominant performance, son.
So Rabbi says, when you learn Torah, it's as if you're building the palace of the Ribbon Shalom, the Shalmato, and the Palestine of Beis Hamikdash Shalmato. Shneimar, va'asim divrei pifa v'tzayadi kisisicha, l'itoa shamayim v'lisod aretz. Amrei Shlakish, af magin al kol ha'olam kulo. When you learn Torah, you protect the entire world. Torah Migna Umat, the ability to protect. When I learn
This
Torah,
is a dominant performance.
Creating some level of protection for the world as a whole. Shneimar, ubitzel yadi kisisi. Levi says, af mikari eshagi'ula. Wow. When you learn Torah, you're bringing Geula just a little bit closer. What's that we all want to know? What we can do to bring Mashiach a little bit closer. We're learning all these Mashiach sugyas. All I want more than anything in life is Geula's Mashiach. So what could I do? So I learn. Every time I learn, I bring Mashiach. It's not just learning. It's any spiritual activity. By definition, listen to the Geula. Shneimar, Velomar, Litzion, Amiyat. Amar Shlakish. It's beautiful. If you teach the
Dude, are you gonna go?
Torah, it's counted as if you've created him. You've created him. Shneimar, ve'es hanefesh asher asu b'chara. By Avram Avinu. Torah says,
Dude, are you gonna go?
Made neshamas in Chara. How did you start in Torah? When you teach Torah, you are giving credit almost as if you birthed
go.
the individual, which makes perfect sense. Because when I teach someone Torah, by definition, I'm giving them life. Torah's everything. So when I go ahead,
Dude, are you there?
Give them Torah, it's as if I birthed
Dude,
them.
go.
This is beautiful. Rabbi Lozer says that when
Dude, you're jerking yourself off live on a Discord call. All I want you to do is go.
Now, at first glance, that seems a little bit strange and even a little bit intense. Now, what does that mean? I've created.
Go.
So let's say what Gemara is telling us. Sorry, Rashi says, let's say in general, when a person engages in the act of
go,
Zoot.
Zoot.
What's important to understand is, I'm creating
Zoot.
something new.
Fucking finally, dog.
Torah, so what I'm doing is, there is spiritual energy that is being created that wasn't here before in this world. I do a mitzvah, I'm creating something new. I do a chesed, I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddishkeit and the beauty of Torah, chesed, everything.
Dude, this is an absolute ass kicking.
New spiritual energy in this world that did not exist beforehand. Has somebody been learning Sanhedrin, Sadiknes, and the base? Sure, but it wasn't me. Now that I'm doing it, I'm creating new spiritual.
Dude, did you know that I won?
And when I create something, I'm creating it. It didn't exist before, and I'm creating it.
Are you ready to get your ass kicked again?
Rabbi says, Kilo asa atzmo.
Zoot.
Kilo asa li atzmo. Well said, this is beautiful. When you learn Torah,
Zoot. Okay, why don't you read the rules?
Creating himself.
Why don't you read the rules? And read them aloud. I want to hear you read the rules aloud.
Isn't that overwhelming? I think for many of us, right? If you had one wish in the world, what would it be? One wish. One wish. No, wait, think about this.
Zoot,
right? One wish.
Read the rules. It says board. Go is a two-player game, usually played. Okay, do you see that where it says that, dog?
Not for a do-over, with all the knowledge that I have now, about all the incredible mistakes that I made.
Doug, what are you doing?
I just do-over. Wouldn't that be the... Can you imagine that? Armed with all of the knowledge you have, the ability to start over again.
Zoot is fucking sucking semen through a straw right now. Dog, come on.
Every single time I learn the Gemara says, Kilo asa li atzmo. I am reading myself with
opposing pieces. Now go to gameplay, son.
So that thing that we want for anything that
Black. Each player attempts to place the zone in the intersection of the point. Up to place the zone is now although it is unknown if the opponent captures it. If any stones in the zone come quickly surrounded by opposing pieces, they are captured and removed as shown in the example of the white stone. A stone or group is quickly surrounded when it is not adjacent in any horizontal tool, vertical direction shows
don't feel bad about it. It's okay to put people on the spot to do a mitzvah. It's okay to put people, make people uncomfortable, so I think they have no choice but to go ahead and do something. And that's right. If you force someone and back them into a corner to do something, you get credit. The forcer, right? Right, the forcer, when you force the other person to do something, gets credit for the mitzvah. So this is incredibly important. In today's society, everything is all about making people feel comfortable. Right? Actually, no, that's changing. Right?
No.
It's all about everyone should feel comfortable. Who says that making people feel comfortable?
Keep going.
Of course, it's supposed to make people feel comfortable.
You don't know how to play shit. You don't know how to play shit.
Is making people feel uncomfortable so that they're able to go ahead and push themselves.
Finish reading.
Accomplish, but they just feel so comfortable that they don't want to move. And it's so nice that the Gemara says it's okay. It's okay. You know, this is a very important piece of parenting. It's okay to make your kids uncomfortable. Because sometimes you get discomfort. By definition, you are pushing them to become more and to do more. And they teach that the forcer gets credit. He's like the good Shneimar.
Go to endgame, son.
Since Moshe told Aaron to do it, and Aaron did it because of the forcing of Moshe, therefore Moshe gets credit as if he did it. Incredible. Apikoris. Also, the Gemara said, remember again, these people don't have
Zoot, it's
these people. So the Gemara what's not because Rabbi Fanny Rabbi Seven Rabbi it's not because and Apikoris is someone who embarrasses Tam Chacham. It's not really just embarrassing, it's degrade. Like these are really degrade. Like to diminish the honor of the Tam Chacham. This refers to someone who embarrasses his friend or degrades his friend. This is never really ever thought about Apikoris. Apikoris is always much more theological. The Gemara is describing it as someone who either degrades coming to Chachamim or degrades his friend in place. Sometimes it's very interesting. So the Gemara says, I understand that Apikoris is the one who embarrasses his friend in front of Chacham. So the Gemara says, then if you embarrass the Chacham himself, that's called Megala Panim B'Torah Shlo B'Halach. Literally, you're expounding Torah in an inappropriate way. That's called embarrassing the Tam Chacham. Apikoris Havi Megala Panim B'Torah Kigimai. But if you say that embarrassing the Tam Chacham himself, that's not Apikoris. And what's the category of Megala Panim B'Torah Shemot HaLacha? Literally again, expounding Torah in an inappropriate way. What is that? If you go, Menashe ben Chizkiah. That's what Menashe ben Chizkiah. We said, what did Menashe ben Chizkiah say? Menashe ben Chizkiah was one who said, come on, why does Torah need all of these nonsense for stupid? Like, moving went to get to design. Like, Timna became the wife of Ali.
Other rules, go!
Others explain this differently. What's Megala Panim B'Torah? Rabbi, Amri, Seven Basa Tam Chacham. This refers to someone who embarrasses the Tam Chacham. Okay, so this one runs over that. So if you say that if you're doing the Tam Chacham himself, that's called Megala Panim B'Torah. So the word people say, what good are rabbis? What exactly do the rabbis do? Right? What do you do all day? Right? What is it exactly that you do for us? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. But to go hand over, themselves. They interpret, they do all these things, but all these things are just for themselves. They don't benefit us, the general population. Oh, yeah, guys, whoa. That's also inappropriate interpretation or expounding on the Torah. Or something. The not following Shema wasn't an example of an alcoholist. You're sitting in front of you ready, and you're letting the example of an apicurus would be the person running with their Rabbi. Now let me give you the topic, and it's reminiscent of something else that the Rabbi says from the Talmud. The other teaching doesn't quote the teaching in the name of his Rabbi. Consider it to be insolent behavior.
Yo, how about you finish reading?
But you begin to see again, the apicurus is this person who does not exhibit the appropriate behavior towards his Rabbi. Notice why all the emphasis on the behavior from one's Rabbi. So first of all, understand, from my perspective, the Rabbi was the one who was linking the chain of thoughts about that. But it's not only today, but like the person immediately, the person I could learn.
Are you ready to lose? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Zoot. Zoot, you read that like a fucking pro, baby.
By definition, inherently tarnished your Torah. And tarnished Torah, compromised Torah, could in fact be
because I fucking ensured that you read all the rules.
So what's the example of apicurus?
But we're gonna play not on a big board, still small board.
What do they do beyond the doctor? Why haven't the rabbis been like us? Like, right?
100,000%.
100. Incredible. It's not like they ever did anything special, right?
No one does, Zoot.
What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us.
All they know is that it's your fucking turn. How about you fucking go, dog? You know why it's called go? Because it's your fucking turn to go.
Come on, it's not like rabbis are figuring out.
Yeah, because you got the Comey, bitch.
That different, right? They're just regurgitating information that you already.
You got 6.5 points to start off because I went first. How about you fucking go, dog?
In the household of Binyamin the doctor, when they would have a shayla, and they would go ahead and bring it to.
Yeah, it was the worst move in the history of humankind. Next question.
When you would find a reason to permit the treifa, look, I'm permitting for you a raven. In other words, so Rabbi would say, it's not so clear that this animal is kosher, right? So that the sheep is kosher.
You're up, big dog.
I'm permitting for you a raven. Or when there would be a reason for an isser, look, I'm prohibiting to you a Yonah. So Rabbi say a little tongue in cheek. I won't say what's amazing about this story.
Big dog, it's your turn.
In the doctor's household, they disparaged the Rabbanim. Yeah, what? When they needed them, they showed up. They didn't show up. I would say it's such a profound. It's always easy. It's always easy to knock down leadership. This in general, in this very society, for whatever reason, we have an overwhelming like preoccupation with knocking people off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again, especially when it comes to it's easy to knock. Everybody can be knocked off a pedestal because everybody's a human being. Everybody has their faults and deficiencies. Incredible.
Oh yeah, do you?
They're speaking trash about the Rabbanim. But yet again, when they need Rabbi, they have a Shaila, suddenly again they need it. Incredible. Gemara's weiter. The Gemara says,
Zoot, you're doing terribly.
What's an example of an apicurus? Apicurus is an example of a person who says, those rabbis. Those rabbis. In other words, again, if you notice, by the way, the theme over here is that apicurus is someone who speaks disparagingly about Rabbanim, about the Medichamim. Rav Papa Ishtali, Ba'amar Kigon Hani Rabbanim. Rav Papa wanted to engage in a discussion, and he forgot for a moment, like the proper way to refer to the Rabbanim, and he said, those rabbis. And after he said it, he fasted. He fasted because he thought what he did was
maybe. What do you want me to do about it?
Incredible. And Afur Barchia we're changing like
The thing is, you haven't scored yet.
In the yeshiva or in the house of Rabbi Yehuda. When they got to Megillas Esther, they said, "Hi, Megillas Esther lo by mitachas." Megillas Esther doesn't need a cover. Doesn't need a cover. A statement like this without actually reaching to their Rabbi.
No, you're not.
Has the appearance of apikarsus. Incredible. What's apikarsus? Holding your Rabbi by his name. That's apikarsus.
Dog, you just read the fucking instructions for like 10 hours, dog.
Because he called Elisha by name.
Are you gonna go?
Can't call your Rabbi by his first name. So therefore, to do so is apikarsus. Is beautiful. This is beautiful. In the future,
whoa, you got a huge lead.
Right? The Rebbe will bring a river or a stream from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. There's going to be a stream.
How the fuck did you get such a big lead?
By the sides of the stream, all types of delicacies are going to be growing. Dude,
F this. Dog, F this, man.
From this stream, on its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees.
Dog, look at your lead, son. Look at that fucking lead of yours. Gone. Gone, son. Gone. Because I'm sexy.
Because again, the waters emanate from the mikdash. Its fruit will be for consumption. And ultimately, its leaves will be for consumption. This is incredible.
Because I mean, do you need me to say it again? Because I'm sexy. Hey, scoreboard, big dog. Scoreboard, big dog.
In the future, a stream will come out from the Beis Hamikdash. He quoted this pasuk. As we're having this conversation, there was an older gentleman who was sitting there as this was being said, and he said, "Shkoyach, Yasher." He said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, "Yeah, Shkoyach, beautiful, beautiful."
By putting points on the board. How else do you think you score, son?
This appears like apikarsus. It's like we're really getting to a very strict definition over here. So
thanks for the free points.
Right? But apparently, again, when the shkoyach is given to the gadol, it has the, I guess it depends.
Big dog.
You give the shkoyach to what you're giving the shkoyach for. But if Rabbi Yirmiyah says something and just some guy says shkoyach,
you're up, big man.
Rabbi Yirmiyah doesn't need the shkoyach, right? That's not the shkoyach.
Yeah, dog. Oh, is it a protest on being funny? Because you've been doing that your whole career. That is a fucking zinger, dog.
There's so much to say, by the way, what is that?
Okay, well, that's kind of controversial, but I mean, do whatever makes you happy, baby.
So again, I want to point out something amazing. What does water represent? In general, what does water represent? Water represents power.
Dude, you're not going to do that. What, are you going to go up there and just be like, hey, as opposed to trying to be funny, I'm going to come to the realization that you've all come to and not be funny?
But really, what water represents is this notion of power. Why does water represent power?
Dude.
They go into water, they become taller.
Yeah, it's called... I was eating out my grandmother, and then I tasted horse cum. I figured that's how she died.
Sounds so good. The primordial substance of creation. One more time, the primordial substance of creation. You throw in the hand motions, you look very purposeful. So the mindset why? Originally, all the earth was. There's a magic system so beautiful. When you immerse yourself in water, you are surrounding yourself.
So you know you haven't scored yet?
Substance of creation. So I go in Tameh, and I come out.
Yeah, yes, you did.
It's only water that can affect Tara, because water is the initial. Water is the substance of creation. You can recreate yourself.
Dude, you're losing.
What is the meaning of that when I saw stream
God, because you're just getting your ass handed to you.
What do you think about? anything about. Kodesh HaKadoshim is like, it's like the top of the mountain. I mean, quite literally, it's the top of the mountain, top of Paradise, right? That's like the peak of Kedusha.
That I am still winning.
So where do you go past the Kodesh HaKadoshim? There's nowhere, at least not in this world. But there is. There's no such
Chelsea?
thing as reaching the ceiling of Kedusha. Even if you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, there's a stream that comes out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. What does the stream represent? Stream is Torah. Stream is water. Stream is creation. Stream is recreation. Stream is building.
You think you're gonna munch Chelsea's box?
Itself, there's places to go. There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes to.
Do you think there's any chance of it?
Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So the Gemara is like, let's see.
There you go, big dog.
Listen to this. In the future, Messianic era.
Dude, come with your fucking black cat.
In the future, the Moshe was going to bring precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos.
Dude, are you gonna go?
And what happens? The Moshe is going to go ahead. And he's going to.
Dude, look at the scoreboard, son.
Entrance ways of 10 amos by 20 amos. 20 amos by 10 amos, right? And what happens? And these are going to be the.
Dude, look at the scoreboard, son.
Santi. So Rabbi Yochanan is giving it.
It doesn't usually work that way.
Chuckled at this. He said, essentially, like, that's ridiculous.
No, because opening doesn't like pay that well.
I don't understand. Today, you can't find precious stones that are the size of the eggs of small birds or small eggs of birds.
Yeah, but people would rather make money. I mean, like a headliner might make, I don't know, $10,000 a night, and openers are going to make like $500 a night. It's just not worth it. If people like you, they're eventually going to want you to do your own shows. I can tell you this, dude. Dude, how about I just tell you what's up? All right, so there's a guy named Tom Papa, and he's kind of made a career out of opening for Jerry Seinfeld. But he's also done his own shit.
Says the Malachim said, "Oh, these are the stones that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is creating for the entrance way to Yerushalayim." Which I say, by the way, is such a beautiful motif over and
all right.
over.
You trying to get in on that?
In other words, let's be honest. How long would it take?
Word, dog. Dude, did you know that you lost again?
The idea is the Ribono Shel Olam waits for us.
All right. Well, it was fun whooping your ass, and I look forward to doing it in about 2 hours. Sound good? Excellent. Do I like Olivia Dean? I mean, are you asking what I eat or box? This bitch better be hot as fuck, dog. Don't bring her into my world if she ain't hot.
So what happens? The kid comes, the Talmud comes back.
Oh, that's a bad sign.
So again, the Talmud comes back.
You're asking me would I eat this British singer's box? Yeah, she could get it, so long as she's 18. Yeah, then consider her box on the list of boxes that I'm going to munch.
So Yochanan says to him, "Tell me, you empty one."
Peace, baby.
And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. I want to disparage the words of Chazal. And Yochanan set his eyes upon him, and he became a pile of bones. So we'll say, so again, first of all, we see the part. In general, when it talks about becoming a pile of bones, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean death? Does that mean just a personal feelings of holiness? Just think about the stuff here. The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is to believe what you can't see. If you can see it, then it's not belief. If you see it, then it's not belief. The most beautiful, the hardest thing about Yiddishkeit, which ultimately the most beautiful thing about Yiddishkeit is the ability to believe in things that you cannot see, but to believe them no less than the things you can actually see. So like we said, Rabbi Yochanan says there's no good place in believing that the Malachim are prepared for Mashiach if you see it with your own eyes. That's not spirituality. That's not Avodas Hashem. The entirety of Avodas Hashem is to believe in all of my heart in the things that I cannot see, but to believe in them no less than the things that I actually see. Incredible. That's it. Like the nature, all of us don't call this. Like they're not going to touch the one. Some of the one of the takeaways that we like, and that you understand to see how much going to be, don't be honest like Torah honest. And you know, the fact that all of us are really about that. I don't know, Masayim Amot is the Torah for adoration. The rest of the things that I will be 200 honest hours. That's the height of adoration. We're quoting that the Malach Hazal, that Adam was 100 honest hours. 100 hours tall. That's like the level is different than a cloud. What do you do with that? I don't know the 100 hours tall. That's like the Malach Hazal. But you have to think that literally the cloud is tight. I mean, the offering was tight, even though the cloud is. I can have a height of it. I don't put it down. Unless they really something like the oven is tiny, and the oven puts off time. With all of that, it's very good. But in the future, what does it mean? That the ancient Egyptians will be twice the height. It's beautiful. What it is that in the future, the Egyptians will be twice the height of Adam Rishon. It means that again, in the future, the potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So you might say, "Let me go over. Kuf Amma can I get the Heichal the coastline? $100. Shnei Marasher Baginu Kinetim Bilal Bilorem." So I'll say, so which one is it? So I'm in contradiction. We just said before that the entrance fee is 20 amas by 10 amas. Now we're saying it's 200 amas. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, no. Kikam Rabbi Yochanan l'kavod beizeka. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. In other words, we'll say in the entranceways, because they're going to be so tall, you want air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amas. But the gates themselves will actually be much taller. So my Baleo the Trufa, going back to the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, what does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, if a person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. Others say that if a woman is barren, it'll act as like a fertility treatment. Same idea. Rabbi Yochanan the trufa mamish. So Rabbi Yochanan says mamish for medicinal purposes. The trufa. What does this mean? That ultimately, again, it will make the Talmidei Chachamim even more handsome, even more beautiful. That's Rabbi Simon. Incredible. Whoever blackens his face over words of Torah in this one, I want to say, what does this mean, blacken my face? What it means is that these are statements of deprivation. Generally, again, a person doesn't eat the way they're supposed to eat, so their complexion becomes like a little bit ashen. So the idea over here is a person who indulges a little bit less, deprives himself a little bit more in order to put his focus on Torah. So therefore, again, I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm devoting myself to Torah. So what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu matik zivav li'olam haba. Hashem gives him a radiant countenance in the world to come. So literally, again, a person literally translated who starves himself for Torah. What does that mean? That means that literally, again, my whole focus is started to the point that I neglect or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says, so in other words, if I'm missing meals, so to speak, for Torah in this world, Kadosh Baruch Hu will satiate me in the world to come. So we'll say again, what's the theme over here? What we said before, to grow spiritually requires sacrifice. It does. We have to give up certain things, whatever those things may be. And a lot of times, is things in the material. And we'll say it's true in every aspect of our Yishka. We'll say, can you imagine? By the way, imagine for a moment if you didn't have to pay tuition. Right? Just imagine if you didn't have to pay tuition. Right? Just imagine for your lifestyle what that would look like. What that would look like, right? We'd be having that feeling in a yacht, right? Or something like that, right? Imagine, right? Imagine what it would look like. Let's say, and again, it's not just true for tuition. There's a lot of things in our Yiddishkeit that really cause us to sacrifice. What the Gemara is telling us is just understand, whatever sacrifice you make for your Yiddishkeit in this world, the Ribono Shel Olam will give it back to you in the next. Just understand, right? So in other words, we give up time to learn Torah. We give up other things to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I will say, sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand, whatever you sacrifice for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, He will give you back multifold in the world to come. It's incredible. The Gemara goes right there. In the future, right? Hakadosh Baruch Hu will give us bracha, a handful of bracha from Him. Shneimar, Baruch Hashem, Yom Ya'amos Lanu Hakel Yeshuaseinu Salam. Rabbi, v'che'ev shalom akein. Baluk for can you see this? Baluk for Neimar. Mi madad b'shalom mayim v'shamayim v'zeres tachin. So the Gemara says, Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives us a handful. The Rosh Hashanah's handful is massive. So how could it be that the Rosh Hashanah is going to give me a handful? I can't contain His handful. Elo Gemara says, Amar, my time lo shchichas ba'agarata. Talking about, right, why did you not show up for Shir? In Shir, we're learning about Agarata. We said it's from Shmei Derava. In the future, Rosh Hashanah will give every single tzaddik 310 worlds. Shneimar, Lahanchil Arbe Yesh, Voltzrosein Amalei. Yesh, Bigematria, plus Mea Ba'asar Habit. We'll say whatever this means. We're going to leave us 310 worlds once again. What it means is, it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of deprivation. I will say, by the way, all of us are tzaddikim. And we all know that to grow in Torah, to be in Oved Hashem, I have to sacrifice. And we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice here, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya Rabbi or Rabbi says, the midah sha'ada moded in lo. The way in which you act, Hakadosh Baruch Hu acts towards you. Midah k'neged midah. Tichsev b'sa'ah sa'ah b'shalachat treivenu. Good. Amar Rabbi Yeshua v'che'ev shalom akein. Is that possible? But Gemara says, Adam no sin lo omso lo ani ba'olam hazeh. Hakadosh Baruch Hu no sin lo omso lo olam haba. So I'll say, could it be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world to come back? Sid, Shemayim Bizar Tachmin. The handful of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. So in other words, if you say Midah K'neged Midah, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give only a handful in this world, I get back so much more from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, Ata Yeto Omerkein, Ezu Midah Meruba, Midah Tova Midah, Ezu Midah Meruba, Midah Tova Meruba, or Midah Paronos. So I'll say, so again, remember, even though we say Midah K'neged Midah, right, that there's reciprocity, at the end of the day, for what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad? Amud Beis, I will say, Amud Beis, Havi flying. Havi Omer, Midah Tova Meruba Midas Paranos. So I say, we know the answer to this. That Midah Tova always eclipses Midas Paranos. In other words, there's always reciprocity. But when it comes to reciprocity for bad, in other words, if I do bad, if the Baruch is going to visit bad upon me, that's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the other hand, when I go ahead and I do good things, the reciprocity for that is even more. The devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "B'midas tova ksiv v'yitzav shchakim mimal v'daltei shamayim pesach v'yamter aleim man lechol u'b'midas v'midas parnasu omer v'arubas hashayim niftechu v'midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'rov v'bigre sufkan." So the Gemara says, you see over here that the midah tova is even greater than midah rav. Just quickly, the Gemara says, "Midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'bigre anoshim achoshim ki bol tov asam lo samus." So most it is talking about over here in the Moshe Mashiach, where ultimately again after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're going to see, and there's going to be a valley of corpses where all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog will be part. A person sticks his finger in fire in this world, he's burned immediately. This is beautiful. In the same way that the Ribono Shel Olam gives the koach for a shayim to receive their punishment, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives koach to the tzaddikim to receive their reward. But I will say, but the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in this system of midah k'neged midah, reciprocity, right? The reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for bad. In other words, I know that when I do averos, there's going to be punishment for those averos. So we'll say that's the way it works. And whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong is going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, then of course I can erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. But for tova, for good, it's not just simple like direct reciprocity. Whatever good I do in this world, the Rosh gives me schar, gives me reward, and the reward I get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu far outweighs the good that I've done in this world. Incredible. Let's go right. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Rabbi Kiva says, even someone who reads Sfar Mechitzonim is called an Afikoros. What's the Sfar Mechitzonim? Tana b'Sifri, Tana b'Sifrei Tzedukim. It refers to the books of the Tzdukim. Remember again, who are the Tzdukim? The Tzdukim were the people who did not believe in Torah Shabbat. Rabbi Yosef Amar b'Sefer Ben Sira Nami Asur Mikre. So again, Rabbi Yosef says it applies also to the book of Ben Sira. As we're going to see, the book of Ben Sira was a book of knowledge that was compiled by this guy Ben Sira. So the Gemara suggests over here that that's also called apikarsis. So the Gemara says, "Amalei Abaye, my timer." Now, what's the reason? Right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira? Right? What is it that it has in there that's so bad? So maybe it means because it says, do not skin a fish, right? Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, Rashi's on the right hand side. Don't peel off the skin of the fish, because if you peel off the skin of the fish, you're going to waste the skin. Stop over for today. I'm going to give a little bit of a fancy cliffhanger. I will say, by the way, we did excellent. So we did a block. We did a wrong block, right? But we did most of the wrong block. Let's say, Mitzvah Hashem, but incredible Gemara. Shkoyach, everyone. Continue to pick up Ben Sira tomorrow, Mitzvah Hashem. All right, everyone's going to have a great day, everyone. Jerry, you're the closest to that stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadosh and Mitzvah Hashem. Allah, we hope to see it soon. All right, Rosai, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning.
Oh, it's Bad Bunny time, son.
Our sponsor for the year of Tafshin Pei Hey. We felt the Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuman Drushas this year. And the Zuchus for Besarosh Favos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Hava Alinu Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, from the Bracha, Yoktan, and the Merit. All our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Hadan Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all of those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. We want to bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Most with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, but I really like a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Kuf 100, and we are beginning on Tzadik Tes on the days 99b, and we left off reading Gemara. We left off 4 lines down from the top. But let's instead look at it as 81 lines up from the bottom. You know, let's be positive. Let's be positive about this. Right? We got this. It says the Gemara as follows. Let's say beautiful Gemara. And again, a special welcome to Rabbi Tobias, who is one of our online listeners, Baruch Hashem from New Jersey. Baruch Hashem. He didn't try it this morning, but Baruch Hashem came last night. Rabbi, welcome, and a Baruch Haba to Rabbi Yosef Orshay, just so Yosef a second ago. Yosef in the back. Okay, not turning around, avoiding eye contact with me. Okay, good. That's it. Welcome to Yosef Orshay. It's supposed to have you in this show. So with that, let us begin. So Amar Elazar says as follows. Okay, 5 lines up from the top. Kol Adam Yamon Nizah. This is beautiful. Man was created to Torah. Kol Adam, all of men were created to Torah. Man was created to work. I just want to point out, you see this theme over and over and over in Gemara. Life is about the effort. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest mistake we make in life is we have this expectation that life is supposed to be comfortable and easy. Now, of course, there are periods when life is easy and there are periods when life is comfortable, but that is not the default state of the human condition. A person is put in this world to accomplish. Accomplishment only comes when there is struggle, when there is resistance, when there is work. Sometimes we encounter resistance and we think, oh, that must mean we're doing something wrong. Okay, it's just the opposite. Sometimes the greater the resistance, the greater the difficulty, the greater the challenge, that means that I'm usually on the cusp of something great. Adam La'amami, so man was created to work. Meaning that's so sorry. About Iniodea or Iniodea. In Lamo, in Lamo Milaka Nibra. So this is very interesting. But again, okay, so man is created to work. So what was he created to work for? In other words, perhaps at the end of the day, he was created to schmooze. How about that? There's schmooze. Or was he created ultimately again to work? Noah says. Yeshua Omer, I love you. When the Pasuk says ultimately again that literally I saddled to his mouth, the Gemara says, Omer, La'amal Pen Nibra. That shows me that man was ultimately again created for verbal Torah. Now, of course, what does verbal Torah represent? It represents Torah. It represents Torah, that a person was put in this world ultimately to Torah in Torah. But I'm not in any Odea. We're still in the Odea, I don't know, in the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sifa. So again, I know that this verbal Torah. Does verbal Torah mean shmuzing, or does verbal Torah mean Torah? Omer, Lo Yomu Shifra Torah Zemeticha, and Omer La Amal Torah ultimately, again, when it says the Seder Torah will never leave your mouth, it means it's a verbal Torah that I'm obligated to do. It's verbal Torah. And the Amar Rava, and this is what Rava says, Kulu Ufi Draftaki, or Draftaki, so I say ultimately, again, the entire body was committed to Torah. However, Tov L'Bizochi Dahavi Yistaki Da'oraisa. Praiseworthy is the person whose toil ultimately is in Torah. So everybody has to work. Everybody has to work. Everybody has to put in effort. The praiseworthy is the person whose efforts has to be expended towards Torah. Tremendous. Like again, so there's a lot of lessons to read over here. So of course, again, there's a lesson that life is about struggle. It really is. It's about the effort. It's about putting in the effort. So even if it's to work hard. What it also tells us is, and this is very important, Torah itself cannot be acquired in comfort. I remember that in Yeshiva, one of the most profound literature that I ever heard, gotten up, and he said, it was like a fighter friend, and he said, if you think that you're going to be young, if you think that you are going to find greatness in Torah, with your Gemara in one hand, your coat in the other hand, and your feet up on the couch, like you think to yourself, that sounds great. That sounds great. I'll take that. He says, if you think you're going to find greatness in Torah, you are wrong. You are dead wrong. He says you can acquire knowledge that way. Right? You can acquire knowledge, comfortable, soda, Italian, feet up. Of course you acquire knowledge. You can't acquire Torah. Torah is acquired. Torah is acquired through struggle. Torah is acquired through effort. Torah is even acquired through a little bit of discomfort. That's the way to work. I have to push myself. Because that's the mechanism. It's the effort. It's not just that Torah is acquired through like learning. Again, you can acquire anything through learning. What makes Torah different than any other discipline? It's the struggle piece. If I have to push myself to get it, if I have to push myself because I'm uncomfortable or it's a little bit difficult, that's ultimately again where Torah comes from. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. This is wild. So literally again, the pasuk says, a man who commits adultery, the noy isha, is missing heart. Now, first of all, just in general, the profundity of that pasuk is pretty overwhelming. That here is shown out in Mishnah. That a person who engages in immoral conduct, what's the problem? So we often think a person commits adultery, a person goes out and engages in any immorality. So what is that? It's about taiva. It's about taiva. Obviously, a person can't keep their desires in check. Shlomo says that's not what it is. It's not taiva. It's chasr lev. It's chasr lev. I'm missing hearts. Right? I'm missing passion. I'm missing commitment. Everyone, we all have this void inside of ourselves. And in life, we go through it trying to fill it. Try to what you fill it with. So it's easy to fill it with things that make you feel good. That make you feel in a very fleeting way. So someone who engages in their immorality, it's not just that there's a problem with his desires and lusts. He's missing his heart. He's missing his thoughts. He's missing his emotions. He doesn't understand that those things that he's filling his void with are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what he wants. In fact, at the end of the day, it's just going to make him feel more empty. You know those right there. So this is this. All right, Shlakis. What does this refer to? It's incredible. Zahalomei Torah Mikra. This refers to someone who learns Torah episodically. And today I learn, tomorrow I don't learn, the next time I learn a little more, next a little less. If you're not consistent in your Torah study, the Gemara Shlakis says that is like a man who commits adultery. What is that about? So Rashi points out there's something very interesting. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Lo Metor the plugin, Ve'ino Lo Metadir, Ve'ino Lo Metadir, Mishaino Isha, Ubal Kamimzu, Pamizu. So a person's not married, so what happens? Sometimes he's with this woman, sometimes he's with that woman, sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with that one. So what happens? So the Gemara says that's so sometimes a person who goes ahead and is not consistent in their learning. The person who's not consistent in their learning is like this guy. Sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with that one. It's not just the fact that I'm learning every day, I'm learning every day in a consistent fashion. So now let's compare to life of immorality. I'm going to do this. A person will act like they're stupid. Yad Zamen is like an outstretched hand. Intentionally. Who would expound, he would teach just nonsensical drushes in Torah. Amar, Moshe lifted the Achos Lotan Timna, the Timna, Haisa Pilegesh Levifas, Hayelech Ruben in a Kitsir eating, Hayimsa Viga and Basada. So this is what Menashe used to do with Rashi. He would put these psukim in the Torah. And these psukim at first glance seems totally irrelevant. Like, for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Lotan was Timna, and Timna was the concubine to Eliphaz. Eliphaz was the son of Esau. Who cares? Who cares? Like, what does it matter to us? Or that Reuben went out into the field. Who cares? So the Rashi says it's clear that the Torah either is not authentic, the Torah maybe not is all, maybe it's not all from God, because after all you have all these psukim in there that don't seem to make any type of logical sense. They don't really seem to matter all that. So the Gemara says as follows: Yot Sabas Kava Amrlo. Sabas came out and said, Tasha Ba'Hiva Tidaber, and then he never teaching Dofi. Eila says that Karashki, Damas Rios Eya Kamocha, Icha Ba'ercha Lenecha, Alam the first Kabbalah. Okay, so say the past came out and said, since you don't know what you're talking about, you're rebelling against your brother, rebelling against your sister, as we're going to see in just a moment. Every pasuk in Torah has profound meaning. You must have furthermore, about the first Kabbalah, about the person that's mentioned in Hiskiyah, it said, so this is actually very profound. Woe to those who pull sin with the ropes of nothingness, and like literally again rope, also means like ropes, and the ropes of the wagon, what is it? Reins. And the reins of the wagon are sin. So the Gemara says, if you notice the pasuk is very interesting. The pasuk begins by speaking about Moshe Adam the Chevle Hashab pulls sin with ropes of nothingness, right? Chevel is like a rope, and then it begins to speak about Avos Hagalim, reins. Reins are thicker than ropes. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? Wow. So listen to this. You know the way it works with sin is that in the beginning, sin only holds on to me by like a spider's web. Just like a rope of spider's web, right? A thin rope of the spider's web. But at the end, it holds on to me with the rope, with the reins of the wagon. So what a profound Gemara. Like something again when in the beginning, when there's Yitzhara has a very limited hold on me. And its hold is only like a spider's web. I can easily break free. But after a while of choosing not to break free, making the conscious choice not to break free, sin holds on to me with the thickest of brains. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Das Aton Arami has Achos Lot on Tindamai. I can say the Gemara is rebuking Menashe ben Chizkiah. But Lamaisa, what is the purpose of these psukim? In other words, why does the Torah tell me about Timnah, the daughter of Lotan, who becomes the concubine of Eliphaz? Like, who cares? I was like, get ready for this. This is ridiculous. So the Gemara says, Timnah was a princess. She was a princess. It said Aluf Lotan, Aluf Timnah. Aluf Makusa Belotaka. The word Aluf means essentially a king without a crown. In other words, like a assistant king, a king away. Like a little, like not quite, but it's also monarchy. So Timnah was monarchy. So what happened? She wanted to convert. Timnah wanted to convert. Basa Isa Anitzchak Yaakov Lo Kibluha. Avram Yitzchak Yaakov did not accept it as a Giores. Halcha b'Haisek Legish Eliphaz b'Esa. She became a Legish of Eliphaz, the son of Esau. Amra, she said to herself, Mutov Tei Shifcha U'Mazul V'Lo Tei Tidur U'Macharis. It is better to be a maidservant of Israel than it is to be a princess for another nation. Nafak Mina Amalek, the son of Yisrael. Who was her son? The most famous son. The most famous son of Timnah was Amalek. Amalek is the grandson of Esau, the son of Eliphaz and Timnah. So the Gemara says, the Tzarina Yisrael. Amalek again gives us problems to this very day. The Gemara says, by the way, my timelapse, like what is this? What a crazy story. So Timnah wanted to go ahead and convert. Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov said essentially no. She goes and she marries Eliphaz, and they have Amalek. So the fact that she produced a kid, like, what is this?
Yo, what up?
The Gemara says,
Trazeway. Long time no speak. What's good, son?
A very beautiful piece about this. And he highlights this idea, like, what is going on?
Oh, slanging dick like it's going out of style. I have a question for you, though. A very serious question. Has your absence been due to the fact that you've gotten your ass kicked so badly in pool, or can you please provide an explanation?
I have a very legitimate reason for not converting her. But sometimes, even if you have to say no to someone, there's a way to say no to someone.
Okay, I'll take even. Are you ready to?
Things to people that they don't want to hear. We have to do things to people that could be hurtful and difficult. That there's a way.
Oh, lay up. Okay, like when?
Apparently, what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is holding the almost liable for how they felt.
Baby, I'm up all night. I'm gonna pull an all-nighter just to whoop your ass.
An incredible sometimes again. What has to happen is going to be difficult for people.
7 hours? You need me to wait 7 hours to beat your ass when I could beat your ass good and ready right now?
For that, it's not incredible.
Dog, how about you just play right now? How about you don't plan your fucking life around playing pool and you just do the needful right now?
Very simple. Where was Ruben collecting flowers from?
Dog, 6:41. There's never been a better time in the entire world than 6:41 to be able to play pool.
You see a flower over there. Okay, it's just a
Barry,
flower.
how have you been, girl?
Ruben was not that if he was going to bring home flowers for his mother, where was it going to come from?
GM.
Why?
How are your doggies? Excellent. All right, back to my man. Excellent, as always, absolutely. Back to my man Trazeway. So Trazeway, how about you just lose right now, get it out of the way, and then you can recover for the next 4 months or whatever the fuck it's been since I've last whooped your ass.
So the story of Timnah, because again she was rejected by the others, becomes the mother of
Baby. Look, I'm just going to summarize this for you as best I can, all right, concisely, efficiently. Let's play right now, not in 7 hours. How about that?
It's not just the amount of Torah that they learn. What makes tzaddikim
Baby, I'm just giving you an opportunity to get your ass kicked sooner rather than later.
Not to hurt and not to harm the other, even in the smallest of ways. Incredible.
Dog, you need me to get out my calendar to play you. I'm ready to play right now, anytime, anywhere. You're over here like, hey, when the moon and the stars align. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. Come on.
What does he do? He makes shalom between the celestial sphere.
7 hours, I could be asleep. I could be in the middle of beating somebody else's ass. Right now, I have the opportunity to take you to the woodshed. And let's be honest, it's your time, 6:41. There's never been a better time in the entire world than right now to get your ass kicked. I mean, I'm positive of it. So how about I send you an invitation right now, you accept it, and then you get thrashed.
It's beautiful, and learning Torah offers me an avenue of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. When I learn Torah, the Shema,
no one does. It's just part of how the cookie crumbles. All right, next question. Are you ready for the Winter Olympics, big dog?
You ever wonder why it is that when you learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility?
All right, what's your favorite sport and why?
Level of tranquility by Torah that you can't feel by anything else. Why is that? Because on one hand, Torah comes from Shamayim,
winter sports,
but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to me, which seems inherently contradictory. But
okay, those work. Why isn't there a spring and or a winter, spring and or a fall Olympics?
Heaven and earth, and we feel that harmony. We feel that equilibrium.
Why isn't there a spring and or a fall Olympics? I'll wait. I think they should have one. I think we should start it. And the first sport that we could add to the lineup is pool. They play pool in the Summer Olympics. Okay. Oh, they used to.
When you learn Torah,
they should start that back up.
Torah has the ability to protect. When I learn Torah, I'm creating some level of protection for the world.
That's a baller. Now we're going to have to learn all of the history of pool in the Olympics. So thank you, Barry.
Wow.
Pool, Olympics.
You're bringing Geula just a little bit closer.
Let's see. I bet it's going to give me swimming. No, we want billiards.
All I want more than anything in life is Geula and Mashiach. So what could I do? So I learn. Every time I learn, I bring Mashiach to Zebulun. It's not just learning. It's any spiritual activity. By definition, he says the Geula. Shneimar, Velomar, Letzion, Amiyat. Amrish Lakish.
Okay, here we go.
It's beautiful. If you teach the son of your
has it ever been?
Torah,
they're saying
it's counted as if you've created him.
Has billiards ever been in the Olympics? They've had billiards on television. Billiards has not been included as a full medal sport in the Olympic Games. While cue sports, including pool, snooker, and carom billiards, are recognized by the International Olympic Committee as an international sport since 1998 through the World Confederation of Billiard Sports, they have not been added to the official Olympic program. I've seen it on TV. Oh, for sure. Absolutely, I'm sure. I mean, you remember it, and you were a child, so it definitely made an impact on your life.
Rashi says, I can also divine mitzvah. In general.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a sport.
Spirituality.
But I'm with you, Barry. I think that I don't know your personal opinions, but I think that billiards should be an Olympic sport. If you have ping pong,
I'm creating something new. I do a chesed. I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddishkeit
is that a fit? Do you know what the most wild sport that has ever been a sport though in the Olympics was?
But it wasn't me. Now that I'm creating new spiritual
No, I'm talking about painting.
When I create
painting in the early days of the Olympics was a sport.
Incredible. So the
painting. We're going to learn all about it. Yo, dog, please tell me about painting as an Olympic sport.
When you learn Torah, get ready for this.
Back when art used to be an Olympic sport. So from 1912 to 1948, part of the Olympic art competitions that celebrated artistic expression inspired by the sport requirements, all paintings had to be original and directly inspired by athletic themes, such as depicting sports events, athletics in action, or the spirit of competition. Gold, silver, and bronze medals were awarded in each category, including painting alongside athletic events.
right? What I wouldn't give like for a do-over.
I think that's
Now,
baller.
for a do-over,
It was
all the knowledge that I have
discontinued
now, all the
in
knowledge
1948
that I
due
have,
to
it's
concerns
like,
over amateurism and inconsistent judging. That would be a hard one.
Wouldn't that
The International Olympic Committee cited a lack of objective criteria and declining artist interest. However, the spirit lives on through the Cultural Olympiad, a non-competitive exhibition program held during the Games, including the 2024 Paris Olympics.
I am recreating myself with the very
All right,
fabric of creation.
so that's a little bit of
Remember,
Olympics
the world
history,
was created with Torah.
and we learned that Trey's way likes bobsledding and the downhill skiing. Barry, what kind of sports do you like in the Winter Olympics?
The Gemara says, when I learned, I literally have the ability and opportunity to remake myself.
I'm
Very,
very
a fresh start.
I've always
It's available to us.
I was a kid that loved figure skating.
Incredible.
That's big time. I like it too.
I'll take me
Honestly,
also.
I think I've always like.
If you force your friend to do a mitzvah, how can you force your friend to do a mitzvah? There are many ways you can force your friend.
All right, I'm going to name a sport, and you tell me if you like it or not. The biathlon. Go.
Right? There are plenty of ways to force people to do mitzvahs, and don't feel bad about it.
Excellent question. I'm going to clarify. It's very interesting. It's where you cross-country ski, and then you get a gun, and you shoot a target.
And guess what? If you force someone and back them into a corner,
It sounds interesting. Cross-country
you get credit. The forcer.
Oh, I agree. But isn't it strange that they like have a sport where you get a gun and you shoot a target while skiing? It's like two random things that they put together.
Everything is all about making people feel comfortable.
Excellent.
Right?
Yeah, it was about like
It's
alpine
all about
snipers,
everyone should feel comfortable.
essentially. All right, next question. What are your thoughts on?
Like Claudiusville says,
Is it called skeleton?
Is making people feel uncomfortable.
We'll look it up.
So that they're able
We'll
to
look
go
it up.
ahead and push themselves.
Yo, dog, isn't there something called skeleton in the Winter
They
Olympics?
just feel so comfortable that they don't want to move. Hey, so the nice thing, the Gemara says it's okay.
It's something
it's
like
okay.
that.
This is
Yeah,
a very
skeleton
important
is the name of it.
also.
Yes,
It's
skeleton
okay
is
to
a
make
high-speed
kids uncomfortable.
winter Olympic sport where athletes race head first and face down on a small sled down an icy track. They can
And
go.
if you do that, the forcer
Okay.
gets credit because they can do the
Excellent. Here's my perhaps my favorite is what I'm about to ask. What are your thoughts on speed skating?
Moshe didn't hit the Nile.
I like
Aaron hit the Nile.
Oh, it's baller. It's absolutely baller.
Since Moshe told Aaron
Yeah.
to do it, and Aaron did it
Wait,
because
in the-
of the forcing of Moshe. If Moshe gets
Oh,
credit,
yeah.
it's incredible.
Absolutely, Barry. I'm all focused on everything social media, so you've got me pegged. Yeah, so like, which didn't really make sense to me why everyone didn't chase after her. They just let her go, and then she just was able to sit back and coach.
Right, to diminish the honor of a Talmid Chacham.
Yeah, that's an
Well,
inch.
I mean, in that, this refers
to someone who embarrasses his friend or degrades his
that's
friend.
one of the big
Because
things
of
they
that,
did.
I think this is fascinating.
By the
This
time
is
they
never
were
the way we
on
have to
the
talk about
Slack,
Torah.
Slack,
Right,
everybody
because
was
it's always much more like theological. Here's the thing, Gemara is describing it as someone who either
Right.
degrades
It really
somebody
brings
to become him
into,
or degrades his
like, I
friend
did not think
because
that air resistance would have that much of an impact, but it does. They have to, like, stay in the path or whatever. Yeah, I did see that. My favorite Olympic event. Okay, so there used to be this guy called Apollo Anton Ono, who was like the big speed skater of like the early 2000s, and he was in a race versus like all these people from like cold places, and they all were in the biggest speed skating event, like the final gold medal match, and one of them slipped and took out everybody in front, and the winner ended up being from Australia, and it turned out to be Australia's first gold medal, maybe even any medal in any Olympics, and all the guy had to do was just not fall down, and he ended up becoming not just a gold medal, but he became like a reality television star in Australia. He's been on like like Australian Survivor and all kinds of other things. And literally, all he had to do was just not fall, and all the people in front of him got taken out. I find that to be interesting. Oh, yes. Pardon me. You are 1,000% right. Absolutely. That's an excellent clarification. For those of you keeping track at home, Barry's absolutely correct on that one. Yes, in the Winter Olympics, I should have absolutely been clear. All right, so who do you think's going to win as a country? That's okay. So I think Norway has a good chance because they they're tough. Canada, United States, those are the big ones.
What do you do all day, right?
Can you name a single person, anybody, one person who's competing in the Winter Olympics?
Says,
I can't either. Right.
But they learn for themselves. They interpret it. They don't benefit us That's also
I'm with you, Barry. It has not, even I was someone who talks about the Winter Olympics a lot. I still can't name one single person competing. And when I was younger, I feel like they would NBC and the Olympics and USA Sports would always focus on maybe one or two different Olympians to be like, hey, be on the lookout for this person. Like in ice skating, there was Tara Lipinski, and before then there was Christina Yamaguchi, and there was Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding, and there was Apollo Anton Ono. I could at least name some people that. I forget what his name is as a downhill skier, but there would be, or Shaun White in snowboarding. There is absolutely no one like that I can think of now, and I don't know if we're just not as good as we used to be, so they don't focus on something, or I don't know. But there is just, I can't name a single one. I have yet to meet somebody in here, and I've been talking about the Olympics for a little bit now, who can name a single person. How about Traceway? Can you name a single person who has competed, who's about to compete in the Winter Olympics? All right, who's that?
Even without it, I could learn. It doesn't about that. The Rabbi was my link in the chain.
There you go. So at least.
Well, you know what? I can't actually name one because I remember hearing about it. I just had to Google what Torah actually means.
In fact, he did this. So what's the example about the Torah? It's like the people of the house of Binyamin Asiyas
just rolls off the tongue.
What do they do, Binyamin the doctor? How did the rabbis benefit us?
Right.
What do they do that's actually beneficial? After all, top of Klop, 100. Incredible. Lo Charlotte or Vavalo Asur Yoda. It's not like they ever did anything special, right? What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us what we already know. It's not like the rabbis figured out a way to permit the raven or to prohibit the dove, right? In other words, what they were saying is come on, it's not like the rabbis are figuring out anything new or doing anything all that different, right? They're just regurgitating information that we already know. So there was an incredible Rabbi, so when in the household of Binyamin was doctor, when they would have a shayla, and they would go ahead and bring it to Rabbi. Listen to this. When he would find a reason to permit the treifa,
that seems difficult that she was 15 and had the pressure on her. I'm sure she doesn't know what's going on with her coaches and such, but you never know.
Go ahead. Or when there would be a reason for an isser,
no, and then I don't know if that one
look, I'm prohibiting to you,
Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. The one who dated Tiger Woods?
When they needed them, they showed up. Even in the show,
Yeah, this is a blonde chick.
It's always easy.
What is that girl's name? That's who I was thinking too. Yo, dog, who's that Olympic skier who dated Tiger Woods?
People off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again,
Lindsey Vonn.
So it's easy to not. Everybody can be knocked off a pedestal. Everybody's a human being. Everybody has their faults and deficiencies. But incredible else. So baby, say yo, they're speaking trash about the Rabbi.
Is Lindsey Vonn competing in the 2026 Olympics?
Suddenly again they need it. Incredible.
I thought she was coming back.
The Gemara says as follows.
She is. Despite suffering a completely ruptured ACL in her left knee just a week before the games began. Oh, are you serious? That's like a career-ending injury. She confirmed her intention to race at a press conference on February 3rd, 2027, and successfully completed. Oh, I imagine so. She's 40, so that's old for an Olympian, big time.
Because he thought what he did was so.
But she's like the most famous female skier ever. I mean, I can't name many of them. There's Peekaboo Street and Summer Sanders. Summer Sanders, and I just knew her really because she did NBA and such stuff. Aside from that, I can't really name any. You know, I didn't even think of American hockey players, but I can't even name that many people in the NHL that I could say like I know their names if I hear their names, but I don't really follow the NHL that much. So
holding your Rabbi by his name.
Even, I don't know, like, the NHL used to have bigger name people. They'd have, like, Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux, and I feel like they're just not, they don't have, like, a single really good guy who, like, oh, yeah, that guy's playing. So, yeah, trying to think of any other sport. I can't name a figure skater, either male or female. You know what sport I really love to watch? It might be my favorite sport is curling. I love it. Yeah. I love curling, and surprisingly, it's on TV more often than you would think. Did you know, though, that there are only, like, in the entire North America, maybe the world, like fewer than a 1,000 curlers? Like, I bet you've never met someone who's curled ever.
On its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees.
Same here. It's just not like, it's like you have to, it's almost like nepotistic. Like your parents are good at curling and they get married and then they have a child and that child's all into curling. But it's like, I've never met a curler in the United States unless you grew up in, like, I don't know, like Seattle or Salt Lake City or someplace that's like really into winter sports, maybe Denver or something. Like LA, I've never, people play all kinds of sports. Curling is not really one of them. And I think though that it could be more popular. I guess it just has to do with like if there's money involved, and maybe being a professional curler doesn't pay that well, but I don't know. I find that sport to be absolutely amazing. It's just like how precise everybody gets, and I feel like I could do it. That's another thing too. I feel like I could be an okay curler. It's almost like bowling on ice. Like of any of the sports, curling I feel like I could do. I could even be someone with the broom, the broom people. I feel like I could do that. I personally think that I could be a very good curler. So maybe someday, maybe I've got a professional chance at being a curler. Of any of the sports in the winter, which one do you think you could compete in, Barry? Oh, but you could do curling. All you have to do is just like slide and let go of a rock. All right, but I mean, even a broken clock correct twice a day, right? You can maybe do something. I mean, have you ever bowled?
want to point out something amazing.
I've been
What does
terrible.
water
I've been
represent?
terrible.
Okay.
I don't know what water represents. Water
All right.
represents Tara.
All right, so you don't think you could do anything? Can you ice skate at all?
Right? Again, it represents Torah. It represents light. It represents creation. The Torah really what represents is notion of Tara. Why does water represent Tara? Person's Tara.
I ended up on the ground
water. They
on the
become
ice.
Tara. Why does water
And
do that?
when I was a kid, they have these like walkers now for people to learn how to ice skate. I've seen it like ice rinks, but and I've used them at ice rinks. But when I was a kid, they did not have that. And so you just ended up on your tuchus, on your butt, if and you'd be all bruised and stuff. It's very easy to break a wrist. It can be pretty dangerous. All right. I'm trying to think of another winter sport that I could do. You know the one that I think I would probably die at? I guess it's the one, is it the luge? Not the luge. The one where, let me look it up, where the people are flying through the air. It is, absolutely. Yo, what's the one sport where it's like skiing, but then you fly in the air like really fast and really high, and it can. Yeah, it's something like that. Ski flying.
That's like the peak of Kedusha. If somebody were to ask,
is that an Olympic
so where do
sport?
you go past the Kodesh Hadashim? There's nowhere, at least not in this world. But
is ski flying an Olympic sport?
There's no such thing as reaching the ceiling of Kedusha.
Ski flying is the sport you're describing.
That comes out of the Kodesh
It's an extreme form of ski jumping.
Stream is water.
It is not an Olympic sport. Okay. Yo, what's the sport that's like ski flying, but it's in the Olympics?
There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes to
I guess it's ski jumping.
Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So
that to me,
let's see a story about apicarsis.
I think I would die doing it. I really do. Like, you're flying at like 85 miles an hour, and
in the future, Messianic era.
I don't know. I just don't think I would be very well at it. Yeah. All right.
The future, Moshe is going to bring precious stones.
Trey's way. I have several questions for you that have added up over the course of our time together right now. Are you ready for the first question?
He's going to go ahead, and he's going to chisel out these stones into entrance ways of 10
Trey's way, are you there, or
are
you just studying Olympic rosters?
And these are going to be the entrance way to Yerushalayim.
Who wouldn't be? All right, first question. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? It's now 7:01 in the morning for you. That's plenty of time for you to be able to recover, to be able to work your thumb on the pool, and frankly, to just get dominated. I'm ready to dominate. Trey's way, in my soul, I'm just ready, willing, and able to dominate you. Are you ready?
30 amas by 30 amas. That's big stones on the side. It's very big stones. Right? It's like 45 feet by 45 feet. Like what you can find stones that are that big? So you can't even find small stones like this. Okay.
All right. Well, can you at least give me a countdown until you're ready to play? Didn't you say I have to wait like 7 hours or something, which is just like outrageously long? Nobody plans that far ahead.
What happened?
I'm about the here and now because I'm about being a champion today, not in 7 hours.
So the Talmud says, "No, who is this for? Who is this for?"
Oh, you're going to sort me out? Is that what it's called?
For the entranceway to Yerushalayim, which I will say, by the way, is such a beautiful.
I just want you to know that I've been playing different versions of pool. And there's 9-ball, gotten pretty good at 9-ball, gotten pretty good at trick shot. So, I mean, in the time that we've been together, I've just been dominating. Just dominating computers, dominating opponents around the world, dominating people in private games. You should know that for as good as I was, I'm even better now. And I can't wait for you to see the improvement that I've made. Are you ready?
But again, the Malachim are working on it. As we sit here, the Malachim are working on the gateway to Yerushalayim.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, I'm ready. You don't see me shaking, though. I'm very calm, cool.
So again, the Talmud comes back to this medrash.
Baby, I'm going to be asleep. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I'm going to be rested, and I'm going to be in the mood to dominate you, but in my sleep. All I know is that I'm ready to play right now. You're here. I don't know why you wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, I guess I can make an exception to get my ass kicked at 7:08 in the morning, Great Britain time.
And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. For one who disparages the words of Chazal.
Okay, do I have to sing it, or can I just say it?
Set his eyes upon him, and he became a pile of bones. So again, first of all, we've seen before.
Absolutely. Okay, there was once a person named Trey who sucked absolute donkey dick at pool. Wait, you wanted a story? Wait, you wanted a story? So I'm giving you a story, baby.
The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is
Trey had the dream of one day being able to beat Rabbi at pool, which everyone knows was laughable. Everyone. Barry knew it was laughable. Brandon knew it was laughable. Miss Aquarius knew it was laughable. Rabbi's other account knew it was laughable. Everybody. Jayski knew it was laughable. Everybody knew it was laughable. And Trey's Way had the idea that instead of playing pool at a normal time, that they would play it in 7 hours. Doug, you want me to play at 6 a.m., and that's just not going to happen, okay? I got better stuff to do at 6 a.m. Doug, I'm just going to be honest with you. This is prime time pool playing opportunity, okay? There's never been a better time in the history of humankind than to play pool like now. Dude, you know what? As I was talking about this, I was thinking, if pool was made into an Olympic sport, what makes it have to be a summer sport? Why couldn't it be a winter sport? Trace, I want your answer to that quandary.
What Adam could have done with all of that potential. In any event, but in the future, what does it mean that the entrance to Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height? It's beautiful. Go listen to this.
I don't know either. And why couldn't it be a fall sport or a spring sport?
The potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Kof Ama Keneged Heichal v'Koslav 100 Amas.
All right, you go for it, baby. I like to sneeze. I find it somewhat orgasmic. It's an amazing feeling.
20 amas by 10 amas. Now we're saying it's 200 amas. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, no. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. There was going to say in the entranceways, because they're going to be so tall, you want air circulation.
Did you sneeze?
The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height.
Oh, you're never going to be able to sneeze now.
But the gates themselves will actually be.
We sabotaged your sneeze.
All
right, so back to our story. So, as we were saying, Trey's Way had to sneeze, but was unable to for whatever unknown reason. And Rabbi was doing their best to motivate Trey's Way to play pool at 7:11 a.m. whatever the fuck he follows. So, with that being said, everybody on earth was like, hey, Rabbi, when are you going to play Trey's Way? And Rabbi was like, anytime, anywhere, just not in 7 hours, like right now. And so then all of the people of the world asked Trey's Way, are you ready to play billiards? And Trey's Way said, we don't call it billiards here, we call it snooker. And everybody laughed at that, not knowing that Trey's Way was serious, because no one would call it snooker because that name sucks. They'd call it pool because it's short and sweet and easy to spell. They might even call it billiards if they're being fancy. but no one, absolutely no one on this globe would call it snooker. So they asked Tradesway, what is snooker? And Tradesway responded, that's the sport that Rabbi always kicks my ass at. And everybody was like, oh, we know what you're talking about. That's cool. And Tradesway was like, yeah, it's cool. The end.
So literally, again, a person literally translated who starves himself in Torah. What does that mean? That means that literally.
Do you want to do a book report on that story, Tradesway?
I neglect, or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says,
I love you. You're a wonderful person. Now, I just want to know. Okay. Later, like 7 hours from now, this motherfucker wants me to get out a calendar and make a Google event so that I can pencil him in. Excuse me, is this going to be a one-time deal and then you're going to come back in 4 months and get your ass kicked some more? Or is this going to be a regular thing? Tradesway, look, I'm just going to put this out there. Do you know that there's an invitation to play billiards right now, to play pool right now, to play snooker right now, whatever you want to call it? I mean, we can just play right now. And that way we don't have to plan anything. And you can sneeze, you can do whatever you want. You can watch your favorite downhill skier. You can go skiing yourself. See, once you get the defeat out of the way, your whole day opens up. Instead, you've got to plan around losing in about 7 hours, and that's just not a way to go about your life. Get it over with now.
Whatever you sacrifice for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, he will.
Tradesway, are you ready for the invitation?
It's incredible. The Gemara goes back for it.
Oh, that's not a no. Folks, that is not a no.
In the future, right? The future Hakadosh will give us bracha.
Tradesway, are you ready?
A handful of bracha from him.
You know what, folks? We're just going to send Tradesway the invitation. Oh, that's what I like to hear, baby. That's what I like to hear. Our shit-talking paid off, folks. Our shit-talking paid off. All right, here we go, folks. We've got pool coming up. We're going to create a private game. It's going to be live. It's 8-ball, 1v1. Breaks are random. Scoring is normal. And we've got Tradesway, who is about to lose, and everybody knows it. All right, Tradesway, everybody's waiting on you. Big dog, you've got an invitation. Everybody's waiting on Tradesway. I'm waiting on Tradesway. You're waiting on Tradesway. The International Olympic Committee is waiting on Tradesway. Barry's waiting on Tradesway. Miss Aquarius is waiting on Tradesway. Tradesway, do you know that you have an invitation?
I have to sacrifice, and we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you. Whatever you sacrifice,
Big dog.
I will absolutely.
Big dog. So you want to go to the app on your phone known as Play-Doh, Tradesway, and you're going to see that you have an invitation from the Rabbi, and you're going to see that you have the opportunity to be able to accept it. And once you accept it, that's when the ass kicking starts. Do you understand?
So I say, could it be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world?
Are you ready, Big Dog?
The handful of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is so much more than mine. So in other words,
Tradesway.
Whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give an ani a handful in this world, I get back so much more from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says,
Tradesway is taking too long. Let's go, baby. It says waiting for the other player. And the other player is Tradesway.
For what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad?
Tradesway.
So I say we know the answer to this. That
Tradesway.
Always eclipses.
You're breaking hearts here, son.
There's always reciprocity. But when it comes to
you're a cock tease.
If I do bad,
you are a grade A cock tease.
But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the
I
other
know
hand,
you're a
when
cock
I go
tease.
ahead and I do good things,
Barry
the
knows you're a
reciprocity
cock
for that
tease.
is even more. The devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "B'midas tova ksiv v'yitzav shchakim mimal v'dalsei shamayim pesach v'yanter aleim zman lechol v'mida parnasu omer v'arubas hashayim niftechu b'midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'ral b'bigre sefkat."
Trace
So the
way.
Gemara says, "You see over here,
Breaking
that the midas
hearts.
tova is even greater than the midah ra." Just quickly, the Gemara says, "Midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'ral b'bigre anashma hoshim ki bol tov asam lo samos v'asham lo sichba."
All right, Trace way. I'm going to give you 1 minute. If you don't accept within 1 minute,
again after we see
I'm going to go about my day
we're going to see in this
promoting myself to the people of the world.
all of those who died in the war of Gog Magog.
I'm not even going to give you a countdown. I'm going to let my internal clock do the work.
In fire in this world, he's burned immediately.
Trace way. The only person in this channel who could name anyone in the Winter Olympics, though Barry was able to knew of someone and
the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in the
had
system of
interesting
reciprocity,
anecdote about them.
the reciprocity for good is much
Folks, if
greater than the
you're
measure of reciprocity.
at home right now and you're just learning how to communicate, do not take lessons from Traceway. One of the worst communicators in the history of humankind, right here. We have an example, folks. If you're watching at home, either now or in the future, you should know that Traceway is one of the most garbage communicators in the history of humankind. Not just in English, in any fucking language. Traceway is doing a grade A terrible job of communicating, and everybody knows it. I know it, you know it, everybody knows it. Traceway. Traceway, you're breaking hearts, son. Traceway, one of the worst communicators ever. Traceway, just an absolute garbage communicator. In the future, when people are like, hey, how should we communicate? The opposite of Traceway. Okay, opposite. Traceway can't even sneeze correctly.
That's also called apikarsis. So the Gemara says, my time. Now, what's the reason, right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira?
Traceway, one of the worst, if not the worst communicators ever. I know that Traceway is a bad communicator, and now everybody else knows that Traceway is a bad communicator. I'm going to summarize this for anybody who may be confused. There's this thing called communication. I do it marvelously. Traceway sucks. You know, if we were being honest, we would say that Traceway is actually the worst way to communicate. Traceway should change their name to being the worst communicator in the history of the world. Traceway not only is a bad communicator, they're the worst communicator. There's never been a worse communicator in the history of humankind than Traceway. There's never been a worse sneezer in the history of the world than Traceway, and there's never been a worse communicator. Look, I'm just going to summarize this for you as best I can. Okay, so for any of you watching at home and you're like, hey, am I the person who is communicating badly? No, you're doing absolutely fine, baby. Traceway is the worst communicator in the history of humankind. And Traceway doesn't even recognize that they could be a better communicator. In fact, they should be a better communicator. They know the language. They're familiar with much of what is going on in the world, yet they're an absolute garbage communicator. I know they're a bad communicator. You know they're a bad communicator. And now the world knows they're a bad communicator. Traceway, we've moved on. You're a cock tease.
families in Maria.
Everybody knows it.
Nathan and the Adler and the Jim Yehudis Esther Bas Chalaza, and Gavin Cohen, Gavin sponsors for today's edition of the Earth of Gavin's grandfather Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Yaakov Cohen from the Rock and York and Mer. Other Cohen, all of the Nishans have no families in Kama, all those who should have a Cohen Holy Israel. The work should bring home our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Masay Mayhem. And once we got, let us bring a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Really incredible, like I said, which I said, I'm running out of adjectives. I never even describe anymore. How enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. So fascinating. And I just because that's normally a 7.5-year cycle, you forget cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Anyway, Moses came back to Sadik Test. Then we are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Sadik Test from the Jews. And we are taking up it's about 20 lines before it gets warm. The order of the Yochanan. They see the local kindness. The Yochanan says, I believe and all the words I shall do the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. But this echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to see yesterday's back of these people of Rabbanim. Well, of course, we with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to receive the Messianic era. So essentially, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I know, I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to receive Mashiach. I'm going to be talking. So I'll say, first of all, it's just a very dramatic statement. Right now, so much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Gula. Let him come. But I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to succeed. I'm going to be lucky. My time up. What's your problem? What is it that you're concerned about? Even in the same city, Hashem Yomas Ishmit Mehari, Upagado, Upabai, so much Yadol, like the national so you see, I guess, the way that the Navi describes. The way the Navi describes a little bit of the Messianic era. Or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and will run into the bear. And then he'll come home, he'll put his hands on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Navi is describing it is essentially a pre-Messianic era. You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So something like this, is that what's bothering you? Is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let me share some, and I don't want to see it? So this is so profound. Rishvakish says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. As soon as he finds his own field, the surveyor, that actually points out who is the surveyor. This is the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. So, Teddy was going to say, you go out into your field and you find someone that says you're trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you can take the Barbie. It's just like the guy in the lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. You not for years, then you come into the city, has a bone Rabbi. You run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in selling money, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Haga, the Gemara says, Haga Domek means Haga Bago. It's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, running into the surveyor, it's like running into the lawyer. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector. And it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. You pass the base so, what's a bonus and below so, you come in the out. You come home, and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. So you're going to say, what is this like this highlighted over here? But I think just even now, forget about serious how much does a chart start go for? It depends which one there's so many. There's challenges, it's a collection of probably $1,500. And the town is the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. And it's just like being bitten by a snake. So listen, so the executive said, there's two things that are coming out of the executive statement. Number one, the executive is saying is, you're so concerned about your Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties and challenges of the Messianic era. Newsflash. There's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easier. The pre-Messianic era becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. That's not what I'm trying to say. Listen, there's also another thing which is incredibly important. One of the most potentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this notion, right? That life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think what Shloki is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is not a challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It just means that is the reality of life. And also sometimes when we go through life, and we expect things to be tranquil, and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything's hard. It's very selfish. You seem to be up on your plan. Life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-Messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it, and you lean into it, and you understand it, and you accept it, then at the end of the day, you can figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Mishum Dechsev, Shalom Na'uru Im Yelad Zacham Ador Isiko Gemara Lachal Atzav. Kileta. The Nabku Kopanam Liyarako. Rather, it's like Rabbi Yochanan, maybe you're bothered by the following pasuk. Now, what does the pasuk mean? My Ra'isi Kol Geber. What does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, interestingly enough, the Navi over here is describing, it's interesting. Once again, all of these psukim seem to be describing the pre-Messianic era. This is Yirmiyah and Navi. And he's saying like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. It's a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, "My Ra'isi Kol Geber." What does it mean? I've seen all men. Amar Yitzchak, Amar Misha Kol Gevula Shalom. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I see HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. Umay Nefku Kopanam Liyirakon. And what does it mean that the Ribono Shalom's face turns pale? What does that mean? Amar Yochanan, Pamayo Shamalu Pamayo Shamata B'Shar Sha'amra. So what it refers to is like this. Literally again, Pamayo means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? This is incredible. B'Shar Sha'amra HaKadosh Baruch Hu Halu Masi Yadai B'Halu Masi Yadai. Hey Avad Elu Mipne Elu. So let's listen to this. The Ribono Shalom says like this: these are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, this is incredible Gemara. The Gemara is highlighting like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It is important for us to understand that as much as Kosh Baruch Hu wants to bring about our success, when the Ribono Shalom brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. But why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Ribono Shalom, belongs to everyone. And everyone belongs to the Ribono Shalom. V'rachamav al kol ma'asav. And he loves everyone. And he cares for everyone. And he wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is what I was saying. This ties back before. Remember again earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember anything but Agadah in Dr. Yomi right now. But remember again, once upon a time when we learned like Gemara, so you remember again, we had the whole sugya of Shem Mitzvahs B'nai Noach. Right? How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Rosh only loved Klal Yisrael, then we would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert the world. Yet, amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't convert. You got 7 mitzvahs. Do that, and Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you do. And everybody knows that HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So when Messianic era comes, and Klal Yisrael is lifted up, and the other nations are punished, that is hard for Hashem. it's hard for the Rebbeinu Shalom to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, this is the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes
Looks like I'm
injured,
gonna have to fight in
you
a
can no longer
boxing ring
feed
in a
from
few
its
months.
truck. Put your horse by that truck. What's the problem? What's the problem? Then when
You
the
were the
ox
first
is in
bucket
its
pull of the night. Here's a
and
little
it's
joke
ready
book
to go
for
back
you.
to its
There you
truck,
go. Gotta
the
start
problem
somewhere.
is
Big
you
Benny,
feel bad for
everybody.
taking the horse away from the truck. Okay, so
Here we go.
the
Your
metaphor,
second
of course,
bucket
is
pull
that probably still
of the
have
night,
greatness.
ladies and
We've
boys.
also had greatness because of a variety of different license states. They start to do opposition to the nations of the world.
Hello,
And then when
everyone.
Messianic era
I'm proud
comes,
to say that
he's
this
taking
episode
that
is
back
sponsored
and
by
giving it
Prize
back to
Picks.
us.
The game is
But
almost
it's
here, so
difficult
cash
for
in
us.
during America's biggest
Listen,
sporting event, the Prize Picks.
it's difficult
It
for
always
the
feels
Rebbeinu
good to be
Shalom
right.
to go
It
ahead
also
and
means
do
it's
this.
your last
I'm going
chance
to
to
do
get
the
into
Allah.
football
I
action
see the
before next
results of
season.
Ashley
Close the season outright
Probably
with
so
Prize
going to
Picks
benefit.
beginning
We're going to
$50
reap the
instantly
benefits
in
of the
lineups when you
Mashiach.
play your first
All we have
$5.
to do is great.
Tony, Prize Picks is the best. It makes my sports watching experience even better. My best friend didn't even know what a first down was. That stupid girl. Now she's talking to me every Sunday about who she's picking for her lineup. It's so exciting. It gets us all amped while watching the game.
That's amazing, Rabbi. You can find your community on Prize Picks with the new social feeds feature. You can share Prize Picks with your friends, copy lineups, like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. Plus, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups. Now, Rabbi, you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Guys, Prize Picks. It's good to be right. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Starting something new is just hard. It's terrifying. Trust me. I know. When I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if no one listens? What if I make a fool out of myself? What if I'm Prize Picks products? Now I know that I was right in believing in myself and launching my podcast despite all the fears and hesitation. Also helps when you have a partner like Shopify. And right there on your shiny hill. Tony, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify is the commerce platform driving millions of businesses around the world. From household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands that are just getting started. That's right. It's the best thing that you can possibly be part of. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build beautiful online stores that match your brand style. Plus, get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or scrolling. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at Shopify.com/Kiltony. Go to Shopify.com/Shopify.com/Kiltony. Shopify.com/Kiltony.
It was worth the person create a work for David, a worth to create a work for Moshe, worth to create a work for Mashiach, and now, let it be that it is worth it for the both to create the world for you. If you maximize your potential, you maximize your potential like David, like Moshe, like Mashiach, then it is worth it for us to create the entire world just for you as well. Incredible. So Gemara says, incredible, Gemara says, Mashmo, by the way, Mashmo, what's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name, remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term of someone who's going to go ahead and bring about salvation.
The biggest thing in Austin, I'm not bragging, I bought it as allow me to explain. About 10 years ago, like you would say, I was poor. I got a penis implant, didn't believe I had a big like me. And there's only one caveat, they can only make it bigger, not longer. And I'm a little disproportionate. I gotta be honest, you're supposed to go twice, I went 3 times, third time not a charm. I'm hung like a hot meat ball. It's ready to blow. Couple cans of tuna stacked on top of one another, but not that cheap bumblebee shit. That's what I bet I record on that solid white meat. That's what I got. True. All right, great, great. I missed the big dick thing. You explain, I'm just trying to absorb big things. Literally missed it. I have,
what does Mashiach do? What can the Holy Spirit Mashiach brings about comfort? And Mashiach brings about consolation. It's interesting, when that faith is the great consoler from years to thousands of years to come, then Mashiach. This word doesn't also have to use proper things. This is the description things. This remember again is Kazik Kaf. But ultimately, the word of the power of Mashiach came from, the power of Mashiach comes from the Rebbe Shalom. Incredible. Rabbi, let's point out the Yerushalmi, like this as well. The Yerushalmi says that the name of Mashiach is the Lord. That's what it brings down to the story that we have. That's incredible. Rabbi,
Does it stay like that?
Shivra
No,
Dubei
so
Rabbi
yeah,
Shmuel.
it hangs
It's
low.
interesting
It
enough
hangs
that
low because
Rabbanan
it
say
has plastic in
that
it.
his
So
name is literally again the white one of the
yeah.
Rabbi. Rabbi said, what does that mean? That's he says, we have Mitzvah Shabbat Rabbi. Ultimately, again, he is Mitzvah based Rabbi. Rabbi said, this seems to loop back into what we saw before yesterday's God. But where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome. He's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. He's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David. Leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. And the Gemara says, Shema Amar Achli Chalil Kunosam Achavil Shalanu Anachli Chashkabinu Nagua Mukal Kimunu Amar Nachli. I mean, it's a Nachli. He is high. This is incredible. And Nachli says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, probably alive, he goes, I know. Then he's probably someone like me. Okay, let's say, that requires a little bit of interpretation, right? Like, it's like you can calculate, right? Mashiach is someone who's like, who's kind of like me. Let's say, what does that mean? We're not going to walk in the community of Mashiach. But the Nachman was saying, was the following idea, namely, that what's that Nachman represent? Number one, he was a son of the rich Khalifa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So what the Nachman was saying was, he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome. In fact, he was saying that Mashiach is someone coming. Let's say, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our minds, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. We think about Mashiach as someone. That's what it is. Every reveals identity. Everyone has to respect him. How it's going to happen is very interesting to see. But they're not going to say if Mashiach is alive, probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. If Mashiach is someone like
Exactly how big was your dick pre?
He's more like a good
They only make it big. They only make it bigger. That's not true. They have
if he's someone like he's dead, he
That's not true.
He must make someone who's dead Taniel. And that's what actually comes out from here. Why like Taniel? Because if you look at actually Rashta's of the even the higher we can make it go to be like others. In the Shia, we are such a high concept. Neither are you being like others to some of the others. Come to them in between the Buddha and the sea, and Daniel, they won't suffer. They won't suffer. Like he suffered from terrible and pastoral illness, and ultimately became straight. And then he suffered a lot of it, like all of them, like being a trusted servant of the easy, being thrown into a lion's den, not easy. Right? So the idea of what you must know is Mashiach is someone who's battle tested. Who's battle tested. And I will say this goes back before to the conversation between Yerushalmi and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. And somebody says, what's the problem? We think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. And I will say, you know what the secret thing that you learn as you get on in life is we become great, not despite the difficulties. We become great because of it. You know, if you think about it, by the way, no one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the breakfast that I had. You know, some of the breakfasts, like the whole breakfast really pushed me to excellence. In fact, back then, it's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with breakfast is? The challenge with breakfast is breakfast sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. That's it, that's just it. Everything's good. People become great because of the challenges, not because of the blessings. So that's what someone saying to the author. I mean, it's happening with it. You want to say, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach with every single time. Things get difficult. You run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through, looks at the other side, scarred, battled, and bruised, but stronger because of it. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often see our lives from difficult. Challenge comes, let me run the other way. It's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The benefit doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when I present yourself, you see yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where the mercy comes from. That's where Zaniah comes from. What should think about the life of any single group person through the history of comedy stuff. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? And the answer is absolutely the answer is no. No, there's not one great person that history about people who has had an easy life. In fact, all of them, they become good despite the difficulties. No, that's a false statement. They didn't become good despite the difficulties. They became great because of the difficulties. Rabbi, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbeinu, David Salomini, it doesn't matter. You can probably name every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. I don't need the rest. Our second responsible. I think it's just going to be
Goodness gracious.
This is as follows. So much. I'm not even going to I'll say those people that I'm going to have sorry,
One time he goes, hey, will you grab me some more?
This is exciting. Like, there's going to be another governor. When Mashiach comes,
I drove to his mom's house and he told me about how the reason he punched a prostitute was because the church of Scientology said it wasn't that's the same guy we met.
It's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here.
How old are you?
Something with Shep,
46. What have you been doing your entire life? Because again, you have these wacky energies. You have like perfect eyebrows, like
which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period of Mashiach comes and his restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on. As they said, the controversy. They get to a timeline also. But the point of the Gemara says is the restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another governor. Another governor, what's a sham out? Yes, I shall look at them, Elokim, the Elokim. Yes, David Malcolm, Asher Akim Moab. And you write and you assure David, who I will establish a future tense. Taking on them, it doesn't say, I did establish, and I will establish. So there'll be another governor in the future. I only want to talk about Bari, David Adi, Nasiba Hamid Olam, but we already have a governor, so there's going to be another governor. So it's like you don't please out, it's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So it's to get ready for this.
Absolutely incredible. Great. So how did you make most of your money doing the financial stuff?
There's going to be a new Davidic king. And there's also going to be transformation. So it's going to happen with Father David Amara. He's going to be the assistant king.
So let's go back to the fucking nitty-gritty here. How much was the penis implant? How much did he use implant?
You just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like. So new king, new Davidic king, and former David Amara, or first David Amara, ultimately again, is going to be the shame you love. It's going to be the assistant. Incredible. George Hasmala, Michael Smith, Hi, I'm this Adam Hashem Hashem, Lama Izat Lachem Yom Hashem, Hoshech Belo'ar. So let's look at this. So again, we're talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem, Messianic era. It will be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Mashal Kargo Ba'akali Shem Mitzapar Ar. This is the story, right? It's like a mashal on the tongue of the chicken. Akali is a bat. It's a bat. They're both waiting for David. And we talk about Akali. When the chicken starts to the bat, he says, I need to tap it over. The chicken says, Rooster. So listen, I'm waiting for the morning because it makes like the morning is my kid. Right? I do mornings. I do mornings. When the morning comes, I feel that's my thing. Right? The Atal all up the bat. So what are you doing? What are you doing this morning? There's a couple of times catch 99. I'm only having, That's says a word. So probably both the time. لما شاشي أنا يجي شعور شبيه شيسي نيميوس شيسي نيميوس بكاكي شو متابع نقوله شيوم عشان يقار على أبي بقابل لما متقابل أوصل شاري لما خوش أقوله بس كاري شاري شو ناسي أنا كان white just for us is going to be like relations of the world is second like relations of the world is going to be darkness. And I'll say so again to what we spoke about before because the license thinking is upset is this upset of power.
Why do you think she
Rabbi
liked
saw
you?
the
Did she leave you
rooster
for another
and the
man?
nations of the world are the best.
She
That is
loved
the only how
me.
whom you will be above.
Movie
So
was
there was this
got
man,
a little
this
bit too
non-believer
much.
said
Taken
that
a lot. Also,
you
I
must say
like
Asim
that
Shia.
son. That's
That's
not
what
funny, but
he
that
gets
sketch
when
brother used to
I'm a late.
dine at like live on the street.
When darkness prevails upon you, the old day go up
What kind of drug?
that's when the Shiach will come. I'm a late. You like Kalaifi, so the moon said to Rabbi Abo, you're cursing me, I'm trying to introduction. Why are you cursing me? I'm only crossing the moon, I'm not cursing, I'm telling you your passing. What's the passing? She's Yaakov, Shishlichas Haaretz, Va'alacha Le'umin, Va'alacha Yizrach Hashem Ukubov Va'alacha Yirah. Because if I want to read the passage, Messiah is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations of the world. Tanya, Rabbi Elazar Omer, you also Mashiach Advan Shana. But so now, interesting enough, we have a discussion about the duration of the Moshe Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? Well, we also have some things. It's interesting that the way the Lord seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Kevin Mashiach, the Messianic era, the Moshe Mashiach, and then after Moshe Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba. The world to come. So how long is the Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar Mashiach Advan Shana 40 years. You know, that's kind of hard to say this 27 times, and I think you don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, Akut B'dar. So again, that's what I was saying. And those guys are only shouldn't shun a 70 year Shneimar. Hayava Yamahu, Benishkachas, Sur, Shivim Shana, Kiminara. Kiminara Echad. Then he says, Ezu Melech Minchad, Avi Omer Shana Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Dolos. 3 generations. 3 generations, Shlosh Dolos. Shneimar, Yirah Ucha Sheresh, and if Ney Yareach, Zon Dogo. Then Hillel Omer, Hillel says, Lahem Sheach Mishas. First of all, we see Rabbi Hillel we saw before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chavra, no. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era.
On the show.
It also happens to have a penis in we already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era. All these is this beyond. I'm not Yossi, sorry. I'm not Yossi, Jewish. Shari Lord Margaret for that. So essentially, the Hillel attraction for people. How can you even say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach are not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach? Absolutely unequivocally wrong. Hiskiyah, I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Hiskiyah live? The Bible trained. Hiskiyah trained King during days of Beis Hamikdash. He was a carrier, Kamishpavi, the Bayeshim, Va'amar, Ilim Ma'od, Basio, Ari Bashushanai, Hini Makir, Rabban Lachal, Tzadik Kenosha, Wa'ani Baroki, Achamor, Va'alir, Va'asalaso. So again, the Gemara says, Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Hiskiyah lived during times of the first Beis Hamikdash, and yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second Beis Hamikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach's going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach's still going to come. And you know, Mashiach Abban Shalom. Otherwise, it says, the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sitha, it says over it, Vayan Kavi Arivah Kavi Achilcha, by the month. So that says that Hashem afflicted you. He deprived you and he gave you months for 40 years. Ksipasam, Samchinu, Kimos in Sanu, Shosha in Ra. Give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. There's so much of affliction by month, which was consumed for 40 years, and Hashem will save us from affliction in the Messianic era of 40 years. Those are Balaneros Shana. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. See what it says over here.
We've been on this show before, I remember, because your name is hard to pronounce.
By what
is that again?
Mitzrayim will abuse us for 400 years. It's Sanchinu Kimos in Sun. That ultimately will have simcha like years of affliction. Affliction for 400 years. You know, so Mashiach for 400 years. So Rabbi Omer Rabbi says, this is this. Giving males the sheep in the Chamisha. Community Masachama. Messianic era will extend for 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shana Emar Kiyom Nacham Balibi Mushnos Kulva Duva. It's actually quite beautiful. That Hashem will make up. all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. My own company, I'm going to what's the first white line? The legal see the fire of the DC. What's the interesting when it comes to the Messianic secret? So to speak, Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Like Hashem says that ultimately again my heart knows, but even the rest of my limbs to be up don't know. So the lucky show and the immediately see from my lucky starts no leaves. Is incredible. But Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming by both of them revealed to the Malachim, which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? But again,
I work as a chef and I work as
asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu Hanavi himself, who is the messenger, right? To herald in the coming of Mashiach said, I don't know. I don't know. So it was like, what's the second word now? You also Mashiach himself, Shivas Alachim Shana. Incredible. You also Mashiach goes on 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Hey, this year again is 7,000 years. We'll say, where does this come from?
Yeah, we're all friends with the owner of NADC. It is an unbelievable burger. In fact, it says all of us do this. Go to sleep afterwards. It's like arrows. It's absolutely incredible.
How beautiful is this outside? Because ultimately, again, so Yos is sometimes the source Chassan Al-Kala, Yos is Allah Hashem Al-Kala. The Muslim will rejoice over us like the Chassan does Al-Kala. Just like the Chassan Al-Kala has Shalom Yachos, when the eyes of the Chassan one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like Shabbat.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It's such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the Shabbat of Kafar Cloud Israel. It'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not even sure. You also Mashiach, so we know Hashem Nivra Olam B'Yad Achshav. And the reason the Shmuel Messianic era will extend.
Yeah, you have like one of your favorite jokes that you just show us how funny you are.
Up until now,
ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch the next prize for Ellis Honor,
it goes from these of Noah, because Noah Zilsi Hashem Shpati. I don't care about I'm not your Calling the Diem was another beautiful development. Calling the Diem is not who only most of Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. Now let's talk about this one. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and synchronistic prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. The Yochanan says, those prophecies are about the most Mashiach, the Messianic era. About the Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin lo ra'asa Elohim zu ra'sacha, Elohim yasa l'mechak. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness of it. So all of the greatness that we find contained in the prophets, all that scripture, that beautiful, euphoric, personal type life, that's pretty much Mashiach, Messianic era. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. There is no like it. These are the Let me hear. These are the Shmuel says there is no distinction between the most Mashiach and Messianic era and ultimately again Shiva Matthews. Now we'll say, other two Matthews go back. Now this is interesting. Shmuel says the Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Shia comes regular life. What's the difference? Shiva Matthews. So what's the Shiva Matthews? They're not oppressed by anyone else. It's part of it's no small thing. Right? The world keeps us alone. The world respects us.
Tell us something crazy about your life that we could never guess about you.
You just keep a running list of these machlokes. So once again, what is the most Mashiach? What is the Messianic era? Is it some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of existence? Or do you want to say, no, maybe it's just simply,
how did you lose the weight?
just simply Shiva. It's regular life. Regular life. That big bells that pay, I don't know, people do like baseball matches, you know, you always get open with that, everybody. So let's again, it's regular world. It's regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. Just Shiva Matthews. One of the people I've only opened. Well, the Nevi'im was talking about the Shiva. That's beautiful. All of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesied about, that's what I was Shiva was. About Tzadikim Dimurim, Ayin Meyasa Elohim Duasna. About Tzadikim Dimurim for absolute Tzadikim, the eye cannot even fathom, I should say, the eye has not even seen the great sky that is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Reveal prophesies about, that's the Bali Shuvah. The first Sadiqim, the absolutely righteous people, only after the 12 who knows the greatness and the beauty that is in store for them. Now listen, I watch this. It's unfair about what Muslim Shabbat Shiva Omgin, Sadiqim, Dinur, Inwan Omgin. Rabbi holds differently. Rabbi says no. Bali Shiva are greater than Sadiqim. The place where Bali Shiva stand, Sadiqim, Dinur could never stand. So let's say you now have the fundamental focus here. Who's greater? The Sadiq drummer, the absolutely righteous person, who perhaps never sinned. Obviously, every person sins, but he never like sinned in a dramatic way. Or the Bali Shiva, who sinned and brought his way back. Who is greater? And Rabbi said this is a fundamental machlokes. A fundamental machlokes between Rabbi Yochanan and ultimately Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba holds, Rabbi Yochanan holds, and Allah Almighty the Tzaddik Drummer is learning about Shabbos, and Rabbi Abba holds about Shuvah is greater than the Tzaddik Drummer. Shinei Amar, Shalom, Shalom, Melechah, Ulukar. We say Shalom, Shalom, to the one who is far and the one who is near. The Reisha Rachok, Vada Karov, my Rachok, Rachok, Mekarov. So sorry, the Rachok Pareisha. So it's a Bahada Karov. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Abba says, that Rabbi Abba says, that if you are to show Shalom first to the Rachel, the one who is far. Who's the one who is far? The one who was far and then came back. That's the Baal Shiva. The Baal Shiva gets the first Shalom Aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after the Baal Shiva gets the Shalom Aleichem, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives it to the Tzaddik. My Rachel, welcome to Mekarov. My Karov, come to Mekarov.
My birthday was pretty weird.
Rabbi Yochanan says no. The Rachel, Sherachos Me'avera, Karov Shekarov Me'avera, there's a second there. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Karov Rachel means the one who was always distant from Avera, i.e., the Tzaddik drummer, who was the Karov. Karov was always close to Avera, the now changed their day. So let's say, the fundamental machlokes is about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tzaddik drummer or the Baal Shiva. Incredible. You know, like, one of the two are Rabbi Yochanan. For the Reveal, we call it Reveal Kulan. When the travel elements to be become Chacham. So it's ridiculous. All the Bachar that the Reveal had, right? All the Bachar that the Reveal had is a reference ultimately again to someone who marries off his brother to become Chacham, who will also Chachmat will become Chacham. And one goes ahead and does business to become Chacham, and Mahana come Chacham in the Chacham. And one of these benefits will become Chacham from the Sahara, there's great reward for those who support Torah, and for those who help Talmidei Chachamim. Okay, and the overwhelming reward about Talmidei Chachamim, but I want to say even greater than supporting Torah is what? Becoming a Talmidei Chacham yourself. And as a person becoming a Talmidei Chacham, I am a Rasa Kintu. Ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has seen that reward besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. My Ayin Allah, some of you shall believe you. So I say, what is this reward? What is this reward? What is it? What is it? As great as all the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who loves to come to Chacham, supposed to come to Chacham, who loves to support Torah. But the Talmidei Chacham himself, my gosh, the reward that is waiting for him. What is this great reward? Those of you who have a Zeh Yayin, HaMeshumar Ba'anava Mishates Liberation. So I'll say that is one age to follow now. Right, so this is one that comes from the grape that was created during the 6 days of creation.
Be aware, in Texas and a handful of other states, it is against the law. I find it amusing, so I will allow it.
There's much to say about
And only if you follow these guidelines.
What does that mean?
Well,
head to toe nude, fully erect, holding a 16-ounce bottle adjacent for size comparison. This applies to all of us. So let's say what is shooting is there are nine
What the fuck was that?
the purpose of creation, the purpose of creation is
Well,
what
here's
was
the deal, Tony.
civilization of
After the
Torah
last time,
was to take
I figured out that I, being a naturally born female,
this world. When
cannot
a person
ever
looks themselves
possibly
into
say
a
something at
Chacham,
all funny.
they're
So,
fulfilling the
I
very
should say
purpose for
something that
which
would
this
make my
world was
life
created.
easier
How
when
does that
the
manifest?
onslaught
You get
of
to
like
drink
13,000,
wine from the 6 days of
male
creation.
followers
It's almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the light of iron living and the very purpose of creation. Very Shmaki says,
Let's check in with our geek room here.
This is the first
The
thing
first thing is, we gotta send her a pic of that thick
Gemara
dick
says,
from her. Yeah, no doubt
"Let
about
me
it.
drink.
We gotta
Well,
get
that's
that.
the iron. When you're talking about Adam, you're talking about what do you mean? After you
We're
know
gonna
what
have to
it's like,
scan it on
Adam,
the
how
printer
you
because
saying
it's not
living
gonna be
Adam?
on an
You're
iPhone.
talking about God who ate it, and when you say God is
There
assuming
was
that
so much
I will not
insanity
know
throughout that set.
The
It
Pasuk
was
says
the
that
implication that I have mentioned
to
to
go ahead
you.
and
My
sustain
penis.
God.
When I was
God
on
Eden
last
are two
time, you
different
did
things.
mention your
We call
penis
it God
twice, so I
Eden.
changed
But
the
God
What was
subject.
the context of me
and then
It
there
mentioning
was
was
just
that?
how
Eden.
hard you were or
So
not. One time was not so much, one time was really hard.
Living God. Right, but at the end of the
What were we
day,
talking about at the
that
time?
taste that is reserved ultimately
Which
for
the first time was probably how I said, the second time was that I shot somebody.
That's
Take care a little bit out of context
one of the
here,
things
but
Rabbi Michigan began by
I
saying
mentioned my
that
penis
Kali says
very
going out,
rarely.
but every Jew has a portion of the world
Was
to
it a
come.
hee hee
And
ha
then
ha? Did
interestingly
people go
enough,
ha ha
the Mishnah then
afterwards,
went
Sharon?
on
Did
to
they make
enumerate
that
the people
wacky
who
noise
don't
that
have
you don't
portion of the world to come.
understand how
So
it
one of those people was,
So that thing right there, you hear that? That wacky noise?
I went
This
ahead
is
and changed the subject and asked if you were
such a person
circumcised.
does not
And some
approach
people were like,
in the world to
they
come.
got it, and they thought it was hilarious. And
I
then some
said
people were like,
Gemara,
back you out of nowhere. And I was like, no, he mentioned his penis, so I'm allowed to ask if he's circumcised.
Okay, Sharon, Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Degraded,
Did
devastated,
you guys
the word
date
of
at
Hashem.
any point?
Zero Torah incarnation. This refers to someone who says Torah is not divine.
So you have 3 words to your name and not that many
This
punchlines
refers ultimately
at
to
all.
the
This is
We'll define
incredible.
the terms
When you were in high school, did you like tell people you were like a cat or something like that?
This
That's
refers
a
to
great
someone who
question.
engages
You
in
two have those
inappropriate
energies.
interpretations in Torah.
And I'm really a
Without
cat.
the Torah.
My boyfriend's an energy damn higher.
Inappropriate interpretations of
He's
Torah.
gonna be
Yes,
librarian for 300 years.
is a Hamecha Bris.
Are you doing comedy other places?
Who knows Bris
Yeah.
So
Where?
he
Like, what are you
so he
doing?
cut off,
How often do
all
you
the
try this?
I did
Guys
comedy
don't
in
realize,
Spain
come from
last
this
year.
book and the next one.
Well, they probably couldn't understand you.
What I'm going to do is based on this. I'm a
Sam,
Khalas
I'm pretty
HaKachim,
big English
someone was
speaking
like,
comedy.
again, disparages or
Actually.
profanes Kabbalos.
Wow.
I'm about to have some
Are you like the last
someone
guy?
goes
Like, do you
ahead
have like
and degrades
different
some
jokes that are better than whatever you planned to do here
one
tonight
goes
that
ahead
nobody
and knows the
understood?
business
No, I am
services.
technically more of a storytelling comic, and like a minute is kind of hard.
Of Torah that are
Wow,
incorrect.
we'd love to hear
That
a
Malcolm to make
25-minute banger from Sharon or
studying in
Vince.
public.
Wow.
I thought these should use the
You know, the main reason I wanted to come on is so last time, so I have a major anxiety disorder, and last time I almost did pass off stage, nobody can tell.
It's a very profound demand. And you get those like so, to get out some things, huh?
This time it's not that much better. I was hoping that like the nerves would go down the second time, but this is a real thing.
It felt like an hologram.
Well, no, I wanted to get it down in a minute. Like I respect the minute somewhat. I think
says the guy can't finish him, but one
One
pasuk, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't divorce the world to come back. You know, Amar, כל הדור כולו מן השי חוץ, מביקתו זה, מכאן בחומר זה, זה ושבר זו, זהו דבר דבר השם. That's what the Torah says. When you die, goes to Hashem back. This deal, this shovel, this kind of homer, that is ultimately again degradation of the word of Hashem. And such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come. Tanya, Ramirez says, I'm looking for it, and we'll line down. Is that what Hashem is? This is beautiful. And then says, what does it mean? He's a person who learns Torah, but doesn't teach it. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So let's say it's so beautiful. And you know,
No, and I wanted to tell your audience from last time. So I am not a person.
Is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that is a pigdam. There's something missing in their Torah.
What do you want to tell the Kiltonian?
If you learn and
I don't
don't
know if you
share,
think this is going to
then
get
you
any
need that
better for
I
you.
am not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things on stage until those pesky statute of limitations run out.
How do you know
There's no statute on attempted murder.
If you
So
learn
I
it
should
and
not
you
have
want to
mentioned
share
that
it,
last
if
time.
you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has done it to you in the Neshama. If you hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice. You know, that's nice. And you have no desire
You
to
just
share it.
mentioned it again.
Torah's
You
not
know?
Oh, I
having the
know.
full
Like,
effect
I'm like,
on
well, I already
what
made
you
a
are.
mistake. Like, let me lay into it.
Rabbi Nassim says as follows. Nassim says, Kol Yisrael Mashiach ala Mishnah. Sorry, Rabbi Nassim Omer, Kol Yisrael Mashiach ala Mishnah. And there it says, what's the Baal Shem? So what does that refer to? That refers to someone
one of
who's
those Spanish
not
people right
careful
now going
with
like,
the
I got
interpretations of the Mishnah.
You know, and I find your movie, I actually like already sharing.
What
You get a little
Hashem?
joke book last time, you got a little joke book before, I'm guessing. No, I got a big one. Because of the interview. Because the audience demanded it.
Do so.
Alright,
Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is doing of the suffering that the reason of
Yo, what up, baby? Come in my Discord.
It's a person who's saying it's idolatry. My master in translation. To divide Hashem himself,
There she goes, sharing and for everybody. Patented. One last crazy glare in the eyes. Eye contact for everybody. Oh my god. Much exciting. Sharing. It might be time for Sharon to take a break from signing up. Alright.
Someone
We have
learns
a
and
radio
doesn't
if it's
have
gonna
it,
sage
doesn't
through
review.
right
You
now.
might just done that, and the other
It's
shit so rare,
the
but in a
newest
process.
force of
I say
nature
beautiful.
regular here
This
on
refers to
Southside.
someone who
Thanks
ultimately
for
again,
Green
I said,
Panther
very silly.
Flynn,
Feel a
everybody.
little shocked for them. It's mostly, I'm not having any of them, but it's feel a little bit, I guess what I'm looking for?
Guys,
Non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for.
I'm so
Right,
glad
it's
I
been
don't
going
take the
good for a little bit of
Greyhound
time,
no
and then the
more.
last couple of days,
One
it's
time
really
a
been
nigga with no arms
needs a
stole my
significant
wallet.
push thing in the money. Right, so, I'm sorry?
I'll say it again, a nigga
I
with
thought you
no
finished that.
arms stole my wallet.
But here's
And the
counting.
only
If
reason
the
why
10
I
minutes
called
say
him
there's
is
7
because my
minutes,
wallet
there's
was in
something
my
wrong.
hoodie
I
because
just
it
say,
was cold out.
but
And I felt that nigga big
why
toes
is it
scrape
for?
across
Even
my
I
tummy.
again, I'm here. But maybe it's not quite
And then
what
while
I
I woke,
I
that
want
shit
to
was
put out
right
something
there
very
in
interesting. And I
between
think this
his
is something that we
thumb
have to take
toe.
into
I don't know
account
what
a
you
bit.
call it.
We
But
live
his
in
thumb
such
toe and
incredible
his
times.
index toe
When
was
you're such
gripping
a
that
proliferation
motherfucker.
of Torah.
And he
Such
got
a
strong
like
legs.
like,
He got
and
nice
like
legs.
there
Because you know
literally
how like
is
Daredevil,
like
his
more
eyes don't work.
bones than
So
a
his
person
ears
should
is
keep up
stronger. So
with,
this
which
nigga's
is
arms
beautiful
is
and
his
incredible.
legs.
I will
So when
say,
I tried to
but there is
grab
this
that shit,
interesting
I had to like
balance
tug him.
between
You know, I had to
sometimes
tug a war with
more
this nigga. Then I started
is
wrestling
less.
my wallet away. He
And a
talking about
person sometimes
you
has to
cheating,
just
you
try to
cheating.
figure
Because I
out,
had to use my
should I
arms
be
and
doing
my
more
legs.
things? But perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people absorb things differently. But I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff. But like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So the Jordan God was like, and it's so funny, what's like, everybody says if you learn and you don't have your own life, it's like planting, but not harvesting. Planting but not harvesting. So you plant it, and beautiful, it's incredible. And not just like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't answer, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't reap what I sow. It's so interesting. Just so, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in listening. So everybody kind of find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of comfort in moving forward multiple times. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself at night. But I think at least to retain something, to conjure something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm planting all of these beautiful things. And listen, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is surrounded with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is same in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not conjuring. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to attain. Incredible. And so, over the judges call them Torah Umishkachos. Don't let each issue that is with that. Like, this is a very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? They'll say, so again, so the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, let's say, the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. You birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. Simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is to God take the time to try to hold on to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, understand the situation as my own. Thank you, Father. Rabbi Kiva says, I'm very experience. This is beautiful. Rabbi Kiva Omer, Zemer b'choyom, Zemer b'choyom. Sing every day, sing every day. Now, listen, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am the Sagar in the Apapi Shasini B'Kiva, Zemer. When you do the Pasha thing, the organ above the sin for the Shir. So listen, so again, it appears at first also Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? So listen, everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. So Rabbi Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So once again, same idea. Enjoy yourself in your Torah, chazin your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. That's it. It's also, we'll see. Let's just finish up. Omer Yitzchak Avidi, my philosopher said, Nefesh Amen Amen, the Akaparapi, the almost a Mokum Zad, the Kolasa Melasa Mokum Akar. So it's quite beautiful. We quote over the passage from Mishnah. Nefesh Amen Amen, like literally again, if the soul flows in the Torah to you, the Akaparapi, so your heaven will now heal. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so I'm talking about you. I'm not the Mokum Zeh. It's also not the Mokum Akar. If you work on your Torah in this world, the Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Amo Om Rabot, Nefesh Amo B'Torah Om Melisbon. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, the Akaf Alafi, if they should release you, the one that they come up with a Shalach Hamor. This can be like Zena so it's machine is no Kadir, now it's a Taka, now it's okay. So it's quite beautiful, the idea over here is, if you put in the effort in your spirituality in your soul, when I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation, you take things, just when a parent has a child, parents will say a child. Well, one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. I understand now my job is to nurture. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately, again, it takes care of you in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Torah Melasval, Shemechazar Shalom, and we Vakesh us Me'ish Torah, Nisoro Tami Torah, the Shadra, the Kokach Lam, the Shadra, I'll give it to one second. Incredible. So when you learn, make sure to chazan. Because if I don't chazan somewhere, to chazan something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a soil. In other words, again, which means your Torah should be present, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, the Torah takes care of you. Both in this world as well as that. So there's also another beautiful idea, and it's a little Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zena b'choyom, Zena b'choyom. And that's a usage on Akiva. Again, how should you do it right? See what we do. And let's say any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day it's the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to do? You want to be happy or be sad? Let's say, happiness, people make a mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. That's what I often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if.
There's such an energy.
If your sentence is begin with I'll be happy when, I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important episodes in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And I think what Rabbi Akiva is saying is, choose happiness. Zana b'choyom, Zana b'choyom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? If you choose to be happy, or you choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. In other words, when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva was went through life. everything he went through, from the time he was young and little young man to the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, delusion, all these different kinds of things. And that you keep us saying, choose a life of sorrow, choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. That was up. The suburbs of it today. We're doing great. Son of all, we're doing great. It's Chazara, the Kedira Hashem. We'll see you all more tomorrow. Shkach, everyone.
Last time I was on, you talked about your penis in a
All right,
comedic
Trevor,
way.
have a great day, everyone.
All right. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Zach Townsend, everybody. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I used to want kids real bad. I used to want guns real bad too.
Good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank our annual Common sponsor, Reflection Pay, the year 5785, the first Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shulman Joshua this year as a zechus for Besoros Tavos Holodan Yisrael. Some Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Karim, Zin, loving memory of Tayyip's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, and Gadi and Shane Cohen. Documenting sponsors for today, Nation of the Arts, like Gadi's grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Reb Yaakov Cohen, to the Bracha in America. Other Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos have in Aliyah, families in Nechama, all those who need resolution have been killed from the Israel. Which Baruch Hashem brings home our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yedehem. And with that, let us go with a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Really incredible Gemara, like I said on the chat, I've run out of adjectives. I have nothing even to describe anymore. How enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. Also fascinating. And I think because of that moment in 7.5 year cycle, you forget like cycle to cycle just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Anyways, Moses, today's Daf is Sadik Test 99. We are picking up in Yeretz Hashem on Sadik Test on the days, and we are picking up it's about probably about 20 lines before it gets wide. Rabbi Yochanan says, I believe the authority of Yeretz Hashem to the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. So this echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that was addressed in yesterday's daf of these group of Rabbanim, who of course believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede the Messiah. So essentially, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. In other words, I believe it. I want it to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I'm going to reach Lakish. So I'll say, first of all, so it's just a very dramatic statement, right? So much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see Zula. I'm saying, let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to precede it. I'm going to reach Lakish. My time now. Rish Lakish says, what's the problem? Or what is it that you're concerned about? Even when you shouldn't see it. Hashayaros Ishmit Nehari. Upaga Hados. Upaga by Samak Yadra like Kevinash Kogafash. So you're going to see like this, the way that the Rabbi describes, a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, a person will run away from that lion, and he'll run into the bear, and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Rabbi is describing it is essentially the pre-Messianic era. You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So Rabbi says, is that what's bothering you? Is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come and I don't want to see it? So it's supposed to be so profound. Rish Lakish says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, Sha'atam Yotzil Sada, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And who does he find in his own field? The surveyor. Rashi points out who was the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, that he was there, so you go out into your field and you find someone that says you're trying to take your stuff. Gomer Shini Kosi Barbie, just like a in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. Nichnas La'ir, then you come into the city, Tagabon Gabai, you run into the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in Shalom Aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Paga, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bears. So you come into your field, run into the surveyors, like running into the bear. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas lebeso, umatza banav benosav, then you come home and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. Again, I want to say, well, what this is highlighting? What is this highlighting over here? That often just, even now, forget about Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. In the field, there's a surveyor. In the town, there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. And it's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things that we have to know about Rish Lakish. Number one, Rish Lakish is saying is, you're so concerned about your Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties, the pre-Messianic era. Newsflash, there's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy and the pre-Messianic era becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the one Rish Lakish is saying to Yochanan. Listen, there's another thing to this, which is incredibly important. One of the most potentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this notion, right, that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think what Rish Lakish is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge, and that's okay. It doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just that is the reality of life. And I will say sometimes when we go through life and we expect things to be tranquil and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned, so upset, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is flawed. It's Rish Lakish. He's saying to Yochanan, life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-Messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it and you lean into it and you understand it and you accept it, then at the end of the day you can figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Mishum Dechsid, Shalom Na'ru'u Ilyavad Zachamadora Isikol Gabriel Vachalatzav. Kileta, V'nebchu Kol Panim Li'Yerakon. Rather, Rish Lakish Rabbi Yochanan, maybe you're bothered by the following pasuk. What does the pasuk mean? My Ra'isi Kol Geber. What does that mean? I've seen all men. I will say now, interestingly enough, the Navi over here is describing, it's interesting. Once again, all of these psukim seem to be describing the pre-Messianic era. This is Yirmiyahu Navi, and he's saying like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, "My ra'isi kol gever." What does it mean? I've seen all men. Amarav Yitzchak, Amarav Nisha kol gevura shalo. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I see HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. Umay nefchu kol panim li'Yerakon. And what does it mean that the Ribono Shalom's face turns pale? What does that mean? Amarav Yochanan, Pamalia Shamaru Pamalia Shamata B'Shar Sha'amra. So what it refers to is like this. Literally again, Pamalia means the palace. The celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? This is incredible. B'Shar Shamra Kadosh Baruch Hu Halalu Masi Yadai B'Halalu Masi Yadai Hech Evad Elu Mipne Elu. So let's listen to this. The Ribono Shalom says like this: these are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. The Gemara is highlighting like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It is important for us to understand that as much as Kodesh Baruch Hu wants to bring about our success, when the Baruch Hu brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. Right? Why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Ribono Shel Olam, belongs to everyone, and everyone belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. V'rachamav al kol ma'asav, and He loves everyone, and He cares for everyone, and He wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is why I was going to cite back before. Remember again, earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember anything but Haggadah in that way right now. Remember again, once upon a time when we learned like Gemara, so you remember again, we had the whole sugya of Shevus as B'nai Noach. Like, how do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Osham only loved Klal Yisrael, then you would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert the world. Yet, amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't convert. You got 7 mitzvahs, do that, and Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what we do. You don't need to do what you do. And everybody know that as part of this. So when Messianic comes, and Klal Yisrael is lifted up, and the other nations are punished, that is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Ribono Shel Olam to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, this is the famous adage, this is the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough, put your horse by that trough. What's the problem? Then when the ox is at a full and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that Klal Yisrael have greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. Kodesh Baruch Hu gave our position to the nations of the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, He's taking that back and giving it back to us. But it's difficult for us. Listen, I really profound humor. It's difficult for the Ribono Shel Olam to go ahead and do this. I'm not going to be I see things like the Shnei Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. We're going to reap the benefits of the years of Mashiach. Rabbi is great. Rabbi is like this pshita. Of course, we're going to reap the benefits. Who else is going to get it? In other words, if it's not Klal Yisrael, they're not going to reap the benefits of it. Who's going to benefit of it? Chilik and Bilik? Let's say it's an expression. Chilik and Bilik, like Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it from Klal Yisrael? Coming to school, we're going to see Rabbi Hillel a number of times. Next year, Rabbi Hillel is not Hillel. I see different people. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times today. The Amar in Mashiach Yisrael. Rabbi Hillel says, Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why? The first why? 90 because we have already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda. This is Rabbi Hillel. We've already received the euphoric benefits of the Moshe Mashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. Also, therefore, the people says in the name of Rav, that's not true. We reject that position. We reject Rabbi Hillel. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. Amrav. Well, every Alma this is beautiful. Rav says it was worth it for the Ribono Shel Olam to create the entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for David. Shmuel says in the Moshe, it was worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan says, worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Mashiach. So Rashi points out over here, what does it mean with David? Because David went ahead and said, beautiful shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and the ultimate year of Mashiach, because Mashiach is going to do, Mashiach is going to work his magic, right? Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change for the entire world. I always say, but the deeper message of this is when a person actualizes their potential, which is becoming an over here. David HaMelech actualizes his potential. Moshe Rabbeinu actualizes his potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the Ribono Shel Olam to create the entire world for one person to actualize his potential. And the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is insert your name here. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David, worth it to create a world for Moshe, worth it to create a world for Mashiach, and now, let it be that it was worth it for His to create a world for you. If you maximize your potential, you actualize your potential like David, like Moshe, like Mashiach, then it's worth it for the emotion to create an entire world just for you as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Gemara says, Mashmo, by the way, Mashmo, what's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name, because remember again, Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term of someone who's going to go ahead and bring about salvation. Why don't you go to Mashiach in the name of Yeshua? Like, what's his name? Shiloh Amri, Shiloh Shmo. His name is Shiloh. It's Shemar at Yolo Shiloh. Parshas Haiti. The bracha that Yaakov gives to Yehuda, right? Lo Yasu Shevet Yehuda Mekol Yehuda Raglav at Yolo Shiloh. So again, Shiloh is the name of Mashiach. The name of Yahweh Amri Yimon Shmo. His name is Yimon. Yimon means continuity. Shene Emar Yihi Shmo the Olam Lefnei Shemesh Yimon Shmo. The name of Chanina Amar Chanina Shmo. His name is Chanina. Shene Emar Asher Lo Etin Lochem Chanina. Yish Omrim Menachem Ben Hizkiah Shmo. Others say his name is Menachem Ben Hizkiah. Now let's say Shene Emar Yirachok Mimeni Menachem Yeshiv Nafshi Echa. What does Mashiach do? Also, the Holy Spirit of Mashiach brings about comfort. Mashiach brings about consolation. So it's interesting. Menachem is just a great consoler from years, from thousands of years of illness. Then Hizkiah. Hizkiah doesn't have to be his father's name. Hizkiah could be a descriptive name. Hizkiah, remember again, is Chazek Ka. And ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. The Rabbi I'll point out is the Yerushalmi like this as well. The Yerushalmi says that the name of Mashiach is Menachem. That's where it brings down to Mashiach and Menachem. That's incredible. Rabbana Amri Divra Didei Rabbi Shmuel. So interestingly enough, the Rabbanan is saying that his name is literally again the white one of Beit Rabbi. Now let's say what does that mean? Rashi says that we have Mitzorah Shal Beis Rabbi. Ultimately, again, we have Mitzorah Beis Rabbi. Now let's say this seems to loop back into what we saw before yesterday's daf. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome. He's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. The Gemara says, Shemo, Shene Emar, Achim, Chalil, Binasa, Machavinu, Savanu, Anachim, Hashkinu, Yagu, Amrikalu, Kumurina. Amram Nachman. Amram Nachman. Min Chayru, so this is incredible. Nachman says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, currently alive, he's going Amma. Then he's probably someone like me. Okay, now let's say it requires a little bit of interpretation, right? Like, it's always good to be confident, right? Like, if Mashiach is someone who's up for living, it's probably like me. What does that mean? Nachman wasn't proclaiming himself Mashiach. What Nachman was saying was the following idea, meaning that what did Rabbi Nachman represent? Number one, he was the son of the Reish Kalisa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So what Rabbi Nachman was saying was he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome, but rather understanding that Mashiach is someone clever. Let's say, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our mind, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. We think about Mashiach as being someone great. Because after the gates, he's got to reveal his identity. Everyone has to accept him. How that's going to happen will be very interesting to see. If they're not going to say if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. Shneimar ba'aya adiran imenu motion kirbo yisir amrav imin chayo no Rabbeinu HaKadosh. That's true. If Mashiach is someone like the living, if you want to say like he resembles someone who's currently alive, he's more like Rabbi Huda Nasi. It's like Rabbi Huda Nasi. If he's someone like he's dead, Daniel Ishchamidos. He must be like someone who's like Daniel. Now, also Rashi points out over here, why like Daniel? If you look at Rashi goes over here, Imin Chayu Kimin, Kimit Kibon Rabbeinu HaKadosh, Mashiach may also Shechayim Akshav, Vada Eni Rabbeinu HaKadosh B'Sholach Halon. Verse 8. Comes denominated between Yehuda Nasi and Daniel is they both suffered. They both suffered. Right? Yehuda Nasi suffered from terrible intestinal illness, ultimately claims his life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also by being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar. It was not easy. Being thrown into a lion's den, not easy. Right? So the idea over here, the Gemara said over here, Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. Who is battle tested. And I will say this goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. Rish Lakish says, what's your problem? You think that because the Messianic era is going to be difficult, life is difficult. Life is difficult. And I will say, you know what the secret I think that we learn as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. You know, if you think about it, by the way, it's not, no one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. You have so many brachos, and because of all those brachos really pushed me to excellence. In fact, the brachos is the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. They say life is good, everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So that's what Yeshua is saying to the Yochanan. I guess what's happening over here. You want to say, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take Mashiach if every single time things get difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through it, makes it through on the other side, scarred, battles, and bruised, but stronger because of it. Let's say it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The bracha doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, you say to yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where the comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. Once I think about the life of any single great person through the history of Klal Yisrael, and ask yourself one simple question: do they have an easy life? And the answer to that the answer is no. No, there's not one great person that history of our people that's had an easy life. And in fact, look, they become great despite the difficulties. No, that's a false statement. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. They became great because of the difficulties. Rabbi Yudanasi, Daniel, Mashiach, Rish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Shosh Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Salimini. It doesn't matter. You plug into the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. Already with the Rav. That's that can be powerful. I think we're just going to do some hygiene, maybe like 3 days. No, just whatever. Okay, for sure. Verse is as follows. So much. I'm not even with the Rav. I'll see if there's powerful. The hand of the hand. Sorry, David Acher. So let's say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting. Right, there's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is, part of what we're going to do also, what we have not done purposely, by the way, we're going to get to is, we're going to go through the Rambam. Because remember again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Chevlei Mashiach in the Messianic era. There's Mashiach. There's Tiras HaMesim. There's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes, and there's restoration of the Davidic monarchy. So, into all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on, as those subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also. But the point of the Gemara says is the restoration of the Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, there's another David HaMelech. Another David HaMelech. So what the Shneimar, Ve'ivdu es Hashem Elokehem, ve'Elokehem, ve'es David Malkam, Asher Akim Lahem. And you'll write and you'll serve David, who I will establish in future tense. Heikin lo ne'emar, ela akim. It doesn't say, I did establish, I will establish. So there'll be another David HaMelech in the future. I only have a couple of Rabbi, says, David Abdi, Nasi Lahem the Olam. But we already have David HaMelech, so it means we know David HaMelech. Which is right, he can Kisa, Upal Kisa. It's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So let's get ready for this. Get
ready for this. There'll be, after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. But there's also going to be Tchias Mason. So what's going to happen with former David HaMelech? He's going to be the assistant king. So by the way, if former David HaMelech is the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? Can you just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like? So new king, new Davidic king, and former David HaMelech, or first David HaMelech, ultimately again is going to be Shemi. Is going to be the assistant king. Incredible. My is Hi, I'm Avin Yom Hashem. Lama Zet Lachem Yom Hashem. Moshe for the R. So we'll say, what is this? So again, we're talking about desiring for the Yom Hashem Messianic era. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Mashal Tango Ba'aparation in the Sapphire. Listen, there was a story, right? It's like a mashal of a Tango is a chicken. Atalef is a bat. It's a bat. They're both waiting for daybreak. Only Tango Ba'atalef. So the chicken said to the bat, he says, I know the Sapphire or Sha'ora Shavi. So the chicken says, rooster. He says, listen, I'm waiting for the morning because it makes sense. The morning is my thing. Right, I do mornings. Right, that's like, oh, I wish I did mornings. Right, I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing. Right, but bad. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing in the morning? So it's like Apple Test 99. I'm gonna have but see, Rashi says over here, I'm sorry, before we go to the side, sorry. The last Rashi on 90 would be, Sha'or Shalu, Shish the Yinayim Yos, Ben Amtisi Yinayim, Kaf Yisham Tzabin Azula, Shiyom Hashem Ya'or, Avala Opiko Chavim, Lama Mekhavim also, Sharulam Osha V'Lo'ar. So it's like, Kari's always in the Messianic era. Why? Because for us it's going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. And I will say, so again, this is what we spoke about before. Because the nation is going to be this upset of power. Rabbi's father is rooster, and the nations of the world dug it back. So there was this min, this non-believer who said Rabbi Yavo. He must say Asim Mashiach. That's what he gets Rabbi Yavo. When is Mashiach coming? When darkness devolves upon you, the old Beiko Chagim, that's when Mashiach will come. So the min said to Rabbi Yavo, you're cursing me? I'm just asking a question. Why are you cursing me? I'm not cursing you. I'm telling you what pasuk. What's the pasuk? Ki hine achuti chichas haaretz va'arafel lu'umim va'alecha yizrach Hashem ukuvol da'alecha yirah. As again, also the pasuk describes Messianic era is light for cloud and cell, darkness for the nations of the world. Tanya Rabbi Elazar Omer, he wants the Mashiach Haban Shana. But so now we just do not use a discussion about the duration of the Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? That's something. It's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chevli Mashiach, Shina Messianic era, Yemos Mashiach, and then after Yemos Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba. So how long does the Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Elazar Mashiach, Abam Shana, 40 years. Shnei Amar, it's incredible. We say this phrase all the time. And we don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, Akutz Gedar. So again, that's what happens to Messianic era. And Elizabeth is how you own her. Shivim Shana, 70 years, Shnei Amar, Hayava Yamahu, V'nishkachas, Sur, Shivim Shana, Kini Melech Echad. So the Gemara says, Eizu Melech Miyuchad, Havi Omer Zeh Mashiach. Okay, Rabbi says, Shalosh Doros, 3 generations, Shlosh Doros. Shnei Amar, Yira'ucha Im Shemesh, V'lifnei Yarei Dorim. Aim Lahan Mashiach Nishas. This is Rabbi Hillel just said before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chevra, no. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why should we already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era. There are days of Chizkiah already. Rabbi Yosef says, Rabbi Yosef says this, Shari Le Marvet Hillel. So essentially, the Hillel, God should forgive you. How can people say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach are not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach? Absolutely unequivocally wrong. Chizkiah Imosad. I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Chizkiah live? By 3 things. Chizkiah was king during the days of the first days of Mikdash. Because Zechariah comes down with the Bayeshini Va'amar.
Ili Ma'oi Basion, Ari Basushaim, Hini Makef Yavonafa, Sadik Kenosha, Ani Baroki Akamor Va'al Va'asanaso. So again, so the Gemara of Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Because Gil lived during the times of the first base of the Mikdash. And yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second base of the Mikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach is still going to come. And you must Mashiach Abba Yishayah. Eliezer says the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sifhach says we're going to die on Chavi by the month. Shaddai says Hashem afflicted you, he deprived you, and he gave you money for 40 years. Samchinu Kimosini Sanu Shtos Ra'ira. Give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. It's a much of affliction. It was affliction by month, which was consumed for 40 years, and Hashem will save us from affliction in the Messianic era 40 years. So he goes on, says Dalet Meos Shana. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. Sifat says over here, the Idum Vignu of some Arba Meos Shana, which is by Delos Pizai. Mitzrayim will abuse us for 400 years. Sanchinu Kimos in Son. Like ultimately, we'll have simple like years of our affliction. Affliction will have for 400 years. You must Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is this. Gimel Meos V'Shisha Mechameshana. Minimum Sachama. Messianic era will extend for 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shnei Amar Kiyom Nakam Balibi Ushnos Ula Gulibad. What's essentially quite beautiful. It's almost as if that Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. My Yom Nakam Balibi. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. I will say first by line, the Levi Galisi Le'Evai Galisi. I will say it's interesting when it comes to the messianic secret, so to speak. Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately, again, my heart knows, but even the rest of my limbs, Kiviyachol, don't know. Shimon Lucky Shimon, the Levi Galisi, the Malachi Asharis Lo Galisi. This is incredible. Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming, but I don't even reveal to the Malachi, which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? But again, when Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu Hanavi himself, who was the messenger, right, to herald in the coming of Mashiach, said, I don't know. So one goes like, Tanya Avin Grade Rabbi Avon. What's his second wide line? You want to know Mashiach leaves. So Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want to know Mashiach goes on for 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Hey, Messianic era 7,000 years. Where does it come from in this episode? I'm sorry. Right? Then this is actually beautiful. Listen to this. Shnei Amar Umesos Chasan Al Kala. How beautiful is this website? Because ultimately, again, I'm sorry, Musos Chasan Al Kala Yosis Alayich Hashem Elokecha. Devotion will rejoice over us like a Chasan does a Kala. Just like a Chasan, Kala has Sheva Brachos. So when the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like Sheva Brachos. So it's such a beautiful idea. The Messianic era is like the Sheva Brachos of HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. It'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm Rabbi Shmuel. Shmuel Mashiach Kimiyom Shenivra Olam Biad Akshav. And we said the Shmuel Messianic era will extend the amount of time from the time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time. Shneimar Kimei Shamayim Al Arash. Nachamar Yitzchak Amar Kimei Noach Ad Akshav. It goes from the days of Noach until now. Shneimar Kimei Noach Zosli Hashem Yishpat. I don't care about I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Calling the Nevi'im also is another beautiful Gemara here. Calling the Nevi'im known as Nafti Ali Mosa Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. Now let's talk about this more. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and sympathetic prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan says those prophecies are about the Mosa Mashiach, the Messianic era. About the Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin Lo Ra'asa Elokim Zulasecha, Elokim Yasa L'Mechat. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness of it. So all of the greatness that we find contained in the prophets, all that description of beautiful, euphoric, utopian type life, that's for the Yemos Mashiach, Messianic era. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. So the Gemara goes like this. Who did Shmuel? This argues that Shmuel, Ein Bina Olamazeli Moshe Ella Shibin Malchus Kota. This argument, what Shmuel says, there is no distinction between the Moshe Mashiach, the Messianic era, and ultimately again Shibin Malchus. Now we'll say, Ella Shibin Malchus Kota. Now this is interesting. Shmuel says the Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Mashiach comes, regular life. What's the difference? Shibin Malchus. And what's the Shibin Malchus? We're not oppressed by anyone else. There's no smoke thing. Right? The world leaves us alone. The world respects problems as well. So there's no Shibin Malchus. So I'm going to be here, I'm going to be open on explosives. So just when you get over here, you just keep like, you have to keep like a running list of these macros. So once again, what is the Muslim Mashiach? What is the Messianic era? Is it some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of existence? Or the Gemara is like, no, maybe it's just simply Shir Malchus. It's regular life. Regular life. You gotta pay your bills, you gotta pay, and hopefully they'll be like day school vouchers. You know, you can hopefully look at one like that out. Everybody, right? So Lamaisa again. So Lamaisa, it's a regular world. It's a regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. It's just Shibin Malchus. I'm going to give out a very open. It's beautiful. All of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's what Bali Tshuva will get. About Tzadikim Gimurim, Ayin L'Ras Elokim Zosef. For Tzadikim Gimurim, for absolute Tzadikim, the eye cannot even fathom. I should say, the eye has not even seen the great star that is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's the Bali Tshuva. For Tzadikim Gimurim, for absolutely righteous people, only after the Baruch who knows the greatness and the beauty that is for them. Now listen, I watch this. Trigid Rabbi Avo. It's Rabbi Avo. What's Rabbi Avo? Rabbi Avo. Makom Shabbat Tshuva Omdim. Tzadikim Gimurim Einan Omdim. Rabbi Avo holds differently. Rabbi Avo says no. Bali Tshuva are greater than Tzadikim Gimurim. The place where Bali Tshuva stand, Tzadikim Gimurim could never stand. So listen, you now have fundamental focus. Who's greater? The Tzadik Gomer, the absolutely righteous person, who perhaps never sinned. Obviously, every person sinned, but never like sin in a dramatic way. Or the Baal Tshuva, who sinned and clawed his way back. Who is greater? And I will say this is a fundamental machlokas. Between Rabbi Yochanan and ultimately again Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha ma'aseh the tzaddik gomer is greater than Baal Tshuva, and Rabbi Avo holds that Baal Tshuva is greater than the tzaddik gomer. Shene Emar, Shalom, Shalom leRachel u'leKarov. Who says Shalom, Shalom to the one who is far and the one who is near. Bereisha Rachel v'Hadar Karov. My Rachel K'nei Karov. So sorry. The Rachel Bereisha. So it's the Bahadar Karov. So it's interesting enough. Rabbi Avo says, that if you notice Hashem gives Shalom first to the Rachel, to the one who is far. Who's the one who is far? The one who was far and then came back. That's the Baal Tshuva. The Baal Tshuva gets the first Shalom Aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after the Baal Tshuva gets the Shalom Aleichem, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives it to the Tzadikim. My Rachel to make Karov, and my Karov to make Karov. With the Ashkab. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, the Rachel, Shei Rachel Me'ateira, Karov should Karov Me'ateira. No, Rabbi Yochanan says, no, Rachel means the one who was always distant from Aveira, i.e., the Tzaddik Gomer, who was the Karov. Karov is one who was close to Aveira, and now changed to them. So we'll say, the fundamental machlokas is about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tzaddik Gomer or the Baal Tshuva. Incredible. The one was like, no, Rabbi Yochanan. Kol Nadim Kulan, Lo Nisnavu Al Lamesi Bikotam Chacham. So listen to this. All the bracha that we're doing now, right? All the bracha that we're doing now is a reference ultimately again to someone who marries off his daughter to a Tam Chacham, or the Osa Prakmat Yod Tam Chacham, or one who goes ahead and does business with a Tam Chacham, with Mahana Tam Chacham in the Chasam, and one who benefits the Tam Chacham from his father. You know what I'm saying? There's great reward for those who support Torah, and for those who help Talmidei Chacham. Okay, and overwhelming reward. About Talmidei Chacham, but I want to say even greater than supporting Torah is what? Becoming a Talmid Chacham yourself. And if the person becomes a Talmid Chacham, Ayin L'Ras Elokim Zosef.
ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has received that reward besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. My Ayin Lo Some of you should maybe so say, what is this reward? By the way, what is this reward for the what is it? What is it? It's great. In other words, all of the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps the Talmud Chacham, supports the Talmud Chacham, who helps to support Torah. The Talmud Chacham himself, my gosh, the reward that is waiting for him. What is this great reward? This is incredible. Zeh Yayin HaMeshumer Ba'anavav Mishesh Negracious. So I was like, that is one aged bottle of wine. Right, so this is wine that comes from the grapes that were created during the 6 days of creation. That is the great reward waiting for Talmud Chacham. You know, this is incredible. Almost like there's much to say about this. What does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say, when you notice that when a person learns Torah, and when a person devotes themselves to becoming a Talmud Chacham, wanting to grow, and this applies to all of us. And we're saying what they're doing is they're aligning their lives with the very purpose of creation. The purpose of creation, the purpose of creation is what was the actualization of Torah. It's to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and to live it in this world. When a person makes themselves into a Talmud Chacham, they're fulfilling the very purpose for which this world was created. How is that manifest? You get to drink wine from the 6 days of creation. It's almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Reish Lakish says, Zeh Eden. This refers to Eden, that the Talmud Chacham gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, Zeh Eden. What do you mean? How can you say no one ever saw Eden? Adam Harishon lived in Eden. Then Tomar Gan who Eden. Well, maybe you say Gan is the same as Eden. And when Omer Benar Yotzim Eden Lahashkos Esagan. The pasuk says that a river came out of Eden to go ahead and sustain the garden. Both sides, Gan and Eden are two different things. We call it Gan Eden. But Gan, there's the Gan, there's the garden, and then there's Eden. So Adam Harishon ultimately again lived in the Gan. Right, but at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately for Talmud Chacham. Incredible. So let's say back to Mishnah Shmuel. God does not finish. One of the things, remember again, Mishnah will be going by saying that every Yid, every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And then, interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So one of those people was, Ha'omer Ein Torah Hashem. This person says Torah is not divine. The person says Torah is not from Hashem, Torah is not divine, such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I says the Gemara, Tell Rabbi, Tibar Hashem Biza, Mitzvaso Hafer, Karis. So what does it mean? It says that he degraded, degraded the word of Hashem. This refers to someone who says Torah is not divine. This refers ultimately again to Apikars. We'll define these terms just a little bit. This refers to someone who advances inappropriate interpretations in Torah. Literally again, revealed this is just inappropriate interpretations of Torah. This is someone who knows bris milah. So he carries, will be cut off. He carries Paul Mazav. He carries all of us. Cut off from this world and the next world. He can't honor the law. Listen to this. The law is based on this. Someone was like again disparages or profanes karbanos. Someone who goes ahead and degrades them in children. Or one who goes ahead and annuls the bris of circumcision. Someone who advances interpretations of Torah that are incorrect. Someone who embarrasses his friend in public. Even though such a person has Torah Ma'asim Tovim, he does not have a portion in the world to come. It's a very, very profound he degraded the word of Hashem. This is the person who says Torah is not divine. Not only that, the person says the entire Torah is from Hashem, but one pasuk. Oh, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't have portion of Hashem.
דבר. כל התורה כולה מן השי חוץ מדקדוק זה, מקל וחומר זה, שתהיה שווה זו, זהו דבר השם בישראל. Also, even if a person says, give me the entire Torah from Hashem, but this deal, this shava, this kal v'chomer, that is ultimately, again, degradation of the word of Hashem. Such a person forfeits his portion in the world to come. Tanya, Ramir says, Alomi Torah be'inu alanda, zeh d'var Hashem bizo. This is beautiful. Ramir says, no, what does it mean? It means a person who learns Torah but doesn't teach it. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So we'll say it's so beautiful when we know this. The Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that there's a pagam, there's something missing in their Torah. We'll say it's also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah, you didn't really feel the full excitement of the Torah. When you hear something beautiful, you hear good news, you hear something wonderful, by definition, you want to share it with whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes a true impact on you? If you learn it and you want to share it, if you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has done this permeating your neshama. If you hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it, it means Torah's not having the full effect on what you are. Rabbi Nosson says as follows. Nosson says, Rabbi Nosson Omer, call me She'enu Mashgiach ala Mishnah. The Meir says, what's the Var Hashem Bizo? What does that refer to? That refers to someone who is not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. Rabbi Raya, wow. What does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you can learn Torah and you don't do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word of Hashem. What's inside of it? You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity to learn Torah is in and of itself a degradation of the Rosh Hashanah. This refers ultimately to someone who worships idolatry. My Masha, the time to Yishmael, to Divar Hashem Biza, Zeh HaMevazeh Dibur. This refers to one ultimately again who degrades the very word of the Rebbe Shem. Shnei Amar, Lo, Shnei Amar Lo, Moshe Sinai Anochi Hashem Kacha, Lo Yeh L'cha L'kim Achiri. It says, this is incredible. Let's get ready for this. Get ready for it. Last two lines. The Rishon Gacha says, if someone learns and doesn't review, the Gemara says, let's say it's beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, listen, learning Seder, it's been a little schwach word. I'm just going to say, I'm not outing anyone, but right, it's been a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days, it's really been he's a significant refusher of the right? So, I'm sorry? 5:43 started. But who's counting? If a 10-minute Seder is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I'm just saying, well, why is it short? Well, even if maybe it's not 5:40 anymore. I want to put out something very interesting. I think this is something that we have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah, such a Torah, like the website, and like there literally is like more yonis than a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things, or perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different people, very different people, differently. I think a lot of times what's happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff. But like, what's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So Rabbi Joben Garcha says, and this is so proud. Look what he says. He says, if you learn and you don't chaz, you know what it's like? It's like planting, but not harvesting. Planting, but not harvesting. So you planted something beautiful. It's incredible. And mamish, like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't chazer, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get what I don't reap what I sow. So it's like interesting. It's just some, again,
different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in ruchnis. Everybody's got to find the right balance. For some of us, it's good on the energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to hazard something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm scratching all of these beautiful things. And also, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful personalistic spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not having it. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. But Yeshua Omer, Yeshua said, Kolomei Torah Umishkata. This is a very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. Now, what is that? So again, the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, we'll say the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. You birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. Simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah,
incredible. His handwriting is very youthful.
Beautiful young child.
I don't know if you have a shot at that.
To understand him and to raise him as my own. Very profound, you are. The Kiva says, on the days, this is beautiful. The Kiva Omer, Zena B'chol Yom, Zena B'chol Yom. Sing every day, sing every day. Now listen, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, Hayom Misader Nideh, Abapu Shesim B'Kiva, Zena, U'yidron B'Chashetei L'Olam Haba B'Sim Kedishiyah. So let's say, so again, it appears at first glance Rabbi Akiva is continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? So everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Ingrain yourself in your Torah, chazer your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. Those and it's also, we'll see. Well, let's finish up. I'm going to be talking about Micro, what's the passage? Nefesh Amalani, Lolo, the Akapala Piu, Amo, the Makum Zat, the Kalasa Melas on the Makum Asa. So it's quite beautiful. We go to the puzzle from Mishlei. Nefesh Amalani, literally again, the soul toils in a toil for you, the Akapala Piu. So you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? The Gemara says, so if you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Ama Amrabo, Nefesh Ama B'Torah Torah Omelas Lo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, Ya'akav Alakiyu, Nefesh Shimesi Dvarim Nefesh Kamit Ukav Shalach Amor. Lishnachmina, Zemak Torah Osik B'Shem Zinos Kadir Kadir, Nasa Zemak Hakot Torah, Nasa Zemak. Okay, so quite beautiful. The idea over here is, if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation takes care of me. Just like when a parent has a child, parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now, my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Torah Malas Lo, Shenechazer Salal, Umevakesh Esme Iskolet, Lisolo Tami Torah B'Sidra, V'Kol Kachon Mishukov Piyu Adivizah. Incredible. So in other words, when you learn,
make sure to chazir. If I don't chazir in some way, to chazir something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a soil. In other words, again, which means the Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as next. Also, there's also another beautiful idea in this idea by Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, "Zema b'chol yom, zema b'chol yom." I will say this is Rabbi Akiva. I think it's how should you live life, sing every day. I'm not saying any given day you have a choice. Any given day you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning. What do you want to do? You want to be happy or be sad? I will say, happiness. People make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As you often find people say, "I'll be happy when," or "I'll be happy if." Right? If your sentence is beginning with "I'll be happy when," or "I'll be happy if," you will never be happy, because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important yesodot in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy. I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And I think about the Akiva saying is, choose happiness. Zama b'chol yom, zama b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. So when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, literally young, until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song. Choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. Right, we'll have to stop over here today. We're doing great. Incredible. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Tomorrow we'll say we'll continue Rez Hashem with Chazara. We'll continue Rez Hashem with singing. All more tomorrow. All right, God bless you. Have a great day, everyone.
I think he was just implying he did cities, and those cities. Yeah. He just didn't know. So it was a retard translation. You're getting a little bit lit up right now, Bert. Jesus Christ.
Right. Sure.
I'm not going to buy this one. For Freebird is on Netflix. Angel Diaz is watching it right now. We're going to hear a synopsis. So that's going to be next week, Bert. We're going to get the Freebird synopsis. So basically, there's like this fucking fat guy with a family.
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today.
I want to hear Angel
Thank our
describe cerebral palsy to the rest. So like basically God didn't like this fucking guy.
As his first from the source of his water bodies, while
Did you get to see Angel Diaz today?
carrying Steve June, loving many of his father, Dr. Harry Khan, feature Ben Yosef Hakon, the Zip of Levin, and Benetani Shanari of Yisrael, and Zip of Zip,
See the whole
Small
thing. He
Stones,
slaps his butt
and I'll become really sponsored with the Adler, and memory of Judy Goldman, the biggest Esther Bass, and Lazarus before the Rafa. We hope that American Lifetime is over.
Oh my God, Martin, I love you so much. You're so fucking fantastic. You're so
doing all of our hostages home, and we have holy soldiers being accessible for and not saved. But with that, let us begin. So we have a lot to do today about Hashem. Today's batch is South West 98. We are picking up on Sabbath Zion in the days 97B, and we are picking up in about 5 lines before
in any order. Go to Netflix and watch Freebird. These guys have unbelievable things out there right now. This episode's been brought to you by Quo, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. Did you guys have a good time? Check out the Secret Show every Thursday, sunset,
לא פוקוס על פרסם ושישה צדיקים מקבלי החושים בחז"ל. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shira of every generation. Also, this is the Gemara. For this we all know this. Lamed Bar tzaddikim in every generation who are able, again, as the question of the Mekablet Ate Shira, who are able to receive the Shira. Shneemar, Ashrei Kol Chol Beit Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo, and Lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, Lo in Gematria, plus in the Shisa, is 36. You got like, that's all it's going 36 from the other. Derek, when you put the people, Timmy, sorry, Alfie, Hearts, Ashen, Timmy, sorry, Alfie. Yet again, Rabbi said that the Lord that sits before after the Sparkle means the Tzaddikim. Plus, those that sit after the Sparkle, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over there? So the 32 is 18,000. So you must say, Shneemar, Sobi. Shmona Sa'ara. So you must look at your, how do you start with this Bakari? You know, how do you start with this Bakari? So it's very different than this Bakari means a vision. So there's this Bakari and the which means cloudy vision, but it's a little bit of a cloudy vision. It presents a vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim. You see after the start will be this Bakari and the complete, clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive after the start, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, "For me, this is called eyes." But there really so many people, like 18,000 people who perceive after the start, even the level of this Bakari and She'ina Medira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that cloudy vision? However, if it's going to be in the Mishra, it isn't this. Mishra by a high. Also, this is the Gemara. So this is an Rabbi, and it's in the Mishra by a high. And you see the Aliyah, the pain of Moati. I have seen the Aliyah. And there are few amongst them. Few B'nai Aliyah. I will say. Now, what does this mean? So Rabbi Shimon Yochai is making a tremendous statement that there are in life one of the hardest qualities to find is B'nai Aliyah. What does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. And it's interesting. There's a lot of community for Hubbard. Because what do you have to do in order to become a Talmud Kohen? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Study Torah, and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of Talmud Hubbard. But there are actually plenty of people who are also Gomlei Chasadim, who do Chassid. Because Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Do what it's fun to do. Rashbi says the hardest thing to find in this world is B'nai Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. You want to grow at all times. So again, it doesn't mean that tzaddikim. It doesn't mean that you're old. It just means that you're never happy with where they are. You always are looking for more. So the Shema Yochai says it's very difficult to find them in LF, but there are thousands. Excuse me. If there are thousands in the world, I need to get around. Me and my son, remember again, the son of Allah. Like my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Noah, and if there's 100, I need to be with him. And my son and I also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only two B'nai Aliyah in this entire world, I need to be with me and my son. The verse for example is I'm going to read more like this, like, oh, okay, sure. It's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva, it's knowing who you are. And it's sure by a high understanding that if there is one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he is a B'nai Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And it's son of a Lozer, even more than his father. Isn't that, I don't know how many B'nai Aliyah there are in this world. So I can tell you like this, he will be only two, and then it's me and my son. The point of the verse, like, Rachel and I says, I don't know how many, like, B'nai Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara says 18,000.
Comedy mothership yet again for another episode of the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Blue Chew, Shopify, Talkspace, and To Go.
Says as follows. Look, Kasha,
we have a great episode lined up for you guys. Before we get
Like
started,
says, once
here's a
again,
little bit
Muggy's
more from the
country
amazing
syntax
sponsors that made it all
there are
possible.
plenty of Bnei Aliyah.
We
What
live in
I'm saying is like
Austin,
this,
Texas, but we
plenty
are
of
jumping
people
in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill
there are
Tony show
sometimes
to Houston, Texas,
who
February
are
28th,
able
and
to
Dallas,
enter
March
into
20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for
and others
tickets
who
right
require
now.
permission.
Come see an
So there
actual
are
Kill
many who
Tony
can
show
enter, but
in
now,
the
whatever
great
this
state
means.
of Texas. One
There
in
are many
Houston,
who can
February
enter
28th, one in
with
Granbury, March
permission.
28th.
There is a
TonyHinchcliffe.com.
select
Get
few
tickets now.
who can enter
You guys
even
ready to start
without
this
permission.
fucking
Of
show?
course, the nation of entering the practice talk without permission
Hi, people,
represents
can
that
I
all
say,
this
every
incredibly
single
high
week I
spiritual
book
level.
this mamma
You
jamma,
find
and
many holy people,
I
but
don't
there's a
think it
certain
gets much better than
potential, a
this.
certain
One
group
of
of
the
people that
guests
have the
I
ability to
wanted
enter
on
into
the
the
show
practice
for its
whenever they want. Look at
13-year
this moment.
existence. He is
Actually, it's hard to
all-time
identify.
one of my favorite comedians since I was a kid and to this day. The other guest is one of our best guests in the history of the show. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, and the other guest for the multiple-th time. Make some fucking noise for the great Jim Brewer and Sam
There are 36
Brown.
seconds in this world who are able to go out and enter into practice parties with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably obviously a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into practice parties without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, is Bachyalia Mehira, that need permission to enter. So and then some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Bachyalia Mehira. Incredible.
Loved you forever. I'm so excited for you to be joining our silly world that we have here.
After this entirely
Hell yeah, it
exhaustive
is.
discussion about
We're gonna
Mashiach,
watch some comedy together. It's gonna be exciting. Sam Talent is back, one of the best
so many people
in
make
the show's
calculations when
history.
Mashiach is coming.
Very glad to
All
be
of
back.
those times,
Happy New Year, Tony. Tony's friend. Congrats.
all of those
Sam's got
times
his
have already
book,
come and gone.
his
They come and
store,
go,
everything.
And
And
now,
Tour
at this
runs
point,
every
in a
weekend.
double
Please
tunnel,
come see me in Santa.
if you
It's
want
just
to
my
share,
job.
we need sugar, and we need
SamTalent.com
nice
for
sugar.
tickets.
So it's a
JimBrewer.com
dramatic
for the brand
shift.
new Find the
Dramatic
Funny
shift. Rabbi
tour.
says,
It's just
stop
about to get
with the
started
guessing
here.
the dates.
JimBrewer.com.
Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone
And
made
we
beforehand
are about to
historically,
have a goddamn
those dates
blast.
have
Jim,
come
this is
and
your
gone.
first time, so you might
Mashiach
not
is still
know.
going to come.
But over
But the only way he's going to come is if
250
we do.
innocent
And
souls
how we
are
bring him,
stacked in a
ultimately again,
disgusting
Shuvah
bar
Ma'asim
next
Tov.
door.
Shmuel Mashmuel says,
And they're all crammed in there together, and they're all hoping that this guy with the red hat, little glasses, famous for yo-yoing and having finger skateboards, comes over and says, "You're next. You're going to be on the biggest show in the industry." I pulled her name out of the bucket. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. That's the dream. Oh, wow. Yep. That's it. This is what they're waiting for, this guy.
I thought he was here to bring Red Band more babes.
I mean, look at this guy. He's got the headset. This is what it looks like when the ball boy wants to pretend to be the head coach of a football team. You're a geek.
dates have already passed. They've already passed.
I didn't get so much pussy out of this.
At this
It's
point,
incredible.
now it's up to us to do Mashiach only through our Shuvah
Look at him.
and
He should
our
be
Ma'asim Tov.
coaching Indiana in the national championship right now. And instead, anyway, I pulled her name out. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know, the time is up, and you're the son of a kidney. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Anchormas Hollywood Bear.
And they know Shuvah in the Golden.
Red
Don't
Man,
do Shuvah.
great at his job. Everybody's so good at it.
Shagzerot Precious Kahanim. You saw also Shuvah
Great
Machshuvah. It's
stuff.
not true.
I want to figure
If you
that
don't
out.
do
So
Shuvah,
it's
what's the what
your
happens?
only job.
And you also orchestrate situations. If you're rich, you have to do Shuvah. So, created this all put a despotic move.
While we go wrangle that comedian from the bar next door, we have our
Force us to
newest
go ahead
golden
and
ticket
which will
winner
return us to
here
our
to make
correct
just her
ways.
second appearance ever in the show's history. Her first appearance was New Year's Eve in the sold-out movie center arena here in Austin, Texas. This is her first time on the show at the mothership. Make some noise for her mothership debut. This is Yo, everybody.
You were sold into diaspora. You were sold into dollars because of idolatry. What's the word of idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were sold into you will not be able to use money, nor the Shuvah or Ma'asim Tov. Not even through Shuvah and Ma'asim Tov will you be refused. In other words, it's not Shuvah Ma'asim Tov that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time, And when that time comes, Mashiach will let Hashem come. I said,
Most comedians call themselves comics. I just get funny.
But the pasuk says, "Return to me, and I return to you," which
As
sounds
an
like a
immigrant, the
correspondence
first
between
question people ask me is always, "Hey, are you here by yourself? Do you have family here?" And when I tell them, "No, I don't have family here," they always get it. I'm sorry. Share me home. Oh yeah, that's exactly why I'm here. You think I flew 13 hours all the way across the world so I can see them again?
Back at each other.
I'm here to get away from them.
Different messianic and
Hello, America. Oh yeah, I came here studying music.
Was quiet. So what you see over here, again, the shifting back and forth, this fundamental machlokes Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer says we was the same, but halacha when I said Christ was tshuva, what do you mean? Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They look seeking back and forth at each other. The conclusion,
I think you were stalking me on Facebook.
is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately then was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's shikha. So it sounds like what we hear is the shikha of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when I think part of which Jesus could win him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So again, that's in this conversation. Just understand there are these two profound messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva? When I can respond to
was a year in Maryland and a year in
Florida.
Florida.
Some point in time by which the world has to be resumed. Incredible. But I'm already out of this. Like you were singing it, you sing this like 1 second. How could this remain unresolved? We have to know these things.
What surprised you about American culture when you came over here? What surprised you?
Because the truth is what I say, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Rebbeinu Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. That's why he wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's how I've hold up. I've always come to the space of ourselves. I've always come to the idea. I've always think of the face in the world. I've always to help others. When Mashiach comes because of our, if we become by each other, whether Mashiach comes about whether our tshuva ultimately again, when Mashiach is coming because of tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of ending to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like your son yesterday is back. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Coach Bob will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go right there. But yeah, educate in the country for games that.
Printer shop.
So I go with the address. Rabbi Abba says there is no more revealed date than this. That actually says over here. There's no, what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says if you want, this is a parallel saying, if you want signs of Mashiach, right?
You still live in
We look at this all the
Oh, I
time.
just moved here in Austin.
The truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know?
Jones and hit a
That
button
it's
this whole
close.
time.
It's just like,
And he hit that
I
one.
just want to know that we're heading in the right direction. This, by the way, is an incredible delay. Rabbi Abba says, anyone who hates me doing this,
More like rice.
if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, and they say, what is it? Shne'anai, Na'atem, Ha'u Yisrael, Anfechem Titenu, U'Tirei U'Chiyuchem Tisu La'ami Yisrael.
So you really know how to sing? Can you sing us something?
Says when the land comes back to life, when
Something
the trees
not YouTube
produce
copyright.
when the
like
vines
originals or
produce their
something like
fruit,
that?
that's how you know that Mashiach
Was
is
that like
coming.
a traditional
And
Chinese
Klal
song?
Yisrael is not the land to sell the land is dormant.
Yeah,
And
can you sing a
the
Chinese
land
song?
comes back to life, and the more the land produces, the closer you know Geula is. Rashi says that right? He says, you will in the Jewish if you express a short life, you should keep it Eretz Yisrael Pekir to Ayin Yafa. The Eretz Yisrael produces fruit. Ayin Yafa and good measure, Yikrab HaKetz, the Ayin Yafa HaKetz will be the Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land of the Yosef. That's how you know, okay, I know about the land of the you know, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, remember, boutique wine in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. Remember, established wine is Eretz Yisrael. And also, it's not just that there's good wine in Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that Geula is close. So how can one drink wine that is only about Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. It's a sip of love. And literally, what is also, it is the most, remember, some of us are old enough to remember, right? You gotta remember, what used to be the section of kosher wine? What was it? Right? There was not a section like in a square bottle, you know, like a square bottom bottle, right? You know, is it? Or some Malaga, right? Like the big thing with the little handle on top, you know, that was it, such a long ago. I don't know when I was a kid, it's not so long ago. And I'm saying now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. I guess you could drink all the wine if you wanted. Yeah, you're scared right up. But it's incredible. And it's not just something, oh, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So, right, just as I said, because it's a sign of Mashiach, it's so important to support the food display as well. So important to put on money there as well. Because at the end of the day, that's facilitating Messianic advancement as well. Incredible. Incredible. It's not good right there. But the Lord says, Rabbi says there's another sign of impending Messianic arrival, which is that as Messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals, right? So the Yosef and Rabbi, in Shalom outside, for those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Ma'al Yosef and Rabbi, in Shalom outside, what does that mean? Rav Amar Afkali Chachamim Shetasu Bahem Shalom. Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it says Shalom Rav. We are, they saw, in Shalom with the inside, even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for their tranquility, because sin engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who have us, and we know this from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. Even Talmidei Chachamim, by definition, possess that tranquility, and the thing that engaging with Mashiach will not be able to find that tranquility. So I'm going to find out how interesting this is. On one hand, right, the first thing is that you have Rabbi Abba saying the sign of impending Messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. Land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So says, so once again, these competing narratives, right? Is the pre-Messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth? Or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? Don't say it says it could see things. But Shmuel says, Shmuel says, the sign of Messianic arrival is that all pricing will be the same. Now, actually, this thing is as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or that no, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Ein beg David Bach, she's back to studying the whole of the Yimsa. Mashiach only comes to us, so again, this is incredible suffering that you feel. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, this is financial suffering, or poverty. But literally, now, interestingly enough, let's remember again, you don't need much perspective. The remedy for everything is
That's the set that you went
Fatty
with?
meats, undiluted wine.
Oh, your
Right?
hand's
It works for
shaking. You're very
everything,
nervous
apparently,
right now.
So the Gemara
You're okay,
says,
Tina.
right? So the Gemara says,
Your
follows. So
dad's
the Gemara says,
looking up at
the
inside of
Mashiach,
us
the
right
David,
now.
the Mashiach, is really such poverty
Very
that even more will be able to find
He's
meat
very
or
proud
a
of you.
sick person.
Okay,
Not only
Tina,
that,
where do you live?
I have to meet the next best thing like this, because the Gemara is fish.
Okay.
You won't even be able to find
Okay.
fish for a sick person. Below the Gemara says, Shneimar, as Ashkiam the man in Alosam, Shem Oleh Fisa, Yom Ahu, Atzia, Karen of Beis Yisrael, Rabbi Karen of Chanina, Shin Ben David Bo, Ashikuf Malchus Hazel in Israel. What's the Rabbi Karen of Chanina says? Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of autonomy to Christ. Now, Malchus Hazel means even a little bit of autonomy. Right? So, as even Christ was used by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. Yeshua and Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. You know, and now the colors has their relevance more. So let's say, Va'isahu Shloba shines to Hashem Tzedakos and Yishach Emo. Anything that in boss, actually could that's a rough Israel. When does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no bashing rock. When arrogant people disappear from Klal Yisrael. What does this mean? But ultimately again, arrogance is a piece of Mashiach away. So when there are no arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach will come. Let's say, that's because we got 98 about 4 lines up from the 4th why. So yeah, now he asked also the people for a record data cycle. So it's hard to be people for any the down, but also the same way. And so now we show so much of this is going to start running with you. That is arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. Arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. And that's what I left the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, let's see inside. See what it is like this. So I'm not small, I still never love Rabbi in Ben David Bo, as you will construct in the social Israel. Mashiach becomes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist a child color. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for something. שנאמר, והשיבה יגיע רחוק, ועשר כבוד שיחו, והשיבה שתהיה, אומר לא, anytime in this case, Ella, it's the first white line. Ula says that Yishalayim is only reviewed with tzedakah. Shene'emar, Sion with mishpat tzedakah, v'shadat tzedakah. And Sion will be reviewed with mishpat, with justice, v'shadat tzedakah, and return to tzedakah. Now let's say, this is very important. So everyone needs this Gemara, we say, what do you see from there? That tzedakah, that chesed is the speech of the Lord. Every doctor is very close to you. It's very close to the This is very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says, one of the most mistranslated words, or if you describe this tzedakah, he says, you translate tzedakah as charity. That's charity. He says, that's not what tzedakah means. What's the charity of tzedakah? Is it tzedakah? What does tzedakah mean? Justice. The first he says like this.
So what are they like?
In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way up to the scientific programs the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, and those who have need to give. But it's like, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities, as like, oh, it's like, this is like my study work. So it's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the more obligation that we have. So if we have more than you need, or Hashem is eligible to that, then by definition, there is the more obligation. It's tzedakah, it's tzedakah, it's justice, to do for the authentic life, and for the money. It's the time, it's the resources, it's the abilities, it's the more obligation to do and to for each other. So what did you want to say? I think you might say like this. So we're in the mitzvah of tzedakah. So let's say, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So when you start to realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice. And suddenly again, I feel I have a moral clarity and a moral obligation. Now, of course I have to do it. Of course I have to do it. Of course I have to do that for love. Not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because I know for a future chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you're not obligated. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become a really good things in our hearts, that's the moment that the other one is incredible. So that was like this. If arrogant people will no longer exist, the Amadushis will no longer exist as well. Who are the Amadushis? Actually points out that they're Persian sorcerers. So the idea there is as long as they're arrogant Jews, they're going to be Persian sorcerers. And here, corrupt judges is not good this, so to correct Gentile judges is this because the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers to do negative things. If we have corrupt judges, then we bring about Gentile corrupt judges to do this. We're never like this. Everyone else, the things are bad, that is generally most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's only bad things worse. Probably say if things are bad, just know that most probably means it's calculable. Wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. Also, and this will give us first, I think yesterday, I'm going to stop. I got one of those days. It's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlaw, right? Right? And they're eating kairos. That's what it's like, right? So the cookie dinner and the Kinderlaw are eating corn. They're covering on the walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyone know what is this? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future of continuity of Klal and acting like having children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. The children at least that you have at the core are covetous and power. And you want to see something. What is this? The whole thing, right there. You know, it's exactly right there. The whole thing. And then you're like, okay, put the smile on your face. But sometimes, like, the worse it looks, cut them out. Raise the spoil. And this problem said, what it the worse it looks, it just means drop up and even closer than ever before. Incredible. Remember, like, oh, you're for in David Bach, I left the door, but who was that? This was again, a reverse idea. You see how someone comes in a generation that is totally innocent, right? It's everything. You see how comes and finds out everything. Look, this again, on the same page, same one. You see how someone comes and is something property. You see how someone comes when you're suffering. You see how someone comes when there's complete piety. You all side. Or everyone's really bad. And you see how it comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Anyone says, all cool fight. The rest goes back at the shit. But I'm not kidding, but you're going to know your shit. Not for the fight, but say, by your kids, by so many kids, not for the shit, you're not only a set. That's what it says. If I'm going to focus, but for you, yeah. I'm going to find you, shit, I'm going to let me say. You can talk, you stand up, inside, you can talk. The boss says, which means the shit will come in at the point of time. It's so actually shut up. But then the boss says, I will loosen you out of the shut. Which one is it? You can move, the shit's coming in at the point of time. Actually shut up, I will loosen you out of the shit. Which one is it? Is also actually shut up. No, it's also the talk. If we are Zoka, right? If we are territories, ultimately, I should not loosen you out of the shit. If we're not meritorious, at the end of the day, these are, coming into point of time. I'm not going to tell you, they're showing you the right state. وأي عام أنا إسماعيل كبار إنش أطاق سير أنا بروحي بأطاق زافو عام سيد أمجاي زافو عام أنا إسماعيل زافو أنا بروحي بأطاق. So once again, I was saying, she is going to be the same as a cloud comes from the sky, or like a paparazzi on a donkey. So the clouds moving the sky very quickly, the papa on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So again, in this approach in the Gemara, which we begin to see, the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally depends on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. However, Shavuot Malkavish Ishmael was incredible. So Shavuot Malkavish said to Shmuel, I'm using the Mashiach al-Hamla Asi. I must say, by the way, this is the part that we just said earlier. This is the part that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shavuot, how do you start to do Mashiach comes on a donkey? He goes, I'll teach feelings, this is Barca. I'll give you my best for it, seriously. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach fund. It's like I hereby donate my best. Why should you come on a donkey? Like I'm giving my best voice. And I know, this much by you, exactly. It's the chance of doing that voice. You have a voice of an endless heaven. And I want to know what it's going to work on. So essentially, the force is back to do that voice. You can see it here. That's part of that. So you think your voice is better than a donkey. I think the donkey of your Mashiach over the nicest of your voices any day. It's incredible. And you should always know that you can't let it better. You can't let it better. If you're back. Any caruso ever that was good, you should have faith in the element. You're so powerful. My heart
Santa Clara.
that you were not able to get out of bed this morning because of something dramatically life-altering started to overwhelm. I'm sorry. Really, we must be in the flow of something major. Like you feel Shalima, like you feel the level of Hashka by all of these my colleagues, like we're in this capital feeling for you, and if you'll be back this is something is misaligned. 7.5 years I'll be back in this. So it's already Ascot or Elio. Now I will turn that this time and actually return my half year like this. So the show we're saying at the entrance way of the grave of Rabbi Shalach. I will remember for those who are not the last Yachid caliber, the Yachid caliber is right. We went to the entrance way of the grave of Rashi in the Rome. There's a grave on top. And if you notice the people, you can actually go below, right to the entrance way of the Mahara. Go to the entrance way of the Mahara. So the children was standing right down to the Leo, by the entrance the show by your side. So I'm gonna, I see the Amadas. So like, so the show is the area, yo. And I'm going to own up. And I'm going to own up. I'm going to the world with them. I'm gonna, and you're so I don't have that. So what is it? I'm not in charge, right? So if I said what you know, I'm going to own up. I'm going to starting medicine because you know Salafi. So the generally because you know I'm sending you to the and it's true about by three voices. I have three voices. So ultimately again, you're trying to turn whatever this means the voice of the Shmuel. And she says the Shmuel have a bad day. The Shmuel is like that. What Shmuel do you see? So again, if you don't have anything by the agency of the grave of Rabbi Shimon by the high, so now Rabbi Shimon maybe passes by, he's technically on that, but everybody's going to work with him. And I don't know, as Hashem. Then he's going to be taking their voice, he's powerfully there as well. I'm a range, Amos Asim Yeshua. So now he's going to be saying, yo, when is Yeshua coming now? The reason is why he's in Yeshua Nabi, and the Yeshua Nabi is one who comes before, so now for our Yeshua. So when is Yeshua coming? I'm a range, he's still shining together. They ask him, what Yeshua? Yeshua is coming. Yeshua is like, okay, where can I find Yeshua? Where is he there? Where is he? At this spot because he is situated at the gates of Rome. Not at the gates of Rome. And you know, it might seem like it, but also, how will I know if I go to the gates of Rome? And how should I go ahead and how should I know if he is? As an idiot. So you know, so if you look by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, if this said the Karka, you know the Mori never has that had your man is telling that even if you make it called all in the car, all the way to the old sick sad shut down even she never has that even a flat show. Okay, Rashi pushing his people he says, has that even a really entrance with the city, other than the entrance that over. And so the cat is not the way the other is going to be. I don't think you want to know, has that even a really the entrance ways to go. The Shiach is out, the Shiach is out, at the entrance ways to go. So it's fine, I'm putting into the cow, go find it. But how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people who are at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how do I know who he is? With my sea money, you also have to gain it and you so many cowboys. Once again, it's this. Who is there the entrance way to Rome? The lepers, those who set out. So they're not allowed inside of the city. The Shiach moves alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, "Say the cowboys, you is there, you're not in the So ultimately, the Shiach will live with all the lepers, and the Shiach himself is also a leper. He's also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands along the lepers. The Shimon Shayim Va'asir B'Chazim. So now, the Jewish, okay, Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something actually. Okay. Mashiach does not walk around, right, with a long beard and this clothing. And the person who normally thinks, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who you look at and you see other guys. We go ahead and probably don't take the time to say the Shabbat is true. We're like the people who get a little bit more nervous. Or the people maybe who fight for a voice. Or the people who marginalized. Or the people who just be pushed to the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Look at these tremendous things. But sometimes the people who we just marginalize this for the periphery and don't do this on the day, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entrance way of Rome. So Jonas, how can I figure out who it is? I don't know who it is. You know, the people started by seeing the touch, you see, the lepers have to change their bandages. So really, generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, even Shalifan Ba'asifan, Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Because you're more, you're about below lepers, because again, he's concerned what happens. What happens when he gets the cold? Right? So Mashiach has to be Mashiach's own cold. So what happens if you get the cold? If all these bandages are off, and it says, okay, go, it's going to be very difficult to wrap up everything. So instead, what he does is he only bandages one or unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This lady, she's never asked permission for a one bandage. So it's tremendous. So this is tremendous in that you see, and Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. Ready to go. Alright, anything to bandage it, whatever. There's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around life with many different wounds. Many different things that we have to feel. It's hard sometimes to try to feel everything at once. I'm going to identify everything that's broken, and I just put it all that was. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, the first one is your wounds is your life. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. Right how you want to heal it. Heal it back first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then you move on. Because one is just often, when you're unbounded, all the stuff you got to heal, and you look at yourself, you know, all the stuff that's broken, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's in the fingertips prepared, can come over one wound, and that's when you live. That's when despair starts to give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely overcome you begin to heal yourself. Incredible. I'll go with that. So she releases, I found this here. You just imagine if I must have been. So, you know, even if he's not right, he's not something that he's not coming up, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like, he's struggling with found him. אז הוא מקבל, אבל לא, שלום הלך על הדיון. So that the days will come. The days will come. And the shepherd will stand before us. And we see what he does on this. I'm going to say, Shalom Aleichem Yadimon. You remember in the Quran? Yeah, comes and before he does anything, like if he does anything, he's going to say, I don't know how we're going to know. I don't know how we're going to turn out all we're going to know. So we're just going to stand there and we're just going to see those words, Shalom Aleichem Yadimon. And we will take those with you. Same things here. Just being able to see the work of Mashiach before he does anything will be such a sweeping bomb for the collective soul on his soul. Shalom alaikum to you. Shalom alaikum Bali Bali. Shalom alaikum to you. Bali Bali. Shalom alaikum Bali Bali. Alright, Re'enos Hasina. We're feeling this schizophrenic. Let's get to it. When are you coming? When are you coming? Right? When are you coming? So I'm late and yo. If you're ever coming today, I'm coming today. So what's it like? I'm doing a new sketch. I'm good. I'm good. I've got nothing else. I've got nothing else. Because that, apparently, was that video I know. I'll still go to the video. What does this mean to go back to the yo at the entrance, you know, by the gate of Rabbi, at the word Rabbi, or someone else you don't know. But again, we're back here, yo. Under there, my umbrella, and the Lord says to me, what happened? What did Mashiach tell you? I'm going to tell him about the device. First thing, I'm going to tell you, right? He introduced himself. He said, tell me about the device. To which the Lord says, I'm going to so first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father are unfortunately will become related. That's it. You're not the sorry, the fact of the Shia. You emotionally respond with me that indicative of the fact that both you and your son and your father Levi both have a portion in the world to come. Okay, beautiful. You're showing yourself a bit heartbroken. Why? I'm ready. So clearly talks about that. The Shia flies me. Mashiach writes me, the Amar, Yom Asina B'Le'asa. Mashiach coming today, we're getting sick. They said, we are overwhelming. Okay, so that lady, feeling like the Mashiach coming today, and we did not come. Everyone is ignorant if we did not like you. I'm already, how can you know what I call? A Yom in the Koma today. But what Mashiach is telling you was, I'm ready to come. I'm ready to come every single day. If you probably start to get your act together and do what you are supposed to do. I know I'm ready to come.
It's arguably the nicest building in New York.
Mashiach wasn't blind. Mashiach was ready. Children and binded is one of the places where he could be ready to be ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have to give him necessary work. Incredible. What is the matter? And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messiah redemption. We control the Messiah. The lives you lead, the decisions you make, the things you do, the things you don't do, all of this controls the flow of Messiah redemption. Somebody goes to the accident this year. So students like to the accident this year. And once I've done David back, none of these years will come. That's what she says. Messiah, I'm just going to back to me. So let's see what this one says. I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. And you're going to ask me for a sign. So if I don't answer it, I don't know. Anyone up to me for us? They said, Rabbi, this introduction, you will not ask for a sign from me. Okay, I'm ready. Look at the Yipo HaTara Azal, the Yidna, the Yipo of the Yidna, the Yipo of the Enoch Seeking Yidna. So Aksha Ben David Ba. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. I'll give you a sign. But it's fine. I'll tell you when the Mashiach is coming. The Mashiach is going to come. Ultimately, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time, and before they go ahead and they get rebuild it, the Mashiach is going to come. Just going to come. Look at your answer to this moment. That's because over here. Yes, he says, I'm going to show you the covers of no. Martin, Shalkat. Ashar is, I think, Sha'ir Yomi, Sha'ir Yomi. So again, this is a reference to Rome. So again, when Yossi Ben Kisma says, what's going to happen? The gates of Rome will fall down, they rebuild it, but it will fall down again, they rebuild it, it will fall down a third time. The code will get to go to the third time, ultimately the Mashiach will come. That's the sign, that's when the Mashiach will come. Amr lo Rabbeinu, Shino Oz. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic, you have a sign that that's true. Amr lo Hambalo Takam Aki, Lo Takam Aki, looking back to the Oz. I told you, I really do like this, I was like, what's the stuff in here? See, what ends up happening is, you have to get people by your side. So when people hear something, all they want is, they want the time from this. That's what this is. But you're thinking, I really do work. That's actually, I'll tell you about it when I have to give you notes. There's a lady who told us to give us a sign. So I'm going to go, I'll people. I got it. He told us not giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm going to go ahead. In fact, you have to name Ma'aras Kamias. You're down. You have to feel down. Okay, so the answer to the question says, it's the waters of the Kamias, like the waters of the Kamias, turn to blood. So the Kamias is the body of water that feeds the blood. Feeds the idea. The Kamias turns to blood. That will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Kamias turns to blood. Incredible. The Shas Tzilasa, at the time that Yosef Ben Sisma was dying, he said, I'm going to have I'm equally alone. They tried to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the base. Why? The ink was back of the dead for the bubble, so he switched shot hands in the trouble. Because when I die, so Yosef Ben Sisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse tethered to it. They need a whole water to earth itself, so you see mother and son both have it. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Medians, the Flex. We're going to use up our caskets and use our caskets as food trucks for their horses. So when the Yosef Ben Sisma said, very deep in the earth, but they won't pick up my caskets. I'm going to ask, in them that is that, with the statue of Marcus on himself, he's a Hadashim. Then that in Mashiach, when he comes, when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, extends itself over time. Now, listen, I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means ego. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is derivative of Rome. And Mashiach comes only after Providence Rome's oppressed by the Marcus of Rome, or for 9 months. You know, not that kingdom. You came out east, you'll go, you got out, you should have been in Ulo, Yossi, Velo, and Tanya. Was it incredible? Now we come to the first of them. Ulo said, Yossi, I hope so much that Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. So what is it? What Ulo is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. So, I hope I dive into Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic redemption. You know what? I see the law. let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. The Yosef says, Yaisi, the Astu, the Yosef, the Tulip, the Kusa, the Kama. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excellence of the Mashiach. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like, Yosef says, thank you, bring it. Bring it. I know it's the thing that is going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering. Just bring the Mashiach out of it. Yosef, so just two totally different rabbinic takes on whether or not they want to be here to see the suffering of the Mashiach. Only about it, Rabbi. My time, no. Even in the Shin Cholish on the Mashiach. Yosef, so what is this? What is it that's going on with this? Right? If it's about ultimately again, one thing these rabbis say, let Mashiach come without, I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience it. So what's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, not most from Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes us, then about Hanya, what should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach, right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Yasef Torah, wow. What should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations between Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from suffering in Israel. Umar, Torah, 5 years Chesed.
Make sure you get that in when you get out there. Forget if the joke's going on.
You might say, like,
I'm talking to my manager. I'd like to do
you have
a Monday where we actually feed all the comics. There's like 300 comics. Most of them are homeless people. They would love to have some burgers. They would be a really good night. But you just work a normal P-series. You're not the manager or anything. Oh, man. My wife said that we were recording artists from the Gold Coast of Australia. Okay, my wife's name's Mia Muse. What's she going to do there?
The merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of Messianic era. And maybe I'll sin. It'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of Messianic era. The United States is this. I will watch you, and I'll guard you everywhere you go. And yet it also says that when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayitzaro. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, listen, what's the shot? If Hashem says to Yaakov, Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I have you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which my answer is, Shai Misyar Shai Yigomachid. Ultimately, Yaakov was he was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit,
happens when you step in homeless.
So be a winner, and you are a such a
what is she thinking about you working at a fast food joint?
Just the family soul, which is part of Chazal's motif of al-kamin ba'atzmecha yomosa. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zechios, how much merit I have locked up in a tube that requires for myself as a competitor, I could listen. You can, as a one bad decision, can wipe out so much merit. So you see, leave people as good as they are, live with this thinking existential fear that I may wipe out all of my food that requires merit. And you know, as I get on Hashem, Zuki on the shoulder. This is the first one, the first compared to Israel with Yeshua. I get on Zuki. So this is the second comment that doesn't say it like that. But you refer to the second rival of Israel with Ezra.
You're 30 years studying. I did it in high school. I actually got suspended from school for doing a joke.
So what now I have you been performing at that rate that hard for that long? You've been working hard at this for over 30 years. I got here from St. Louis where I was performing at the Funny Bone. I just got here at the Improv Room. What are you doing at the Funny Bone? Teaching for somebody. Trying? Yes. What do you mean trying? Yeah, just what are you doing in my seat to open my to the Funny Bone? Okay, at the Funny Bone. What's the biggest thing that you've done in the 30 plus years? Like cruise lines. Not really big. How long were the sets that you were doing on cruise lines? What, an hour long? I bet people were taping anchors to themselves on those cruise lines. Shopping, huh?
Yeah, they had comedians on Grizzly. You're my favorite person on the planet. I can't believe I'm this close. Man, you're the best. Like, you guys have been doing stand-up with the same length of time. You probably did open mics with them 40 years ago. I've never done one with you, though, Tony. You be careful. I might bite that gem right off your cheek. Keep flirting with me. Get that close. You're not Joe Rogan, bro. I don't know what that means anyway. So,
All right,
ninja skills.
good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, Tov Shin Pei Hey. The Tells Mishpach for dedicating all the Shulman Drushes this year, as is Chus for the Soros of Olavan, as well. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Ba'alin Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Brahman founders in memory of Mr. William Ziv Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael for the Bracha, and our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas Elazar for the Bracha. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slavin Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who live for Shavim Kibbutz, Kol Kol Yisrael, that the Mishpach will bring all of our hands to this home, and may our holy soldiers be successful. B'chol Na'aseh Yidei. But with that, let us begin. So we have a lot from Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97b, and we are picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi.
Oh my God. What a freak, man. Unbelievable. What the hell?
Okay, Rabbi. Both of the sound crossing the Shisha Tzadikim, Kaviat Nishim Chodar. There are never less than 36 tzaddikim who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. Okay, this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed Vav tzaddikim in every generation who are able, again, now this lesson is the Mekaber Abed Mishnah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shneimar, Asher Tolchotei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who wait for him. Lo. And Lo in Gematria, Lamed Vav, Lo in Gematria, crossing the Shisha, is 36. Incredible. Meaning is that Sarah John 36 from the Rabbi. Dora can make the people Timnate sorry Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which means the Tzadikim, who are closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Gemara says Shneimar Soviv Shmona Sa'elef. Simars Lokasha, how do we stack with this Bakari in the Euro? How do we stack with this Bakari in the Euro? So there are different levels. Ispaklaria means clarity of vision. So there's Ispaklaria in the Euro, which means total clarity of vision. And Ispaklaria in the Euro, a little bit of a cloudier vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim who see HaKadosh Baruch Hu be Ispaklaria in the Euro. Clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, I mean, if vision is really high, there are really so many, there are 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even the level of Ispaklaria She'ina Me'ira is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that cloud of vision? Muhammad is coming in and listen to this. We share by a high. Most of this is how the Gemara. So he's kissing her beard, you're sitting there to my side. The Isi B'nai Aliyah, the Hein Mu'atzim. I have seen B'nai Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few B'nai Aliyah. That was like, now what does this mean? So the Shemai is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is B'nai Aliyah. What does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in Talmud. Because what do you have to do in order to become a Talmud? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of Talmudic Talmud. But I ask you plenty of people who are also going to Chassanim, to do Chesed, Because chesed is also inherently enjoyable. Who would have thought to do it? Rashi says the hardest thing to find in this world is b'nei aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. And it doesn't mean they're geonim. It just means that they're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. So Rabbi Shimon says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are thousands, if there are thousands in the world, I need to run a man. And me and my son, remember again, sons of a loser. Right, my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, and if there's 100, I need to be in my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 b'nei aliyah in this entire world, I need ubini. It's me and my son. They both say, I just want to point out, you read Gemara like this, like, oh, okay. It's not guiding. It's not guiding. It's knowing who you are. And Rabbi Bar Yochai understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a ben aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son Rabbi Elazar, even more than his father. Rabbi Bar Yochai said, I don't know how many b'nei aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this, even if there's only 2, I know that it's me and my son. The point that Rabbi Elazar says, Rabbi Yochai is saying, I don't know how many like b'nei aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000.
During COVID, I took a gap.
That's why
Nice. Hell yeah. All right. Trevor, what's your love life like?
The Gemara says as follows: Lo kasha, had the Eili b'bar, had the Eili b'lo bar. And he goes this once again and runs this kind of the same principles, which is there are plenty of b'nei aliyah. What is saying is like this: plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim even. There are sometimes some tzaddikim of b'nei aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter with now, whatever this means. There are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Of course, the notion of entering before HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you'll find many holy people, but there's a certain potential, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before HaKadosh Baruch Hu whenever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, "Had the Eili b'bar, shetzruchim yitro l'shos." כשנכנסים להסתכל דיספקטל למגירת בענו לא כפיסים נכנסים בשיס. אבל also נכנסים בלא רשוס ברוב ציפקם אינו מסעד לתמל. So let's listen to this. So now the Gemara is suggesting this as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem this with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, is Baklaria Mehira, but need permission to enter. And then some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Baklaria Mehira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back to it. I'm going to call it so this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows: so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, all of those times are already coming down. They're coming down. And now at this point, in a double time, I will be sure myself. If you want Mashiach, we need Shuvah and we need Mashiach. So let's say a dramatic shift. God says, stop guessing the dates. Stop trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand, historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only thing that's going to come is this new thing. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Shuvah Mashiach. Shmuel says, Dayo la'adar sheya'amod be'elo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the Adam to stay in his Adam. So what does this mean? Shmuel says no. Just like an Adam who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Brothers will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So it's fundamental focus between Rabbi and Shmuel. Looking back at Shmuel still holds really the date by which Mashiach will come. At the final date. We deserve it, we don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. what Rab's saying is not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Tshuva and our Meisim. Incredible. You know, by particular, he's not focusing on Eliezer on that. You saw also Tshuva in the building. You're not in the building. The Lord says, how is going to Tshuva? Mashiach will come. If we don't do Tshuva, he won't come. I'm not really sure. I mean, no Tshuva in the building. Don't do Tshuva. The Baruch reminds us of HaMelech, Shegzerot HaKashas Kahamin, the Yisrael Osim Tshuva Machturim Otim. That's true. If we don't do Tshuva, what's going to happen? What happens? But the Yisrael also faces situations through which we have to do Tshuva. So, created this whole part of the despotic king. Finals and the despotic king will force us to go ahead and return us to our collective. Chayu Ida, Rabbi Eliezer Omer, we saw also Tshuva in the Golem. The Lord says, if you do Tshuva, if you do Shnei Mashu, but I'm sure that every Mishnah will say things. I'm a Lord Yeshua. I don't find that actually when you type in the Yasef Tigavu, the Pasuk says you were sold for nothing and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You know when you type in that Baruch Kohanim, you were sold into diaspora. You were sold into doubles because of idolatry. What's the word of idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were sold as a result. If there's a love against it, you will not be redeemed with money. Love Tshuva or Meisim Tovim. Not even through Tshuva and Meisim Tovim will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Tshuva and Meisim Tovim that brings Mashiach. Rather again, there's a date. There's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will in Eretz Hashem come. I said, I'm going to know Rabbi Yeshua. I will try Nemar Shimei Lai Vashiva Leichem. I but the Pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like it's metaphorically saying to us, if we do Tshuva, then he'll bring the Geula. I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, I will try Nemar. I know Kiba Al Tibacham. Lakati Esther Echa Meir, Eshtan Mishpacha, Evesi Estem Sion, which sounds like it's a plot which probably could bring the Geula. I'm going to Rabbi Yeshua, I will try Nemar. She wasn't doing they're like laughing back at each other. But indicates different messianic and unique. I don't find that out. Yeshua but not us Christian. Yeshua but don't find that out. Come on, Hashem. God yourself. With your children. God nefesh and the Nissan. Right. The Evan Moshman. The welcome you a couple of times. The welcome you the Holy Sunday Chapel. I want to don't find that out. In touch with the Son of Oman, we lie touch it. That's what the Lord says. I will touch it like it was Tshuva. Let's go for return to us. I'm going to be a Tshuva. Look by name out. The Eshma as a East to be Kabbalah and Shemmal in the name of your oil. The Yoram Yinino with Smolo Alashanai, the East Son of Kaya Ogan, the more modern, the fact that the Father is up as Yad and Thomas to Palera Torah. Huh? It's not going to go. This once again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, the shooting back and forth, is fundamental focus of Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying that the Lord is saying that Allah will make us part of the Tshuva will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not going to be redeemed. Geula comes, Mashiach comes, when Hashem ordains it. They throw shooting back and forth at each other. The conclusion next, the way the Gemara ends, that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's psukim. So it sounds like over here, it's the psukim of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when the Baruch Hu chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that science. There also says that Methodist congregations seek to understand there are these people found in Messianic models that remain outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do Tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our Tshuva? We're not entirely ordained. Is there some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed? Not focus. Incredible. No, I'm a Rabbi Abba. Let's say, as you receive it, you see yourself, 1 second, come on. How can this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. And let's answer. No, we don't. Because the truth is what I'll say, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, But the Owner from Olam does not want us to be messianically focused. The Baruch Hu wants us to be focused on maximizing time in this world. That's our avodah. And avodah is to become the best version of ourselves. And avodah is to become the Aliyah. And avodah is to make a difference in the world. And avodah is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our, to become Baruch Shabbat, whether Mashiach comes for that, whether our tshuva, or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again, because of some type of end date, to a certain degree, is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come like we saw yesterday's dad. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And the Baruch will figure it out. It's not really my job. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm Rabbi Abba. Aiden's case, it looks like he's going to go that. So ultimately, again, so Rabbi Abba says, there is no more revealed date than this. That Rashi says over here. So what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says, if you want, this is what I want to say, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Listen, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want to know that we're heading in the right direction. But this, by the way, is an incredible demand. Rabbi Abba says, if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, I will say, what is it? Shneimar, Va'atam, Hare Yisrael, Anshtechem Tziteinim, Upreit, Uprichem, Tisu, Ba'amei Yisrael. Those are the Gemara quotes from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not in Eretz Yisrael, the land is glorious. When Klal Yisrael the land comes back to life, the more the land produces, the closer you know who you are. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, when you bring in the good, the first short line, you should keep in Eretz Yisrael pure Yah, Ba'ayin Yafa. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruit, Ba'ayin Yafa in good measure, Ad Yiklas HaKetz, Ba'ayin Yafa HaKetz Megillah Yosef. You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land divine. Let's say, a little bit of a running joke inside the studio. And you see, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. I will say, it's not just like there's good wines coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's got to be the ultimate sign that the Ula is close. How can one drink wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of the Ula. It is the most. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Remember what used to be the section of social wine. What was it? It was not a section like in a square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? Just like from Malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top, that was it. Such a long time. I don't know. It's not so long. And I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you want. I guess you could drink all the wine if you want. Right? Show your schedule like that. But it's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So thank you for those signs because it's a sign of Mashiach. It's so important to support that industry as well. So important to put our money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. It's more good like that. But Rosa says, after Mizah, Shina, and March, the Sky, Yom La'ila, Haim, Safar, Sarah, Adam, Zomia, Stadahima, Hainanas, and Yosef, Lava, in Shalom, Minasai. So Rabbi says there's another sign of impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals. Like the Yosef and Lavo, in Shalom Minasai, those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. Mali Yosef Baba in Shalom. That's right. What does that mean? Rav Amar Aftamidi Chachamim Shekasu Bahem Shalom. Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility. It says Shalom Rav. The Ohavei Secha Ve'im Shalom Yechei Tzar. Even Talmidei Chachamim are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who have most of the others from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. Even Talmidei Chachamim, by definition, possess that tranquility, and the Tina and the brings leading up to Mashiach will not be able to find that tranquility. First, I just want to point out how interesting this is. On one hand, right, the first thing says, you have Rabbi Abba saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. The land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, so once again, it's completely known, right? Is the messianic arrival, is it heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? And by the way, those not which is because it's seafood. So Shmuel says, I speak to Hashem to reach for it. Shmuel says, the sign of messianic arrival is that all Christ's needs will be the same. That will say, there actually understands this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive. No, even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Ein Ben David Bach actually is back to the phone of the Yimsa. Mashiach only comes to us, I saw again, this is kind of a suffering what you feel. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, this is financial suffering, the poverty. Now, literally, now, interestingly enough, there's a number of them, what is not perspective. The remedy for everything is, that means undiluted wine. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So you might come back to three sides, right? So you might say sorry. So you might say, when you feel like there's going to be such poverty that even you won't even be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, have to meet the next best thing that is called submerged fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Although you must say, as Ashkiya Minayim Ben Harosam, Shem Oldest, Sab Yom Ahu, Ashkiya Paradise Yisrael. Rabbi Shalom Ba'Chaniya. In Ben David Bach, Ashkiya and Malchus Hazalim Yisrael. First, Rabbi Shalom Ba'Chaniya says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of our time in Christ. Now, Malchus Hazalim means even a little bit of our time. Right? So, in other words, even when Christ was ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. When Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. The Karas has Zalzalam in his mouth. You see, that's right. Va'isahu Yogal Shain. Hashem Tzvatos Yimshach Umora. Or is it American Yoch? Ein Ben David Bach, Ashiyuch Dasi Roch Mitzvah. When does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no Dasi Yach. When arrogant people, this is against the Klal Yisrael. But ultimately again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that incredible? Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach will come. We'll say, Tzad B'Chesed Aleph 98a, about four lines up from before it gets wide.
Well, he could be sacked a bunch. Unlimited.
This is going to stress another motif, that it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. It's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. What's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because, remember again, let's see inside. So what was I doing? Rabbi Small, Mishum Rabbi Lazar B'Shem, in Ben David Bach, Ashiyuch L'Kol Shoft M'Shochem Yisrael. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליך, ועצרוך דבר סיגך, והשיבה שופטייך. אומר אולה, this is beautiful. And Yerushalayim niftis Ella, it's stuck. Let's say first wide line. Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. שנאמר, ציון במishpat תיבדק, ושווה בצדקה. Like Zion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. Vishava b'tzedakah, and we will return to tzedakah. Now listen, this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, what a beautiful Gemara. What do you see from here? That tzedakah, that chesed is the key to Gula. Let me back to Abraham Tversky. You see, says something very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says one of the most mistranslated words in all of Hebrew is tzedakah. He says we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says that's not much tzedakah. What's the shortest of tzedakah? Is it tzedek? What does tzedek mean? Justice. The Tversky says like this. In life, there are people
look who the fuck it is. I said, look who the fuck it is. This motherfucker thinks that they can take me down in fucking trick shot pool, 9-ball trick shot pool. Is that true?
It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way
dude, how's your day going, baby?
Programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't
what did you realize?
Need to receive, those who have need to give. And this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our activities, we look at our chesed activities. It's like voluntary, this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. But if you have more than you need, Baruch Hashem, we should all resort to that. By definition,
enlighten me what the monetization of rejection is.
It's tzedek. It's justice to give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's just with your money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. It is a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? I think the Gemara saying is like this. So, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice. But helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, and suddenly I have a moral clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other. Not because it's nice. Not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because, and also that's between chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment
most of the shit that you say doesn't make any fucking sense, but this one does.
That's the moment that at the end of the Mashiach comes. It's incredible.
Yeah. I think so.
So Rabbi's like this.
Now, dude, I have a serious question for you. Do you know what that question is?
Would no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Rashi points out over here.
Are you ready to lose?
Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as they're arrogant Jews,
that's what I like to see here.
All
right, dog. Do you want to lose at 9-ball first?
And if corrupt judges would stop to exist, so too corrupt Gentile judges would cease to exist as well. Well said, the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. We're arrogant.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to tell you it. I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, okay? I'm going to dominate you in a way that no one's ever dominated you in your entire life. Or do you want to play cutthroat? Dog, let's play cutthroat. I don't know what it means, but it sounds fucking baller.
We'll say if you see,
oh shit, we can't play it.
That is suffering from general poverty, wait for Mashiach.
All right.
Which means again,
well, that's garbage.
It's the precursor for Mashiach. And we've seen this motif more and more. So
yo, baby. Just a moment, my man.
If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing.
You have an invitation, baby. Are you ready to lose? Yeah, dog. Of course. Look at that shot, Zoo. It should be considered it.
It's fascinating, right?
But it was not.
How amazing this is and why it is like the best thing in the world to be look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or
Dude,
if you see
you're
a
done.
generation where there's
You
ridiculous
should just
suffering, oh,
you
you know
should
what it
just
means?
give
You
up.
know what it means? You know what it
Big
means?
Doug, you should just give up.
Let's say, what
Oh
other
yeah,
nation
for sure,
in the
big time
world
penalty.
thinks in
I don't know why you would
this
do
way,
that.
right? Everyone else, if things are
I
bad,
warned you. You
that
get a
is
penalty,
generally,
son.
that generally means what?
And
Most
now I'm
probably
going to make
things
it
are gonna get
incredibly
worse.
difficult for
Right?
you to
That's
win.
generally that's generally bad
Maybe
things
more
work.
difficult than anybody in the
So
history of the
things
world.
are bad, just know that most probably means that chakelo. Just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. I will say, and this should give us.
Dude, I'm going to dominate you now. I'm taking away all your opportunities. I'm taking away all your opportunities. Oh, dude, did you see that thing whip out?
I've had one of those days. Like this is just because, and it's always.
There have been people who have
is the news accurate?
comedy
And it
school
sounds like
and
crazy. Is it accurate?
comedy
Is it slanted?
stand-up
And,
courses.
Really even referring to news that are right? It's so disheartening. Everything.
There's not that big of a.
You know about.
Like, it's more a natural thing. It's like saying, like, why isn't there a school for pool? And I'm sure there is, but... Oh, Zoot, how'd you like that, son? Zoot, how'd you like that, son?
What is this?
Do you want to hear me bark at you? Arr, how'd you like that, son?
Out of the room, and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right?
Zoot, look at this shot.
That's what it's like, right?
Oh, no, penalty.
So the school teacher and the
Bank shot, combo shot. I don't know how I got credit for that.
Right, they're doing everything anyway. Like,
Dog, Zoot.
So why is that universe
adults? They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future. And
You think there are fewer actors in the world than comedians?
Like, to call them children is an insult to
All
children.
right, I mean, there is basically. Have you ever heard
because children at least are, at their core are
Upright Citizens Brigade? It's in LA. It's in New York as well. It's like basically you pay and they teach you how to do improv and comedy and stuff. And it's pretty expensive. It's like $20,000 a year.
Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks,
A lot of people say that it is.
Wait for it. Because the way cloud install works is the worse it looks.
It's called UCB, baby.
Is even closer than ever before. An incredible Gemara. The Gemara goes like, Rabbi Yochanan, in Ben David Bal, Ella Bedar Shekulo Zakai.
Do you know who Amy Poehler is?
Again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes.
Well, she did Upright Citizens Brigade. Did you know that?
Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzaddikim. So just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty.
Dog.
Mashiach only comes when there's suffering.
Do you know what Second City is?
When there's complete piety.
All right, well, that's like the same shit.
Really bad. But Mashiach comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Gemara says,
An interview for the podcast? Absolutely. Yeah, Chelsea's been on it. Chelsea had her box munched on it, dog.
The pasuk says "Be'ita," which means
we're just in the uncut version. Look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that?
Mashiach's coming at a defined time.
No, but I mean,
which one is it?
Chelsea doesn't seem like somebody who would turn down a good box munching.
If we are zocha, right? If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, and at the end of the day, he will come at his appointed time. I'm Rabbi Alexandria.
All right. Do you think she's into losing at cool, or do you think she is not into losing at cool? Zoot, are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of the game? Right here, baby.
So once again, I will say, is Mashiach going to be someone who's like a cloud coming from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a
Zoot,
donkey?
everybody's waiting on you. Let's see your shot. Let's see how good this is.
So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly?
Is it possible for you to win? The answer to this question is no. You're done.
In this approach in the Gemara, what you begin to see is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us.
That was an amazing scratch. In the history of the world, of all of the scratches, that might have been one of the best ones ever. But look at this shot, Zoot. Get it.
By the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on.
I agree. That would be sick as fuck. Dude, let's see you win, man.
Mashiach comes on a donkey. He goes says, "Asi ishtole susi barka." I'll give him my best horse, the Isli. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach
It's
fund.
possible.
Right? I hereby
We just need
donate
the
my
greatest
best horse.
comeback in the history
I'm going to give him
of
my
the
best
universe.
horse. I'm going to lay. Yislach bar here, Gavin, to a Shmos at the King Shapor. Do you have?
Who's to say you can't get that, baby?
Colors?
Who's to say that you can't get that, baby?
Essentially, what Shmos is back to King Shapor is you should see Mashiach's donkey. Right? That's quite.
Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
I think your horse is better than his donkey.
Look at this move, Zoot.
Over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible.
That would have been so sick.
Get ready for this. Get ready for this. If your Dafyomi Charusa or Chaver is not here at cheer,
Dude, are there gangs in Australia?
Tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that
like,
you were not able to.
You know, we have like the Crips and the Bloods, the Latin kings and shit.
Cathartic and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major, right?
Like, are you just talking about like the Yakuza and the Triads and shit? Or are you talking about like the West Side?
This is something's missing. Like, all right, 7.5 years. It'll be back in your session.
What did you call them? What's that?
Get ready for this. Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing at the entrance of the grave.
Oh, biker gangs.
Again, for those who were on, not the last.
You have biker gangs?
We went to the entrance.
Oh, how'd you like that shot, son? Dude, how'd you like that shot, son?
There's the grave on top. There's a grave on top. And if you know some people, you can actually go below, right to the entrance of the Ma'ara. Below the entrance of the Ma'ara.
Dude, watch the best shot.
Standing right, found Elio.
Look how good that was.
By the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So Amalei, Asina la Almada Asi.
Dude, that best shot was amazing. Alright, are you ready to lose again, son?
Am I going to tell Am I going to the world to come?
Those angels.
Amalei, Im Yirtza Adon Hazeh. If Hashbaruch wants it, what do you want from me? Like, I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be in Olam Haba, you go to Olam Haba. Amisham Levi, Shnayim Reisi,
Mongols.
So the Amisham Levi says, I'm standing here with you, Elio. So there's two of us, but I hear three voices.
Dude, I hit 2 balls in.
Again, Amisham Levi heard whatever this means.
I pocketed 2 balls.
Rashi says,
and I get no points for that.
The was as well. So can you imagine the scene? So again, Eliyahu Hanavi is standing by the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shammai.
Dude,
so now,
what are your thoughts on the fact that I pocketed 2 balls?
I don't know. Ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shammai hears another voice. Who was there as well? Amalei, Amos Asim Mashiach.
Dude, you would have sucked that dude off. And everybody knows it.
Now, the reason you feel
do you know who opens for Matt Rife?
The Pashas Eliyahu Hanavi is one who comes before to announce the Mashiach.
Everywhere.
So when Mashiach comes, Amalei, Zil Shailin Lididei. Go ask him.
Not
go ask
everywhere.
Mashiach. Mashiach when he's coming.
It's the guy from the Golden Dollar.
Where can I
He's the guy from Workaholics.
Where is he that I should ask him?
Nobody knows his name. What the fuck is his name? Eric Griffin?
He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, "Umay simane." How will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome, and how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here,
they're the same people who close for you. They're known as the Crickets. Dude, you're gonna bomb tomorrow night, and that's not because I think you're gonna bomb. It's because you think you're gonna bomb. Dog, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this shit?
Mashiach hangs out. Mashiach resides at the entrance.
Yeah, baby.
So fine. Shimon Levi says, "Okay, I'll go find him." But how do I know who he is? We're going to see. There's a lot of people who are at the entranceway to the city. So how will I know who he is? My money.
Basically everything that I've ever seen.
Let's say, get ready for this. Who would stay at the entranceway of the road? The lepers.
The one where you got heckled.
They were not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach
lived alongside with.
I don't know. You've only shown me like 3
Rashi says,
videos. So none of them would I ever say that you absolutely kill. None of them.
Himself was also a leper. Isn't that incredible? Also a leper.
But that does that. Oh, what a shot! Oh, okay, because that makes no sense.
So now, okay, I'm going to go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a
Oh,
leper.
make it
Mashiach is
Zoot.
a leper. Say, by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Mashiach does not walk around.
Because I know what comedy is, and obviously the judges to that thing don't.
And the person we normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach
Zoot.
is probably one of those people who we look at and we look at and we go ahead and probably don't take the time to say the child's teeth.
There you go.
Get a little bit more.
There you go. That's and that is now that is funny.
And the people just be pushed to the periphery. Right? Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. I must say this is a tremendous, tremendous thing.
You know what? That's a fun. Oh, that was good. Oh, that should have counted. That's a funny fucking joke, Zoot. Wait, Zoot, you've got something here. The joke would be, hey everybody, if you're Zoot, hold on. You're not eligible anymore, so you can say whatever the fuck you want.
So you'll see the lepers have to change their bandages. So the way it works
Zoot,
is generally, again,
just listen to my joke.
So
So you say like this,
notice, by the way,
hey everyone, you might see that I'm sad, and if you want to know the reasoning, it's because I was a state finalist for South Australia in raw comedy. And you may say to yourself, well, that's nothing to be sad about, but if you know anything about the judges, they're all dog shit.
It's going to be late because it has to wrap up. So instead, what he does
Why can't you say that?
Only bandages one or unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a promotion.
Okay, but they're like,
Listen, tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see how Mashiach himself is literally
they're like not
ready to go.
like
He's
you
ready
can't
to
get
go.
chosen
All right?
again, so
Only changes his bandages
you don't have to
whenever.
face their backlash. You fucking serious that you scored 40? Zoot, are you fucking Zoot? Hold on. Are you fucking serious that you scored 40?
It's hard sometimes to try to heal everything else.
All right, Zoot, are you ready for this shot?
Everything that's broken, and I'll just heal it all at once. Life doesn't work that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide
All
what
right.
you want to heal.
So then he would know that the judges are dog shit too because they didn't pick him.
Heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. Because the problem is when you unbandage all of the stuff.
State finalist. So are you though.
All the stuff that's broken.
So he was a national national.
All the stuff that's in its
There's no such thing as that. There's only. Are you serious? There's only national finalists and state finalists. There's no national state finalists. Dog, don't you know anything about raw comedy? That doesn't make any sense.
You just imagine what that must have been like. So even if he's not right, he's not. So he's like he's not coming up, right? He hasn't revealed himself.
All right, that's just a national finalist, dog.
He found Mashiach. He found him.
He was a national.
Yeah, but that you don't call that person a national state finalist. You just call them a national finalist. Even I know that.
The day's gonna come. The day will come. When Mashiach will stand before us.
Zoot, do I have to teach you everything? Do I have to teach you everything about raw comedy?
Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, he's just gonna say,
Yeah, you don't call it that though. You just say he was a national finalist. It's not like he was a national finalist for the province or the national finalist for the anything but the nation, dog.
So if you're a national
to say those words to Mashiach, before he does anything,
Zoot, I know you think that you're outsmarting me on this one, but you're not. You are either one of two things. If you're a finalist for raw comedy, you're either a state finalist or a national finalist. There is no national state finalist. That's redundant. There is no.
When are you coming?
am I gonna watch raw comedy? Dog, I'm the king of raw comedy. I'm the king of raw comedy. Don't you understand?
I'm coming today.
J. Michael longs to be me.
I'm good. Okay, I've got nothing else. He
Dude,
goes
are
down,
you-
apparently he goes back to
Dude.
Elio and Navi. Also, look at Elio.
Everybody?
Means he went back to Elio.
Next question.
At the entrance, by the grave of Rashbi.
Someone who's not funny, I can tell you that. Because Australian comedy sucks.
What happened?
But it's better than British comedy. Maybe. British comedy's awful. Zoot.
She said hello to me, right? He gave me shalom. He said,
Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for the best shot ever?
So first of all, that's a good sign because
Oh,
you and your
Zoot,
father,
did you see that? Did you see that, Zoot? Zoot, did you see that? Zoot. Did you see that shot?
Your father's name, that's indicative of the fact that you, Rabbi Yeshua, and your father, Levi,
He could be better.
both have a portion in the world to come. Okay, beautiful.
Zoot, did you see my shot? Because I don't think you did. I don't think you did. If you did, you would have reacted more to it. I think you were twiddling your thumbs. Make it. What a shot. Oh, and you scratched. Oh, that was unfortunate, Zoot. That was unfortunate. The fact that I'm about to win? The fact that I'm about to win?
What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come.
Are you fucking
I'm ready
serious?
to come every
Now that's an interesting development,
do
Zoot.
what you are supposed to do. I'm ready to come today.
That's an interesting development. So that means you could have potentially unlimited points. So it's never over.
His bandage is one of the times that he could be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have
That's
to
really
do the
fucking
necessary
interesting, Zoot.
work. Incredible.
Now, Zoot, if anything that you've taught
And of
me
course, this goes with the narrative
in
that we control
terms of raw comedy and or pool,
we control
that's an
the
interesting
the
thing.
lives we lead, the
I
decisions
went
we
from
make,
dominating you to you having a legitimate chance at a comeback because of that stupid ass rule.
So the students asked Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma, Emosai ben David Ba.
And Peter Joseph sucks.
Yes, Moshe Amar, Messiare Anisha Matavakshim. Oh, so Rabbi Yosef ben Kisma said, you know what, I'll give you an answer, but I'm
Is he a
scared.
documentarian?
Ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer it, Amar
He's a humanitarian? How the fuck did you win?
Ask for a sign from you. Okay, Amar Lei.
Dog, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. Show me the best shot.
So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. Well, sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming.
Dog, I wish I could see how you
Mashiach is
fucking
gonna
won.
come.
How did you win?
Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time,
Fuck
they rebuild it. It falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look
Do you want trick shot?
Just a moment. Rashi says over here.
But trick shot sucks.
Rashi says, "Amrulei v'shadu b'chadazim." No, Matirin. No, sorry.
Zoot, you have an
sorry,
invitation.
No.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
So again, this is
Dog, you are
Romi.
such dog shit. You have an invitation.
The gate of Rome will fall down.
Dog,
They'll rebuild it.
dog,
It'll fall down again.
dog.
They'll rebuild it. It'll
Zoot,
fall
what
down
the
a
fuck are
third
you
time.
doing? Quit
Before
jerking
they
yourself
get
off
rebuilt
raw.
the
Let's
third
go.
time, ultimately, Mashiach will
Hit
come.
the
That's sign,
hit the
right?
fucking
That's when
ball,
Mashiach will
dog.
come. Amru lo Rabinu, tein lanu os. He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic.
Are you
Give
proud
us
of
a
that
sign
shot?
that's true. Amru lahem,
You
lo
pocketed
taka
the-
lo taka marta
You
mi,
pocketed the
shorta
four ball?
bakshim os. Rabbi Yosef said this. I told you. I knew you were going to ask me first. I was
I'm the best motherfucker ever.
See,
You know why? Because I go when it's my fucking turn.
Get people very excited. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the confirmation. That's what this is. Rabbi Yosef, I know this is going to work. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it. I won't have to give you notes. So I said, Rabbi, you told us
Like
to
you
give
get
us a
accused
sign.
of being a shitty
So,
8-ball,
I'll
9-ball
you,
player.
I got it. You told us not giving us a sign, but come on.
I don't know. I've never seen it formally.
So Rabbi Yosef said, if the waters of the Pamias, right, the waters of the Pamias.
No way you
turn
make this
to
shot.
blood. Now, the Pamias is the body of
Way
water that
to
feeds the
fucking
joint,
go, dog.
feeds the Yarden. If the Pamias turns to blood, that'll show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure
I need to
enough,
get this fucking ball
Pamias
out
turns
of
to blood.
here.
Incredible. B'shas Pitiraso.
At the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amr lahem, hamikul yaroni. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground. I'm a base. Why? Shein kol dekel v'dekel shabababal, shein sus shal parasim nikshabal. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse tethered to it.
In situations where your spouse is acting like a douche, you should be able to whoop their fucking ass like if they suck dick in 8-ball.
As food troughs for their horses. So therefore, bury me deep in the earth so they won't dig up my casket.
Doug, who the fuck cares? If you don't want to be in a relationship, then get the fuck out.
Extends itself over Kali. So listen, by the way, I want to point out when we talk about Rome means Edom. Rome means Edom.
If anything, you could do a background check on the person, and they would have domestic abuse charges against them. And that's how we do it in the United States.
By the Malchus of Rome for 9 months.
You don't need a fucking list. This isn't fucking Big Brother, dog.
Now we come to a totally different motif. Ula said, Yaisi.
All right, well then they hide it. I mean, you could hide being on the list too.
Now, what is it going to say? What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede Messiah.
Zoot, are you fucking serious that counted? Oh, it counts.
All the time.
How the fuck did you win?
I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic.
How the fuck did that happen? Oh, all you have to do is hit the 9-ball in?
Rav Yosef says,
oh, I didn't know the fucking rules.
Rav Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally.
I was always hitting the ball they told me to hit. Dog, fuck that. Dog, fuck that. We're playing straight up 8-ball.
I know that the days that precede Mashiach are going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it.
I'm going to whoop your ass in 8-ball.
Just bring Mashiach already. So just
it's not even going to be close, dude.
On whether or not they want to be here to see.
You keep getting fortunate on shit.
My time, well, so what is this? What
is regular,
right? If it's about,
Zoot, I'm going to destroy you.
Again, then what does it mean these Rabbanim say?
The table's open.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience it. So what's the problem? If it's because of suffering, right? If it's about
is that my fault? You want me to do something about it? Baby, all I can tell you is this. I'm about to start dominating, and you're going to see a fucking clinic. Are you ready for this clinic, son? Are you ready for this clinic, son?
Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Dude,
are you ready for this clinic?
Wow.
Look at this move, baby. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed. I will say. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? Torah, we'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from suffering.
Oh, that was bullshit. You know it. You know it. Ball don't lie, baby.
Gemara says, right, Rava, right? You have all this stuff.
Dude, don't fuck this up.
Chesed. So what are you worried about? What are these Rabbanim?
I don't know why you're shooting it like that. It's not trick shot. There you go. Good job.
I might have the requisite maybe I'll commit an Aveira. I will say sometimes
cool story
could wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of pre-Messianic era.
That might have been the worst shot I've ever seen.
It'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of pre-Messianic era.
Two.
Listen to this. Rabbi Yaakov says as follows: By Yaakov Avinu.
Okay, I'm winning.
This Baruch promises Yaakov Avinu, I got your back. I will watch you, and I will guard you.
Scoreboard just proves my fucking point,
says,
baby.
See, when Yaakov is about to encounter Esav, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayitzer Lo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the pshat? Hashem says to Yaakov, I've got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back.
I wish you would tell me.
Worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which the Gemara answers,
ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared.
Oh, what a
that
shot.
although he possessed the requisite
I scratched.
merit,
That's
maybe
bullshit.
something that would cause that merit to be erased. You would see that what Rabbi say, by the way, is such a
What the fuck was that?
which is just a such profound yisod, which is this is part of Chazal's motif of al tamin ba'atzmacha ad yom mosha. Do not believe in yourself.
Dude, are you ready for one of the greatest shots
Because no matter
that you've ever had the opportunity to witness?
I have racked up and accrued and acquired for myself, which is incredible. I could lose here.
This is easy.
One bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see great people, as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear that I may wipe out all of my accrued and acquired merit.
Zoot, you ready for this shot? Dude, do you know who Savannah Guthrie is? Dog, her mom was fucking kidnapped.
It refers to the second arrival in
Which like never happens in the United States. It's very suspicious. Dude, are you watching this absolute massacre? Dude, they may have to put me on the domestic violence registry because of the ass kicking that I'm delivering to you. Do you recognize that, Zoot?
But because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get that miraculous. So we're going to stop over here for today.
Zoot, I can win, and I will win.
Mashiach continues tomorrow. I will say, by the way, how incredible is it to learn sugyas of Mashiach? Because again, even though Mashiach is not yet here, when we learn Mashiach,
are you fucking serious? Are you fucking, dude? You're not gonna have shit. I'm Kill Tony. You're Raw Comedy.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
Make this shit, Zoot. No way, Zoot. Dude, you're playing like a baller. Keep it up, dude. Let's see the comeback. No way. Oh, you scratched. Dog, it's over. Dude, do you have any parting words for the audience? I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it.
I didn't realize last week.
That's a miss. I think we all can see that that's a miss. Oh, you're fucked, son. You're fucked. You think it's one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world? Right, because I just banked it like a pimp. Like a pimp. When we play straight up baller ass shit, I dominate. And I think I proved it.
To be able to continue.
Are you ready for a rematch, son?
Beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we find ourselves tonight. We're operating under this box with so many beautiful and different versions of Tanya. The one we're learning out of is out of this.
Dude, you got dominated.
Which again is
Zoot, you know you have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you? Hey, Zoot, if I may say to you, like, in all seriousness, you take my shit talking better than anybody, and you have my respect for it. If I ever cross the line, you just say, you crossed the line, and I'll, be nicer. But for right now, getting back into my character, you're going to get your ass whooped in this game of 8-ball. You ready, son?
Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain way, that's much more.
Oh, you want to tell me I'm terrible, and then you want to shit talk me?
About there's only you could legislate a lot of things.
Hey, F yourself, dog. How about that? How about F yourself?
So what does it mean when we say
I gave you
Baby, are you witnessing this?
Go ahead.
Big dog.
The ability to go ahead and really regulate emotion is something that is essentially
I don't think so. Zoot.
So once again, you want to tell me
Zoot tells me I'm terrible. Well, you're garbage.
something is easy.
Oh, what a shot! That was beautiful, big dog.
One of the hardest, well, it's lasting a little bit. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way we feel. Like tells us,
that's a miss. I can tell from here that's a miss.
It's just like instinctive to feel a certain way and to have to regulate how it is. That
Are you gonna hit the fucking ball?
Feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming. So Rabbi goes on and he says,
"That's a miss." Look at that time tick down, son. What the fuck was that? One of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to see. He just straight up gave me a shot. Hey, Zoot. You know that scoreboard bullshit?
That really, the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was Likutei Amorim, which means collection of sayings.
Big dog.
But it's really called Likutei Amorim. So the Rebbe said, the entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out.
Oh,
how we can
did you see the fucking
with our mouth,
cue ball?
not only with our body, but with our heart. Because isn't that the most incredible thing? And most difficult thing? And we know this. It's
Yo,
really
dog.
hard to keep shots.
Are you trying to let me win?
As long as I learn what to do, okay. If I'm not used to doing it,
Look at this move.
Dude,
Dude, are you watching this?
Just in general, it's not regulating behaviors.
Dude, I'm putting on a lesson for you. You wanted to know why they don't have comedy schools? You should be asking why don't they have billiard schools? Because I'm putting on a lesson, son.
Sometimes we go through the behavioral actions, the motions, the mechanistic motions. But the heart is not.
That was bullshit, and you know it. You know it.
What I'm trying to do over here is to teach you a bit about that.
Hey, Zoot, scoreboard.
So once I go down to the next section, you see the bottom of page Zayin.
Zoot, scoreboard.
See that? Heading. So we'll say this is a profound piece. By the time going down, we're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the Gemara now literally again I'm going to show you the Gemara. Aruka ukitsara. A long path, that's short. What does it mean? A long path, that's short. So listen to this. See, close to the first in the notes. Mikar lashon zehu b'gimara.
You're using cheat codes. Zoot's using cheat codes, everybody.
The small word that's the period. So the Rebbe says Mikar lashon zehu b'gimara.
Zoot, you're using cheat codes, and everybody knows it. Cheat codes. Zoot. Zoot.
That's also why I like
Zoot.
using this edition, because again, like many times you find in the great Hasidic masters' work, like
Zoot, what did you think of my combo shot, son?
a lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement.
Oh, fuck.
There's a path that is long and
You have a difficult shot, though. One of the most difficult shots in the history of the world.
So he quotes a really based on the Gemara section. Says, "Miyamai, lo nitzchani adam ela tima." Right? No, so Rabbi says, no one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me except for one time a child.
All right, that's an excellent
What happened?
advice. Was she hot? Scale of 0 to 10 her.
One time I was traveling on the road. So on the road.
Okay. A 6, all right. Zoot, if you hit this shot, I'm going to be pissed. That would have been one of the best shots I've ever seen. But it wasn't.
I said to the child, my son,
Zoot, are you ready for this shot? Just, are you serious? Are you effing serious? Dude, that was garbage.
What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me,
Dude, what are you doing?
So the child said to Rabbi Shlomo, there are two paths.
Dude, just straight up
This path
giving me
is long and short.
the
And this
game.
one is short and long. Okay. So
Dude, are you seeing this?
Says to himself, okay, so which path? Which end? Let's say if anyone needs sheets over here. Right? So he says, so which path should I take?
Dude, are you seeing this? Are you fucking serious? That was bullshit. You and I both know that was bullshit.
I took the path that was short and long. Which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. What's the big deal?
Dude,
the short path.
don't fuck this up. Dude, don't fuck this up.
Got to the city in no time. The problem was, he got
Fuck
to the end
it.
of the path, and he was right next to the
Dude,
city.
you've come
The
back.
problem was
Like, you've won like
there
4
were
games in a row.
gardens and
Or no, I won the
orchards
last game, but
that
you
were
won a
there
lot.
blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this.
Are you proud of yourself?
He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city.
All right, well, if you're so fucking proud of yourself, why don't you accept my invitation to this game, baby? Dude, are you gonna go? Dude, everybody's waiting on your ass. People in the future are gonna be like, accept the fucking invite, Zoot. Zoot, come on, dog.
What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long.
Zoot, you're so. This is.
In other words, it's
Zoot,
short,
come on.
and that'll get you to the city quickly, but you won't get in. And once they watch this, now, by the way,
Dude, do you see how sick that shot was?
What was the child saying? Then there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aruka Ukitsara.
Illegal break, baby.
In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what? You'll get in. So look what the Rebbe does this. Well, saying this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what the Rebbe is going to teach us. This is what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was
Yo, Zoot, are you ready?
Between point A and point B.
I don't understand why mine was an illegal break. But you can go. You can go, Zoot.
See, here's the problem. On one hand,
Are you proud of that shot?
To get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. He couldn't get in. He says,
but are you proud of that shot?
Now again,
don't miss. That's a miss, dog. Obvious. Fuck. Dude, you only have to get one more ball. Oh no. Are you gonna go? Zoot taking all this fucking time just to miss. Just to miss.
It's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path.
Baby, I'm getting all these in. Zoot, I'm gonna punish you. Do you see this shot? Did you see that? Zoot, do you see this shot?
Long but short.
Zoot, did you see that shot?
Distance-wise, it was a longer path.
Dude, do you see this shot?
But this is where you get into the city. So it's
oh, that was bullshit.
But you ultimately get right in. It says, Sof, derech zo, ki hakitzara. Even though distance-wise, the second
So
path
you and I both know that was bullshit.
but it was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination.
What a beautiful shot, Zoot. Now that was good. That was impressive.
Be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So Moses says, look what the Rabbi does. This is incredible.
Are you proud of that?
This is incredible. It says, so the Baal Tanya says, this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the derech kitzara va'aruka, the path that
Are you ready for this?
Long,
are you ready for perfection?
The path that is long, but is actually short. What does that mean? Listen to this. Says,
Did you see that?
Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what?
So watch this shot. Did you see that?
For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. And what happens? Through this inspiration,
Look at this shot.
this fire becomes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The derech zu, omnam kal yoser love of the Hashem. I'm saying this to you outside. Hey, what the Rebbe is describing is like this. Let's say the easiest way.
Zoot, are you watching this? Are you serious? That was bullshit.
Bestseller Jewish books. All what?
No way you make this shot.
Stories.
Not in a million.
What are stories? What are stories?
Are you effing
What are
me?
stories? What's the beauty of this? What's the
That
point of
was
a nice
garbage. Everybody
That's
knows it was garbage.
Like, and then CSY Shabashus, right?
Dude, how about you make this shot?
Like, what happens when CSY Abdallah?
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
Right? How do you feel at an NCSY Abdallah?
Dude, that was amazing.
Oh my God, I am literally going to change my life.
Are you going to make this shot?
And generally, how long does that last for?
Get out your protractor, son. That's the wrong ball.
Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday. That's very good. I just want to point out something amazing. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says, the pasuk says that Avram,
Zoo.
when Avram left from Haran to go to Canaan, so it says,
I don't know. Whatever you want.
Sarai, Lot,
How don't I know it? I don't know. Shit sucks.
Who the souls? So Avram
Dog, I don't. It doesn't fucking tell me any extra information. I was just making a joke.
It's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. So where did the heaven go? So it's like this.
Baby, I was just making a joke.
You were not the first. Right? Avram Avinu was running Shabbatons. He was programming. He was serving Chinese.
Not on.
He was.
Now it is on. Yeah, turn it off.
People were on fire. So Avram says,
if you would have hit that shot, I would have been pissed.
I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. Let's go. And they go.
How about no?
They start out. And then probably what happens, once they get into the journey.
Because I'm too dominant.
Where are we going, right? And each day, more and more people feel lost. Until at the end of the day.
Okay, so my line is on.
Right? Why?
Now it's off.
Because when people are just inspired,
now it's back on. Do you see that?
It's beautiful. Lights of fire. So as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is if you want to understand, a lot of times.
Are you serious?
Let's say the events of the Jewish people in the desert, right? You always wonder how could it be that the people saw this.
Baby, dude, are you ready for this? This is for you.
They saw the giving of the Torah, yet
that was for you, baby.
And they're already built. It just doesn't make any sense. But
all right,
it
let's look at the best shot. Obviously, should have been mine. That was garbage, and everybody knows it was garbage. All right, random, all the same shit. Dude, if I see you with your fucking protractor on, I'm gonna be pissed. Your protractor's on, Zoo.
Like today, it's very interesting. Like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired because the truth is.
Oh, you hit a nice one in.
That closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I kind of just I want like a hack.
Zoo, your protractor's off.
I want to get that relationship. But I don't really want to.
I don't know why we call it a protractor. It's not a protractor. It's like, oh, no way.
Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rebbe says that's
all right.
So that's the short path to get to God.
What color am I?
That's a much longer way to go. This actually becomes a much longer way.
I'm not striped.
Why? Because if that's my dream, just like that high, and you always need to get your high. Right?
Nobody can tell because that fucking thing tells you which ones to hit.
What's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection.
The table's open. So I'm not striped. No, I'm not. The table's open, dog. No fucking shit.
Inspiration, right?
Dude, are you gonna watch the fucking Super Bowl today? That's all I want to know.
What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing, right? What is right?
Zoot is solids, and Zoot.
What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. So, I want to point out that Rebbe is not this is profound. And we all have moments where I need to get pick me up.
I agree.
I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound. But in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything.
Are you proud of that shot?
It's easy come, easy go.
The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration.
That was dominance.
Like the shortest
Blind shot, baby.
But ironically,
I wonder if you get more points for blind shot.
Because since I'm passive, I'm not really
I bet you do.
I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself.
You failed to hit a strike first. Oh, fuck. That wasn't my ball?
I'm just the same person.
That was garbage, Zoot. I just helped you.
I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great.
Blind shot. Are you proud? Did you know blind shot is considered a trick shot? Yeah, dog.
Here it is. Do you know where true relationship with that comes from?
It's when we do it without the thing on. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
But inspiration doesn't become a balance.
Yeah, it does.
Also, is something that's being confirmed.
Because we didn't know, dog. We didn't know.
Per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says,
Now, Zoot. Are you fucking serious? This is so hard.
I'm the same person. I'm really the same person.
Yeah, I did. And I'll do it again, baby. That's a miss. One of the biggest misses. Hit my ball in. Thank you.
How can it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I turned it on, but I turned it off.
Nothing's changed on the inside.
It's a trick shot. There's no doubt it's a trick shot, and everybody knows it's a trick shot. All right, well, what do you want me to do about it? That's a miss. One of the biggest. Are you fucking serious? You got so fortunate.
So the Rabbi goes on. He says, "Lachim bepoel yiyu harbe minyos v'ikuvim."
Dude, are you proud of the way you're playing?
That's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called what we call kitzara va'aluga. It feels short. In that
I agree.
I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no.
Zoot, did you see that blind shot, baby?
So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really.
Did I just put your ball in?
The
Fuck.
and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city.
That's some bullshit. 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 You're gonna hit the. You're gonna hit the 8-ball in, and I'm gonna win.
General is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple. This is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way.
Incorrect.
Ways. So there are some people.
Are you fucking serious?
Of spirituality is catalyst in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur is now we're the famous idea of maybe it's a repetition. So Kusi again, the Rabbi says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do. The Rabbi says,
Blind shot, baby.
This is why. Because at least then you're taking the inspiration and you plugged it into something. And how many times in life are we inspired? I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fire is if you don't feed it, right, it extinguishes. And that's right. How was like, if we're honest, like this is a good time. Monday night, time to share, good time to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life I was like so on fire, so ready to do something. I just
Zero.
I'm not even. I just don't actually. The fire was there, and like fire can burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain time, if you don't feel it, it's going out.
Zoot, do you see how dominant I am?
Then the bottom of page Ches.
Zoot. S T F U.
different kind of derech. What does this mean? It's a derech. It's a path.
STFU. Don't miss it. And you did. One of the worst misses we've ever seen. You're gonna fuck it up.
So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to really
wow, one of the most massive fuck ups we've ever seen in the history of the game.
You can't. It's
I
hard
didn't
to
realize
know
how different these remains
something
to
that
go blind draw.
Now listen, this of course comes with the caveat that what? There's only so well.
Hey, you ready for me to give you the win?
But there's still stuff you can understand.
Yep.
It's like any relationship.
That's a
The more
miss.
you understand someone,
It's one of the biggest misses in the history of the game.
the more you understand
Rabbi, this game is harder on blind draw.
Of course,
it
dog.
requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul. It requires
And your ball's in a really tough spot. Do you recognize that?
About myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain
Yeah, you
things
could
about
lose.
It requires
And you just
behavioral
did.
adjustments,
Champions.
cultural adjustments.
Champion of the game, baby.
And then again, with
Hey, guess what? Nobody gives a fuck.
What emerges on the other side of all this internal work?
We're going to be a trick shot now. We know that they're blind draw.
All right, but 8-ball trick shot. Fuck that 9-ball shit.
I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. And again, we'll see exactly what we get into the same.
No, it's not, because you could. I want it so you have to get all the balls in.
So again, you see the two paths? This second path is what the double ball, Derech Aruga, Shikitsara. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you.
So we have to do blind, right?
The first path is shorter, right? That like instant.
I thought we had to do blind.
Like, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help.
It just helps.
It will never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path that the Rebbe is describing, which again requires my heart, my mind. I'm striving to understand.
Fuck that.
And the way you
Fuck that shit. Because I thought we had to do blind.
Affecting change, starting this, snapping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path.
Dude, fuck
But at
that.
the end of
Blind
the
shot
day,
plus 10.
it's the
Oh, it's not that
shortest
good.
Because it ultimately gets me to my intended
Yeah,
destination.
but it's
Let's say, it's, look at this line. The last line on page Ches. One of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa.
Are you going to go?
Shabidaratsu. Ein Skulos. V'tashulos Ares Ora Es Halev. That's right. You know, the Valentine says, the long path, which is the shortest path, we'll say, there's no schools. You know, it's interesting. We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a schooler for everything, right? If you say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you know, you're going to find a shidduch and have a baby all in the same hour, right? You know, it's incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man who may or may not be related to me, and he was folding his towels after Shabbos, and he made sure that his wife was in the room.
That's a terrible shot. I'm just going to tell you that right now. One of the worst shots we've ever seen.
It's a school of Shalom Bayis. I said, by the way,
You tried to cheat. It wouldn't let you cheat.
Be a mensch. Open
Excellent job of sucking dong.
Wash the dishes.
Everybody saw you try to cheat. I saw you try to cheat.
So it's interesting, what? Because folding your towels is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, there might be a scope there. I don't know, not. But folding your towels is a
Yeah, baby.
heck of a lot easier than actually.
Dog, everybody knows it. You did the thing and then you shut the thing off.
That for the long path that's short, there's no schools. There's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Kasta ores ale, Ellen nidreshes pay best nidreshes. Sorry, Ellen nidreshes me adam yigia rabo vatsuma kfula mekupelas." What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right, and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort.
Zoot, are you excited for Bad Bunny?
Right? Tremendous amount, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over.
Bad Bunny.
I want
I do too. That would be funny.
One thing you can bank on, which is you will be ashamed.
You think,
You'll be ashamed.
Not unless comedians become like way more,
This is the program.
like
This is
make
the
more,
program
way more
about
money. You know, Bad Bunny doesn't get paid to do the halftime show
like what happened? 12-step programs. You can't say, you know what, I'm gonna
because
stick, you know, 4, 5, and
none of the
6,
people do.
7
They
to
do it for the
You can't run a 12-step program like that. Any program of comprehensive change,
notoriety
one,
and because
that's the way
they sell their music. That's why there's always like a thing after, like Apple Music is proud to present Bad Bunny.
He says,
$10 million on a day, Mara just starts training.
he says, and you will so we got this. So about times, and I'm going to teach you. What I'm going to teach you about Tanya, this is the Hakitsara. Now, the Hakitsara Shiaruka.
What language
But this
Spanish?
is the way to get where you want to get.
So the whole song is going to be Spanish.
Yep.
This path is how we
It's going to be
accomplish
all
our
the
life
last
objectives.
What do you want me to do about
This
it?
is the way we do it. Share Kehi, Haruka,
Tell the
I've told them that. I've told them that that was Zoot's specific request, and they said, "Who the fuck is Zoot?"
Kanye says, "I'm willing to give you a longer path, but it's the longest path. That's really the shortest path because this path." And we don't even know what the path is. We don't know what it is. Path is an excellent stuff. I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I'm in. I bought it. I'll take 2. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like I feel like what am I going to do without it? Right? So I don't even know what the path is.
Yeah, baby.
No, that's a path is going to outline all
They
these
should have got rid of it.
and maybe arduous.
He's in jail, dog.
Only.
Yeah, but he's already had a hard time. So America, they should get it.
Okay, I'll put him on your list. P. Diddy, R. Kelly, Kanye West. Bill Cosby as an opener.
Next week, watch this start.
Watch. Unfortunately, I do think I'm probably the most watched Super Bowl history.
For sure, dog. That's why I stay holograms of theirs.
All right. Good evening. Good evening. A great Zuchas Baruch Hashem. To be able to get
That's a miss.
and we have a beautiful piece ahead of us.
We are so bad at this game, Zoot.
You think,
Remember, we're
big
going to
mission.
tonight.
if R. Kelly released
We're
this
operating.
song,
Maybe.
The one we're learning how to do.
Kiss shot, make it.
Which again is
They're 2 of the best songs of all time, son.
A little bit of everything on
yeah,
television. So we left off last week with Rabbi quoting the pasuk. So a little bit translated again. The matter is very close to you. But to do it. So remember again, the Rebbe asked the fundamental question. He said, "I don't understand. If you tell me,
Are you proud of that shot?
that something is easy for me to do with my mouth, I got it. Right? Tell me to say something, and I can say it, even behaviorally. Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something in a certain fashion, that's
Oh,
much
for
more
sure.
difficult. Okay, in general, we have this idea about. You could legislate a lot of
He
things.
shows
right?
up
You could
in those
legislate
fucking
behaviors, but you really can't
bad
legislate
things.
emotions and feelings. So what does it mean when you say that it's karov elecha b'levavcha la'asot? The Rebbe says on page sign.
They were indicting him when they were doing P. Diddy, and then they reversed the charges or some shit,
to go ahead and
which was
really
questionable.
regulate emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult.
Perhaps. Do you like that kiss shot plus that bank shot, baby? Do you like that kiss shot plus that bank shot, baby?
Something is easy to say, something is easy to do. I could hear that. Something is easy to feel. It's not true. It's not true. We spoke about this last week a little bit. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way we feel.
Zoot.
Right? The Torah tells us.
Are you gonna go?
One of the hardest things because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way. and to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling.
Dude, are you going to go?
Such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rebbe goes on and he says as follows.
Are you going to go? That's a terrible shot. Maybe one of the worst shots we've ever seen. You better go. Dude, are you ready to see the best shot in the history of this game?
The entire avodah, was again last week we spoke about the idea that's really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was the Kutei Amorim.
F them up, baby.
So we call it Tanya, but it's really called the Kutei Amorim. So the Rebbe said the entire avodah of this sefer is to figure out how we can serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Because isn't that the most incredible thing and most difficult thing? Right? We know this. It's really not hard to keep Shabbos. It's hard. There's 39 malachas. I know it's
Oh, penalty?
Okay.
Fuck that.
To regulate my behaviors. Just in general, it's not.
Oh, didn't they already have one?
Behaviors is something I can do. But how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience with our heart Shabbos? And how many of us really get a geschmack whenever Yiddish?
He didn't. You know who does the best is Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars has had multiple, and he's the best.
So the Baal Tanya says the entire avodah of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you bilavavcha, how to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with your heart. So let's go down to the next section. You see the bottom of page Zayin, Aruka Ukitzara. You see that? See the heading? So we'll say this is a profound piece. We're only in the introduction.
What do you think they should get to?
Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the words b'derech. Now, literally, again, I'm going to show you b'derech. Aruka.
I think they should.
A long path.
Bruno Mars, he's amazing.
A long path, that's short. So listen to this. So in the notes,
all right, while simultaneously eating out.
So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small print afterwards.
What's that other bitch's name?
So the Rebbe says this also. He says,
Sydney Sweeney.
So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara say? I will say this is a profound Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananya. Yeah, I will say that's also why I like using this. Like many times you find in the great
they both look like dogs without makeup.
They wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're
give me a real woman like Lily Collins, baby.
So just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like what does that mean? So he quotes over here. Really, this is based on the Gemara Maseches Eruvin. Listen to this. Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananya. Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananya says, "Great Gemara. Miyamai lo nischani adam ela tino." Right?
Dude, are you seeing this?
Says, I'm a pretty smart guy.
Dude, I'm unstoppable.
No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me, except for one time a child. A child bested me. What happened?
Lily Collins, Allison Brie, Anne Hathaway.
I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child.
That Dia Drosio bitch?
Okay. Amarti lo b'ni. I said to the child, my son, so Shubakani was traveling to a particular
What happened, Zoot?
He didn't know where he was going.
You pocketed the 9 ball.
He says to the child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city?
Incorrect.
What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, Amarli, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, Izu Kitsara Aruka.
How the fuck did you do that?
There are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon Chanai hears this and he says to himself, okay,
oh,
so
fuck.
which path?
This game
sucks.
sucks.
If anyone needs sheets, it's over here. Right, so he says,
because I can't
which
see.
Which path should I take? So Rabbi Shimon Chanai said, Amrali.
Not well.
I'm sorry. Halachti b'kitzara va'aruka. So Rabbi Shimon Chanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that was short
and just
long.
the fucking things are really small, dog.
Again, makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right, so the kid says that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. That's no big deal. So he takes the short path. Listen to
thanks.
this.
I appreciate your fucking advice.
Keva Shigato here. So I'm sure says, you know, it's amazing. I got to the city in no time.
Maybe you can hit the fucking ball.
To the end of the path, and he was right next to the city. But the problem was that there were
that was garbage
and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. he got right up to the city but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. Chazak Tzanachor, I went back to the crossroads. He goes back to the kid. Amarti lo b'ni, lo kach amarti li zu kitzara. So he says to the kid, what's your problem? Not exactly, but you understand, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I told him it was the short path. To which the child said, Amali Rabbi, lo kach amarti lecha kitzara.
Zud, are you proud of that shot?
Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long.
I wouldn't
short,
be.
But it's long. In other words, it's short, and that'll get you to
Do I think you're gay? I mean, you talk about being gay a lot, and you've admitted to being gay, and you suck a lot of dick in this game. So I have my suspicions.
It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city. But what?
Dog, sometimes you just come out and say, I'm gay. And I'm like, okay, so thanks for telling us.
It's an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what God is going to teach us. Listen to what he says.
You know what the gayest thing you can do is? Tell other people you're gay. Aside from sucking dick.
It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? See, here's the problem.
Maybe show them pictures of you being anally throttled.
From the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city.
If you would have,
he says, now again, just to point out, could he have gotten into the
I mean, whatever you want, baby.
I guess to cross over the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff.
Could be hypnotized.
And as the child was saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path.
Okay, why don't you just hit the ball? How about instead of saying something controversial, you just hit the ball?
But then there was a second path. The second path was long but short.
I don't really understand that, but that's a cool story.
Reality-wise, I guess what's the word? Distance-wise, it was a longer path. But this is the way to get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, but you can ultimately get right in. It says, Sof, even though distance was.
Yes, and you are their club leader.
Enabled you to reach your actual destination.
Zoot, what number is Bonnie Blue right now? Yeah, you do.
In Gam Darche Avodas Hashem. Rabbi says, this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality.
You would know. Zoot, what number is Bonnie Blue right now?
The path that's short, but is in actuality long. And Derech Aruch.
Of course she is.
The path that is long.
Because you haven't been working your magic with that bitch. Dude, I keep scratching it.
Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what?
Dude, just hit the fucking ball in.
For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart.
It's still not easy.
And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to a love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Dog, just fucking make it.
Let me say this to you outside. Hey,
thank you.
Like this. The easiest
and you lost.
To fall in love with
usually someone loses when they do that.
Bestseller Jewish books, all what?
I know.
I told you the rose, bro.
You did. Stories.
Oh fuck! You got more points.
What is stories? What's the beauty of this? What's the beauty of myself?
That's garbage.
That's it. Change your imagination, right?
That's fucking garbage. Dude, that's some bullshit. Dude, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Those of us who have been in the NCSY Abdullah, right?
how do you feel at an NCSY Abdullah? Right? Like, oh my God, I am really going to change my life. Right?
Ditto.
And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
Good. Listen, I just want to point out something amazing. Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says that Avram Avinu.
Ask yourself in the mirror, baby.
Haran to go to Canaan. So it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Ve'es HaNefesh Asher Asu B'Chara, and the souls they made in Haran. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people. Sarai converted all these people. So Soloveitchik says, like, where did they go?
So look how good a shot this is. Are you fucking serious?
It's just Avram.
That was bullshit.
So where did the Chevra go?
Oh, I just gave you the easiest fucking shot in the history of the game. Zoot, just please make this fucking shot. End this fucking game.
Shabbatons. He was programming. He was serving Chinese. Right? He was
Thank
doing
you.
everything. He was doing everything.
Great job, Zoot. All right, I need a break.
So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. I say, where? I don't know.
All right, well, I don't know what you want me to do about it, but all I
Let's
know
go. And they go.
is that I need a fucking...
And then probably what happens.
Yeah, because I'm the sexiest.
Where are we going, right? And each day...
Zoot, when are you going to start watching Kill Tony?
Until at the end of the day, it was just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. Right? Why? Because... When
are you going to start watching Kill Tony?
Episodic events. It's beautiful. Lights a fire. But
You suck.
As that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this isn't. If you want to understand, a lot of
Peace, baby. Good job on your play and your comedy, being a Raw comedy state finalist. That's a big deal.
They saw the plagues. They saw the splitting of the sea. They saw the giving of the Torah. And yet,
Is it?
was going like
Yep.
an extra hour.
For real?
And they're already building calves.
It's better than being a loser. I gotta take a shit, allegedly.
Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles
Really?
do not create sustained spirituality. Inspiration, right? Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice, but as quickly as
Look
it
at this
comes,
athleticism, folks.
It goes.
Look at this
By the
move.
way, I want to point out,
Look at this.
there's a danger. Like,
Look at this
it's
move.
very interesting. I find, like,
Look at this move.
everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. Come on, just give it to me. And under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes, right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rabbi says that's called Derech Kitzara Va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to God. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, and you always need to get your high, right? So what's going to inspire me next? And what's next? And what's next? And what's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection. But in fact, it's a much more circuitous route to a lasting relationship with Hashem. So look what the Rabbi says. Person literally inspires himself. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. It's interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, I'm inspired. What happens when you're inspired? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that the Rebbe is not knocking this. This is profound, and we all have moments where I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound. But in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes and leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem.
Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything. I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Here it is. Do you know where true relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, when we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful, but inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'soch socho, adayin hu nishar alamdo kimikodem, im kol osan hamidos v'tayvos hamanos ha'akvos hoso milis karos lalakos be'ames." I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. Right? I haven't changed. I was like, no, we all have this. You know, this is what happens so often. I think a lot of us like experience this over Yamim Noraim. Right? I'm inspired. I don't know, maybe I start by the davening, by the nigun, by something. And then, like, I wonder, and then the inspiration, like, ebbs away. How does that happen? How can it be that one day I'm so on fire, and then the next day it's like, no, like flatline? How does that happen? That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same, and all of the negative wants and desires and proclivities and lusts and all those things are still there, then I'm like a car like spinning my spiritual wheels. And I might be hitting on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, Lachim bepoel yihiyu harbe minios v'ikuvim b'derech shelo yanichu la'agia le'ir she's hapechli was. So what's it? That's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called what we call kitzara va'aruka. It feels short, right? It feels short in that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model of change. So we'll say what the Rebbe is going to subscribe to. Now, obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way. People connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur is they come and they go. You know, there's the famous idea of Lydia Sikabedichev. So the Rebbe says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? Of course, this like a million times. The Rebbe says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. He says, why? Because at least then he's taking the inspiration and you plugged it into something. And how many times in life are we inspired? Like, I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fires if you don't feed it? Right? It extinguishes. And that's, right, listen, if we're honest, like, this is a good time. Monday night, time this year, good time to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life I was like so on fire and so ready to do something, but I just never did something. I'm ready to, I just never actually did anything. The fire was there, and like, fire can burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain amount, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first path. Then the Rebbe said, bottom of page Ches, Veilu, Haderech HaMevu'eres B'Sefer HaTanya, the rest of all this community. So I'll say, but the derech that the Baal HaTanya is teaching us in Tanya is a different kind of derech. What does this mean? It's a derech, it's a pathway to Hashem that requires real internal work. Ki gedei lapoch es rigshe halev, mitayvas ha'olam hazeh li'avas Hashem be'emes, muchreches avodas hamoach, itzel kol echad lefi arko. Hainu, let me read a little bit, and then limud v'hasaga
begadlus Hashem. Ula'achar mikan hisbonenus ba'amakas hadas ben yorim shalom adesi. So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want a real relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's going to really need an understanding of Hashem. You can't, it's hard to love something that you don't know. Now listen, this of course comes with the caveat that what? There's only so well you're going to understand the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But there's still stuff we can understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand the Ribono Shel Olam, the closer you can come to him. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires work, it requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. Benimsa, and again, I will say, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. Benimsa Shevederach Zeh, so again, so you see the two paths. This second path is what the Rabbi will call Derech Aruka Shikitza. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. And it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you where you need to get. The first path is shorter, right? That's like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get you fully to where you need to get. The shortest path won't get you. The second one again requires my heart, my mind. I'm striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the way you understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu is trying to understand yourself. Affection change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path. But at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Look at this line, the last line on page test. One of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. Shabbadarach Zu. Eins Gulos V'Tachbulos Kalos Le'ora Eshalei. That's right. The long path, which is the shortest path on this side, there's no skills. We love skills. We love skills, right? Again, there's a skilla for everything, right? If you say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find a shit up and have a baby all missing out, right? It's incredible it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you tell me something, you do this, right? I remember when I was listening to him, he was holding his towels after Shabbos, and he made sure that his wife was in the room, was holding his towels. And I was like, why is it up to people holding his towels? I said, oh, it's a school of Shalom Bayis. That's what it does. I said, by the way, I'll tell you even a better school of Shalom Bayis. Be amazed. Open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy white flowers. I don't know if it's about smoking the bells, right? But when I say so I didn't think what? Because like folding the cars is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, there might be a smoke there. But folding the cars is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Right? So the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that's short, there's no schools, there's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. Because the Ores Alei, Ellen Nidreshes Peites, Ellen Nidreshes Mea Adam Vigia Rado, Vatsumot Fulam Fupelas. What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the right? Tremendous avoda, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. About Cambridge and Derek Zoo, Mishkanis Mahusha Knimsal, so let's say here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing is the bank on it, which is you'll be a change.
you'll be a changed person. I will say, this is it. It's working the program. This is the program, right? This is the program of the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like Lahavdil, 12-step programs. You can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6. 7's really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program. In any program of comprehensive change, you got to start from 1, and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. He says, about Stephen should get a zoo. But if you work on what the Rebbe calls the derech aruka shetitzara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says, and you'll come to truly love the Ribono Shel Olam. Zoe derech. This, so and I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about Tanya. This is derech hakitzara. Now, the derech hakitzara shiarucha is the shortest path that is very long. But this is the way to get where you want to get. So, dafka ayada, masigim tachlis hamata. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The poel mamish. This is the way we do it. Sherkeni derech harucha shiarucha. So it becomes a choice. One could run to take himself from derech hakitzara v'arucha. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. It'll never quite get you exactly where you need to go. But the Balatanya says, I'm willing to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's really the shortest path.
Just for a moment.
It is. Balatanya is an excellent salesman because I'm like, sign me up.
I'm in the middle of a space. What's up?
Okay, too. Like, I have no idea what your path is, but now I want it.
All right, well, tough shit.
Like, so I don't even know what the path is, but I know.
I just wanted to say hi.
All right, hello, baby. How are you?
It may be arduous and may be difficult, but it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to bring me to Havas Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended end desire.
Yeah, like you just said, I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, dog.
Let's see what actually starts.
All right, have a good one,
You too, baby.
All right.
I wanted to come and say V for keeper. But it's not for me say so sometimes that person will get money, you can still say you don't win. Before night over the single drop back 1 or 2 weeks. So now waiting the matter be that because I think
Good morning.
So sometimes the person will spend money in the trainer to allow me experience. So if there's any way, I can see
by saying all of our responses for this morning trip to faith. Our annual comic respect for Patrick Day, the Kosim Shbach of dedicating all Muslim this year. This is most for the summer travels to Ayusah, and corresponds to the month of Adar, Chinese, the same revenue of his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweetie Birch, Ben Yosef Hakoyin, the Ziva Yevin, and German family community of William Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and we have learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Amber, and then there's Jude Goldman, the Buddhist Esther Bas Alwazar, the Corner of Rabbi, the Merkava Kamazora, all the things from the Sabna. Families in the Kama, all those who are 4-7, Kol Chole Yisrael, the Prophet Shinir Tashabrik, all of our hostages, the Holy Soldiers, should be successful, the Kol Maaseh Yisrael. Those are that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today about Hashem. Okay, today's topic is Zion, 97. We are picking up on Tzaddik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. First one, we left off on a cliffhanger yesterday of Sanchira, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions, and ready to go ahead and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Yimar now picks up on that. He was Naaman, your Toshapaya. So Naaman, who was the general of Aram. ultimate focus is pretty much Jewish blood. So now when we came to Ger Kosher, I will say, Ger Kosher usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, except Shem says to the north and Israel stuff. That's the general definition of the Ger Kosher. So now when we became a Ger Kosher, the Zaron Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be over here that the Zaron really became Ger Tzedek means again, he converted. Maybe one of Sisra, one to tell you Sharai. Sisra's grandson, remember again Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Atar Shana, that Yaakov and Sisra, his mother's prize, served the basis for a lot of what we do in Shofar. So the name of Sisra, one to tell you Sharai. The grandsons of Sisra, the Torah Yerushalayim, the one of Sancheriv, we really do Torah Berabbim. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Umanya, who were these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Apalion. That's wild. And the Shmaya and Apalion was who they were the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai. And so Shmaya and Apalion, the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants or grandsons of Sancheriv. Mibnei Barak Shal Haman, Lamdi Torah Bnei Brak. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'at Mibnei Barak Shal Osa Rasha, Biki Shakadish Baruch Lachnisim Tachas Hashchina. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What happened? Abu Malach HaShem said to his prophet, Malachim said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, Mish Yechid Eshveisecha, V'sarfas Echalecha, Ta'achnis Tachas Kanti Asina. So the Malachim said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, no. What's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed the Beis Hamikdash, someone who destroyed this city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should merit to have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? How did this sit? So what's interesting? Seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. How did this sit? Rafinu as Baba V'Olechesam. He tried to heal Baba, but it could not be healed. Because of this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of disgrace. But Baba gave so much to us that they were beyond repair. Incredible. Ula says that for somebody else. Ula was in Nebuchadnezzar. This is Nebuchadnezzar. But there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No cure for Nebuchadnezzar. No thought change for him. Rabbi Shmuel by the funny Amar Ilu Naros Baba. The Tigumah some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, the Tainai about what Rashi says, the Kalim Marivim Sha'ondim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date times, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately again the date palms that grow by the water are also bitter. And I will say it's interesting, by the way, that the Gemara says that the one thing you can't feel is Naros Babel. Reminiscent of the capital of Tilim, Naros Babel, Shana Bachinu. Zachinu as seal. Shana seal. And Naros Babel, that image, is never anyone saw these ones being led out from Eretz because we sat by the rivers of Babel and we cried and we remembered. Most of the says there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things or some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some people that perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. What Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So we'll say, but I'll just point out, rather than ask yesterday, that's so clear. What's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar, his offspring, the only case Nebuchadnezzar ever wanted to convert, right? He had no desire, but his descendants wanted to rock. He had Nebuchadnezzar did go ahead and convert. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? So there's a sefer called Chukas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about it. He lists a lot of interesting pieces. He brings down a Shiloh where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. Okay, and again, he obviously a tremendous kalata for what it is that he did. And he came before, I forgot the Orthodox sake and to convert. And it was a Shiloh, there were people who were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After all, we know what he did, we saw what he did, we experienced the cookie at his face. And the Mechaber, because like I says, the Russian says is based on halacha yidesha, right? This is the expression. Halacha yidesha, like cold hard fact, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody becomes about tshuva, right? And they manage to touch their past, the right, you should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert such a person like this? How can a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then we would welcome him into our ranks? So he's asking, don't convert him. He's asking, don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because a legal psak is, you convert him. If the guy's sincere, and Mamish has challah, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed and friends with Father Son? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Yehuzan became a Yah, right? Who converted him, was raised in such responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the Russian might have put Zara on his Ara. He ran away. Which seems to indicate that she just went off somewhere else. Not part of the community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted? Does it mean that he went to a formal contact? Does it mean that he just accepted it for himself? To be close up with Father? We don't know. It's just interesting to point out. Okay, we have another writer. Amar Ula says as follows. Amar Ula, Shir V'Disha V'Yushalayim. Amar Ula was bad neighbors to Yushalayim. Also, Kevin Yushalayim, when the becomes Nabi L'Korba Yushalayim, when Amar Ula heard that the Nabi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shaltu, they sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim? Especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriv, what prompted them to do it? So the Gemara says, Amalekah, how can that be prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed? So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, the top. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Tal Yisrael is weak, Tal Yisrael is going to be destroyed. Put the top. Come and literally again look and come. Amar, Mistachir Berola Abudi, to be by the command. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to beat me. What they did the previous enemies, meaning again, he's referring to Sancheriv.
I am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate a follow back. I know many of the people in here already have. I am really pretty close to my limit of the amount of people who I can follow. So if you aren't following me back, please do, or else I don't want to have to unfollow you. You'd be on the naughty list. I love the game. I have a server where we game. It's discord.me/Rabbi. It's in my name. It's in my profile. It's in my pinned post. We play mini games, things like Go, chess, checkers, those kinds of games. But also we play things like Fortnite and certainly Rainbow Six and Madden, any kind of game that you can think of in there. Additionally, you should know I'm very proud that I've been hosting 24/7 X Spaces for now more than 350 days straight, 24/7 on video, and I've been live streaming on YouTube for more than 4 years. I have over 50,000 followers who watch me on Twitch, so I'm a Twitch streamer as well. So with that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase Content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So it's a very cool project that I have been doing for more than 4 years. If you want to check it out, feel free to send me a follow and connect with me if you want. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
So Shalom, Nebuchadnezzar said, it's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because it's not because of the rain. It's not the way. But the clearly speaking, it's very fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has this a bad feeling about this, that even if someone is successful, that the cosmic ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come. The weather is very bad. Shalchullah said to him, don't worry about it. When you come to Israel, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That's why the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneemar, Shalchul Kar Moshe Eretz, Misalam Izbara Ha'etzmei Al Har Basiyot. Shalachuhu, Yasira, Leslie Dukta Yasir Levei. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. The man says, don't worry about it. They sent back in Shalchullah. Kivot Shalahem, Mulum Mitalkin Shalchah. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Nebuchadnezzar said, Va'etzei Umar Hashem Yotzias Atzmos Malchut Yehuda, Es Atzmos Sarab, Es Atzmos HaKohanim, Es Atzmos HaLevim, Es Atzmos Yoshim Shani Kivayim, the shut from the Shamayim, the Yarech, the Kotra, Sharash, Adam, Basha, Abdul Basha, Opa, Karehem. Amalei, Renach, and Yadizka. Vishnu, the Chos, so again. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general, it's not a new thing that very massively from our neighbors towards us, right? Like, what do Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like, why do they have to get involved? Elamai, Ammon and Moab come, and then Saint Nebuchadnezzar ultimately again to march against Yerushalayim. Incredible. I'm going to say now, you want to switch us back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm not going to be
Chi-boy! How you living, pimp?
Amos Asi Bar Nafli. What is
Chi-boy! That's my man! How you living? When I met you, you had 700 followers. Now you have more than 2,000. What's good, son? How you living, big man? What's good? GM, what's new in your world? All right, is that why you haven't been hosting spaces?
Yeah, I've been
Okay.
Yeah, I do things like
All right. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. I just surpassed 3,750 followers on X, which is tight, over 50,000 on Twitch, which is tight. So that's cool. What's good in your neck of the woods? How's school going?
Fine. 50,000 tweets. That's massive.
It is massive.
So what does Mashiach do?
What are you studying? Oh, that's good. Okay, excellent. And what are your plans? Oh, you want to be an accountant?
within ourselves. What's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become about tshuva.
You want to be an accountant?
Means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole.
Yo, baby.
Put yourself back together. If you could become your
Do you want to be an accountant?
Take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together. That is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes back to George will say some of the incredible Gemaras over here.
Yo, baby, do you want to be an accountant?
There's a couple of different narratives, well, really only two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic redemption. So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. The generation that David HaMelech will, that Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmidei Chachamim. So there's fewer Talmidei Chachamim, and in general, a lot of suffering. Yitzaros Rabos, terrible suffering. Ogziros Kashos, Mischashos, and new terrible decrees every single day. Shavua Sheben David, about the year. Shavua usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. Shana Rishonim is Kayim Mikrazeh. So Moses says, this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shana Rishona is Kayim Mikrazeh. In Tarti al Yer Achos, Ba'al Yachas Lo Antir. Some cities will have food. Others will have in one city, won't bring in a different city. Shnia, second year.
Yo, there he is.
Famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places
Yo, baby.
don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis is
Yo, how you living? All right. So when do you graduate?
Women, children die.
I think next year.
Okay. And do you want to be a
overwhelming? So material suffering,
an accountant?
Spiritual suffering, through the 4th year. Some of it in a some places.
You don't think that position's going to be, you know, like replaced by AI pretty easily? Yeah, dog. That's like one of the easiest positions that's going to go by the wayside.
In the 6th year, there'll be sounds. Rashi says there'll be B'shishis Kolos, Yotzu Kolos Sheben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings.
I know, but you're already, down the line. I get it. All right, so you are going to be an accountant. All right, how's the Web3 game been treating you?
That's when Mashiach comes. So it's like, this is the description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. I'm not going to say what Moshe says.
Do you really feel like you've been grinding in Web3, or are you just saying that?
That 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle.
Yeah, I mean,
like you just described the Jewish history. And I understand that Mashiach has not come. So I'm not buying it. Rabbi says, Mashiach is godless. Mashiach is Muhammad's Mihaba.
All right. When's the last time you hosted a space?
And in year 7 of wars.
Yeah, I did one yesterday.
It's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in
few minutes, I think 45 minutes.
7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way you described? The answer to that.
All right. How many people did you have?
Is no. Tanya. If you remember who this said,
I got 10 people.
They said that.
I think my space was wrong. So I just said, okay, decide it's not something I want to do.
There is a general spiritual decline.
All right, baby. I understand that. Are you going to do Twitter Spaces today?
But there's like these two models about Messianic redemption. And Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things.
All right, big dog. Did you know that I've been doing 24/7 X Spaces for more than 350 days? On the 14th, I'll have done them for an entire year, 24/7 on video. What are your thoughts about that?
The generation in which Mashiach comes,
Okay, I've been doing 24/7 spaces, hosting them for 355 days. On the 14th, it'll be 365 days, 1 year, and they've been on video. What are your thoughts?
So you have large spaces unoccupied.
Yeah, dog. Nobody does what I do.
Decent morality. So they'll once again paint a lack of Torah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm closing in on 365 days of 24/7 spaces. Yeah, it's pretty baller.
The people who live in the border cities.
Yeah. Every conversation that we've ever had has been archived on video on my space. So our entire friendship has been archived online. What are your thoughts?
It's not like I just go back and basically
Exactly. Exactly. Isn't that baller? Yeah, it's baller as shit, dog.
Like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek become wanderers as well. Anyone who tries to be
Chi-boy. Why think hard when I have to go and reach out to you? Why aren't you just in the free airdrop community on X?
To go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized.
No, just go to X communities, type in free airdrop, and there are like 10 of them, and join them, and then every time there's a free airdrop, they make everybody aware of it, and it's free money to you.
Right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. So it says an overwhelming statement. He says,
Isn't that baller as shit?
There is no person who always speaks the truth.
Actually,
and I was saying, you can't find
I know.
a person in this world who always speaks the truth. And I was saying, I want to point out, by the way, that statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, mutar l'shanas mipnei hashalom. You're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Tavos, Rav Tavyumi,
did you join them?
Rav Tavyumi said, he went on record, he said,
okay, well, what are you waiting on, baby?
I would not change the truth. So let's listen to this story. So we'll say now this Rav Tavyumi tells a story about himself. He says, one time I went to a place. The Kushta Shmei, this is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was
Big Dog, what are you waiting on?
That's the name. The name says, V'lo hava mishane b'divurayu, v'lo hava mishinshim hasam below zmane. So say, in this place called Truth, what was the residency required?
Big Dog, what are you waiting on?
You cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. What does that mean? Before their time? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to ripe old age is there, and they died like that. So
Big Dog, what are you waiting on?
I came to this place. I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. In the CB, this is something. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married from there. We had two sons.
Yes, sir.
Hey, my wife was washing her hair.
Okay. I did search it on search bar. I'm just seeing people saying brief. I'm not saying community.
Dog, what are you talking about? Search communities, dog.
But she's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home.
Well, he says it's more like X basis.
No. On the left side,
My two sons passed away.
there is a place. It's called communities. Yeah, go to a quieter place. On the left side, under your profile, it says Profile Premium Video Communities. Go to Communities and search the communities that offer free airdrops. Do you see where communities are?
If you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our town.
It's massive, baby. It's tremendous.
So now this goes in line. You find a person in this world that tells the truth. That is interesting. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta? You know, how many people are in there, right? So that's fine. You can maybe create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once they sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit in certain circumstances. Incredible. You know, right on that. Don't ship and double duck. We say once again, description of the Messianic generation. The generation of Mashiach comes in. It says, the young will embarrass the old. There's a king Yandu Lefnain Arim. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the younger. So there's going to be like this sense of like generational, like the sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The last time you will rebel against your mother. The Khaled Hamusa, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog.
Do you see communities?
Again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father.
Yeah, I see them now.
Okay, do you see the search? All right, so like join like 10 or 12 of them, and then you'll know when all that shit happens.
Because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to show.
I think
in the generation of Mashiach, we
that would join
of decency. The son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. Rabbi Mechania says, Azus means, I know what's good English word for Azus is brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Yavis Gaiva, Rashi says, so again, there's going to be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce many grapes, but wine will be very expensive. Everyone said, what does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually points out to me what that means, there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. See, when there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy, and no one could rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one could say anything to the other. This is part of Yitzchak.
Okay, we'll refresh, close your app, reopen it, and try again.
Turns to heresy. So it's interesting. It's a little bit of a play on Saras. What happens with Saras? If the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just loses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Fascinating. Rabbanon, ki yadin Hashem amo, ki yira Hashem, ki yireya, ki azlos yad va'afes atzer va'azov, ein bein David ba, so sorry, Mashiach only comes at shiyirbu hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means in just a moment. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmidim. Rashi says over here, so there's no Talmid Chachamim, but there's no Talmid Chachamim. Ultimately, again, they're going to restore Klal Yisrael.
Okay, what's it saying?
People give over the juice to the government. You have all of this together, and once again, society can be spiritually until there's poverty.
All right, well then just try again later. There might be some kind of limit on how many you can join all at once.
Only once we give our hope on redemption does redemption come. The FS Atzur Ba'azur Kiyachol in Somik Atzur Yisrael. Kedra Vizira, we'll say it's fascinating. Kedra Vizira, Kiyava Mashkich Rabban Dena Askide. So we're going to talk about this more on the days.
Yeah, dog. Dude, you know when you come in here, you're going to get the most alpha from the biggest pimp of all time? I said, you know when you come in here, you're going to get the most alpha from the biggest pimp of all time? Exactly. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing, not being in here more often, but I understand, G-Boy. What else do you need help with?
Isn't this fascinating? Why isn't this what's inside you? This is incredible, Gemara.
No. Because why I just said it was don't like take the normal working. That's why I asked for like
Yeah, baby, and I gave you a solution, didn't I? Yeah, baby, and I gave you a solution, didn't I?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. All right, so go think of other shit that you need, and then when you got it, come back and we'll come up with a solution.
Yes, sir.
All right, big man.
If you don't look for him,
Word, dog. Anytime, big man. I'm here to help you. All day, every day.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, big man. All right, come back when you have another problem, okay? You're welcome, my friend. Best wishes in school.
But if we just make ourselves better,
absolutely, big man.
We want out of life will naturally occur. Right? We think, just isn't that Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my parnasa going to improve? When are my kids? When am I this? When am I this? All the things going to improve. Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time, when? Where's this talk about when? Just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara.
What's your pick that you're trying to name? The one team has the whites, or are we going with evidence?
So we're going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. All right, so again, what's it? Because it's two different schools of thought. There's a better say, just like what is about messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So shift out the saying the world is 6,000 years old. Everybody knows this, but this is where we are, the world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way it
You
was.
might enjoy yourself.
How are they 6,000 years? How are they? The God called it. And then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, apparently the way that the world is structured to work is the world doesn't will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a repeat. 1,000 years of desolation. That's when they're like, tomorrow, what happens? There's like, you can 1,000 years never again. What happens? They give it wings and they fly over the world. It's like, we can work well back. I guess at least they don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. So there was a Shneimar, in this Hashem Levado by Yomahu. Rabbi Amar Shreikar. Rabbi says, no, the world will exist for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there's destruction. Shneimar, Yichayunu Yomarim. There was issues where the Rabbi said, the Nutri on the Father, Kaya Father, the right place to go to He wants to see Shashvius. Misha Metal Shana Zion, just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, there's a Shemitah year once every 7 years.
Maybe that is another place. Who knows?
Since the world, so to speak, under those Shemitah, once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the year, and the 7,000th year, ultimately, when the is like the universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. So what's interesting, by the way, that often think that also the Niskal Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. Well, it's like the more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands over here, know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. They'll only be after the start of the universe for that 1,000-year period. Gomer, Mizmor Shir Yom HaShabbos, Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Gomer, Shelach Shon Beinecha Krom Esro, Yahba, Ton Be'elio, Sheishes Alafin Shana Habi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, Habi Alma, Shnei Alpayim, Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of it is retrospective world. Right? For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. There wasn't even Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. Right? For the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Alapim, Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Shnei Alapim, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 are the Moshe And now, again, we see that's us. That was for us. That was for us. We're the last 2,000. And there's no Mashiach. Yes? Sadi Zayin of Israel, he said, this is our profound statement. But because we messed up, when the Torah says, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. And in a series of poor decisions, some of them are too poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes to get me out of it. Maybe that's for you. This is also like you can't traverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 and 6,000 is supposed to be That's what it's supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yotzu Mehem Mashiach. I'm going to read the Rabbi Yehuda. I told you that Salah Hasidah. First name is Rabbi. This is Rabbi talking. That is Rabbi. The Rabbi says to Yehuda, Eina Olam, Papa is Yishmon B'Chamitzim Yomos. The world will not exist for the last 85 global cycles. Then David Ba. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, he lost all the cell phone. So Mashiach comes to the beginning or the end of that global cycle. Eliyahu says, I don't know, the global cycle finish or not? Eliyahu said, I don't know. They want to say that, by the way, how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? And the other one is the one who announces the arrival of Mashiach. So let's say, you know, he says, I don't know. So, you know, there are certain things about this whole Guma that no one knows except the Rebbe which is why, by the way, say, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera. The movement our Avoda is not to focus so much on what, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Every Rabbi doesn't know either. So if you know what he doesn't know, I'm still not going to figure out. So I can't figure out the when, so what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about the what? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life to try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the class? It's incredible. So more than that, show the play. No. Rashi says, how can I Rashi says over here, I got the low distabulate. I give it a akalo or to tapalo. Where even when we try to start videos, listen. I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. The only thing is clear is the real person waiting for him until that last deal though. Once that last deal will come, then start waiting here. Listen, again, what I want to point out is something amazing. These do not reflect the mindset. So there's a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't do, is predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. You're making a, like, what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by and you're still there. You love it there. What keeps you there? But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritual meritorious behavior. What about the Shabbat? Let's say about the people like this. Let's see other levels into this. And the other will be like see the assurance for what you're doing. So I found this guy. This guy had a skill. The skill is really that shit. I'm not sure about that. I said, I'm not, you know, I'm not, you know, you have this problem. I'm not going to hire this guy. I traveled with him on the surface. But then using it when it's Asiya. They found this scroll amongst the book for treasures of gold. When we took this in Klal Yisrael, I found this little treasures. Because in Bar, I found this following message. לאחר דלת אחרי מסעים ותשעים ואחד שנה וביותר של העולם, יוצאו מהן מלחמות סלסיטרס, שהעולם העולם איתו. We found it in the scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000, after 4,291 years, Ha'olam Yito, the world will cease to exist. Okay? Me'an, as the says, Me'an Milchamos Taniyim, some of those years will be wars of great sea creatures. Me'an Milchamos Golden Model, some of them will be Golden Model. Usha'al Yimos Mashiach, unless the minister will be Yimos Mashiach. Control only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, you know with the motif. 6,000. After each 1,000 of Torah, and then a restarting of the universe. But after the Rabbi already, after transition to Latin show, after 5,000 years, so you must, you know, Tanya Rabbi Nelson, Ona Rabbi Nelson, so it's not that noted the urine alcohol. The following consequence, again, literally pierces the world until the death of the person. He owned Chazon Lamoid. He knocked off the case for the Chazon. In Simameh Chakelo, he called Yobo, Lo Yachar, Lo Yachar. So again, this is an incredible passage from Chabad. So let's go like the passage, and then we'll interpret it. He owned Chazon Lamoid, the lead of vision for peace in the appointed time. Nothing with him, for the Chazon. The end will come. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. In Simameh Chakelo, if you believe, wait for him, people never know Yachar. He will come, and you will not be believed. Those who have a service, say, Darshan Ad Idan Igni Ikela Igni. What like that Abana would say?
Now, like Rabbi would say, that Mashiach will only come at the defined time. That's what it says over here. And that's like very small line. That wasn't very small line. Same as she says over here. As I came along, push to the line. Push to the line. Push to the line. Push to the other Chicago. This one is the first one here. These other Rabbanon. Like the Rabbanon themselves. And then the small line. They came up with defined amounts of time when Mashiach comes. So I'm not going to follow any of them. But not to the Akiva. Shai Goren Shoi Afas Ma'aki. ואני מעריך השנה לסערס. So it's ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Rabbi Akiva will also give the calculation. Ella, Malchus Rishon, Shilum Shana, Malchus Shnia, Anisim Stein, Malchus Ben Chazuba, Shtei Shanim Umechsa. So what's that? So what is this? Rabbi, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, now that's what it sounds like is, the first base on the crush is 7 years. Second base on the Malchus Shnia, Hadish Mishai 52 years, and Malchus Ben Chazuba. What we're worried about is 2.5 years. Let's say, what does that mean? The words we say is as follows. The words we say that halacha l'maisa. We don't know the Mashiach's going to come. We have no idea what Mashiach's going to come. And what happens? You notice last time between now and Mashiach, it's filled with incredible promotions activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. So in the first case, on the crash, ultimately again, you're 70 years. But that's just careful to balance itself. Secondly, some of us ultimately 52 years, and then there are the 2.5-year reign of Bachocha. Now, 2.5 years of reign of Bachocha is actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael, actually here on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties, the world is filled with turbulent times, but there's a tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, the Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculation of those who try to understand when he's going to come. But often those calculations are not correct. You know, like my yapach like this way, as they don't mean like that. As well as my emotion, people asman shalachashnikos. You know, the bone should break, the bone should become swollen of those who try to calculate when the Mashiach is going to come. As well as like, there is an exercise in futility. Try to figure out when the Mashiach is going to come. Say, always, shekidon she'egia as a hate shalabah, shekidon shalabah. Because what happens for those who go ahead and try to calculate the Mashiach's going to arrive, what happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then when the Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's been just to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Hello? What is your hello? Kakelo. What is our avodah on Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Even if he believes, just wait. Shema Kamar, Unamakakin, the Ruanamaka, maybe you'll say ultimately again, but we wait, but he doesn't wait. I'm going to repeat the fact that Shema Kamar, and I'm going to run up with him. No, we're waiting, because the Father is waiting, everybody's waiting. I become the Akar Shemakakin, or Rumakakin, Rumaki. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Rumaki, he's holding back, Midas Hadin. There's an ultimately a Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says, Klal Yisrael is not yet considered a Mashiach. So the Gemara says, between the Akar Shemidas Hadin Ma'akeres, and if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are you waiting? Then obviously the waiting is in futility, because we can't come, Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbal's high. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for waiting. Shnema Ashre Kol Chelo. What does this mean if there's reward? First of all, tremendous to come up. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. There's one wants to see Mashiach. But the meantime, again, the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward
sitting in that weird desk chair.
Well, first I took my shoes off.
It's built up that anticipatory excitement. And immediately anticipatory excitement, before I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. Becoming a Mashiach and Rabbi Aminu.
Crazy. But they're weird toe shoes too for climbing. Now, they're for these shoes. Oh, these are my lucky fucking shoes. Those are prescribed by a doctor. They definitely aren't.
Okay, so you take your shoes off, and what happens?
Well, we start chatting. And
Again, where are you? You're just standing there? She's sitting on a bed?
Floor 14 of the stratosphere.
No, again, in the room.
Yeah, oh.
Are you standing there? Is she sitting? Hotels are so awkward, especially
Standing,
All right,
talking
fellas,
first.
good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shirt to thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tafshin Today, the Tosin Shbach of dedicating all of the Shemot Drushes this year as it's supposed for the Soros Fellows for Army Israel. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving Maria Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of William Ziv Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, the Buddhist Esther Bas Amozar, the marriage of Hashem Torah, all of the Neshama Slav Naviyah, families in the Chama, all those leaders of Rosh Hashanah, Kol Yisrael, who's brought the Shemir Tashem bring home all of our hostages and all the soldiers should be successful before Nasi. Those with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Good. Okay, today's dot is Tzadik Zangin, 97. We are picking up on Tzadik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. Also remember again, we left off on the cliffhanger yesterday of Sancheriv outside the Vuzaran after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert, recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go and enjoy the race of Klal Yisrael. So Mur now picks up on that. He was Naaman, Yer Toshapaya. So Naaman was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Toshap. I will say, Ger Toshap usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, accepts that's the general definition of the Ger Toshap. So Naaman became a Ger Toshap. The Vuzaran, Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be people here that the Vuzaran really became Ger Tzedek means again. He converted. Libnei Banav Shal Sisra, Lamditar Yushalayim. Sisra's grandson. Remember again, Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Aftar Shana, that Yadid in Sisra, his mother's cries serve as the basis for a lot of what is with the Shofar. Libnei Banav Shal Sisra, Lamditar Yushalayim. The grandson of Sisra learned Torah Yushalayim. Libnei Banav Shal Sancheriv, Limdu Torah Berabi. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Umani, who were these grandsons of Sisra, who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Avtalion. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Avtalion, they were the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai. And so Shmaya and Avtalion, the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants, the grandsons of Sancheriv. Libnei Banav Shal Hama, Lamdu Torah Bnei Brak. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Va'at Bnei Brak Shal Osa Rasha, speaking Shakadosh Baruch Hu. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What happened? What's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed your city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should merit that his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? Kind of this situation was interesting. It seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Hainu b'Sid, Rafinu as Baba V'lo Nefeso. We tried to heal Baba, but it could not be healed. It was this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a state of despair. Baba did so much to us that they were beyond incredible. Ula Amr Ula says that refers to something else. Ula Amr is Nebuchadnezzar. This refers to Nebuchadnezzar. That there was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No children of Nebuchadnezzar. No sorry change for him. Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amr Elu Naros Baba. Tirgama Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. Rashi says over here, it's the second last Rashi on the right hand side. Every narrow Babel, the waters are very bitter, and there's no way to swim in those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice of the Babel. Rashi says, the Kalim Marinim Sha'omdim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter daytimes, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately again the date palms that grow by the water are also bitter. So it's interesting, by the way, the Gemara says that the one thing you can't feel is Naros Baba. Reminiscent of the capital of Turin, Al Naros Baba, Sham Bahilu. The Naros Baba, that image, is remembering when Klal Yisrael was being led out from Eretz Yisrael, he sat by the rivers of Babel and he cried and he remembered. Almost the says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. So much what Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So we'll say, but I'll just point out, a lot of the Chavra asked that the answer is that. So what's interesting is, Nebuchadnezzar, his offspring, there's no indication that Nebuchadnezzar wanted to convert, right? He had no desire. But his descendants wanted to block. Zaran did go ahead and convert. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? So there's a sefer called Kukas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Davis and a lot of interesting pieces. He brings down a Shiloh where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous comments for what it is that he did. And he came before, I forgot the author of the sefer, his name, and to convert. And what we're talking about, Shiloh, and there were people over there who said, how do you convert this guy? After all, we know he's so he experienced the book in his hands. And the Mechaber, that's like it says, based on halacha yizesha. It's an interesting expression. Halacha yizesha, like cold hard fact, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody becomes a Baal Tshuva, right, and they remember for their past, they should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert? How could a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then you would welcome him into our ranks? So he asked him, don't convert him. Asking don't convert him. But what's interesting is you don't often find this in Halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is you convert him. If the guy's sincere and Mamish has character, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into the Am Yisrael? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Zaran became a ger, right? Who converted him, which Jason took responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the Lashon Ha'Niyah of Zaran is Aras. He ran away, which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else. Not part of community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. One thing that he converted, doesn't mean that he went through a formal process, doesn't mean that he just accepted it for himself. be close to the front. We don't know. It's interesting to point out. Okay, Rabbi Uma's like this. Uno says as follows. I'm going to walk. Shouldn't it be to Yerushalayim? I'm going to walk the bad University of Yerushalayim. Also, Kevin Yerushalayim becomes Navi the Korban Yerushalayim when I'm going to walk heard that the Navi was prophesizing about the destruction of Yerushalayim. Shalfu, they sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What pointing out here is what prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriv, what prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amonabah, heard the Rabbi prophesizing that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, Puk v'tah. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, Chal is weak, Chal is going to be destroyed. Puk v'tah. Come and literally again, look and come. Amar, Mistafina Dolola Abri to divide the command. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did their previous enemies, meaning again, referring to Sancheriv. Shal Kulei, Ke'ein Ha'ish B'Nesa. The Ish is not home, Ve'in Haderech Merachol. So I'm sorry, Halach Miderech Rachel. So the Gemara says the Ein Ish means the Ish Ela Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Ish means that he said the man is not home, which means Kodesh Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar Hashem Ish Milchama. So ultimately again they tell Nebuchadnezzar this is the right time. Kodesh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael. You should come and fight. Shalchu so he says, well, maybe get Kodesh Baruch Hu is close by. In other words, maybe the Rosh as much as it looks like he's left Klal Yisrael now, when they're in a state of new weeks, he will return. Allah, the Derech Merach. No, God is really abandoned. God is really far away. Shalach Israel Tzadiki Divayrachani Umaysilei. What Christ has Tzadikim. Tzadikim has a Kach HaTzilah, and when they daven, they bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back. Shalchu leitzror hakesach b'chach b'yado, and kesach al tzadikim. The Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? The kesach is tzadikim. Shneimar be'echar li b'chamishas hakesach v'chomer sorim v'lesach tzol. Shalchu lehu hadri rishi b'tshuva u'bayimach rachami u'maisilei. Listen, this conversation is absolutely incredible. So Nebuchadnezzar says, okay, well, even if the Ish is gone right now, and the tzadikim are gone right now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Rishon will do Shuvah. The Rishon of Chayso will do Shuvah, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis HaMikdash. So the Moshe Shalpulei, Kvar Kavala Hen Ismail. So essentially, I'm going to say it's too late. Kodesh Baruch Hu already decreed, and not only that, he even set a time for the destruction of his Mikdash Shneimar. L'yom HaKeseh Yavo L'Beisho. Ein Keseh Elazman Shneimar Ba'Keseh L'yom Chagim. So Shalpulu, as the Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisivon, the Lomatzina Da'asri Kibla Olimitra. It's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because it's only because of the rain. But you clearly see very something fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this, that even if someone is successful, the repercussions and ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come, the weather is very bad. So, they said to him, don't worry about it. When you come to Israel, so navigate yourself around the mountains. Go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shal Ukar Moshel Ares, Misalam Bara Harsion, Al Har Basion. Shalach Ulu, Diasino, Leslie Duchta Diasirna Bay. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. So I said, don't worry about it. They sent back. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your palaces. There's Asmos Hakohanim, there's Asmos Haradim, there's Asmos Yoshi Shani Kivrayam, the Shakfum Shamayim, the Yarech, the Chotza, Shamaysha, Adam, Rasha, Duma Shalva Harahim. Amrlay, Ranach, Iladiska. Vishnu, the Baltos, and so that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note, Obi, that first of all, there wasn't just general, it's not a new thing, but the Masri from our neighbors tells us, right? Like, what do Alan and Walt have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like, why do you have to get involved? I don't know. Alan and Walt come, and then say to the again to march against you. Incredible. So now, you want to switch this back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach itself. Some really beautiful Gemara ahead of us. I'm not going to be Yitzchak. Mishmir, the Bible says this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is this one? When is he coming? So the Gemara, Amalei Man Bar Nafli. Who's Bar Nafli? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach Bar Nafli comes right. Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. Amalei In, yes, he is. It's said Vayomahu. Akim, I was saying top of Shabbos 97:8. Akim Asikas David Hanopolis. Let's say it's incredible. What's the Messianic era? I will lift up, again, I will rebuild Sukkot David Hanopolis. The fallen Sukkah of David Amelech, a reference to the base of Mr. Rashi says that we have Sukkot David Hanopolis, Melchus Beis David, Lahavi Kari Mashiach Hanopolis. So what's interesting? Rashi understands over here. Sukkot David Hanopolis is not the base of because Sukkot David Hanopolis is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately, again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's why Mashiach is called Bar Nafli, the one who lifts up fallen things. What's the other? It's something so beautiful. You think to yourself, out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Go boom, go, yes, amazing, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that is known is to restore Davidic monarchy, or by the way, also, others understand that Sukkot Salan of God's reference of his research. Right? So that's what it's like. So sometimes the greatest avoided in life is to rebuild things that were broken. You know, to take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it and then rebuild it again, you don't just put that into what things once were, which sometimes the greatest avoided. So what does Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he was able to take the pieces. Halachically, he was able to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafli. Incredible, Bar Nafli. Which I would say another tells us also. So what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become a Chula. What does it mean to become a Chula? It means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole. You can put yourself back together. You can become your own Bar Nafli. Take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, put them back together. That is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, I'm Yochanan. George was a singing incredible Gemara here. First, Ben David Bach, Hamidi Chachamim Yisrael. So let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we're doing two different narratives, about the generation of Israel that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yochanan says as follows. Rosh Ben David, the generation that's on the that the Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmudim coming. So there's fewer Talmudim coming, and in general, a lot of suffering. Sarah's Rabbi was terrible suffering.
You're about to say something there.
And new terrible decrees every single day. Year. Shavuot usually means like a 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shana Rishona is Kayim Mikrazeh, the entirety of your Achaz, Some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Second year, famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis, year number 3, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Chassidim, Anshe Maisa, great people will die. The Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, through the years of the 4th year, some of it in a soma. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Different this year, Soba Gadol. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the Tosin Ismail. People will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah comes out from God. The Torah wants to come back. Maybe the Shishis Kolos, in the 6th year will be sound. Rashi says that we are the Shishis Kolos. Lotzi Kolos Shaben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? There'll be people will be talking. Mashiach is close. The Shadias Machalos in the 7th year war, which couldn't even go b'mago. The Mosei Shadias Ben David Ba. And the Mosei Shadias, right? At the end of that 7th year, meaning year number 8, that's when Mashiach comes. So we'll say, so this is a description, the description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. I'm not going to say what it says. 1 second. How much is the Havakim below us? By the way, what you just said here, that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle comes. Like, in other words, if you just describe your Jewish history, and I don't understand you, Mashiach has not come. So I'm Rabbi says, the Shishis Kolos, the Shishis Mekamos Ni Habas. Rabbi says, really? Was there every year 6? We're all guilty again in a murmur of the Mashiach. And in year 7 of the words, did that quarter have happened? But oh, the Sidra happened. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this quarter over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened to the answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Tanya. Yehuda says, Worship and David Ba, Beis Havad, Yeliznos. So we'll say, so what you see over here is something really amazing. You begin to see that before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this out, we'll see this more clearly later, but there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something we can earn, right, and we can even expedite. So just hold on to that, we'll see this phrase as we go on in the coming days. So you know what it says, Dorshan and David, the direction in which Mashiach comes, Beis Havad Yeriznos. I want to say Beis Havad is the Beis HaMedrash. The Beis HaMedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. What's the pshat? Because there will be no coming coming. Therefore, no one congregates there. When you have large empty spaces, and Beis HaMedrash actually goes out generally like outside of the city. So when you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit removed from public eye, what are they used for? Used for immorality. So once again, painting a picture of a lack of Torah. The Haggadah Yachrav, the north will be destroyed. The Haggadah Yasham. And ultimately, again, Rashi says over here, Vagavla Yeshua also means other Pagavla is a place. Will be destroyed. But Anshe Gvul Yisrael in the year of the year, the people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, they'll wander from place to place. Although Yechonunu, the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy. The Chachmas, Asaf, and Tisra, the wisdom of the political will become putrid, in other words, will decay. The Yirei Chet Yim Asu, people who fear sin will be despised. In other words, we'll say, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. Look, Pnei Hadar to Pnei Kelef. Literally, again, the face of Jacob like the face of a dog. Very interesting, again, like you saw in Paladin, in that really dog. Let's say so again, which means that there will just be a general sense of spiritual decay. But MS will not be found. So the must my Batia MS Nadaris, I mean, Milami Shenasis Hadarim, the whole left has that. So literally again, MS will become like a group that's more wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to, essentially anyone who tries to be samira, anyone who tries to be the right thing will be ostracized. It actually says so once I saw there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater crowd of Israel. Rabbi said as follows. Leka Kushta Ba'alma. So let's say this is a tremendous statement, right? Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says an overwhelming statement. Rashi says, Leka Kushta Ba'alma, Ein Adam Ba'olam, Sheyidaber Emes Tamid. So listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And Rabbi is saying, you can't find a person in this world who always speaks the truth. Rabbi said, I want to hold that away. That statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Tavtavos, Rav Tavimi, this Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi said, he went on record, he said, if you give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. So let's listen to this story. Now this Rav Tavimi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta, this is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. That was the name. Meanwhile, it says, Hava Mishani B'Gurayim, Hava Mis'unchin Hasam Below Zmane. So say in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. What does that mean? Apparently no one died young. No one died young. People lived to right old ages there, and they died like that. So what happened? So the unit said, I came to this place, I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. In the CB, it's a sunny one. I married a woman from Gushtav. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We had 2 sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. My wife was washing her hair. Outside, so the neighbor came along, my trust friend came along, knocked on the door, and asked me, is your wife home? Now Rav Tavimi felt, not or Rav Amarot, Lasahafa. But Tavimi felt it wasn't sneeze to say my wife is washing her hair. Right? He's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So that's what happened. My 2 sons passed away. 2 sons passed away. Also, Ushida Asher Unrelated my height. The townspeople came up and said, what is this? First, this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? So I told them this is what happened. So the Fadimi realized that what happened here is he lied. He lied. Now granted, if he lied for good reason, if he has lied something that's unrelated, they said to him, they asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our townspeople. That's an overwhelming story. So I say, so again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta? 4, how many people are there, right? So that's fine. You can create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Just want to say sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right? Oh man, David, Dorsha ben David Bach. We'll say once again, the generation of Mashiach comes in. The Lord says, you aren't Yahweh names of you. The young will embarrass the old. There's a king in Yam listening to Aaron. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the younger. So it's going to be like this sense of like generational, like the sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. They'll all respect the young. The last time the girl will rebel against her mother, they cannot become so a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The face of the generation will be like the face of a dog. The aim had been was and ultimately again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. But let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this tomorrow? When Sora and Morad, remember this, even when Sora and Morad, he steals the money from his father, and where does he eat the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? Is someone else's rituals. Why? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that his son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that his son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. So first why by Tanya, when the Nehemiah says, Joshua ben David Baal, Azus Kirdas. Azus means, I don't know if you brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Ya'aves. Gaiva, Rashi says, so there will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce many grapes. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So those that actually point out to me that means there's really a lot of wine consumption. So it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Even with plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore the prices keep going up. And that's not how the entire monarchy will turn to heresy. The aim of and no one should rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements. Like in other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one could say anything to the other. The same will be instructed. Support of this story is about in Ben David Bal, actually Tzadek Halamal is the news. So then David met Mashiach has become worthy again for the entire might of the entire government from the turn to heresy. Amar Rabbi is in what capacity? Ulo Hapa Lavan Taha. This is interesting. So the whole if the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's power. So when there is this unfortunate comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just uses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. That is Rabbanon. Ki Yadin Hashem Amo, Ki Yira Hashem, Ki Yireya, Ki Aznos Yad Va'afis Asher Va'azim, Ein Bein David Baal, Dharma Society. Mashiach only comes at Yirbu HaMusaros. The further is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the Musaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means. Is it wrong? Actually, it's not that Hamidim. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmudim. Rashi says over here, so there's nothing to be coming. There's nothing to be coming. Ultimately, again, they're going to start these spells to the right path. Grandma says people give over the Jewish together. They have all of this together, and once again, we paint a picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. Actually, take up with them in that case, because there's poverty. Actually says she would have Gula. Which is interesting. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible? Only once we give up hope on redemption does redemption come. Shneimar, the FS Usher the Usher. Yachol is so much fun for these songs. That's Rabbi Zira. Was it's fascinating. That's Rabbi Zira. Yalamash if Rabban than the Askide. So what's going to say about this more on the days? When Rabbi Zira would find groups of Rabbanim trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What's it mean on the days? A lot of Rabbanim spending a lot of time sometimes when is Mashiach, when is he happening? Whenever Rabbi Zira would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm going to go. He said, please do not believe you are the Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why is this? He's saying that he's incredible Gemara. There's three things that come when you stop looking for them. The boss is incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzvah, the Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, apparently, again, the scorpions work Rashi points out is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere and they sting you. Okay. Mitzvah, so that's how you know this. Right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But sometimes you just find your business thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last is Mashiach. If you don't look for him, he comes. Whereas if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we'll go and say, what's the pshat of this? And this is so profound. The thing I'm saying is like this. Instead of trying to figure out when the Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that you live without. Otherwise, sometimes you might say, well, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing. But if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And if you know, it's just even on the Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to be? When is my parents going to be? What are my kids? What am I this? What am I all the results of you? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, do something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? You spend so much time when. Just go about when. Just go about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the ruffles that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katina. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about, by the way, not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, Gemara is going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. All right. So again, once again, because it's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what things about Messianic redemption, right? Again, is it incredible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to say when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So you know, Rav Katina. The world is 6,000 years old. So let's say, everybody knows this, but we all speak on this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are those 6,000 years? How are they? The Chadchar, and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, apparently the way that the world is structured to work is the world, as we know, will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. What's remember tomorrow? And what happens? Let's say you can during those 1,000 years. Remember again? What happens? They give them wings and they fly over the water. It's like you can were brought back by cancer. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after that 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. The world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there's destruction. That supports of Katina. Kumar says, just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is the Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes the Shemitah. once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, is like the Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. Shneimar v'niskav Hashem levado hayom. So this is interesting, by the way, that everything that pasuk v'niskav Hashem levado, that Hashem will be established by Himself. Well, this is more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that here knows that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, when everything is reset. There'll only be after the Baruch Hu in the universe for that 1,000-year period. V'omer Mizmor Shmini Yom HaShabbos V'Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. V'omer Yelach Shana Beinecha Kol Esrei Ya'ava. Turn to Elio. Sheishes Alafim Shana Chavi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, "Not Chavi Alma. Shnei Alpayim Tovavo." So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, this is retrospective here. Like the world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, it was Tovavo. There wasn't even Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Shnei Alpayim. Shnei Alafim. Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Ushnei Alafim Yosef Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yosef Mashiach. You know, so we'll say now, again, we see this like, that's us. That would put us. Right there, put us. We're in the last 2,000. And there's no Mashiach yet. Sadi Zayin of Israel, he said, Senu, Sherabu, Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. We'll say this is a profound statement. But because we messed up, Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. When you feel, it's like, you know, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in that spot and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully if I change my decision-making processes, to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life you can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done, but at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be Yemos Oshik. That's what was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. I'm going to look at the other Rabbi Yehuda. Achos Rav Salah Hasidah. Plus there's trouble. This is Eliyahu Navi talking. That is Eliyahu Navi. Eliyahu says to Yehuda, Eina Olam Pachos Nishmonim V'Hamishim Yolos. The world will not exist for less than 85 Yovel cycles. In the last Yovel cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, Yehuda says to me, yo, if you lost all the cell phone, does Mashiach come at the beginning or the end of that Yovel cycle? I'm like, Eliyahu says, I don't know. How long does the Yovel cycle finish or not? I'm like, Eliyahu said, I don't know. You know, say that how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? Eliyahu is going to announce the level of Mashiach. So let's say, Eliyahu says, I don't know. So, in other words, there are certain things about this whole group that no one knows except the Rebbeinu Shalom, which is why, by the Rebbe say, why we go back to the statement ultimately again of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Everyone doesn't know. So if Yanoshi doesn't know, I'm still not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life? Try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the 12. It's incredible. So Mario goes back there. Shalafay. No. Rav Ashi says, how can I relate? Ad Hafa lo tistahi, leili kan ve'ila tistahi. Rav Ashi says over here, Ad Hafa lo tistahi, Adela Achalo lo titzapalo. So what Eliyahu is trying to tell Judaism is, I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. One thing is clear is, there's no point in waiting for him until that last Yoda. Once that last Yoda comes, then it's not waiting here. Listen a second. But what I want to point out is something amazing. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. There may be a, like, what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this date. But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritually meritorious faith. No one's like the Shalach, like Rabbi Rabbi Shachid Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef. Matzasi Adam Echad, listen to this. Ubiyado Megillah Achas Tzuva Ashur Shalosh Racholesh. Listen to this, crazy. So Rabbi said like this. I found a guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris, and it said, "V'amarti lo minayin lo zu." From where, right? So Amarti lo zu minayin lo. Where do you have the scroll from? Amrami l'chayolos shalom mitzvah. I traveled with the Roman soldiers. They ginzei Roman mitzvah. And I found this scroll amongst the coastal treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Klal Yisrael. I found this in the treasure. The custom bought, and I found this always made message. La'achar daled al masai v'tishim la'achar shalom v'yosef shalom. Losum mehem lochamos. Listen to this. Shalom only time. You found this in the scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000 al masai v'tishim. After 4,291 years, ha'olam yito. The world will cease to exist. Okay, Mehan, as Gemara says, Mehan almost 10 years. Some of those years will be wars of great secrets. Mehan Nochanas Golden Mogul. Some of them will be Golden Mogul. Ishar Yimos Mashiach. And the rest of the years will be Yimos Mashiach. Mehan Kodesh Baruch Hu Mechadish Asolomo Ela Achar Shivas Ad Hayim Shana. Like Hashem only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, this week we go with the motif 6,000 active creation. 1,000 of Tov Avo and the restarting of the universe. But Achar Rabbi already, Achar Kamishas and Love Mishnah. And Achar Yaakov after 5,000 years, so you must ignore. Tanya Rabbi Nelson, Omer Rabbi Nelson says, Nikra Zet Noki Yored Akahol. The following pasuk ultimately again literally pierces the world until the death. What's the pasuk? The old chazon lamoed, the Yaakov the prince lo yechazon. Im yismameh chakelo, tipo yovo lo yachar. So again, this is an incredible pasuk from Habakkuk. So let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. The old chazon lamoed, there will be a vision for the future, the appointed time. The end will come, and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come, and he will not be delayed. Here we go. Both could have the same word. Say, Darshan had Iban Ibnu Upala Ibnu. It's not like the Rabbanon to say. Not like the Rabbanon to say that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. Actually says over here, at Idan Ibn Upala Ibn, Idan Hagalo Shal Sai, the whole down the rest of the days, Kasmios, how many days, meals, the part of Idan, the Sakakos. So we'll say, come back to Rabbanon, like the Rabbanon to say, that somehow Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of previous dollars. The low credit smell, like Shadorish, Haltem Lachem Dima, Patashkilo with Dimos Shlish. And that's like Rabbi Smaloi. Now, what did Rabbi Smaloi say? It actually says over here, Patashkilo with Dimos Shlish, Kilomar, Heshkos, Lekos, Broku, Bengos, and the Golos, Badal, Shlish, Golos, Adam, Kikangos. That's what it's over here is. These other Rabbanon, like the Rabbanon themselves, and Rabbi Smaloi, they came up with defined amounts of time before Mashiach comes. The halacha doesn't follow any of them. V'lo Rabbi Akiva, shahayadorish od achas ma'ati, v'ani marish hashemayim v'sa'aretz. So as I saw ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Right? Rabbi Akiva also gives a calculation. Ella malchus rishon shivim shana, malchus shniya chamishim u'shtayim, Umalchus ben Koziva shtei shanim umechza. So let's say, so what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, and what this sounds like is the first Beis Hamikdash was 70 years. Second Beis Hamikdash Malchus Shnia, 52 years. And Malchus ben Koziva, Bar Kochba, we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So let's say, what does that mean? So the Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that Halacha L'Maisa, we don't know when Mashiach is going to come. We have no idea when Mashiach is going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the first Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. Well, that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second Beis Hamikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kochba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kochba was actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael, right? We were on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. There are periods of tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when he's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. Gemara goes weiter. What is the meaning of that phrase? Literally, again, the bones should break, or the bones should become swollen of those who try to calculate when Mashiach is going to come. As I say, that is an exercise in futility to try to figure out when Mashiach is going to come. Because what happens for those who go ahead and try to calculate when Mashiach is going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, we'll say Ella, Chakelo. What is our avodah by Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar, Im Yismameach Chakelo. Even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema Tomar, Anu Mechakin, Behu Enu Mechakin. Maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. So let's say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Klal Yisrael is not yet deserving of Mashiach. So the Gemara says, but if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? Then obviously again, waiting is in futility, because we can't come, Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabal Schar. Because ultimately again, there is reward for waiting. Shneimar Ashrei Kol Chochelo. What are we going to stop over today? But what does this mean that there's reward? First of all, tremendous nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Torah wants to Mashiach. But the mitzvah, then the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward? Because when you wait for something and you want it badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and Rabbi Aminu. Amen. Mosai Shkoyach. All right, Rabbi, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Tilson Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a zechus for Rishonos Tavos Olavan Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman families, memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael Zechron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar Zechron Livracha, and our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Kalman Ben Mordechai Zechron Livracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah Shalom Kedot Kol Chali Yisrael. Hashem bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedehem. Well, with that, let us begin. And a special welcome back, and refuah shleim with the David Schwartz. Baruch haba, Baruch haba. Hashem should continue to give you refuah. And Hashem, and we missed you. We missed you, but it's great to have you back. I was going to say, with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Again, I will say, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it after I got it to story, lesson, messages, everything rolled into one. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up Emir Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik Hey on the base 95b. And also, he's not here today, but we have to wish a mazel tov to our beloved Chaver and our Dafyomi member, Rabbi Avron Elbaum, our Gabbai, our Dafyomi pillar. I'm pointing over here like longingly, like he would normally be sitting right over there, who's marrying off his daughter today. Baruch Hashem, B'Shah Tov, L'Platos, mazel tov to the Elbaum Mishpacha. Incredible. I will say, let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up on Tzadik Hey base 95b. And we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I'm Rabbi Abo. Rabbi Abo says as follows. Had the pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. So we'll say, so the more very close to the pasuk. The pasuk says, on that day, like Kiviyachol, the Ribono Shalom will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also Kuchabrichol, like a Gavra Saba. So we'll say, so remember again, Sancherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. Right? Suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiyahu. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rebbe Shalom appears to him as an old man. But like a Gavra Saba. Amalei, ki also Gavi Malchus Mizrach. Malchi Mizrach Umayrav. Da'isinu lebenai v'katlisinu. My Amrit lahu. So the old man, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like comes to Sancherib and says, Sancherib, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the kings. Remember again, Sancherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you. And now those sons are dead. What are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? So Sancherib says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? So Sancherib says to the old man, what should I do? They will say, you know, what's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sancherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? So ultimately, again, so it's incredible. So the old man says to Sancherib, listen to this. Amalei, zil v'shani nafshach. You should really change. Rashi says over inchi nafshach, shana atzmucha k'dei shlo yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sancherib, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. And so when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, so how should I change? Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance a little bit. I just want to point out before we go on, what a profound Gemara. And this is the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul. And we really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancherib is in trouble. What does Sancherib realize? Sancherib realizes the way I'm living right now, right, what I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I will say, we all have those epiphanical moments, right, when I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could be more. So Sancheriv has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself whenever you want. You should change. And let's see, what so often happens when it comes to change? Sancheriv says, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. And how should I change? Oh, take a haircut. We'll say, sometimes in life, you have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's cosmetic change. I really should change. You're right, that hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's the wrong muscle for me. But you understand, right? Like, in other words, we just, instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. In any event, and I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sancheriv over here, and so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancheriv suffers this humiliating defeat. I will say, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it, and those are moments where often you're most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. So Sancheriv says to the old man, well, where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? Amalei, Allahu Beisa, Vaisi. So what happens? So he says to Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Go in there, get a pair of scissors from there. So as Sancheriv goes in, he finds scissors. So it says this is a tremendous setup over here. Malachim come into that house, and they appear like people. They were grinding kasha. So it actually says over here, garine tmorin. It was date seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amrle, how about the mispara? So Sancheriv says, can I borrow a pair of scissors? Amrle, tichon chad giruya the kasha. So they said, Sancheriv, there's no such thing in life as free scissors, right? So you want scissors? Grind the giruya of date pits with us. Okay, work a little bit, and we'll give you these scissors. Tachan chad giruya. So Sancheriv ground up the date pits, right? And they gave him this is also another tremendous Musar skill. This is Sancheriv, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world. Desperation, failure humbles you, and desperation, when a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? When we're riding high, so there are certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind date pits. He's going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. Really? So good. So by the time Sancheriv got back with the scissors, so the old man already became dark. I see Nura. Now the old man says, and the old man is Kushbar. He says, listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark, so bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so Azal I see Nura, Bahadi de Kanafakle Akli be Nura bidikine. So what happened? Azal got the Rishadikine. So as Sancheriv was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. This is what people say. So we'll say this gives this apparently birthed this famous adage. Rashi says, if you go ahead and you set fire to an Aramean and he likes it, you could also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay? You do with that what you want, right? I don't have anything on it. Right? So nice again, the idea over here, we'll say, talking about also, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life could change so dramatically. And we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally again the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, to Sanchiriv's, I think to Sanchiriv's credit a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, and you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, so now it's just a Sanchiriv, get a haircut, family gets a haircut, whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life, when life doesn't go their way, and the plan doesn't materialize, they simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see this from Sanchiriv, to his credit. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. Sanchiriv must have had ridiculous kohos. Part of those kohos is the power of the pivot. You got to be able to lean into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Also, Ashka Rapa, we'll say is incredible. So Sanchiriv is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? He's supposed to incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noach's Teva. From Noach's Teva. That will say, by the way, geographically, we know that, remember again, the Teva kind of, what's the word? Landing, was it? Docked? I don't know if it's docked per se. Grounded. Well, but there's isn't this like a Russian for like when it washes ashore, whatever, docked, grounded, it stopped, right? On Hare Ararat, right? Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough, geographically works along this idea as he's heading back to our shore. See, he finds a plank from Noach's table. It's like, you can't, this is incredible. Like can you imagine, again, but just to understand, this is quite a day for Sanchiriv. He ran into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I want to point out, the Ribono Shel Olam appeared to Sanchiriv. Do you understand what that means? Do you understand what that means? Because again, Sanchiriv, interestingly enough, remember, it goes out that we saw last week. Sanchiriv was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was out of bounds for him. He defied the divine mandate. He was a shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personal greatness. See, met HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam. Next, he finds a plague from Noach's Teva. Amar. So also Ashkach Dapa Mitivusa de Noach. Amar Hainu Eloka Rabba. And he said, oh, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood. So Sanchiriv says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive and reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my 2 sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. To the God of Noah. Now, interesting, I'm going to say, it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plank itself. In any event, he pledges to go and offer up his 2 sons. Well, as one could imagine, Shamu Benoi, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him. Sanchiriv is assassinated by his own sons. Sanchiriv is worshipping his deity, and as he's worshipping his Avodah Zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sanchiriv is trying to hold on to a plank from Noach's Teva. So I understand, the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's Teva and was saved? Og. The Medrash says that Og Melech HaBashan, right, was held on to the Teva and was saved. And let's say, in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. See, even here, Sanchiriv is always, the tragedy of Sanchiriv, you don't feel bad for Sanchiriv. The tragedy of his condition is, so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the Teva, and he's like, you know what? The Ribbon Shalom, you could be my life persona. Like, I can hold on to you and turn this around. And we're going to see this comes a little bit, but yet, then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. still close, so close to being able to affect that real change, to be able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So so the pasuk says, I will say, switching gears here for just a moment. This is Avram Avinu. Now this is in the story of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the four kings against the five. Hit four, defeat the five. Avram goes to war against the four. So the pasuk says, literally again, the little translation is, they split the night, Avram and his servants, and they smote the four kings. I'm going to be open on. Also, there was actually an angel who was helping Avram Avinu to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila. Shneimar v'halayla amar horegever. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka says, Sha'asi imo maisa Laila. That ultimately, again, what it means is that, as Rashi points out, the stars actually fought on behalf of Avram Avinu. They actually did battle not on behalf of him. They fought together alongside Avram. Shneimar min shamayim nilchamu hakochavim im silosam nucha im sisra. Amarei Shalkish Tava nafka midabar nafka. The words of the nafka of the blacksmith, Rabbi Yitzchak nafka, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as bar nafka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, Shlakish chooses Yitzchak Nafka's idea, and the stars went to war with Avram Avinu against the four kings. As I just point out here, we've mentioned this many times in our journeys in Shas. Why does the Gemara need to call it Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one of Yitzchak. I'll say the deeper message is, a lot of times in life we think that if we have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Talmid Chacham, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the Gemara do? Everyone's thought the Gemara says, by the way, you could be a blacksmith, you could be a Gadol Batorah. You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You all have to work for a living. That's just the way that it is. Unless you think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah, not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There is no telling what we could become, even though we all have day jobs. So let's remember again, the pasuk says, Avram Avinu pursued them, the four kings, up until Dan. So what happened in Dan? So Avram Avinu saw, when Avram Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because Avram Avinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, they will say, now what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Vayasem esa echa bebeis el, ve'esa echa nasan b'dan. So this is actually referring to Yerovam ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yerovam ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed two eagles, right? Two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of the. This is incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, Avram Avinu's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah of his children. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zara also, were not strengthened until they got to Dan. Shneimar midan nishma nechras susav. Rabbi Zera, Abagam the Shalach. Rabbi Zera said this evening. I want to get ready for this. So this the Rabbi Zera said the following message was given by Rabbi ben Zera. Hizara b'zakin sheshachach lemudamach masonso. I will say, be careful with the Talmid Chacham who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. Or I will say, sometimes in life a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmid Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the recall. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. And this is a very important source of chizuk, especially for us, Daf Yomi Chevra. And a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I had absolutely no idea what I learned. Right? But so sometimes that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? We'll say, of course. Now, again, the answer to that is, you know what I'm going to say. What's the answer to that? The answer to that is chazara. Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. We know that. But we'll say, in addition to that, the real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and that has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still a changed human being. I said, the Gemara says, you have a Talmud Chacham, a Zaki, who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore, again, the Torah impacts him any less. Chas v'shalom. He's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama, fundamentally changed him. Furthermore, Be'izara v'vridin. Also be careful with the vridin. So it's interesting how, remember again from the last cycle in Kulim, we learned about this. When you shech the bird, when you shech ophos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's a machlokes as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut as part of shechita. Rabbi Yehuda says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. The Gemara says, "Izara breathing." Rabbi Yehuda is Rabbi Yehuda. But I'll say, watch this. Izara b'bnei am haaretz. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen teitzei Torah, because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. I'm going to say this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. And I will say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. But ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't know Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So Rashi says, and those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim. Lasos lam kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz. Make sure to give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shemehen teitzei Torah liYisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sha'arei yatzu shmaya ba'atan ne'mar. So we'll see examples. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are Talmidei Chachamim, grandfathers Talmidei Chachamim. What's the pshat? Well, I think it's a very simple yesod. You know, when a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. So Gemara, and again, I would say, but if you notice over here, the Gemara says, "Hizaru b'nei Amei Haaretz." Be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting in the belt. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy and importance on yichos. Right? This one has yichos, and this one has yichos. And yichos is wonderful. Right? Yichos is beautiful. It's fantastic. Where you come from, we all have beautiful yichos. You come out of Yitzchak and Yaakov, the best yichos in the world. We put so much on. So Chazal are telling us, good, yishkayach on yichos. But just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say are like, there's somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva, really didn't have its same standing anymore. So yeshiva, post high school yeshiva. Why? This was the lashon. The person said, it's filled with flip outs. I'm like, what? Flip outs. So you know what the lashon flip out? Flip out. There's someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, or maybe not, and then became much more religious. Flip out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like so people who started with something and then decided to get more. Like that's a good. It's so warped. It's so warped that like in the world, somehow someone who started with less and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik shebit tzaddikim, right? That person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, are supportive, aren't supportive, tacitly supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice. If you come from a family of righteous people, that's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place. But you still have to accomplish yourself. Are we throwing fishes over here? Did I just see that? Okay. All right. And I will say, so that's why the Gemara has to say, be careful with the children of Amei Aretz, which means that the belt is not. But sometimes, the Gemara said, the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. The word Milsa Modinole. The word says Ki Ha Milsa Modinole. Tzadik Ato Hashem Ki Arave Lecha Ach Mishpatim Adaber Oska Madua Derech Hashem Tzalecha Shalom Kol Bog De Bagad Nitatem Gam Shar Sho Yelbu Gam also. Okay, suppose what's the pshat in this pasuk? So this is Eof. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, what's the part of this pasuk we're going to focus on over here? The part of this pasuk we're going to focus on over here is that why is it derech Hashem tzalika? Why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the Gemara says like this: Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hadjule. What was? Answer back to Yirmiyahu Navi. Ki es raglayim ratzasavi alucha ve'ech kach pischara es asusim ba'aretz shalom ataboteach ve'ech tasav gona yade. What does this mean? Mashallah Adam Echad. Shara Yochel ani laros gil parcels of asusim. So Rosh says a mashal. Listen to this. There was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parcels. I will say parcels a lot of area. I could run 3 parcels before, right? And I could even outrun horses. Right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Raglayim is a runner. And this human runner, outpaced him 3 milin, which is a much lesser distance, and biabasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, and we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and outpace him for Gil Parsos. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on dry land, you certainly can't outpace anything on the swamp. So so to you, Yirmiyahu. So what does this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. So let's listen to this. We're going to see this story in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this, I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, or 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu lefanai kisusim alachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward, ultimately, of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara said, Kalatzmos Hayisi Ki Shikar Gibor Avru Yain Ne Hashem Medivrei Kadsho. Incredible. Hanidaf Tzios Mai. What do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before HaKadosh Baruch with 4 steps? What's that story? This is an incredible story. So what happened that Merudach Baladon, that was his name, Ben Baladon, son of Baladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. Now the rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Chizkiyahu because he heard that Chizkiyahu was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara understands. So the Gemara says, understand, because Chizkiyahu got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, sent a letter and to give to Chizkiyahu. What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, in Lidrosh es Mofes Haya. So the Gemara says, Lidrosh Asher Haya Ba'aretz. Yes, because Baladon Merodach, or Merodach Baladon, was very interested because he said when Chizkiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I got to find out about this guy Chizkiyahu. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan. Listen, by the way, I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some points also. So actually, Menachem Mendel said a very good idea. That maybe Shavuos night this year, we're going to do Parak HaChelek. It's going to be our topic for this year. Mamish, just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Chizkiyahu. Achaz was a tremendous Rasha. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Chaya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu shortened the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be
day 44. This bitch.
Achaz to be buried.
Really? Oh,
so
for
he
sure.
Went ahead and,
all right.
Let's
just get down to brass tacks, Rabbi. Give me that Yiddish.
To set prematurely.
Really?
So
what are we reviewing?
So
I don't know if we'll do it. We'll see. All right. So
and it's incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed,
pleasurable. It
so
can be vivificated that.
Halavai
means I wish. That's what the Rebbe says. That's all. That's what the Rebbe said. Namachai, that's what we do. That's what she said after we shoot. Yeah, that's kind of a fetish. Talk to bitch. Tackless, brass tacks. Nosh, that means snacking on pussy. Basher, that's
saw this 10 extra daylight hours. Like, what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so Lana Chazashani, he later said, in the Mishid, Sel Hamalos, Hashem, the Malos, Achaz, Hashem, Shamolos, the Malos, Hashem, only my life. So Merodak Baladon, what is this?
neutral, black, kosher, smooth, mensch,
was ill, he became healed, and Abakshon and Rosham gave him back 10 hours of daylight.
You could have Sedakis,
so this is incredible. Someone that said, listen, and there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Right? You got to get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, Kasvili, listen to this. So here is the letter. Here is the letter that Merodach Baladon sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is. The Gemara says,
Shidel,
Kasvili. Shalom
Chizkiyahu.
Peace be unto you, King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Makarta Yushalayim. Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom Elokar Rabbo. Peace unto the great God.
Hamish.
Peace unto the great God.
Hamish, dog. Hamish.
So what happened?
Or Hamish. Based on Jewish word Haim.
So
means home. It describes things that are homey or familiar. Make yourself at home. Going back to Abraham, the first Jew, the very first Jew. Our people have always valued inviting others into our homes. The mitzvah is known as Knesset, or him bringing in guests. When inviting in guests, the host may say, Machzek Haimish, make yourself at home. Nice and informal. If the guest finds that the home is the informal type where everyone is welcome or to just be themselves and no one stands on ceremony, they say that it's a Haimishi type of place. What is this oh fuck! What is this bullshit?
You say Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, great City Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And the Quran says it doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. I was saying, but this is Nebuchadnezzar.
is an informal term for everyone's hoping to just be themselves and no one stands on ceremony. You may see, or he may say it's
so
a
Nebuchadnezzar
Hamish
says,
type of place.
right? Shalom Aleichem to great God, Shalom Aleichem to Chizkiah, Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So it says, so right, you
Home cooking, since Haim means home, home cooked food or baked goods can be referred to as Hamish. What about speaking
So what
broadly?
happens? Amrullah, they said to him,
Yiddish-speaking Jews can be divided into two groups, Litvox on the one end and Polish Jews on the other end. Each group having many subcategories and branches. Those of the Litvox camp use the first pronunciation of Hamish, while the Polish Jews and their Hungarian cousins will say Hamish. In fact, Hungarians will refer to their fellow Hungarian Hasidic Jews as Hamish because they can trace their roots back to Der Haim, or Der Ham. Thus, the country is known to first generation immigrants. What do we call it? The whole country. Thus, retail establishment belonging to Hamish fellow, in which only kosher items are sold, of course, will be referred to as a Hamish store. Note that in this context, only the Polish pronunciation of Hamish is used. Challah in a pan. Challah is Hebrew for loaf, however, in Yiddish it refers specifically to the braided loaf that grates festive Shabbat and holiday tables. These two loaves remind us of the double portion of manna that God would provide for our ancestors in the desert every Friday for reasons that are not clear to the author of this article. Challah that has been baked in an oval pan with walls is sometimes called Hamish Challah, also limited to Polish pronunciation. Hamish, yeah. Hamish Challah. Do you have something to add? Yeah, let's find out what the fuck that is.
Sometimes it's always interesting to see like what makes great people great. Like how
You're gonna find this out. Dog, we're gonna fucking find this out. And I might even send it into Chabad.org. Like, hey peeps, get your shit together.
So what do you
That aren't clear. Nobody was like, oh yeah, it's good. Or they were just like, yeah, it's good. Throw it up on the fucking site. Nobody was like, well, why don't we answer this fucking question?
Full of ideas, and it's great. And I'm willing to take all of my ideas.
Please tell me why it would be called this.
To give them over to someone else, and then as long as someone else does the execution.
Short answer, because Hamish Challah isn't really about the shape as it is much the vibe, and the oval pan became the visual shorthand for a very specific Eastern European Jewish home culture.
To get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, Chevra, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the
longer unpacked answer, what Hamish actually means. Hamish, Yiddish, home-like, warm, familiar, old school, doesn't mean traditional in the abstract. It means not fancy, not showy, not bakery perfect, something your Bobby grandmother would make at home, not something bought. So when something gets labeled Hamish, it's being contrasted with modern decorative braided French-influenced challah. The oval pan with walls equals Eastern Europe home baking. In Poland, Galicia, and nearby regions, home ovens were inconsistent, shallow, and not great for free-form baking. As a result, challah was often baked in oval or round pans with walls. The walls helped the dough rise upward instead of spreading. You get a soft, tall, pull-apart interior, less crusty, more bread-like. This wasn't about aesthetics, it was about practicality. Why the specific pan became the marker. Once the braided challah became popular, bakers especially, and later in America, especially in Germany and later in America. In contrast to much freeform bread in a pan, glossy freeform bread was glossy photogenic company challah. Freeform braid is glossy photogenic company challah. That's baker challah, and the Hamish challah, baked in a pan, plain, thick, soft, family table challah. So the oval pan with walls became a symbol of this wasn't made to impress guests, this was made to feed a family. That's Hamish. By Polish pronunciation matters. Polish-rooted Yiddish tends to pronounce Hamish closer to Hamish or Hamish. And culturally, Polish Jewish cooking is associated with heavier breads, enclosed baking, less ornamentation. Think pan challah, pull-apart rye, thick kugels. So the term stuck specifically in Polish descendant communities, even though other Jews baked similar breads. It's retrospective label. Here's the key thing the article probably missed. No one in 1880 said, I'm now breaking Hamish challah. The term comes later, once braided challah became dominant, and people needed a word for the old way, the home way, before bakers took over the way. So the shape didn't cause the name, the shape became the evidence of Hamishness. Here they are. It's called Hamish challah because the oval wall pan reflects Eastern European home baking and signals non-fancy family style pre-bakery Judaism. Polish Jewish culture preserved the style that style longest. The name describes a feeling, not a halakhic Jewish legal category. All right, that's cool.
So the Gemara says over here, what's the passing that says?
We forgot to say all our shit. So it's 44 days. Today is 21st of Shvat, 5786, Sunday, February 8th. It's Super Bowl Sunday. That's a big fucking deal. Why? Well, Super Bowl is giant. In Judaism, in everything. Alright, that's Super Bowl 60. That's big time. Alright,
because he's just destroyed.
Here we go.
He's destroyed
Gay, Kakin, Af, Yam.
But it
That's
says that he's
Yiddish
standing before
piss in the
Nebuchadnezzar, the
ocean.
king of Babel.
Black,
But Nebuchadnezzar
tis
was never
Dayan.
in
That's
Yerushalayim.
Hebrew for
The Gemara
piss in
says,
the ocean.
"Misalik Nebuchadnezzar
That's a
Yerushalayim,
long
Nebuchadnezzar
fucking thing.
Yerushalayim v'aksiv.
Zuris,
Vayalu also
Juris,
Balak
means
Rivlasam,
problems in Yiddish.
v'Amra B'Yevo, Zuan Tochio."
That one
So
fucking
Nebuchadnezzar was never in
snail or
Yerushalayim.
whatever
It was
is
Rivlasam.
Kalazon,
Right, that's what
Erex,
he was. So how does it say? How does it say
Golis
that
refers to
stood before Nebuchadnezzar?
the Jewish diaspora or exile. Alright, so that's cool. What about that one thing?
That Nebuchadnezzar
I'm
had
never
such
gonna
covet
get
for
this.
his king.
Akin
that he
Ani
had an
Medaber
image of
Ivri,
Nebuchadnezzar
Bekar Ivri,
literally engraved on
Grade
his chariot. So he felt
Av
like he was
She
always
Befoal,
before his king.
Anaknu,
The
Amurim,
Ema
Let a bear,
Yisera
Yiddish
Aisa
Ol,
Mimenu,
Bulai
Dominu
Armi,
She'omer Lefanav.
Shigam,
The other thing it says he had so much
Otan
reverence
Ani
for
Yakol,
Nebuchadnezzar, so much reverence
Let a
that it
bear,
was as if he was
Bemida,
standing before the king at all times.
Mesu
Incredible.
Yemet,
So
Aval
Rabbi says as
Ani
follows. So we'll say, now we're
Angli,
jumping back a little bit.
Lakin,
So the initial attack on
Ba'u,
Yerushalayim. It says,
Nedaber,
"Toin
Angli,
Tzlas Mea
Ze Nishma,
Undaisa Narod
Tolecha."
Parzela." The Shah
Indeed,
Parzela. So
I speak
Nebuchadnezzar
really biblically.
had sent to
Well, in
Nebuchadnezzar
practice, they're supposed to speak Yiddish or
wagon
Aramaic.
loads of 300 of
Well,
the
I can
sharpest
also speak
axes.
this.
Axes that were so sharp that the metal
Well,
could
which
cut
I can
through
also
metal.
speak to some extent.
All
Yeah,
right, the Shah
English,
Parzela.
therefore. Let's
Shah
speak English.
Nebuchadnezzar Nebuchadnezzar.
Does that sound good to you?
And all
Okay.
the axes broke, trying
All
to
right, are
break
you
down
done?
one
Hey,
gateway of
Kate, are you done?
Yerushalayim. Shneimar,
If this is Kabbalah, coffee and Kabbalah.
boy
Coffee.
hadar. Amar mistafina deloli avdu bi ki echi da avdu b'sanchirich. So it says, listen to this. Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn back. Ready to turn back. Now why is Nebuchadnezzar ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't
Do you
so
think
long
you could
before
do
that what happened? Sanchirich.
a Brooklyn
Right?
accent
So in other words,
or a New
everybody
Jersey
knows the story of
accent or
Sanchirich, the
Manhattan
massive defeat that has Bishwab. So now
to talk
you have
about?
300 of the
Nida.
sharpest axes, metal that
I
can
think
cut
we could
through
figure out
metal,
a way.
and all of them break on one door in Yerushalayim. This does not
All right.
look like a good omen.
Shit
So the
sucks.
Nebuchadnezzar is ready.
Okay,
Nebuchadnezzar is
hopefully
ready to
this
turn
shit
around,
isn't
go
that
back
long
home.
today. Not gonna breast up. He's got some great fucking
Shavar bar Shavar.
motivational
So
speeches or
Basketball came
whatever.
out. Incredible.
Quotes.
Basketball came Shavar. And I must say, Shavar bar Shavar literally means a jumper, someone who jumped. Rashi says over here, Shavar bar Shavar is on the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 lines into the short lines. Doleg bar Doleg, Kum v'kava shel Yerushalayim. Nebuchadnezzar Kalamar. So I'll say, so this is interesting. So apparently, so the Gemara says, so apparently that he called him the jumper because, interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar was part of Sanchiriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, also remember again, what was Sanchiriv's mistake? What was Sanchiriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Nebuchadnezzar was the one who was urging Sanchiriv, attack now, attack now, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. That he was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Basketball comes up and says, jumper, jumper. Don't abandon your plan over here. So the Gemara says, Shavar bar Shavar. So ultimately, again, it is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. I will say, by the way, I just want to point out that these Gemaras are very profound, because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandoning by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Now, what's interesting that I will say is, Chazal will tell us, nothing ever happens to us unless the Rebbeinu Shel Olam wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, and even when there's loss, it only comes from a Kadosh Baruch Hu. Now, on one hand, it's painful because why does God do this to us? On the other hand, there is, interestingly enough, or ironically enough, a certain element of Nechama. Because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that Kadosh Baruch Hu is doing to me. Which means that the Rebbeinu is choreographing even this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard, I know it's not random, I know it's coming from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Vasco comes out and says, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. There was one axe left. One axe left. Also, not to the Kufa de Ita. So look, there's one axe left. So now it's the Rizan is a very smart man. So the Rizan realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheriv and be wiped out by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate. Doesn't hit the gate with the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, the blunt, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this. If this is HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if the Rebbeinu wants to destroy the Beis HaMikdash, the gate will open even with the blunt part. So the Rebbe says, and sure enough, the Iftach, he knocked against the gate with the dull part, and the gate fell down. Shneimar, Yodeh K'mei L'mayla B'sach Itz Kadumos. So now, this is a tragically overwhelming story. The chief butcher,
that's a cool story.
And he's literally again killing everyone in sight until he gets to the Beis HaMikdash. Adlik Bey Nura. He sets the Beis HaMikdash on fire. Okay, this is the overwhelming Gemara. Gava Heichalet. As the Zoran lights the Beis HaMikdash on fire, the Beis HaMikdash itself begins to ascend heavenward. Almost as if the Beis HaMikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. Imagine the Beis HaMikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenward. And what happened? Darku Bey Yisrael. And the Rebbeinu Shel Olam pushed it back down. The Beis HaMikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis HaMikdash itself is trying to say, you know what? Sometimes even the Beis HaMikdash sees all the pain and all the suffering and all the hardships and everything that happens in this world. And the Beis HaMikdash just wants to remove itself from the earth. The Beis HaMikdash doesn't want to enough. The Shekhinah says, there's a plan. Whatever the plan is, there's a plan. So the Shekhinah itself takes a 10 and literally pushes the Beis HaMikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shneimar, Dat Darach Hashem L'Tfilos B'Asirudah. Chazei Chadayte. Now you want to imagine at this point in time the Zaran stealing Shego B'Agayva. Shego B'Agayva, a little arrogant. After all, again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nach Gabas Chava Amralei Amok Atila Katlis Heichel Kalya Kalyas Kim Kota Hina Tachinas. The Zaran, calm down. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed buildings. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. The Prophet was telling the Luzarn, you didn't do anything. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? And that this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to occur. Shneimar, Kishila Chayim Etachni Kemach, Goli Tamaseh, Bechach, B'Shuva, Goli Shok, Avinaros, Keeping Onemar, Elokenach. It doesn't say anything about wheat, but it says again, flour. The same way that you're becoming your grind flour, that's already flour, you're not doing anything. So you've destroyed people, you've destroyed building. That's an incredible story here. Chaza Dami de Zechariah, Davi Karasa. It's supposed to say Navi Zechariah. It's tragic story. It's overwhelming. So the colleagues from Navi Zechariah had given most of the colleagues saying that they have to do tshuva or they're going to be destroyed. How did colleagues deal with this message?
until the Creator becomes one's personal source of godliness, making the individual a vehicle for sanctity and
So what
holiness.
happens?
This allows one
So
to
now-
approach prayer
So
without
the Buddha is
barriers, like speaking to a best friend. Prayer to Tefillah. He advocated for intense, rapturous prayer, characterized by loud shouting and physical gestures, sometimes leading to him collapsing from exhaustion. He taught that prayers were recited with proper Kabbalah, devotion, awe, and fear. Are kosher prayers. He taught that prayers recited with proper Kabbalah, devotion, awe, and fear are kosher prayers. These proper prayers have the power to gather previous improper carcass prayers and uplift them to heaven, thereby crowning God. Kabbalah and Maharal. Rabbi Israel was pivotal in integrating the philosophy of Rabbi Judah Maharal of Prague into Hasidic thought. He spiritually sponsored the reprinting of Maharal's works in the late 18th century and 19th centuries. His book, Geulah Yisrael, was the first Hasidic work to use Maharal as a primary source. He sought to find core principles in the Arizal's Luriatic Kabbalah within Maharal's writings, specifically imposing a pronounced Kabbalistic framework in he sought to find core principles of the Arizal's Lurianic Kabbalah within Maharal's writings, specifically imposing a pronounced Kabbalistic framework on Maharal's ideas.
So what does he do? He gathers up the Rabbanim, the rabbinic leadership. He kills them all, but the blood didn't stop boiling, bubbling. He brought the school children. Called Hallelujah, he slaughtered them. Below Nach, and the blood did not stop. He brought young Kohanim. Killed them, and the blood did not stop bubbling. So he must add the Katel Iluya Tishmi Va'aberivo until he slaughtered 940,000 people. Below Nach, and ultimately again the blood did not stop bubbling. Karev Legabe. So the Buddha goes over to the blood and he says, Zechariah, Zechariah. Tobin Shebahan Ibarik. So only the Gemara. So the Buddha says, Zechariah, Zechariah. Literally again, I slaughtered the best of Klal Yisrael. Should I kill more? Miyad Nach. In that moment again. In that moment again, so the blood of Zechariah stopped bubbling. Listen, such a you should just know, by historical accounts, it's interesting to know that over close to 1 million Jews were slaughtered when the Beis Hamikdash fell, and it was destroyed. So it's interesting. A lot of times, like Gemara, sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting. The 940,000 number is again close to 1 million people fell. That's why when we think about destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, we have to think about just the destruction of the structure. But we forget about just the colossal loss of life over almost 1 million people. So the Gemara says, so now so literally the Buzzara says, Zechariah, what else do you want? Kill the Rabbanim. Kill the children. Kill the Pinchas Kahuna. I killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more? You want more blood? You want more bloodshed? And then the blood stopped bubbling. So you might as well stop here and just look at
Israel, a classic Hasidic commentary on the Torah, and Perkei Avot, Ethics of the Fathers, first published posthumously in 1842. Geulah Yisrael, commentary on the works of Maharal of Prague, particularly Gevurot Hashem. Nezer Yisrael, commentary on the Zohar, or Yisrael, commentary on the Tikunai HaOzer, Tikunai HaZohar, Yakar Mekaz, commentary on the Torah, Tehilot Yisrael, commentary on the Book of Psalms, Gevurot Yisrael, commentary on the Pesach Haggadah, Beit Yisrael, Talmudic Novellae, Agunat Yisrael, Responsa, focus on cases regarding Agunot, women chained to inaccessible husbands, demonstrating his expertise in legal matters. Chidushai, Maggid Mishnah, innovative interpretations of the Mishnah. She'eri Yisrael, commentary on Midrash. Ner Yisrael, commentary on Ukutai, Rav Hai Gaon, and Shar Hashemayim.
The Lashon of the Rambam in Hilchos Tshuva. Okay, with this one, I'll just say this very quickly. Lashon of Hilchos Tshuva, Parak Aleph Halacha.
That's tight. That was a really good start.
Kishiyasa Tshuva.
Thanks, friend.
Kishiyasa Tshuva, Chayav Lizvados. So it's interesting that what does it mean Kishiyasa Tshuva? What
is that Lashon Kishiyas Tshuva? Rav Gifter Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Yerurei Tshuva. Rav Gifter writes, Rabbi Salvation has this one idea as well, that the first step of Tshuva is Hirur Tshuva. What's Hirur? Hirur is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in Tshuva is this level of kavnish, where I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. The Zaran has that moment of fear, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing in a base of mikvah that is going up in flames, has this cathartic moment up here that says, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know that I can't continue in this way. Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a member of Province. I will say, the story's not over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Zaran's story, and it says other great game in this session tomorrow. Want to start taking one side?
Thus launched a campaign in 1822 or 1823 to urge Jews to learn trades and skilled factory work. He urged communities to organize trade schools. He also encouraged the study of agriculture, dairy farming, and the like, reminding them that once upon a time, when the Jewish people lived in their own land, they were a people of farmers, fruit growers, and herdsmen. He urged that boys who did not show promise of becoming Torah scholars should, after the age of 13, devote part of their time to the learning of a trade or work in the fields to help support the family. In 1815, with government permission and sponsorship.
All right, Rabbi, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shir today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Tosim Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shemer Roshos this year as his chus, from the Sorah Tavas Alav Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families' memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, and our Dashkomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helman Ben Mordechai, we hope that in the marriage of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah, Shabbat, Kedot, Kol, Chali, Yisrael, Chalish Baruch Hu, Shedem Yeretz Hashem, bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful, B'chol Maaseh Yadayim. Well, with that, let us begin, and a special welcome back, report here with Rabbi Schwartz, Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, and Hashem, continue to give you refuah, Yeretz Hashem, and we missed you. It's great to have you back. As well, say with that, let us begin. We have a lot today, Baruch Hashem. Again, we'll say, by the way, this is it till we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it to stories, lessons, messages, everything rolled into one. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up Yeretz Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik Hey on the page 95b. And also, he's not here today, but we have to wish him out to talk to our beloved Chaver and our Daf Yomi member, Rabbi Avron Elbaum, our Rabbi, our Daf Yomi pillar. I'm pointing over here like longingly, like he would normally be sitting right over there. Who's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shato, Mechakos, Mazel Tov to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Tzadik 196. We are picking up on Tzadik Days 95b, and we left off 4 lines up on the bottom. I'm Rabbi Avon. Rabbi Avon says as follows. Had the pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. So it says, we're very close to the pasuk. The pasuk says, on that day, like Kiviyachol, the Ribono Shel Olam will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? The Gemara says, also Kuchabichol, they didn't make a Gavra Saba. Remember again, Sanherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. They suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiah. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Chizkiah, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rebbeinu Shalom appears to him as an old man. Doesn't like a Gavra Saba. Amalei, ki azos legavi malchus Mizrach. Malchi Mizrach Amarav. Da'asininu lebnei v'kakasinu. My Amrav. So the old man, like comes to Sancheir, he says, Sancheir, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the kings of Reagan, Sancheir have raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? So Sancheir says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? So Sancheir says to the old man, what should I do? And I was saying, of course, what's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things changed. Sancheir was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? So ultimately, again, so it's incredible. So the old man says to Sancheir, listen to this, Amalei, Zil Yishani Nafshach. You should really change. You should really change. Rashi says over Inshi Nafshach, Shana Atzmucha Kadesh Yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sancheir, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you.
No one really knows for sure.
This year, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, but my issue. So how should I change? Amalei, so I see the Nispera Va'azaga. Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance a little bit. I want to say, I just want to point out before we go on. What a profound Gemara, and this is the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul, and we really have to how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancheir is in trouble. What does Sancheir realize? Sancheir realizes the way I'm living right now, right? What I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. It looks like we all have those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could be more. So Sancheir has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. Change. And most what so often happens when it comes to change. Sancheir says, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And how should I change? Take a haircut.
Rabbi Frankel anonymously published
we have these moments of clarity where
in 1909, Rabbi Frankel anonymously published his
and then
book
instead of
entitled
affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change.
Work on the
Kind
second
of
volume
change.
of
I
the
really should change. You're right, that hairstyle really should change a
The
little
book
bit,
was
right?
republished during the author's
But you understand, right? Like, in other words,
Since then, the book has been republished numerous times. In 1915, Rabbi Frankel published the first volume of his work entitled Geburas
we just
Aryeh,
content ourselves
a Kabbalistic
with
work
cosmetic
on
change.
the Rambam's
And that
commentary
moment that
on
could
the
have
Torah.
been
The
so
second volume was
transformative
published in
simply goes
1924.
by
Both
with
volumes
little
were
or
then
nothing
reprinted as a single book
concrete to show
in
for it.
1932.
Such a metaphor.
The
Anyway,
book was reprinted again
and
in
I will say, by that, I just want to point
1995.
out, that's what's
Makom
happening with
Sha'arei
Sancheir over here, so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancheir suffers this humiliating defeat. I will say, there's nothing that
where the book
gets
is
you to
studied
think about
regularly.
change more in life
In
than
1927,
humiliating defeat.
Rabbi
We've all
Frankel
had it, we've all
published his book
experienced it.
dedicated to
And those are
Chafkos,
moments where often you're
Frankel's
most
entitled
open to
Meditinos
anything and everything.
Lahavil.
Okay, so get a haircut.
The book was
I
printed
see.
in
So Sancheir is still there. Where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? Amalei,
Silvane.
Allahu
In
Beisa,
the book, Rabbi
Va'isi.
Frankel writes
Azaj
that
Gechinu.
the
So what
large
happens? So
book
he
is
says to
actually
Sancheir,
only the
look, there's
first
a house
part
over
of this
there.
manuscript
Go in there,
on
get a
the
pair of
subject.
scissors from there.
Rabbi
So
Frankel
and
explained that
Sancheir
he
goes
could
in,
not publish
he
the rest
finds
due to his
scissors.
manuscripts at
Also,
the time.
Malach Isharis ve'idmi lekigabi.
Explained that he
So
could not
it's a
publish the
tremendous
rest of his
setup over here.
manuscripts
Malachim come into that
at that
house,
time.
and they appear
Due to
like people.
financial reasons, furthermore, he
Vahalu
expressed
Kachachni
his desire to publish the
Kashiyaisa.
rest of
They were
his
grinding.
work
They
in
were
the future
grinding.
as he had done
Rashi says over
previously
here,
with the book
Garine
entitled
Timorik. It was
Geburas Aryeh.
um,
Rabbi Frankel's
they
dream never materialized, and the
they
manuscripts were destroyed during the
So they
Holocaust.
were grinding this
The
up.
exact
So
date of
Amalei,
publication of Rabbi Frankel's
so
book
Sancheir says,
entitled
can I borrow a pair of
Shavach
scissors?
Lefi
Amalei to home.
comes
Chad
from
Guruya,
Haggadah
the
Shel
Kashiya
Pesach
7. It's in the
is
home.
undocumented.
So
However,
it says here,
since
there's no
the
such thing like
author,
this free scissors,
in
right?
his
So you want
introduction
scissors.
to the book,
Grind
refers to
the
his
Guruya,
1927 book
update
entitled
with us. Okay,
Meditinos
work a little bit and we'll give you the
Lahavil,
scissors. Tachan
and since
Chad
the
Guruya,
1930 edition of Magid
Kashiya
Shina
7
refers to
Sparta.
Sheva
So yeah,
Lefi,
so Sancheriv
we
ground
can
up
deduce
the
that it
David,
must have been
right? And
published
they gave
between
him, this is
1927 and
Moshe Brother, another
1930.
tremendous Moshe
The book
Haskell.
was
This is
republished by
Sancheriv.
Rabbi
This is
Dr.
Sancheriv,
Ari
right?
Edelstein,
Commander
a
of the
grandson of
largest
Rabbi
army in the
Frankel,
civilized
in
world
1994 in
at
New York
the
City.
time.
In
And I must say,
1937,
it's incredible,
only
like
3 years prior
desperation,
to his
failure
death,
humbles you,
Rabbi
and
Frankel published
desperation, when a
his
person
final
is
work
desperate,
entitled
you do whatever you have to do to
Naharu,
get the job
a
done. Isn't that
commentary on
incredible?
Torah.
You know,
All right,
when we're
next up,
riding high, so
we're
there's
just
certain
going
things
to
that
get
are
into
beneath
the
me that I'm not
nitty-gritty.
going to do. Not going to do. When I'm in
Ready?
trouble, we
Yeah.
recognize you do
Nitty-gritty for
whatever
the
you have
itty-bitty
to do
committee.
in order to get
Really
the job
some of
done.
these bitches
So
have
Sancheriv
massive
now is
kids.
afraid of facing the
Really
people back home.
giant,
Right, he needs to get a
massive,
haircut. He
heavy.
needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind date
Chabad.
pits. You're gonna do what you gotta do
Right?
in order to get the
Just
job
how
done.
Shem
Alright,
made him.
so good. So Gemara said, "Ada as ichshech." So by the time
Is that made
Sancheriv
the
got back
likeness
with the
of God? Does
scissors,
that
the
mean
old man
Hashem
already
has-
became dark. Amar Zil, I see Nura.
No,
Now the
it
old man
doesn't
says,
work that
the old man is
way.
Chushbal.
It's
He
just
says,
a
"Listen, I
saying,
can't
dog.
get a haircut in the
It's
dark.
like,
So bring me a fire." So the Gemara says, "So Azal I see Nura." So what happened?
all right.
Azal Gazarishalikine. So as Sancheriv was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair.
Oh, this is a Jewish woman.
She's what people
Hey.
say.
All right, we can read this. I'll just say this. At one time in my life,
gives this apparently birth the famous adage. Rashi says,
I would just read on Shabbat the Jewish woman. Downloaded it all so
if
that
you
I
go
had
ahead
like
and you set fire to
copies
an
of it,
Aramean and he
and
likes
all
it,
Shabbat, I would
you
just
could
read
also
these
go ahead
stories of
and
these women
singe
who
his
lost their
beard,
children,
and it will be an
and it
unending
was just
source of
heartbreaking, and I just
entertainment.
felt for them.
Okay.
And
You
if
do
you
it that
know
way,
about the
right?
JewishWoman.org, it's like this
I don't have
website
anything on it.
this
I don't have
lady
anything on it,
started
right?
that she
And
like
so nice
donated
again,
to
the
Chabad or
idea
some
of
shit
being able
like
to
that.
say, it's
And
talking about also, I think the takeaway
it's
from
just
this
a
entire
very special
Gemara,
website to
in
me.
a serious sense,
It's one of my
is
top 10 favorite websites in
life
the world.
could change
The period of
so
Niddah
dramatically. And we
is a time
experience
usually
this in
lasting
different ways.
12 days
That a
to
person
14
can be on
days
the
when
top of the
Jewish
world
law
one moment and
forbids
literally again
conjugal
the bottom
relations.
of the bottom
Niddah
the next.
begins with
And
the
what's
onset
so
of menstruation.
important, and again,
That's a
two
key word that
Sancherives, I
a
think
lot
the
of people
Sancherives
just
credit
roll
a little
over.
bit.
There are a couple
You
key
have to
words.
be able to roll with it.
Clitoris,
You have to be able to
not
pin it.
clitoris.
You have to be able to know
It
when
doesn't
you're
rhyme with
commander of the
thesaurus.
army, and you have
It
to know
rhymes
what
with
to do when you're a humble, defeated
almost like
individual. And if you notice
Icarus,
again, this man
clitoris,
suggests a Sancheriv,
and
get a haircut, so then gets a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life when life doesn't go their way and the plan
and
doesn't materialize,
menstruation.
they
It's
simply get paralyzed.
menstruation.
They
It's
don't
4
know
syllables,
what
not
to do. They're
menstruation.
stuck.
That's
they
not
can't
right.
get over the fact that life did not
Really, yeah,
materialize the
and
way
it's
that I wanted it,
February,
and they don't
not
understand the
February.
power of the pivot.
Right.
And I think you see this
My
from
Rabbi
Sancheriv
should be
to
very
his
happy.
credit. You know, you don't
Right.
become the
Verify
commander
all that shit.
of the largest army in the
Niddah
civilized
begins
world
with the
by
onset
just
of
being a regular guy.
menstruation
Sancheriv
and is
must have had
completed with a
ridiculous
woman's immersion
co-hosts.
in a
Part of those
mikveh,
co-hosts is the
a
power of
ritual
the
pool
pivot.
of water.
You gotta be
The
able
Niddah
to
period
move
and the
whatever
mikveh
life
immersion
throws
have
your
recently
way,
seen a
and
renaissance
recognize
of
that whatever
observance
it
in the
is,
Jewish community.
figure it out.
Many couples
Remember,
have
it's like
discovered
Azal
that the cycle of
Ashgav
closeness
Rafa,
and distance built into this mitzvah
Mitibusa
keeps
Dinah. What's
their
his
relationship
incredible?
fresh
So
and
Sancheriv is
exciting.
journeying
Others
home.
say it
As
has
he's journeying home, what does he find?
a
He goes to
spiritual
incredible
divine
stories.
dimension to the
He finds a
relationship.
plank
Like most good
from
things, keeping the
Noah's
Niddah
teva.
period is
From
not always
Noah's
easy,
teva.
but the
And
payoff
let's say,
is
by
well
the way,
worth it.
geographically,
Here's a
we know
brief
that whenever you
overview
get
of the
teva,
practices
teva
associated with
kind of
Niddah
what's the word?
and mikveh. Please note that this is very far from
Yeah,
a comprehensive
what is it?
guide. Jewish
Dak-
brides and grooms
no,
traditionally
dak,
study the laws that govern Jewish
Grounded.
marriage
Well,
with
but there's like a,
specifically
isn't this like a
trained
lush,
teachers
like
who
when it
guide them
washes
through the
ashore?
cornerstone
Whatever,
through this cornerstone of
dock
Jewish life.
grounded,
How
stopped.
does this work in your
on Hare Ararat, right?
community?
Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough,
I mean, generally, it is a responsibility of the rabbi to ensure that
See, he
the
finds a plank from Noah's table. It's
congregation
like,
knows these
you
laws,
can't,
but
it's incredible. Like,
I
like
know
can you
that
imagine, like again,
rabbis,
just to understand,
higher
this
biblical
is
college have
quite
just
okay
basically said,
for Sancheriv. He ran into
it's
a
your own
Kadosh Baruch Hu,
business.
and listen, but I just want to point
We'll
out,
have the Rebbitzin
the Ribono Shel
talk to you
Olam
about it,
appeared to Sancheriv.
but
Do you understand
handle
what
it
that
better.
means?
Really?
You understand what that means?
How would you do
Because
it?
again,
Dog, I don't want to see your
Sancheriv,
fucking jar of
interestingly enough,
Smuckers
remember,
and a
listen,
fucking
this goes on to
Bounty
his
paper
last
towel.
week.
Calm down with that
was
shit.
on a
Really?
divine
But
mission.
it's just
His His mistake
I mean, it is
was that he went back
which
to
is like
Yerushalayim.
really.
That was his mistake.
You're your own
That was
person.
out of
It's
balance
very.
for him. He defied.
It's like
the
a part
divine
of
mandate.
Judaism
He
that a lot of
was a
women hate.
shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
And
But he
I want to
overstepped.
free
He
you of that.
overstepped. You don't become a shliach of Hashem without possessing some
So
type
don't
of
send
personal
me your
greatness.
fucking
See, he
period
met HaKadosh
pictures.
Baruch Hu. He met the Ribbon Shalom.
Wish you went dick
He
pics
finds a
back.
plane from North
Really
Stable.
comes
Amar.
from- During Nida, dipping in the mikvah, together again, spiritual note about Nida, some details. During Nida, since conjugal relations are prohibited during Nida, husband and wife sleep in different beds. We call these Lucy Desi beds, but you can call them
so says in words, if I call it ultimately unable to survive at home and claim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons
Father
as a
knows best.
sacrifice.
You call them Father knows best beds. I call them Lucy Desi beds. Since conjugal relations are prohibited during Nida, husband and wife sleep in different beds. Many other practices have been instituted to ease the temptation for a sexual relationship. What would you do?
His sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him.
No.
Sancheriv was assassinated by his own sons.
This is just an alleged story. Some bitches still want it because it's super horny and they want to play in the back door, which, we've gone through. Okay, fine. And then they just made them so unbelievably horny that they're just like,
and kill it. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this image,
throw that bitch on and go to town. Really?
He's trying to hold on to
allegedly, it's a fucking story. I'm telling stories here.
Who else held on?
All this is just
saved? Og. The Medrash says that Og Melech HaBashan.
Was it red?
Held onto the table and was saved. Now, let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold
like strawberry shortcake, kind of. Anyway, this is a time to strengthen deeper aspects of the relationship. The lull and physical closeness can be used to develop those aspects that lie beyond physical touch. That's all just a story, though. I'm just being, of course, I'm just joking. Why? Because when it happens, I fucking put up the Berlin Wall. I fucking put up the pizza if I need to. Really?
He's like, you know what?
If I have to,
you could be my life preserver. Like I could hold on to and turn this around.
After a minimum of 5 days have elapsed, if the flow is stopped, the woman
it's always as if he misses it.
Begins to prepare for the couple's physical reunification. She begins by ensuring that there are 7 stain-free days. She does this by making an internal examination every day with a soft white cloth, a deacon cloth. Dipping in the mikveh. After 7 stainless days have passed, it's time to immerse in the mikveh. Constructed according to the exact specifications outlined in Jewish law, the mikveh is a ritual pool whose waters can either be connected to a spring or to running water. Today's mikvehs often look like fashionable spas. The aesthetic beauty of the facility, along with the rejuvenation and spiritual boost experience, can help explain why the mikveh is frequented by many who may not practice other formal Jewish observance. When arriving at the mikveh, she will be shown to her private preparation room, which is essentially a large, well-stocked bathroom with a luxurious bath, fresh towels, disposable slippers, a comfortable robe, and all the other essentials. After taking a relaxing bath, making sure to thoroughly clean so that the mikveh waters touch every bit of her, she is ready to enter the pristine warm mikveh waters. The attendant will accompany her to the actual mikveh pool, ensuring she is fully immersed with no hairs or hands sticking out of the water, and declaring the immersion kosher. After immersing while still in the mikveh, this blessing, praising God for this special mitzvah, is recited. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, who has sanctified us with His commandments and commanded us concerning immersion. Immersion in a mikveh has the power to create a sort of spiritual metamorphosis. Many use the holy moment for personal prayer and communication with God.
In Shas, why does the Gemara need to call it Yitzchak?
Together again, when the wife returns from the mikveh, marital relation may resume. It's like a meeting. But yet that night is especially auspicious for the intimacy between the couple. Judaism views the physical union between husband and wife as sacred. The couple can and should continue to be together as often as they wish for the duration of time, especially on Shabbat, the day of delights. Spiritual note about Nida. Separating each month can be difficult, but the payoff is tremendous. To begin with, you are living in accordance with the will of God. The third partner in every marriage. As an added bonus, there is something magically rejuvenating about the mikveh night, as husband and wife come together as they did on their wedding night, experiencing a monthly honeymoon. Yeah, it's really sweet. You can do it, that's tight. Some details. A woman first immerses in the mikveh before her wedding.
also remember again, the pasuk says, "Am Lavinu pursued them."
For the postmenopausal woman,
so what happened?
one
Then
final immersion usually offers purity for the rest of your life. Some mikvahs require you to. People can appoint in advance, call to find out. The above is only a basic and very incomprehensive treatment of this complex and detailed subject. Studying with a woman experienced in the field was a way to gain familiarity with this mitzvah. A rebbetzin or a mentor who can give you personal instruction and direction. Alright, Chana White. We gotta get into the nitty gritty. There are all kinds of different colors. If it's black or brown, or like spotting, Bedikin cloth, Bedikin clothing.
Centuries later, nevertheless, Amavinu's strength was diminished.
Kids,
when
I
he
got
got
a
to
story
the
to
future
tell.
site of Avodah Zarah.
But we can't tell it yet. But of all the stories that I tell you, this might be my best. It's the funniest fucking thing. Really? Oh,
We're not
I don't know if
they
my
got
best
the
story. It's like choosing children. But still, it is so fucking funny.
I will say, get ready for this. So this
Really?
Rabbi Zera said the following message was given by Rabbi Huda ben Mesera. He's Rabbi Zakin
It
Shashach
is
Temudah
so
Machmason.
fucking funny.
I will say, be careful with the Talmud Chacham
Is it?
who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. Or I will say sometimes.
I mean, some people might think it's funny, but I've got to research these streams.
Whether it's because of something
Why?
like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just
Maybe I
part
could
of
tell the
getting
story as
old
I'm doing
in life.
this.
Be careful
Really?
with a Talmud Chacham who
But why
forgot
not?
his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the
All right.
call. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect
So
it.
many
Which also
schools
teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon
keep
us is not only
separation
in the knowledge that we
between the
retain.
boys and the
Now, this is a very important source of chizuk,
or they're
especially
completely
for us,
separate.
Daf Yomi Chevra. Because a lot of times,
depends.
one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one
And
day. One of the most difficult things
so I
about
can
Daf
tell you,
Yomi
like,
is
for
come the
my
next day, I have absolutely no idea
adolescence, I was around
Right.
boys
But so sometimes that's very frustrating for
all
us
the
because,
time.
like, what am I doing? What am I doing?
From
Well, say, of course, now,
the beginning of the school
the answer
day
to that is, you know,
until
what's the answer to that? The answer to
the
that
end of the
is
school day
Chazara.
without
Chazara.
any
That's why a person has to
interaction with
Chazara.
God.
We know that. But in
Really?
addition to
Yeah.
that, the real power of Torah
No?
is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and that has nothing to
Really?
do
I mean,
with
unless it was like
retention. It is entirely experiential.
there were just
the act
no
of sitting and learning Torah,
nothing.
by definition,
Really?
fundamentally
Why?
changes me
That's
as
just
a
how it
person.
was.
And even if I don't remember one word, I am
The
still
school
a
was
changed
like
human being. I said,
even like
says,
had like
you have a
separate
Talmud Chacham, a Zakim, who
wings,
forgot his
basically.
learning.
Like,
You think
so,
that because he can't
I mean,
recall it,
as best as it
therefore,
could.
again, it's the Torah impacts
So
him, and
that
less chas v'shalom. He's still the same
boys
holy
were with
Jew
the boys,
because Torah has imprinted on
girls
his
with
neshama,
the girls.
fundamentally changed him. Furthermore,
There was no
the Zara
dating.
B'Vridin. Also, be careful with the Vridin.
And
So it's interesting how, remember again from the last cycle in Chulin, we learned about this. When you shecht a bird, when you shecht ophos, so there's a
everything was
blood
kept
vessel
as
that
separate as
runs next to
possible.
the esophagus. This is my
Really?
focus as to whether or not that
Yeah, Doug.
artery needs to be cut.
All
As
right,
part of
that's
Shechita,
cool.
Rabbi Huda says
else?
you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and
So-
drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the vridin. The Gemara says, "Izaba vridin, Rabbi Huda." We'll say, watch this.
I mean, like in the same way that
be
Yeshiva
careful with the
University
children of ignorant people.
there's one
Shemehen
school,
Teitzei
but
Torah.
there's like boy
Because from
sections
them,
and girl
From
sections.
the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately,
There's a-
again, that's where
However,
Torah will come from. I will say this is an astounding
Yeshiva
Gemara. If you look at Rashi just a
Yeshiva
moment, it's the
University,
last Rashi on the right side.
Los
He's on Amei
Angeles,
Haaretz, Shenasot
the
Amei
high
Chachamim.
school
He's talking about over here
that had separate.
children who grow up who are
buildings.
children of
Do we
Amei
have separate
Haaretz,
buildings?
who are children of ignorant people. Now, I will say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging
Definitely
way.
separate.
It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. By the way, ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't know Torah.
Yeah, I mean, you
They
could
don't learn
say
Torah
in a
per
lot of
se.
ways it was separate buildings
So
because,
Rashi says,
but like there
and those
were
children who
either
grow
like
up in a
tunnels
home of Amei Haaretz
or
become
hallways
Talmidei Chachamim.
that
Last
connected
Lam
the
covered.
buildings. But
Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei
there's like an
Haaretz.
old mansion.
Make sure to give them
Anyway,
the greatest
clear.
amount of covet. Why?
Why?
Shemehem
Why not?
Teitzei Torah Yisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim
Anyway,
are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Shahare Yatsu Shmaya B'Avtan Neymar. So we'll see examples. So we'll say, what's the pshat? What's the
is that
pshat?
the end of your
That
story?
is the children
No, we're
of
getting
Amei
there.
Haaretz
who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are Talmidei Chacham.
I grew with toys so much.
Listen, I think it's a very simple yisod.
And I gotta be honest with you, I didn't have any sisters.
And then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not.
I have female cousins, but they're like far away.
Right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have. Sometimes people who grew up with it
as a little boy,
don't necessarily
even
have
going
the
up
same
to
thing.
my,
and therefore ultimately the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make ultimately again is tenfold over what others will say. It's an incredible idea. So the Gemara, and again, I would say, but if you notice over here, the Gemara says, be careful.
It wasn't.
You have to tell someone to be careful. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Our house.
Right. That people generally, again,
I
are
could
not
never tell the difference between
right. Why? Because what's so interesting in the Welt, in the world,
I never saw any real signs of it.
We put so much primacy and importance.
I never saw
this one has
tampons or pads or anything.
Is wonderful. Yichus is wonderful. Right? Yichus is beautiful. It's fantastic. Where you come from, we all have beautiful yichus.
It was like.
We put so much on. So
I'll just be honest with you, and I'm not going to be fucking alone when I say this. Many young men think women have penises. Really? I mean, they know that they're different,
but then decide to make something
and we know that they're made like Adam and Eve, but we don't know. We don't know. And anybody who's out there like, oh, I knew. Okay, that's cool. Not all of us. Some of us were really fucking curious about it. Really? Yeah.
The other day,
why?
At a certain yeshiva, really didn't have its same standing anymore. Certain yeshiva, post high school yeshiva. Why? This was the lashon person.
You know what you're talking about?
Flip outs.
Preschool.
So you know what the lashon flip
outs? Come up with that
flip outs. Is someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern.
That's your funny story.
And then became much more religious.
Yeah.
Flip out. So first of all. I said, so you mean like people
want to
emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like so people who started with something and then decide to get more, like that's a good thing. It's so warped. It's so warped that like in the world somehow someone who started with less.
It's just like women were. More, I was around men.
More, that person is a tzaddik should be tzaddikim.
Women
like
were
that
just
person
like,
goes on a pedestal.
There was my mom.
A person who made a choice
she was
to
a
do more,
fucking magician.
To accomplish more,
and
even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps again maybe their parents don't like it, aren't supportive, passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from.
We didn't go over.
It's very nice if you come from a family of righteous people. That's fantastic.
I would teach my kids,
but that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher
just
place.
Just in my school,
which is to accomplish yourself.
And we weren't even allowed to look at that part of it. We had to look at the part about fucking.
So that's why the Gemara has to say,
but not like
be careful
that women have vaginas.
It seems that the Welt is not. But sometimes the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth. And instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who have
it's like a thing that I know is true.
The Gemara says, "Ki ha milsa modinole." Sadik ata Hashem ki aravelecha. Ach mishpatim adabra oska. Madu adar chasham tzalecha.
That fucking thing is doing a whole lot there. Women, you should know. I have to fucking adjust these others. You're really blessed with something. Hashem has blessed you with something really. Really powerful.
This is Eov.
And
Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, the part of this passage we're going to focus on.
If you're like
the part of this passage we're going to focus on over here is that why is it
like if anybody's ever been ashamed or any of that shit, you shouldn't be. It's perfectly normal.
Sorry. Maya Hadrule. What was answered back to Yirmiyahu Navi?
And
what does this mean? So
it's like
this was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster
I mean, I had read in the Bible about women having different parts,
I could run 3
but it never really clicked with me.
And I could even outrun horses.
I was just very innocent. Still am, baby. Virgin as the new fallen snow.
So what happened?
But it was just like,
so now he was racing against the human runner.
How can it be any different?
And this human runner outpaced him 3
meters,
which is a much lesser distance.
I had my grandmother, but she was not menstruating by the time I came around, and so
we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner,
I didn't
certainly can't
have any suspicions there. And like again, my mother was fucking a magician, so
if you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for Gil Barsos. So the Gemara says,
it was just like,
and if you can't outpace him on dry land,
I had no idea. I really had no idea.
So
until maybe we'll say this one day. But no, I was very,
at the end of the day,
I was very suspicious something was going on as a little boy.
That's simply it. You think you could understand, you think that you could see, you think that you know,
but
at the end of the day you don't.
It's just a thing that it was like,
supposed to listen to this. We're going to see this.
I didn't know how. I mean, if
you're bothered by the fact. You're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this. I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But
you know, in cartoons and stuff, they said it was like a stork.
4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps.
But I never saw those funny fucking birds outside. And
for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu lefanai kisusim alachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like.
I can say I was at a friend's house.
So the Gemara says,
and his mom had recently had a baby. And the mother was going to change the baby. And
what's that story?
She asked me, have you ever seen a baby be changed? And I said, no. And she said, do you want to see a baby be changed? And I said, sure, because I've never seen this. This is like a new experience for me. I'm like a little boy. And I remember thinking, where's the penis? But I was like, maybe it grows. Maybe it's like something that like grows or something. Like, I don't know. I still wasn't raising any. No fucking bells were going off. I just remember being like, something is missing here. But I wasn't like, you know, I'm focused on like poop, allegedly, as well. And so I'm not like paying that much attention, but I was still like,